In an extraordinary realm, Yuán Gē traversed to a foreign world, cultivating for a millennium to attain the status of a celestial being. Upon shattering the void, he ascended into the heavenly court of the primordial era, only to discover that he had entered the world of journey to the west. At that moment, the awakening of his system occurred, granting him an impressive foundation of 100,000 years of cultivation right from the outset. Thus began Yuán's silent tenure in the heavenly court for a millennium, leading to the onset of the Great Tribulation of the journey to the west. System. Detection of the journey to the West Tribulation initiated. Please establish yourself as a sovereign. From that point onward, the deities trembled as the tribulation became a source of dread among the divine beings. System. The chaos in the heavens is amplified 100-fold. The host shall be rewarded with a primordial treasure. System. The collapse of the thunder sound temple rewards the host with fragments of a chaos treasure. Yuán Gē. What is a sage? Merely an ant. Not convinced? Shall we engage in an annihilation for fun? Chapter 1. Entering the heavenly court, becoming a land deity. The primordial era is timeless. Since the great war of the witches and demons, the primordial continent fractured, transforming into 3,000 vast worlds, encompassing endless minor and major realms. In a certain minor realm, a radiant beam of sword light soared through the air. Boom! A pitch-black crack tore through the void. By the shores of the southern sea, a young man in black robes wielded his sword, shattering the void and creating a passage. A smile graced his face as he stepped into it. I am Yuán Gē, having traversed to this other world for a millennium. Today, I shall endure the thunder tribulation and attain the status of a celestial being, finally ascending to the immortal realm. His form vanished, his voice echoing in the void, imbued with palpable excitement. I am the primordial world at the heavenly court. On the ascension platform, a golden light shimmered, and Yuán Gē's figure materialized. Amidst the hazy golden radiance, Yuán Gē could scarcely perceive the external scenery, yet he was already enveloped in the rich essence of heaven and earth. Name age. A voice neither warm nor cold resonated in Yuán Gē's ears. Startled, Yuán Gē instinctively responded, Yuán Gē, 1998 years old. The soldier on the left expressed confusion, then scoffed. Only breaking the void after a millennium? Quite mediocre. Follow me. Yuán Gē, bewildered, could only nod and follow the celestial soldier's lead. In the distance, cranes called, and palatial structures adorned with gold bricks and jade tiles, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, floated in the air, a sight to behold. Occasionally, immortals traversed the clouds, coming and going. All of this overwhelmed Yuán's senses. Indeed, Yuán Gē was a denizen of Earth, but upon crossing over, he found himself in an unknown world. He had inadvertently discovered an immortal's cave and, relying on a legacy, persevered in solitary cultivation for a millennium, ultimately shattering the void. Now he stood in a strange land, where the aura of the soldier surpassed his by several folds. The disdainful words of the soldier echoed in his mind, extinguishing the joy he had felt from his achievement. Sensing Yuán Gē's despondence, the leading celestial soldier spoke, Yuán Gē, welcome to the heavenly court. Shortly, you shall meet Lord Taibai Jinxing, who will assign you a position. As long as you diligently cultivate, you will surely rise to prominence. Yet, the soldier's tone remained indifferent, suggesting that someone of Yuán Gē's humble background would struggle to stand out. However, these words ignited a tempest of ambition within Yuán Gē. The heavenly court? Lord Taibai Jinxing? The Taibai Jinda, one of the true monarchs of the five Qi. Did I traverse into the world of the primordial era? Was the minor realm I shattered the void in merely a small world? With the presence of Taibai Jinxing, the soldiers must certainly be celestial beings, whose cultivation level was at least that of a true immortal a traveler. Yuán Gē was well aware of the significant matters within the primordial era. His mind buzzed, and he realized he was a pitiable existence. After a millennium of waiting, he had not awakened a system having arduously cultivated to ascend the platform. Even a celestial soldier looked down upon him. It seemed his fate was tragic. This world was one where lineage and background were paramount, a realm of formidable martial prowess, where it was said that a single breath from a powerful demon could swallow 100,000 celestial soldiers. His heritage was undoubtedly unremarkable, and if even a celestial soldier scorned him, How could he ever hope to achieve greatness? Lost in thought, the celestial soldier spoke again. Salutations to Lord Tai by jinxing. This is Yuán Gē, the newcomer on the Ascension platform today. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē raised his head to see an elderly man with a benevolent countenance, his aura so profound that Yuán Gē dared not meet his gaze. Greetings, Lord Tai by jinxing. Yuán Gē mimicked the formalities that I in the distance. The 4 heavenly kings, stationed outside the southern heaven gate, approached. I perceive a commotion on the Ascension platform today. In recent years, ascensions have dwindled. However, since you have joined a heavenly court, you must diligently hone your skills and not become complacent. Tai by jinxing's warm voice echoed. Yuán Gē understood this was merely a pleasantry, and he bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Star Lord. Observing the approach of the 4 heavenly kings, Tai by jinxing immediately addressed them. Gentlemen, are any of your divisions in need of personnel? This young friend, Yuán Gē, has shattered the void after a millennium. He is certainly a talent. The 4 heavenly kings, initially bored and merely observing the newcomer's qualifications, frowned upon hearing that it took Yuán Gē a millennium to break the void. Reporting to Lord Tai by jinxing, our divisions are not in need of personnel. We guard the 4 heavenly gates, and the minimum requirement is to be a true immortal. Indeed, Lord Tai by jinxing, this individual took nearly 2,000 years to achieve the status of a celestial being. Our celestial army cannot accommodate such a person. A person of such caliber is unlikely to reach true immortal status in this lifetime. It would be best for Lord Tai by jinxing to assign him a lesser role. Subsequently, Tai by jinxing summoned many passing immortals, all of whom politely declined. Even to be an acolyte, no one was willing to accept Yuán Gē. In their eyes, Yuán Gē was merely mediocre. No one noticed Yuán Gē's expression darkening. Yuán Gē had initially thought that a shattering of the void would mark him as exceptional, yet compared to the beings of the primordial era, he was woefully inadequate, entirely overlooked by them. Ultimately, the Growth King suggested, Lord Tai by jinxing, does the heavenly court not require a land deity for the Peach Garden? Let him serve as the land deity there. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He had anticipated that reaching the heavenly court would grant him opportunities for cultivation at the very least. He hoped to become a celestial soldier, clad in silver armor, and exuding majesty. Yet unexpectedly, his background failed to impress the divine beings, relegating him to the role of a mere land deity. To put it kindly, he was a land deity. To put it less kindly, he was simply a gardener. Yuán Gē, the peach garden is of great significance. Remember, consuming the peaches without permission is a grave violation of heavenly law. An immortal officer informed him, handing him the robe of a land deity and a book on basic earth escape techniques before departing. Yuán Gē sighed heavily, gazing at the lush peach garden before him, his expression exceedingly discontented. Ding! Detection of host joining the heavenly court miracle system activating. Suddenly, a mechanical, synthesized voice resonated within Yuán Gē's mind. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē's heart soared with joy. A system? My golden finger has finally arrived? After a millennium of arduous waiting, the system had finally activated, bringing forth a long-awaited happiness. Ding! System loading complete. Miracle System 1.0 initialized. Main task issued. For each day worked in the heavenly court, random rewards of 10,000 years of cultivation will be granted. Please begin work promptly. Ding! Newbie gift pack awarded. Would you like to accept it? Chapter 2. The Miracle System, a novice gift package. As a transmigrator, how could Yuán Gē be unaware of what a system entails? However, the arrival of his own system was rather protracted, taking a full 2 millennia, only materializing upon his ascendance to the heavenly court. Within the heavenly court, countless celestial soldiers were all ascended from various minor worlds, and for a millennium, Yuán Gē had shattered the void, yet he remained unnoticed in their eyes. Earning 10,000 years of cultivation for a single day's work was indeed remarkable. Yuán Gē felt a sense of reassurance. With a system at his disposal, what was there to fear? As a transmigrator of modest origins, he was merely a human immortal, capable of reigning supreme in the minor worlds. Yet he was the most inconspicuous presence in the heavenly court. Terms like golden core and nascent soul were deemed trivial in the vast world of Hongwan. Above the human immortal were the earth immortal, true immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, and the Tai golden immortal. The most inferior celestial soldiers in the heavenly court were at the initial stage of true immortal, far surpassing Yuán Gē in rank, and all were prodigies from various realms. Relying solely on his own cultivation to advance from human immortal to golden immortal, or even to attain the great Tao, was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the system space materialized within his consciousness, revealing a golden chest. Surely, this must be the novice gift package? System. Claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the reward and obtained the technique, Hidden Shadow Art. Note, this technique can obscure heavenly secrets, conceal cultivation, and mask all auras, undetectable by those below the sage level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the reward and acquired the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Yuán Sword. With a flash of divine light, Yuán Gē comprehended the hidden shadow art, and the low-grade innate spiritual treasure appeared in his hand. The sword, a profound azure hue, was a significant upgrade from his previous lackluster artifact. With the Li Yuán sword in hand, Yuán Gē felt that a single strike could easily vanquish the celestial soldiers at the true immortal realm whom he had previously encountered. Surveying his surroundings, Yuán Gē stowed away his treasures and stepped into the nearby peach garden. How marvelous! With the hidden shadow art, he could amass wealth discreetly without attracting undue attention. A murmuring voice echoed within the peach garden. Yuán Gē was well aware of the adage that a man without sin may attract calamity due to his possessions. In this heavenly court, he had no relatives or connections, so it was wise to maintain a low profile. At the very least, he needed absolute strength for self-preservation. Having spent 2 millennia in the minor worlds, Yuán Gē had not idly wasted his time. He had witnessed much ugliness and learned that while one should harbor no ill will, one must remain vigilant against others. Within the peach garden stood a simple bamboo hut, which was Yuán Gē's residence. Compared to the grandeur of the 36 palaces and 72 halls in the heavenly court, this was exceedingly modest. Several hours later, within the peach garden. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100,000 years of cultivation. As the system's voice resonated, Yuán Gē felt a surge of chaotic spiritual energy coursing through his limbs. An indescribable sensation enveloping his being. The cultivation reward from the system was, in fact, chaotic spiritual energy, surpassing even the innate spiritual energy of the heavenly court. Initial human immortal, mid-human immortal, late human immortal, initial earth immortal, mid-earth immortal, late earth immortal. Yuán Gē's cultivation soared rapidly, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. With no hindrance in sight, both his physical body and primordial spirit underwent profound transformations. He halted only upon reaching the mid-true immortal stage. In just a few short hours, Yuán Gē's cultivation had ascended to the initial true immortal stage. Remarkable. After a single day of work, he had advanced to the true immortal realm, and the system's spiritual energy was at its zenith. Yuán Gē joyfully introspected on his internal condition, whispering, "The true immortal stage is a pivotal threshold. It signifies the self-realization of the Tao, the immortality of the physical form, and the eternal existence of the primordial spirit. In this realm, the primordial spirit can separate from the body. Should the body shatter, the primordial spirit remains undying, preserving memories across countless reincarnations, thus becoming a minor expert in the heavenly court. In the external world, this transpired in an instant. The rewards from the system were akin to Yuán Gē's arduous cultivation. With such an upgrading pace, achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal, transcending the 3 realms and unbound by the 5 elements, was merely a matter of time. Yuán Gē mused contentedly, a smile gracing his face. Nevertheless, Yuán Gē understood that the path of cultivation demanded increasingly formidable quantities of cultivation as one progressed. While it appeared that 100,000 years of cultivation could elevate him to true immortal, leaping 2 stages, the challenges would only grow more daunting. Perhaps after reaching golden immortal, 100,000 years of cultivation would scarcely suffice for even a minor realm. The golden immortal stage represented a qualitative leap. Therein lay true immortality, where a single strand of true spirit could ensure rebirth. The road ahead is long and arduous. Haste makes waste in the pursuit of cultivation. There is no need for urgency. With the system at his side, slow accumulation is the key. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Yuán Gē glanced at the distant peaches, finding them lacking in allure. Consuming a peach would yield less cultivation than what he accumulated in a day's check-in. Given ample time, he, Yuán Gē, could achieve the great Luo, and even aspire to the status of a quasi-saint. As he spoke, Yuán Gē made his way toward his modest bamboo hut. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a century had passed. System check-in. Outside the peach garden, having concluded a day's work, Yuán Gē commanded the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 80,000 years of cultivation. As the system's voice faded, Yuán Gē felt his power at the initial Tai Golden Immortal stage increase once more. I could use some fresh air, he mused, gazing at the majestic palaces in the distance, a smile gracing his features. In a century's time, he had reached the initial Tai Golden Immortal stage. The 4 heavenly kings he had encountered on his first day were merely at the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Even without utilizing artifacts, Yuán Gē could easily subdue the 4 heavenly kings with a single hand. As he strolled, Yuán Gē unknowingly approached the southern heavenly gate, where the sounds of celestial soldiers' training resonated. Upon observing, he saw the Growth Heavenly King casually sparring with several new recruits, as if strolling through a garden. Witnessing this scene, Yuán Gē shook his head inwardly, finding them woefully weak and full of flaws. Even the Growth Heavenly King appeared frail in his eyes. A century prior, he had been overlooked. Now, a century later, Yuán Gē had far surpassed the 4 heavenly kings. Oh, is that not the land of the peach garden? Why are you wandering around instead of diligently cultivating? We practice our martial arts here. If you are injured, it would be unfortunate, the Growth Heavenly King remarked. Recalling Yuán Gē as the worthless ascender from a century ago, his tone laced with mockery. Having spoken, the Growth Heavenly King dismissed Yuán Gē, turning back to instruct the new recruits, urging them to diligently cultivate and not to emulate certain individuals. To outsiders, Yuán Gē still appeared as a human immortal practitioner, concealed by the hidden shadow art. How could they discern his true cultivation? Yuán Gē's expression faltered. Martial arts without eyes? Could you really injure me while standing still? Casting a glance at the Growth Heavenly King and the soldiers who seemed to mock him, Yuán Gē remained expressionless and turned to leave. A single hand is more than sufficient to deal with you. Chapter 3. A Millennium, Attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yuán Gē harbored no fondness for the Growth Heavenly King and felt no desire to engage in conversation with him. Currently, he was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, considered a formidable expert within the heavenly court. Should his identity be revealed, he might even secure a respectable official position. Yet, Yuán Gē's aspirations lay beyond such ambitions. To be a quasi-saint, one must possess the strength befitting such a status. However, the Growth Heavenly King's derisive words had left an impression on the new recruits, who now surreptitiously observed Yuán Gē's retreating figure. Before long, the Growth Heavenly King departed, while the 4 celestial soldiers stealthily followed. As Yuán Gē walked, he suddenly sensed 4 divine consciousnesses locking onto him. Haha, a smirk played at the corners of Yuán Gē's mouth. He needed not look to discern the movements behind him. It was those few new recruits. For true immortal soldiers were now considering him. Not far behind. Their eyes shimmered with greed as they gazed at Yuán Gē. Brother, he is the land of the peach garden, and possesses the jade talisman granting access to it, one remarked. Licking his lips, the Growth Heavenly King's revelation of Yuán Gē's identity had ignited their ulterior motives. The 4 brothers ascended from the middle thousand worlds, all of them being prodigies, who would wish to remain a celestial soldier for a lifetime on meager wages. Thus, the emergence of Yuán Gē instilled a sense of hope within them. The vastness of the primordial wilderness beckoned. If they could procure a few 9,000-year peaches, fortune would surely favor them. They envisioned descending to the lower realms, claiming dominion over mountains, and marrying multiple wives. What a splendid prospect that would be. The 4 moved with remarkable speed, swiftly encircling Yuán Gē. Halt! Bellowed the leader, a man with a bushy beard. This area was close to the peach garden, and few ventured here. They intended to seize the peaches by force. Yuán Gē feigned confusion, inquiring why they obstructed his path. Surrender the peach garden's jade talisman, and you shall be spared, the bearded man, evidently the leader of the group, declared. Simultaneously, the pressure of their true immortal realm was unleashed, firmly locking onto Yuán Gē in an attempt to intimidate him. Unfazed, Yuán Gē casually scratched his ear, replying, I didn't quite catch that. I only know that good dogs do not block the way. What audacity! The 4 were infuriated. How dare a mere land spirit speak so boldly? In a flash, they produced their spiritual treasures, ready to strike. You are too weak. Before they could launch their attack, a radiant sword light swept through the air. Boom! 4 headless corpses fell to the ground, and a faint voice of Yuán Gē lingered in the wind as he vanished. The commotion soon attracted the attention of patrolling celestial soldiers. Moments later, the four heavenly kings arrived, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the corpses. Such fierce sword energy. Moreover, it bears the aura of a congenital spiritual treasure. After pondering for a while, they could not fathom which deity wielding a congenital treasure had intervened, and thus they withdrew with the bodies. The deaths of the four celestial soldiers stirred little more than a ripple, and the heavenly court's investigation yielded no results. No one suspected Yuán Gē. After all, he was merely a lowly land spirit. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. On a clear morning, the bell of the heavenly court rang, signaling the gods' morning assembly. However, none of this concerned Yuán Gē. Inside the peach garden, Yuán Gē, donned in a land spirit's robe, emerged from his modest bamboo house to commence his daily duties. As the sun set, Yuán Gē continued to amass an impressive 98,000 years of cultivation. A soft sigh escaped him as he gazed at the resplendent heavenly palace. 1,000 years have passed, and I have accumulated countless years of cultivation, he mused. Yuán Gē worked diligently, adhering to a 9-to-5 routine for a millennium, and had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Yet, he remained unable to break through to the quasi-saint level. Shaking his head, he cast aside his distractions. This dilemma had plagued him for many years. From the very beginning, his cultivation soared like a rocket, reaching the apex of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm within 500 years. However, since that time, his progress had stagnated, akin to a still pond. Troubled, Yuán Gē contemplated his future direction. As a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he held a significant position within the heavenly court, more than capable of commanding respect. Should he reveal his true identity and attract the attention of the Jade Emperor to secure a position? He quickly dismissed this thought. In the primordial world, quasi-saints were abundant, and Great Luo immortals were as common as stray dogs. With his modest background, a mere 1,000-year breakthrough to Great Luo would likely arouse the Jade Emperor's suspicion. A once mediocre ascendant, suddenly becoming a Great Luo in a millennium? Perhaps what awaited him was not glory, but rather being studied as a curious specimen. The following day, before Yuán Gē could begin his work, a voice called from outside the peach garden. Yuán Land Spirit, quickly open the restrictions. I come at the behest of the Jade Emperor to collect peaches. A robust man clad in golden armor shouted from the entrance. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē approached. General of the Curtain, why are you here so early today? Yuán Land Spirit, the general chuckled. His Majesty and the deities of the heavenly palace are heading to the west to attend the journey to the West Conference. They require several peaches as gifts for the Buddha. The General of the Curtain was one of Yuán Gē's few friends. He was amiable, yet somewhat simple-minded. With that, the general headed toward the peach garden, leaving Yuán Gē in a state of bewilderment. Journey to the West Conference? Yuán Gē pondered. Does that mean the calamity of the journey to the west is imminent? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Yuán Gē's ears. Ding! Detection of the impending journey to the west calamity. Miracle system upgrading to version 199. In an instant, the system completed its upgrade. Outside, Yuán Gē was taken aback as the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. The miracle system has successfully upgraded to version 20. Note, version 20 offers more substantial rewards. Please continue your efforts. Ding! As a calamity approaches, congratulations, host. You have triggered an epic choice. A new main quest will be issued upon your selection. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Note, once chosen, the decision is irreversible and will have a profound impact on the host and the timeline. Choice 1. Ignore the journey to the West Calamity. Continue working in the heavenly court and survive until the end of the journey to the West, earning billions of years of cultivation. Choice 2. Join the West. Participate in the journey to the West Calamity and assist the Buddhist sect in flourishing, earning the Buddha's golden body and billions of years of cultivation. Choice 3. Establish oneself as king, redefine the journey to the West, and transform the calamity into the most terrifying tribulation. Obtain a mysterious reward. Yuán Gē's expression shifted. This time, the system did not directly issue a main quest. The first two choices appeared rather comfortable, yet only the third option made Yuán Gē's heart race with excitement. As the system's countdown commenced, he thought, 5, 4, 3. Is this a trick? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 seconds? System, I choose to establish myself as king. Yuán Gē hastily declared, unable to waste time on complaints. Chapter 4. The redefinition of the journey to the West begins. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuán Gē chose the third option. He understood that the first two choices, though seemingly secure, were not what he truly desired. After a millennium in the heavenly court, he had amassed a wealth of cultivation. However, he remained stuck at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even if he were to gain billions of years of cultivation through the first choice, it would ultimately lead to the same fate of mediocrity. As for the second option, Yuán Gē had no interest. Perhaps aiding the Buddhist sect in achieving enlightenment was commendable, but Yuán Gē held no esteem for mere Buddhahood. He viewed the Buddhist sect, which flourished in times of prosperity and retreated in chaos, with disdain. Fortune favors the bold. Without risk, one cannot reap rewards. In this primordial world, those who wish to stand out must possess audacity. The system had hinted strongly. Yuán Gē recognized that the third option would pit him against the myriad gods and Buddhas. Yet the rewards would be immense. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have established yourself as king, and the main storyline of the journey to the west has been redefined. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the advanced technique of the hidden arts, holy concealment technique. Note, this technique obscures heavenly secrets and conceals yin and yang. Even sages cannot deduce any aspect of the host's existence. As the system's voice faded, a golden light entered Yuán Gē's brow. In an instant, the mixed essence of his hidden arts broke through, transforming into the holy concealment technique. At that moment, Yuán Gē's aura became unremarkable. Even sages could not discern any connection to him. Feeling the transformation within, Yuán Gē rejoiced. At this moment, he sensed that the threads of fate connecting his past, present, and future had vanished. It was as if he no longer existed in the three realms. Wonderful. The system has truly won my heart. With this, I need not worry about my actions. Yuán Gē's face gleamed with delight as he reflected inwardly. By choosing to redefine the journey to the west, he was now in opposition to the gods and Buddhas. His actions would likely attract the attention of sages. With this, Yuán Gē found himself unburdened by concerns. The general of the curtain retrieved the peaches and departed, oblivious to Yuán Gē's dazed expression. Following the advancement of the holy concealment technique, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. The celestial stone monkey is destined to be born 3 days hence at the third quarter of the hour. The host is tasked with obstructing the monkey's emergence, with the reward being the chaotic refining saint returning to the true path. Note, this supreme technique of the innate Tao of chaos is the epitome of the primal Tao, capable of transcending all dimensions of time and space when cultivated to its utmost, existing above all forms and essences, defined not by material or elemental constructs. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Yuán Gē was taken aback. Such a bountiful reward for merely preventing the stone monkey's birth? What are the other rewards? In comparison to those accumulated over the years, this was a chasm of difference. In the next moment, Yuán Gē glanced at the familiar peach garden, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Having chosen this path, he would tread it even on his knees. With a day in the heavens equating to a year on earth, 3 days would swiftly pass. A tightening sensation gripped Yuán Gē's heart as he realized he had once again fallen into the trap of the deceptive system. With a thought, his earthly robe transformed into nothingness, and the power of a great Luo golden immortal coalesced into a black robe, embroidered with intricate patterns of mountains and rivers. With a single step, Yuán Gē vanished into the void, making his way towards the southern heavenly gate. The sacred concealment technique possessed a method to cloak oneself in the void, and Yuán Gē transformed into a beam of light, traversing the heavenly realm unnoticed. Passing through the majestic southern heavenly gate and casting a glance at the 4 heavenly kings on duty, Yuán Gē did not linger and continued his flight. The 4 heavenly kings were but insignificant ants. If even the Jade Emperor could not detect Yuán Gē's presence, how could they? A quarter of an hour later, Yuán Gē arrived at the shores of the eastern sea, catching sight of the picturesque flower fruit mountain. Atop the mountain, a young man clad in black suddenly materialized. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, along with his finely chiseled features, were strikingly handsome. The sudden appearance of Yuán Gē startled the birds atop the mountain, sending them soaring into the sky. Yuán Gē glanced at the dark stone and breathed a sigh of relief. He had made it just in time. He could clearly sense a celestial embryo coalescing within the stone, emanating a faint aura of life. How to prevent the stone monkey's birth? Yuán Gē furrowed his brow, pondering the dilemma presented by the stone before him. In a fleeting moment, inspiration struck Yuán Gē. and his eyes brightened. Extending his jade-like fingers, he summoned a radiant golden light, a technique that even ordinary deities could wield to induce slumber in living beings. Within the stone, the yet-to-be-born son Wukong was enveloped in the golden light and fell into a dream. In this dream, the divine stone shattered, and a stone monkey emerged. His eyes emitted a golden light that pierced the heavens, shaking both the celestial court and the nether realms. Subsequently, the monkey discovered the water curtain cave and became the Monkey King of Flowerfruit Mountain. The Monkey King, reveling in the joys of life, learned of mortality after 300 to 400 years. To seek immortality, he crafted a raft and set sail, searching for the abode of an immortal. After 20 years of study, he returned, renowned throughout Flowerfruit Mountain. He then stirred trouble in the Dragon Palace, seized treasures, entered the underworld, and destroyed the Book of Life and Death, causing an uproar in the heavenly court. The heavens, alarmed, summoned him to the celestial realm and bestowed upon him the title of the Steed of the Imperial Guard. Finding this title too trivial, the Monkey King became enraged and rebelled against heaven, proclaiming himself the great sage equal to heaven. The heavenly court, incensed, dispatched 100,000 celestial soldiers to suppress the monkey demon with overwhelming might. Undeterred, the Monkey King donned the 7 stars crown, wore golden armor, and wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, proving invincible against the celestial army. The heavenly court, forced to concede, granted him the title of the great sage equal to heaven. However, when he was not invited to the peach banquet, the Monkey King furiously disrupted the event, devouring peaches and drinking divine nectar. The heavenly court, outraged once more, sent troops to capture him, and this time, he was imprisoned in the 8 trigrams furnace. After 49 days, the Monkey King emerged, inciting chaos in the heavenly palace. The Western Tathagata descended to suppress him. For 500 years, he endured copper juice, iron water, and the elements, honing his prowess while compromising his foundation. After 5 centuries, he emerged from the 5-finger mountain as a monk, ultimately obtaining the true scriptures and bringing forth the flourishing of Buddhism. Thus, the great sage equal to heaven ceased to exist, replaced by the victorious fighting Buddha. On the Spirit Mountain, a monk resembling a monkey occasionally exhibited a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes, yet that was all in the past. He was no longer who he once was. No, I refuse. A startled exclamation emanated from within the divine stone. Sun Wukong, groggy, opened his eyes, realizing he was still within the divine stone. It was merely a dream. What a frightful experience, he exclaimed, instinctively voicing his thoughts. This is not a dream. This is your future. A cultured voice reverberated in the stone monkey's ears. Chapter 5. Preventing Sun Wukong's birth to obtain the ultimate reward. Startled, the still-forming Sun Wukong questioned, "Who are you?" At this moment, he was yet to fully take shape, existing in a half-stone, half-monkey state, though his intellect had awakened and he could think. The elegant and ethereal voice continued, "I am your fortune. What you just experienced was not a dream." Hearing this, Sun Wukong scoffed, "I often dream. I've been in slumber." And that was merely a dream. Yuán Gē was taken aback. This monkey was indeed astute, making it difficult to deceive him. No wonder the Buddhist and celestial realms had to collaborate in their ruse. Otherwise, they would not have been able to fool this monkey. Yuán Gē's lips moved slightly, and he spoke. "What you dreamed of is all destined to occur. It is your fate." "Fate?" Sun Wukong muttered, repeating the word. In that moment, he began to waver. Having spent countless years gestating within the divine stone, frequently dreaming. Yet, it was evident that the recent dream was unlike any he had experienced before. He even felt a shift in his mindset. The vividness of the dream compelled him to believe. That dream was terrifying. He was but a jester, a pawn in the celestial chess game orchestrated by the gods and Buddhas. They conspired to deceive him, manipulating him like a puppet, ultimately making him a tool for the flourishing of Buddhism. Upon becoming the victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong would perish, and the great sage equal to heaven would cease to exist. All that would remain was an ancient monkey of the Buddhist order. Divinity. This being must be a deity. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he sensed through the chaotic stone that this celestial figure was his salvation. Divine One, how can I escape this fate? Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted. He perceived that anyone capable of revealing his future must not be idly passing time in jest. Do you not wish to attain Buddhahood? That is the destiny of your life. Yuán Gē's lips curled into a smile, knowing he had ensnared Sun Wukong. No. Sun Wukong hastily replied. I aspire to be the free and carefree Monkey King. I have no desire to become a monk, consuming vegetarian fare and reciting scriptures. You are fated to meet with me. Thus, I shall teach you how to alter your destiny. Yuán Gē's voice resonated like celestial music, bringing immense joy to Sun Wukong. Please, Divine One, guide me. How can I defy the heavens and change my fate? Yuán Gē smiled gently and said, at the third quarter of the hour today, your birth will occur. Your first step in altering your fate is to change the timing, disrupt the heavenly order, and remain hidden from the world. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt the divine stone's gradual fragmentation and instinctively responded, Divine One, I am on the verge of taking shape. This stone may shatter at any moment. Yuán Gē smiled slightly, fear not. I shall impart a technique to you that will alter your form. As long as your body remains unformed, this divine stone shall remain intact. Good. Divine One, please teach me swiftly. I vow to remain concealed. Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight. Then, Yuán Gē wove his voice into a thread and imparted a basic transformation technique to Sun Wukong. With his profound roots and the celestial embryo coalescing within the stone, Sun Wukong mastered the simple technique in no time. In Yuán Gē's sight, he observed Sun Wukong's form gradually shrinking, reducing to half his original size. Seeing this, a smile graced Yuán Gē's face. A gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of flowers and fruits as he sat upon the ground, his form concealed within the void. Time flies swiftly, and soon it was the third quarter of the Qin hour, yet the divine stone where Sun Wukong resided remained utterly still. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully preventing the stone monkey's emergence, and for obtaining the chaos refining saint's return to truth path. The system's voice arrived as expected, and upon hearing it, Yuán Gē felt a surge of joy. The system does not deceive me. Immediately, a blinding golden light enveloped the system space, merging into Yuán Gē's brow. His eyes widened, shock coursing through him. Even though he was already aware of the might of this technique, the true depths of its power far exceeded his imagination. The chaos refining saint's return to truth path surpassed all the techniques he was familiar with. This technique was the pinnacle of the path of proving with strength, encompassing 9 heavenly layers. Attaining the 7th layer would allow one to prove themselves as a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. The Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian equates to a sage who has severed their 3 corpses and attained enlightenment, akin to a sage who has refined the primordial purple energy. Yet their power far surpasses the latter, unbound by the heavenly Tao, standing as the supreme sage. The Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian can traverse the myriad realms with a thought, create countless worlds with a mere notion, wield the laws of the great Tao, comprehend the essence of the Tao, and understand all things, controlling the fates of countless beings with a single thought, their essence embodying the Tao, transcending past and future, mastering the universe's causal relationships. Bulyalu, Yuán Gē swallowed hard, the astonishment in his heart lingering. For a cultivator, having a powerful technique is as indispensable as companionship, wealth, and land. The vast amount of Tao insight he had gained over a millennium was immense, yet the system had never rewarded him with a technique. In that moment, Yuán Gē understood why. Most techniques within the 3 realms are postnatal, created by the Taoist schools. Even when cultivated to their utmost, they are merely mediocre. Most importantly, once a technique is chosen, it becomes fixed, and changing it later is exceedingly difficult. As a transmigrator, Yuán Gē understood the difference between proving with strength to reach Hunyuan Daoyuo and ordinary sages. Truly, this was a top-tier reward, and at that moment, Yuán Gē had no regrets about his choice, only joy. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a new task. Prevent the stone monkey from emerging for 10 days. Reward: 8 desolations and 6 harmonies sealing God technique. Yuán Gē was taken aback. There is another reward? Does this mean that as long as I entice the monkey to remain hidden, I will continue to receive rewards? He then glanced at the divine stone, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Divine being, are you still there? Inside the divine stone, Sun Wukong felt the time had passed and spoke up. I am here. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt relieved, fearing that the divine being would leave him to face his tragic fate alone. Divine being, I have surpassed the third quarter of the Qin hour. May I emerge? Sun Wukong sensed his body was well and could hardly wait to see the outside world. Not yet, Yuán Gē conveyed telepathically. Sun Wukong paused and continued, Divine being, must I remain hidden? Yes. Yuán Gē nodded. As long as you do not emerge for 10 days, I shall impart to you the method for attaining immortality. the path to becoming a deity, seizing the transformations of heaven and earth with powers beyond comprehension. Huh, is this true? Sun Wukong's expression brightened, instantly intrigued. Divine being, rest assured, I shall remain hidden. Indeed, a gentleman does not speak lightly. The elegant and ethereal voice echoed within the divine stone. Chapter 6, Deceiving the Monkey. Enduring without emergence. The saint concealment technique activated, allowing Yuán Gē to hide within the void as he began to explore the top-tier technique he had just acquired in his mind. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Yuán Gē skimmed through the chaos-refining saint's return to truth path, although he did not grasp all its intricacies. He understood its formidable nature. After some study, Yuán Gē was utterly astonished. The reason was simple. This technique, he was certain, transcended any known technique within the primordial realm. The innate Great Tao-level technique was no exaggeration. As a transmigrator, Yuán Gē knew that achieving the sage's Tao fruit merely involved severing the 3 corpses, refining the primordial purple energy, or proving with strength. Yet this Great Tao-level technique far exceeded Yuán Gē's understanding. What he learned in his previous life might not even be entirely true. According to this secret tome, the entire cultivation system of the current primordial realm was flawed. Or, to put it another way, the technique he had obtained was the true pinnacle of primordial techniques, whereas the primordial realm he found himself in was a low-tier version. This secret tome intriguingly did not even mention the quasi-saint realm. Yuán Gē's eyes sparkled with wonder. According to this tome, the cultivation levels were solely human immortal, golden immortal, and Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Above the Daoyuo, there was only the 7th layer of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. According to the classifications of the tome, human immortals begin to touch the power of the laws, while golden immortals start comprehending profound laws. The Daoyuo, with an undying consciousness and an eternal true spirit, masters the myriad phenomena, unifying past, present, and future, transcending the elements of fire, water, wind, and the dualities of yin and yang. This fundamentally differed from the traditional understanding of Daoyuo in the 3 realms. In essence, the Daoyuo described in this tome equated to the pinnacle of quasi-saints in the current primordial realm. The quasi-saint realm is divided into 9 layers, with invincible quasi-saints among them. And achieving quasi-saint status today typically involves severing the 3 corpses. Yuán Gē's complexion flushed as he comprehended the entirety of the situation. Moreover, this path to proving Hunyuan was not the traditional method of proving with strength. Rather, it commenced from the Great Tao itself, with the self embodying the Tao. All of this information reshaped Yuán Gē's understanding. When it comes to the Daoyuo Jingxian within the primordial realm, one must ask, during competitions, isn't it all about techniques, treasures, or the innate supernatural powers of the demon clan? With this technique, even in the face of celestial deities and Buddhas, what have I to fear? Yuán Gē's heart swelled with ambition. At this moment, Yuán Gē's Tao heart was silently undergoing a transformation. His heart was like a mirror, his heart was like a blade. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the state of clarity, understanding the essence of his true self. This was indispensable for becoming a formidable being. A heart like a mirror can perceive all illusions, while a heart like a blade can sever all falsehoods. In his future cultivation, Yuán Gē would not be troubled by inner demons, nor would he waver in his Tao heart. Would one wish to create a crack in Yuán Gē's Tao heart? Impossible. Huh, has the first layer already been completed? Yuán Gē's expression was one of puzzlement. It seemed he had unconsciously completed the first layer, experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Yet unaware of the occurrence, he merely felt his will had become exceptionally sharp. Simultaneously, a small portion of his internal energy was undergoing a qualitative transformation. In 1,000 years in the heavenly court, Yuán Gē had been but a hollow shell, not cultivating any techniques, yet his realm remained. Although he was a pseudo-Daoyuo, having reached a high level of mental state, cultivating this first layer was as easy as ascending the heavens. Ding! Congratulations, host, for preventing the stone monkey from emerging for 10 days. Reward: innate technique, 8 desolations, and 6 harmonies sealing God technique. Ding! A new task has been released. Prevent the stone monkey from emerging for 3 months. Reward: innate spiritual treasure, lotus silk cloud sandals. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē finally realized that the 10-day period had elapsed. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy. There were additional rewards? In the void, Yuán Gē opened his eyes and glanced at the divine stone beside him, nodding in satisfaction. This monkey indeed has the patience to endure solitude, quite commendable. Before Yuán Gē could speak, Sun Wukong's voice echoed from within the divine stone. Divine being, I have already surpassed 10 days and 1 hour. May I emerge now? Not yet. Sun Wukong was taken aback and continued. Divine being, then what is my reward? The astute monkey did not forget Yuán Gē's promise. Hearing this, Yuán Gē's lips moved slightly, forming sound into words. Monkey, you have done well. I shall now impart to you the path to immortality and divinity, a method whose profound cultivation directly leads to the Great Tao. Upon learning of the system's reward, Yuán Gē understood it was intended for the monkey. He recalled that, according to the normal script, the primary technique the monkey would cultivate was the grand immortal technique. This technique was also commendable, yet it was a postnatal supreme technique. In contrast, the innate technique was akin to the innate divine being's accompanying methods, possessing unfathomable powers. Regardless of whether it is the great immortal technique or the 8-9 profound art cultivated by Erlangchen, both are creations of the sages of this world. The former is passed down from the Bodhi ancestor, while the latter is a supreme technique of the Chan school, practiced by both Jade Junren and Erlangchen. However, compared to the innate techniques, they fall short. When juxtaposed with the supreme innate method tailored by the system for Yuán Gē, they are leagues apart. In an instant, Yuán Gē gathered the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies sealing divine art within the system's space, channeling its esoteric and cryptic characters into Sun Wukong's mind. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies divine art? What level of technique is this? Sun Wukong found it difficult to comprehend at first, and thus spoke up. This art is of the innate level, and if you cultivate it to the pinnacle, it can rival the chaotic divine demons. Yuán Gē's voice resonated. Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. He had dreamt for millennia, often encountering many peculiar images. Among them was a chaotic demon ape, exuding overwhelming power and wielding a massive staff, battling a giant amidst the chaos. That demon ape, with just a glance, instilled a sense of dread in him. Sun Wukong, being a fragment of the primordial spirit of the chaotic demon ape, could naturally dream of such scenes. Yuán Gē surmised that the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies sealing divine art was indeed the companion divine art of the chaotic demon ape. After the initial shock, Sun Wukong respectfully declared, Master, I will diligently cultivate and become a true powerhouse. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude grew increasingly reverent, even altering his form of address. Yuán Gē was not surprised by this display. In the original text, the monkey was portrayed as exceptionally astute. Yet, Sun Wukong could not help but inquire, Master, when can I emerge? You must focus on cultivating the divine art until I am satisfied, Yuán Gē replied, his tone slightly displeased. Yes, Master, Sun Wukong responded, sounding like a deflated rooster. Sensing Sun Wukong's despondency, Yuán Gē transmitted, can you not endure this little loneliness? How will you contend with the celestial deities and Buddhas? Within the divine stone, you are an innate being, with innate energy condensing in the purple palace. If you emerge and consume worldly food, you will be tainted by mundane energies, and your golden light will diminish. Do not waste this heavenly opportunity. Chapter 7. Visitors from the Buddhist sect. After Yuán Gē's admonishment, Sun Wukong immediately grasped his master's good intentions. The desire for play dissipated entirely, and contemplating the formidable demon ape from his dreams, his resolve solidified. Master, I understand my mistake. I will seize this opportunity and cultivate diligently, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Yuán Gē did not respond. Some matters are better left unsaid. The monkey's nature was mischievous, and now he was like a blank slate. Once guided, a formidable sense of purpose would be established within him. This objective of Yuán Gē had already been achieved. Soon after, Sun Wukong ceased his chatter, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state to comprehend the profound technique. As an innate being, his exceptional comprehension made the art seem custom-crafted for him. In mere moments, Sun Wukong entered a state of enlightenment. Observing the mysterious characters slowly manifesting around Sun Wukong's body, Yuán Gē nodded in approval. This monkey, born of heaven and earth, a branch of the chaotic demon ape, truly possessed remarkable insight. Silently, Yuán Gē closed his eyes, meticulously delving into the technique. The summit of Flower Fruit Mountain fell into silence, with only a curious bird observing the stone. How could this stone articulate human speech? While Yuán Gē cultivated, a subtle, nearly imperceptible change occurred within the heavenly Tao. Simultaneously, in the western heavenly spirit mountain, within the great thunder sound temple, the Buddha, adorned with a dignified appearance, sat upon a 9-petal lotus throne, fingers forming the Prajnamadra. A radiant light emanating from behind his head. Melodious chants filled the great thunder sound temple. The Buddha gazed at the Bodhisattva Guanyin, who gracefully rose from the lotus throne, a hint of perplexity crossing his brow. The reason for his confusion was simple. Sun Wukong had missed the appointed time for his emergence. A slap in the face indeed. Prior to this, the Buddhist and heavenly courts had convened for 2 journey to the West conferences. The first was held after the conclusion of the investiture of the gods when the sages had yet to retreat from the world. The second occurred half a month ago, just before the stone monkey's emergence, where the Buddha met with the Jade Emperor to finalize numerous details, leading to a joyous gathering of guests before the Jade Emperor departed. Yet, even now, the stone monkey remained within the divine stone. This prompted Guanyin's descent into the mortal realm. In the unseen realm, the changes in the celestial mechanisms were exceedingly subtle, imperceptible to ordinary beings. Even the Buddha was unaware of the intricate causality at play. The chants continued to resonate, echoing throughout the great thunder sound temple as all the Buddhas diligently contemplated. Atop Flower Fruit Mountain, Yuán Gē suddenly opened his eyes, an imposing aura radiating from him. Who is it? Yuán Gē sensed a formidable presence approaching through the void. That aura, most likely, belonged to a member of the Buddhist sect. Humph, Yuán Gē scoffed coldly. Has the Buddhist sect grown restless so soon? They come to investigate just half a month later? Immediately, Yuán Gē turned to the divine stone, channeling his voice into a line, awake. Soon, individuals from the Buddhist sect will arrive here. Within the divine stone, Sun Wukong, engrossed in meditation, was startled by Yuán Gē's voice echoing in his mind. Where are the people from the Buddhist sect? What should I do? His tone was laced with panic. In the dreams of his past life, he had felt utterly powerless. The might of the celestial deities and Buddhas left him feeling insignificant. Especially the Buddha's single palm had thoroughly awakened him. His once proud divine powers seemed laughable in the face of such greatness. Now that Sun Wukong recognized his own weakness, the sudden news of an approaching formidable enemy naturally filled him with trepidation. Subconsciously, after his vivid dream, Sun Wukong harbored no good feelings toward the celestial deities and Buddhas. In response, Yuán Gē continued to transmit, I can only say a few words. I cannot assist you now. Remember, no matter what happens, you must remain hidden until your divine art reaches fruition. Although you may not be able to cultivate to perfection, you can gradually develop your innate abilities. Only when you achieve a small success in the divine art will you possess the strength to face future tribulations. This is your destiny. Otherwise, you will remain trapped in that cycle of fate, unable to escape for a lifetime. If you manage to endure until your divine art is complete and you emerge, I shall bestow upon you even greater rewards. That is all. From now on, until I transmit to you again, do not utter a single word. With that, Yuán Gē activated the concealment technique once more, merging with the void. The identity of the visitor remained unknown, but Yuán Gē understood that he could not reveal himself. He must not allow Sun Wukong to inadvertently expose him as a deity. Only by achieving the status of a true Great Luo Golden Immortal could Yuán Gē face the celestial deities and Buddhas with confidence. Lacking sufficient power, one should not recklessly expose themselves, for that would be courting death. Such notions are only found in novels. In reality, no matter how much the protagonist's halo shines, insufficient strength leads to unanticipated demise. Sun Wukong also sensed the divine consciousness enveloping Flower Fruit Mountain, nodding silently, closing his eyes as if feigning slumber. At the same time, his gratitude toward Yuán Gē deepened, his favorability soaring. Just as Sun Wukong closed his eyes, the solemn and graceful Bodhisattva Guanyin descended, adorned with a jade crown and celestial garments, holding a willow branch and a pure water vase, forming the Prajnamadra, and stepping onto a 5-colored lotus platform. As Guanyin alighted, she gazed at the divine stone, her lips moving slightly, and her holy voice echoed through the void. What a remarkable divine stone! I must see why you have yet to take shape. With a flick of her finger, Guanyin cast a beam of Buddhist light over the divine stone, as if to analyze its essence. Guanyin furrowed her brow, realizing it had already taken form but was still lacking something. What could it be? Through her scrutiny, she discovered that the stone monkey's consciousness had yet to awaken, merely a thread away. This was due to Sun Wukong cultivating his innate divine art, effectively sealing all his energies. Even Guanyin failed to detect the underlying intricacies. In an instant, Guanyin, with her delicate jade-like fingers resembling green onions, delicately gestured while muttering incantations, attempting to unravel the secrets of the heavens. After a while, her elegant brows furrowed even deeper, perplexed by the fact that this stone monkey, indeed pivotal to the great cycle of calamity, eluded her foresight. Alas, with her consciousness awakened and her body intact, it was merely a matter of time before she could assist in his emergence without jeopardizing her foundational essence. As Guanyin spoke, she deftly formed a hand seal, unleashing a beam of golden light imbued with a piercing aura towards the divine stone. This represented 70% of her strength, in her view. Once the stone monkey was born, sustenance and earthly dust would not affect his fundamental nature. At that moment, a young man clad in black stood silently beside Guanyin, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Upon witnessing her action, Yuán Gē felt a tightening in his heart. A formidable attack surged towards the divine stone. Yet the stone remained unscathed. Sighing in relief, Yuán Gē's heart soon tightened once more. He observed as Guanyin retrieved willow leaves from her jade bottle, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Willow leaves. This was a fragment from the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree. In that instant, Guanyin's aura soared, preparing for a full-force strike. In Yuán Gē's sight, Guanyin plucked 3 willow leaves, infusing them with rich Buddhist light, as a terrifying aura slowly coalesced within the divine stone, instilling fear in Sun Wukong. The willow leaves, a method of attack from the willow tree, had many wondrous applications, having once granted the monkey 3 strands of life-saving hair. Realizing it was time for action, Yuán Gē understood he could no longer remain passive. Neglecting this situation could lead to disaster. Despite the divine stone's extraordinary nature, these willow leaves, while low-grade innate treasures, originated from the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree, capable of creating a significant impact even on the Golden Gourd. Yuán Gē dared not take risks. Suddenly, Yuán Gē's gaze fell upon a few minor demons not far from the peak of Huagua Mountain, and an idea struck him. Huagua Mountain, originally home to 72 caves teeming with beasts, was rife with wolves, tigers, leopards, deer, and hounds. In the distance, a wasp-like creature, likely of human immortal cultivation, stood under the command of a demon king from one of the caves. You shall suffice. In an instant, Yuán Gē stepped into the void and appeared behind the wasp creature. With a flick of his finger, a faint blue glow shimmered, inaudible to ordinary ears. This was the principle of the water element. Having only mastered the first layer, Yuán Gē naturally entered the path and comprehended the laws of water. His vast cultivation, though only a drop in the ocean, had already allowed him to step into the realm of human immortals. And human immortals had indeed broken through delusion and entered the path, a revelation that would surely astonish the celestial beings. This human immortal was comparable to the top-tier Tai golden immortals of the primordial era. In the primordial realm, only quasi-saints are allowed to engage with the powers of the laws, a universally acknowledged truth. Quasi-saints possess a fundamental superiority over ordinary Deluo, and the same divine power, when enhanced by the laws, varies vastly in might. The wasp creature, originally anticipating a spectacle upon Guanyin's arrival, suddenly found its mind engulfed in chaos. Controlling the soul was a trivial matter for Yuán Gē. A flicker of blue light appeared in the wasp creature's eyes, unbeknownst to others, while Yuán Gē subtly moved his lips, prompting the wasp creature to bellow. Guanyin remained oblivious to this shift. In an instant, she compressed the Buddhist light in her hand to its utmost, with 3 willow leaves radiating sharp brilliance. As for the myriad of demons on the mountain, Guanyin was indifferent. What foolish creature would dare to disrupt her presence after sensing her aura? Who dares to disturb Huagua Mountain? The wasp creature, under Yuán Gē's influence, wielded a spear, flapping its wings, and spoke in human language. Guanyin was momentarily shaken by this outburst, her intended attack on the divine stone halting abruptly. Foolish creature! How dare a mere human immortal demon insult me? Before she could ponder further, figures of minor demons appeared atop Huagua Mountain. Old hag, what do you seek with our stone? Are you so lonely you wish to take a rock for amusement? Bold wretch, depart at once, or we shall make you regret your insolence. The minor demons, previously wandering the peak, now glared angrily at Guanyin, voicing their disdain. Outrageous! Guanyin's ire was ignited, her gentle and sacred visage now shrouded in frost. As one of the revered 5 elders, her esteemed position in the celestial realm had been upheld for countless years. Not even the Buddha himself had reprimanded her, and even the Jade Emperor treated her with utmost respect. When had she ever endured such treatment? After millennia of cultivating a pure heart, her wrath surged forth, resonating throughout Huagua Mountain as she intoned, "How dare such audacious beasts bark at me?" Boom! The 3 willow leaves, which were meant to strike the divine stone, transformed into streaks of light, obliterating the heads of the minor demons. With a sound akin to shattering bubbles, the demons were reduced to dust. This roar echoed across Huagua Mountain, startling the 72 demon kings, who turned their gaze towards the peak holding the divine stone, their throats dry with fear. What manner of youth dare insult Guanyin? Most of the demon kings recognized her and were filled with trepidation. Naturally, the echoes of the minor demon's insults reverberated through the mountains. With a wave of her sleeve, Guanyin silenced the air. Having felt a loss of composure after eliminating a few minor demons, she murmured, "Amatba, my apologies, my apologies." Guanyin closed her eyes, reflecting on the inexplicable audacity of those minor demons. Such an affront was unprecedented. Realizing she had entertained thoughts of violence, her solemn and pristine image cultivated over millennia had been tarnished, and she had even uttered vulgarities. Opening her eyes, Guanyin surveyed her surroundings, relieved that no one had witnessed her lapse. However, in the void, Yuán Gē was already laughing uproariously, his amusement at Guanyin's fury almost uncontrollable. Though his methods might be deemed unscrupulous, he felt it was a necessary recourse. This was Yuán Gē's first encounter with Guanyin, and witnessing her wrath invoked an irresistible urge to laugh. In the outside world, Guanyin directed her attention back to the divine stone. "Let me try the innate nectar," she resolved. At this moment, she abandoned thoughts of a fierce assault, instead determined to stabilize her Buddhist heart after the recent surge of anger. Continuing down such a path would only harm her essence. With a graceful flourish, Guanyin dipped the willow leaves into the innate nectar, sprinkling it upon the divine stone. Observing this, Yuán Gē smiled. The innate nectar, imbued with the essence of rebirth, could revive innate spiritual roots with just a few drops, truly a divine assistance. The crystalline innate nectar cascaded onto the divine stone, enveloping it in a radiant glow as it slowly permeated within. Although Sun Wukong was unaware of the events unfolding, he sensed the transformative energy within the innate nectar, which greatly benefited him. Without hesitation, he began to absorb the spiritual energy seeping into the divine stone. With the aid of the innate nectar, Sun Wukong's cultivation soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he advanced to the realm of earth immortals, having fully absorbed the nectar. As an innate being, his speed in absorbing such treasures was astonishing. Guanyin paused, noticing that he had absorbed 3 drops of nectar without forming a solid foundation. A look of doubt crossed her face, yet she continued to extract the willow leaves, showering them once more. In the void, Yuán Gē sensed Sun Wukong's burgeoning power, glanced at Guanyin pouring the innate nectar, and sat down in meditation. What followed was a peculiar scene. Guanyin continuously sprinkled the innate nectar, while Sun Wukong persistently absorbed it. Meanwhile, Yuán Gē, with his eyes closed in deep concentration, practiced the chaotic refining of the sacred path, only releasing a sliver of his divine consciousness to observe the external developments. Chapter 9, Transformation. Attaining the Great Luo Dao Fruit. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Ding! Congratulations, host. The stone monkey has remained in seclusion for 3 months, and you are rewarded with the superior innate spiritual treasure, the lotus silk cloud-soaring boots. Ding! A new task is issued. If the stone monkey remains in seclusion for 6 months, the reward will be the innate spiritual treasure, the golden scales armor of the locking dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the initial stage of the task, granting you 1,000-fold comprehension of the Tao, and your cultivation base has increased 1,000-fold. The voice of the system roused Yuán Gē from his meditation, a smile illuminating his face. Yuán Gē did not bother to check the rewards or subsequent bonuses. These treasures were evidently intended for Sun Wukong. In the original tale, besides the exquisite Rui Jingu Bang, the treasures acquired by Sun Wukong were all of medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. However, even a single boot here was categorized as a superior innate spiritual treasure. It could be said that the equipment of the monkey had surpassed that of the original tale by 100-fold, be it in techniques or gear. Boom! Within Yuán Gē, the previously ordinary white spiritual root was instantaneously enveloped by an exalted power, undergoing a transformation. The ordinary spiritual root, which had been deemed unremarkable, surged 10-fold at that moment, evolving into a pale golden, heavenly spiritual root. This was nothing short of a miracle. The nature of the spiritual root is fixed at birth and cannot be reversed. Most celestial beings possess spiritual roots of the 5th rank or above, classified into 9 ranks, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Yuán Gē's prior spiritual root was of the mortal level, ranked 9th. In a small world, this was considered exceptional, but compared to the vast wilderness of the celestial realms, it was insignificant. Heavenly level, rank 1. Sensing the change, Yuán Gē felt a qualitative leap in both his spiritual root and comprehension. The once obscure principles now appeared strikingly clear to him. Insights that previously required a century to grasp could now be understood within a year. The heavenly level, rank 1, was 1,000 times stronger than the mortal level, rank 9. According to the system in the external world, heavenly level spiritual roots are often deemed 10,000 times more potent than those of the mortal realm. After all, ordinary Deluo are merely regarded as pseudo-Deluo in the eyes of the system. Those who reach the quasi-saint level invariably possess heavenly-grade, high-quality spiritual roots, which is what the beings of the wilderness refer to as profound roots. If Yuán Gē's pale golden spiritual root were to come to the attention of the Jade Emperor and others, they would be utterly astonished. For it was recognized among the wilderness beings as a heavenly-grade spiritual root, the supreme rank 9, a pinnacle root indeed. Yuán Gē, however, remained oblivious to this, content with merely having a heavenly level, rank 1 spiritual root. Little did he know that the system's heavenly rank 9 was comparable to the roots of the most exalted chaotic beings. But such matters were far from Yuán Gē's current reality. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed upon the peak of Flower Fruit Mountain. This Guanyin truly is a nurturing figure, Yuán Gē thought with delight. With such an abundance of innate nectar, the monkey's cultivation speed would be tenfold that of before. What magnificent scenes awaited when the monkey's skills reached perfection! Yuán Gē could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. In his field of vision, Guanyin had begun to question her own existence. For 3 whole months, she had been continuously pouring forth the nectar. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had not continued to absorb it. Instead, he concentrated the spiritual energy within his body, fearing that excessive absorption might cause the divine stone to shatter due to rapid ascension. At this moment, Sun Wukong was engrossed in comprehending the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies divine art, steadily progressing. Atop Flower Fruit Mountain, Guanyin trembled slightly as she held the willow branch, gazing at the half-empty bottle of innate nectar with a pained expression. Her once radiant and holy visage was now clouded with deep confusion. This divine stone seemed insatiable. No matter how much nectar she produced, it consumed it all without hesitation. Something was amiss. This was not right. Guanyin was well aware of the miraculous nature of the innate nectar. A single innate spiritual root required only a few drops for its transformation. The contents of more than half a bottle could coalesce into a small stream. This was the result of millennia of accumulation, and she had many other uses for it. Such wastefulness could not continue. This cannot go on. I have suffered a great loss, Guanyin thought regretfully. Half a bottle of nectar would take countless years to gather again. Little did she realize that she had become the monkey's benefactor, providing immense assistance. Originally, the monkey would have needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through, inevitably drawing Guanyin's attention. But now, everything unfolded so naturally. Alas, I have poured forth so much innate nectar, blessed by its transformative power, I shall see when you take form. Guanyin mused as she settled into meditation on her lotus pedestal. Boom. Centered around Guanyin, a luminous barrier enveloped thousands of miles, instilling fear in the demons within that range, causing them to retreat. Guanyin did not wish to witness a repeat of previous events. It was best to keep those newly hatched creatures at a distance. Out of sight, out of mind. Within the divine stone, Sun Wukong sensed that the once unending flow of spiritual energy had ceased. He silently expressed gratitude to Yuán Gē and resumed his cultivation. In Sun Wukong's view, this was undoubtedly Yuán Gē's assistance, bestowing him with such transformative power. In the void, Yuán Gē remained silent, observing Guanyin as she closed her eyes and delved into her own cultivation. Enhanced by the sacred concealment technique, Yuán Gē was present beside Guanyin, though she remained unaware of his watchful gaze. Boom. Upon entering a state of cultivation, Yuán Gē experienced a sensation akin to riding a roller coaster. His mind was clear, and all constraints of thought fell away, revealing an unprecedented clarity. The thousandfold comprehension left Yuán Gē exhilarated. In an instant, he felt his primordial spirit at ease, acutely sensing the subtle threads of the laws. In a moment of enlightenment, Yuán Gē entered a profound state of understanding, completely oblivious to the external world. In this state, should a quasi-saint be present, they would recognize it as the heavenly enlightenment realm, the most enigmatic of states. Ding! Congratulations, host. For the stone monkey remaining in seclusion for 6 months, rewarded with the medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, golden scales armor of the locking dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host. For the stone monkey staying secluded for 9 months, rewarded with the medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, 9 stars crown. Ding! Congratulations, host. For the stone monkey remaining in seclusion for 3 years, rewarded with the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, genuine Rui Jingu Bang. Ding! Congratulations, host. For the stone monkey remaining in seclusion for 6 years, rewarded with a drop of chaotic demon ape essence blood. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task of the stone monkey's emergence, receiving the ultimate reward, the Li Yuan sword upgraded to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, and obtaining the defensive-grade exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly silk soft armor. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Today, within the void, Yuán Gē experienced earth-shattering changes within his being. In a state of enlightenment, he heard no sounds from the outside world. 6 years had elapsed, and his divine skills had reached a preliminary success. The 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth converged around Yuán Gē, protecting him like loyal guardians. Their profundity unmatched. Boom! A river of time materialized within the void, populated by myriad beings. Yuán Gē, remarkably, sat in meditation above this river. In an instant, 3 manifestations of Yuán Gē emerged from different dimensions, converging upon his true self, past, present, and future, merging as one. At that moment, Yuán Gē attained the true Tao fruit of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 10. The emergence task concludes. Astonishing rewards. Within the void, golden lotuses bloomed, and countless celestial melodies resounded, auspicious light enveloping Yuán Gē. This grand aura was entirely concealed by the sacred concealment technique. Were it to be exposed, it would surely attract the attention of celestial beings. The 5 elemental laws had reached a level of Tao comprehension, allowing Yuán Gē to transcend the river of time and the elements of yin and yang, becoming eternal and indestructible. What has transpired? Guanyin Bodhisattva awoke from her meditation, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Flower Fruit Mountain remained unchanged, within 1,000 miles. Not a single demon could be seen, only deer frolicking in the woods and birds chirping in the sky. After a moment, Guanyin, puzzled, closed her eyes once more. In the depths of her consciousness, she sensed an inexplicable fear, yet remained unaware of its origin. In the void, Yuán Gē opened his eyes, golden light flickering within, his presence commanding and awe-inspiring. He remained concealed in the void, his consciousness spanning billions of miles. Boom! A tremor-inducing aura emanated from Yuán Gē's being, a presence 100 times more potent than that of an ordinary Deluo within the primordial world. Clenching his fists, the 5 elements laws coursed through his body, while the duality of yin and yang enveloped him in a swirling dance of black and white energies. Is this the true essence of a Deluo Golden Immortal? Yuán Gē pondered aloud. He had reached the initial stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, a level recognized by the system as the authentic Deluo Golden Immortal. In this moment, Yuán Gē felt as if he had transcended the confines of the celestial realms, existing in a state of pure authenticity. Even the sages could not easily erase his essence from the source of the heavenly Tao. This realization was profoundly terrifying. As he contemplated the power within him, Yuán Gē furrowed his brow. After a millennium of accumulation, totaling 300 billion years of cultivation, I still have more than half remaining. Each day, he garnered around 100,000 years of cultivation, leading to a staggering total of 300 trillion years of formidable power. During these days of sudden enlightenment, he had subtly grasped the 5 elements laws and had even taken his first steps into the realm of yin and yang. This was indeed the opportunity to attain the Deluo's fruit of enlightenment. According to the secret texts, cultivation is merely a matter of quantitative accumulation, while the Tao represents the realm of existence. My realm equates to that of a pinnacle quasi-saint, yet its significance diverges from the so-called quasi-saint. Observing the mighty aura within him, Yuán Gē murmured, in the 3 realms, there is no other Deluo like me. By comprehending the laws and severing the 3 corpses through my unwavering intent, I could ascend to quasi-saint status. Mastery over the 5 elements laws to their fullest extent, and a preliminary understanding of the yin and yang pathway present at daunting threshold. Then let us continue to break through. A flicker of dominance flashed across Yuán Gē's brow, and in a moment of determination, he channeled the vast reservoir of his cultivation toward the foundation of the Deluo. Boom! The initial stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal reached in completion. The breakthrough continued. The pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal fully realized. The 300 billion years of cultivation were neither excessive nor insufficient, precisely elevating Yuán Gē to the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal. If these cultivation years were to be compared to those of an ordinary Deluo, they would equate to a magnitude of 100 or even 1,000 times more. In an instant, Yuán Gē rose. Before him, Avalokiteshvara sat upon a lotus platform, and he could clearly perceive her cultivation, which was at the mid-level of quasi-saint. The chaos refinement of the holy and the true Tao Sutra is indeed remarkable. Is this what it truly means to be a Deluo Golden Immortal? Yuán Gē whispered, his eyes alight with excitement. This was the essence of true transcendence, beyond the elements of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, through the river of time. Where consciousness is immortal and true spirit indestructible, hearing about it from the system was one thing. Experiencing the wonder of reaching this realm was another. With the past, present, and future unified within him, Yuán Gē felt that even Avalokiteshvara at the mid-level of quasi-saint held no secrets from him. One strike would suffice to deal with her. Finally, he stood atop the heights of the 3 realms, taking his first step towards self-sovereignty. However, Yuán Gē had no intention of revealing himself. For the true overlords of the 3 realms were the sages. After attaining the Deluo Golden Immortal status, he felt capable of overpowering many quasi-saints. Yet he still lacked confidence in confronting a sage. Though he possessed a system, it remained in its infancy, with wings not yet fully spread. Nevertheless, it was not an easy task for a sage to eliminate him. Yuán Gē found himself in a delicate predicament. He surpassed the comprehension of the 3 realms among quasi-saints, yet felt uncertain in the presence of sages. Sages are the foundation of the heavenly Tao, capable of wielding its power with every gesture. He had transcended the river of time, existing in a state that was neither the Deluo nor the quasi-saint familiar to the 3 realms, but rather a being situated between the 2. Avalokiteshvara, seated atop the mountain, remained blissfully unaware that Yuán Gē was observing her from a short distance away. In a moment, Yuán Gē examined the system space. Even though he had attained the Deluo Golden Immortal's reward, he could not help but gasp in awe. Within the system space lay an array of treasures meticulously arranged. In an instant, he realized these were rewards accumulated over the past 6 years. Indeed, they were treasures crafted specifically for the monkey, including a set of mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, comparable to the finest. Yuán Gē's countenance revealed astonishment as he scrutinized a small jade vial, which contained a drop of pale golden blood. Though he stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, the blood exuded an inexhaustible aura of combat. The essence of the chaos magic ape's blood was evident. Wait, my Li Yuan sword has also upgraded? After surveying the numerous rewards bestowed by the system, Yuán Gē understood that this was a result of completing the task of remaining hidden. In its initial stage, it enhanced his foundation, and upon reaching the ultimate stage, it granted him a set of treasures. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, golden silk soft armor, could shift its form at will, impervious to water and fire, with the ability to repel all evils. Additionally, there was a jade crown, a rare premium innate spiritual treasure for soul defense. This is remarkable. This crown alone is worth 5 pieces of offensive premium innate spiritual treasures. A thought crossed Yuán Gē's mind, and the golden silk soft armor and the flowing cloud crown adorned him instantly. The previous robe conjured by his magical power vanished, replaced by the new treasures. The golden silk soft armor enveloped his entire being. Its value was beyond Yuán Gē's comprehension, yet he sensed its preciousness. While offensive treasures were the most common, the worth of defensive treasures was significantly higher, especially those that offered unique protections. Such treasures safeguarding the primordial spirit were exceedingly rare in the primordial era. The primordial spirit, relating to the soul, holds great significance for cultivators. With the treasures on his person, Yuán Gē required no refinement. They could be wielded as extensions of himself. Generally, treasures granted by the system were like this. In contrast, Other cultivators would need to refine layers of restrictions to unleash the full power of their treasures. Premium innate spiritual treasures often bore 30 layers of restrictions. One could see how long it took primordial cultivators to refine premium innate spiritual treasures to unleash their full might. Like the venerable Hongyun, who spent countless years refining the 99 red clouds soul-dispersing gourd to manifest its complete power. Yuán Gē stood and gazed at the divine stone, murmuring, "I never expected this monkey to reach the Deluo golden immortal level in just 6 years, all thanks to Avalokiteshvara's diligent nurturing. It is time for him to emerge. The system has dispensed all its rewards, and remaining hidden serves no purpose now." Chapter 11. The stone monkey emerges, Avalokiteshvara, in a daze. In the original text, Yuán Gē recalled that after the monkey transformed, he started from scratch, training for 20 years to become a Tai golden immortal. Subsequently, he consumed golden pills and ate peaches, achieving the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. After refining in the 8 trigrams furnace, he absorbed the potency of those golden pills, cultivating the indestructible body. This had one prerequisite: the monkey was no longer an innate body. Now, cultivating with an innate body, bolstered by Avalokiteshvara's divine grace. Yuán Gē was not surprised by this rapidity. Had he practiced the Great Supreme Celestial Method instead of the 8 Desolation and 6 Harmony Divine Technique, he would likely have progressed even faster. The monkey's foundation was comparable to the top-tier geniuses of the Fengshen era. According to the original script, to reach the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal through normal cultivation would require a vast amount of cultivation, which only the protagonist of the calamity could afford. As the Buddhist sect and heavenly court were willing to invest in him. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Yuán Gē focused his voice into a line: "Monkey, awaken." Standing before the divine stone, Yuán Gē transmitted his voice without restraint. Simultaneously, his aura enveloped the stone. Avalokiteshvara remained completely unaware. Yuán Gē's voice, transcendent and graceful, resonated within Sun Wukong's mind like the sound of celestial music. "Awaken, awaken." As Sun Wukong, who had sealed off all his senses while studying the 8 Desolation and 6 Harmony Divine Technique, heard Yuán Gē's voice suddenly ring out within his soul. He opened his eyes. "Master?" Sun Wukong awakened within the divine stone, feeling an overwhelming aura surrounding him. Though he had already attained the Deluo golden immortal level, he felt like an ant in the face of this presence. "Is this the aura of my master?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, yet simultaneously elated. With such a powerful figure, he felt the need to cling tightly. In his dreams, he had experienced a millennium of visions of the myriad deities and Buddhas, fostering a sincere respect for Yuán Gē. "Monkey, it is time for you to emerge." In the outside world, Yuán Gē observed Sun Wukong opening his eyes, a smile gracing his face. Today, perhaps the monkey will shake the heavens. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong radiated with vitality, his eyes shimmering with golden light. At last, could he finally venture forth? Without any superfluous motions, the once sealed energy within Sun Wukong erupted suddenly. Boom! Atop the peak of Flower and Fruit Mountain, spiritual energy surged violently, and the winds and clouds gathered. A formidable aura swiftly enveloped the entirety of the vast Flower and Fruit Mountain, causing the 72 demon kings to feel a heavy unease. What is this aura? The aura of a top-tier demon king? Amidst the rumbling, the divine stone shattered abruptly, and Sun Wukong, aglow with brilliance, burst forth from the stone. The monkey was suffused with radiance, still in his innate form, having yet to consume food or water. His body is flawless as jade, unified in essence. Whoosh! After years of pent-up energy, the moment he emerged, a beam of golden light shot from his eyes, piercing the heavens as if breaking through the celestial dome. The heavenly court was swept by the golden light, the southern heaven gate trembled, and the defensive array of the Lingshao Palace activated automatically. The celestial beings were taken aback. What is happening? In the underworld, a beam of golden light pierced the 9 underworlds, startling the 10 Yama kings. Even the Emperor of Fengdu opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. "Ha! I have finally emerged." Sun Wukong's laughter echoed atop Flower and Fruit Mountain. Concurrently, the cultivation of his early Great Luo golden immortal began to ascend dramatically. Sun Wukong had absorbed more than half a bottle of innate nectar from Guanyin, utilizing his innate body to comprehend the divine arts of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies to attain the 6th heaven, while also compressing countless innate nectar's spiritual energy within. Boom! Early Great Luo golden immortal. Mid Great Luo golden immortal. Late Great Luo Golden Immortal. Bathed in golden light, Sun Wukong's aura surged exponentially. As he breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his fur emerged, and his energy only ceased at its peak. The 72 demon kings, under this pressure, were filled with dread. What? A monkey sprang forth from the stone, born as a demon king? What is this situation? On Flower and Fruit Mountain, amidst the 72 caves. The mountain was teeming with monsters, such as wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, deer, foxes, badgers, lions, elephants, and various demon kings. Among them, only a few had formidable cultivation. Barely reaching the true immortal realm, they too were filled with fear under this aura. In the gaze of the myriad demons, the monkey burst forth from the divine stone, his eyes emitting golden light, exuding an overwhelming might that reached the clouds and descended to the 9 underworlds. Without waiting for anything else, all demons knelt in reverence. Within 1,000 miles, various demons bowed in unison. On Flower and Fruit Mountain, Guanyin stood by, utterly astonished. The moment Sun Wukong was born, she sensed the energy within him. Her bright eyes were filled with shock. A Great Luo Golden Immortal? How can this monkey attain the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal? It is known that Sun Wukong, at birth, possessed only a trace of magical power, which was innate to his celestial origin. He had no cultivation and no one to teach him the techniques. So where did this power come from? Even if he had power, it could not possibly reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, could it? Absurd, truly absurd. Guanyin herself had cultivated for countless years, with a solid foundation, and it took her a millennium to reach the Great Luo. This monkey is not right, very much not right. Guanyin's face was filled with question marks. Although Sun Wukong's emergence was grand, it did not affect her in the slightest. The shattered stone transformed into nothingness as it approached Guanyin by Tinzhong. Observing the monkey's emergence, Yuán Gē, in the void, swayed his black robe, saying, "Monkey, look who it is." Just as Sun Wukong emerged, he was preoccupied with excitement. Upon hearing Yuán Gē's voice, he immediately turned towards the place of his emergence. There, Guanyin sat upon a lotus platform, gazing at him. As a peak Great Luo, Sun Wukong sensed a profound threat emanating from Guanyin. It was this figure. He had seen it in dreams. Though he could not discern her features, he recognized her as a being of the Buddha's domain. "You are Guanyin." Sun Wukong conjured a small pair of trousers with his power, looking at Guanyin. In his dreams, this very form, this attire, was guiding him all along. Although it was his first encounter with Guanyin, Sun Wukong felt an uncanny familiarity, while also harboring a cold smirk within. Guanyin was taken aback. How could this monkey recognize her? Something is amiss, truly amiss. Which path of cultivation has this monkey undertaken? Guanyin could not perceive the nature of the monkey's internal cultivation technique, and even more astonishing was the fact that this monkey recognized her. Without answering, Guanyin maintained her composure, smiled gently, and an aura of calmness radiated from her. A fragrant scent wafted from her. Covered by this aura, Sun Wukong felt an immediate sense of tranquility, and the vigilance in his eyes began to ease. Unbeknownst to him, Guanyin had subtly employed her divine powers, utilizing a rather domineering Buddhist technique, an enforced conversion. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Guanyin spoke, "Monkey, let me tell you a story." Though shocked, Guanyin remained unperturbed. Wishing to take Sun Wukong back to the spiritual mountain for the Buddha to investigate what had transpired. Chapter 12. Guanyin, prepare to meet your end. Guanyin's lips moved slightly, and a series of Sanskrit incantations flowed from her mouth, directed at Sun Wukong. The monkey had become a Great Luo Golden Immortal, a matter even Guanyin found incomprehensible. The Buddha's methods of conversion come in 2 forms. One is voluntary adherence to the Buddha's teachings, cultivating the Dharma to generate a Buddha heart. The other is enforced conversion, a technique that is exceedingly domineering, directly instilling a heart inclined toward the Buddha. This enforced conversion technique was created by the guiding practitioners, representing the pinnacle of Buddhist powers. Although Guanyin could not convert others with a mere utterance like a sage, she felt confident in dealing with a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Guanyin's smile intensified. She was a powerful figure, a near saint at the mid-level of perfection, in the 6th layer of quasi-saint cultivation. Even if the monkey had become a Great Luo Golden Immortal, it was still manageable. Humph. A cold snort echoed in the void. Such a domineering technique, forcibly altering the heart's path? Yuán Gē observed Guanyin, unperturbed, his gaze shifting towards Sun Wukong, who was slowly descending. Awaken. Sun Wukong, in a daze, felt countless Buddhist chants resonating within him. Guanyin, bathed in golden light, was guiding him towards the western paradise. Sun Wukong's eyes lost their luster, and gradually, his hands came together in prayer, uttering, Amitabha. Awaken. A thunderous shout resonated within Sun Wukong's sea of consciousness, shattering countless illusions in an instant, dissipating without a trace. The spiritual platform regained its clarity. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, gazing at Guanyin, who wore a smile while reciting scriptures, and angrily rebuked, "You, dog Guanyin, how dare you resort to underhanded tactics? Take this punch." Sun Wukong, filled with murderous intent and rage, swung his fist toward Guanyin. It was one thing to deceive him in dreams, but now, upon his emergence, she sought to harm him? If it weren't for his master's voice, he would have likely become a dog of the Buddha's domain. This caught Guanyin off guard, her eyes widening in disbelief. How was it possible? How could he escape the enforced conversion technique? This technique, once one entered the illusion, was infallible. Could it be that her incantation posture was incorrect? In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's fierce punch approached. The power of the great Luo golden immortal manifesting upon his fist, causing the void to slightly distort. Impudent monkey. Do you dare to strike at a poor monk with your mere great Luo power? Casting aside her distractions, Guanyin scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. With a wave, a barrier of divine energy formed before her. As a quasi-saint, ordinary great Luo cultivators could not even breach her protective barrier, let alone a bare-handed monkey. Boom. Sun Wukong grinned, landing a punch upon the barrier. Suddenly, the divine power within him surged rapidly, an intense battle intent erupting from his fist. Crack. A fissure appeared on Guanyin's protective barrier. What the hell? How is this possible? Guanyin, now devoid of her usual composure, displayed a face filled with shock. Although the protective barrier was merely a basic defensive measure, how could this monkey's attack be so formidable? Boom. Boom. 3 punches. With just 3 blows, Sun Wukong shattered the protective barrier of Avalokiteshvara and struck towards the Bodhisattva. In a swift motion, he landed a hit. Yet Avalokiteshvara's afterimage gradually dissipated under the force of his punch as she employed her divine powers, radiating golden light. Truly, this born-from-earth monkey is remarkable. Her voice echoed from the heavens. Sun Wukong turned around and beheld Avalokiteshvara no longer seated, but standing on a multicolored lotus, suspended in the void. Die, Avalokiteshvara! Sun Wukong declared, planting one foot on the ground, causing a myriad of cracks to splinter across the surface. Like an arrow released from its bow, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards her. Impudent monkey, I do not know how you acquired such powers. But today you shall learn that there are realms beyond realms. Avalokiteshvara's dignified and sacred voice resonated through the air, extending her delicate hand into the void. A surge of azure light emerged as she gently clapped the air. Boom. In mid-flight, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming force surge towards him as a slender hand, imbued with magical energy, struck downwards. The pressure of the 6th layer of quasi-saintly might was suddenly unleashed. This strike saw Avalokiteshvara channeling 90% of her strength. Roaring in response, Sun Wukong sensed peril. A phantom of a demonic ape appeared behind him, revealing its menacing fangs and fierce demeanor. In an instant, Sun Wukong's body expanded to a titanic size, delivering a punch towards Avalokiteshvara's jade palm. Their forces collided, and Sun Wukong's muscles bulged as the demonic ape's phantom roared in fury. Yet, it only managed to withstand for a fleeting moment before Avalokiteshvara's palm sent him plummeting towards the abyss below. Transform, Sun Wukong commanded, shrinking to a massive size. But Avalokiteshvara's palm also diminished in size, relentlessly pressing down upon him. Thunderous booms echoed as 3 peaks before Flower and Fruit Mountain collapsed, the dust rising from where Sun Wukong had been struck down. What manner of creature is this monkey? He has even mastered the art of transforming heaven and earth? Avalokiteshvara pondered, troubled, as she had never witnessed her own presence in the void, her garments flowing gently in the wind, her brow furrowed in concern. Yet, even if you are extraordinary, my powers should have left you half dead. Once I capture you and bring you back to the Spirit Mountain, you shall know the truth. Her whisper faded into the ether. Yet, the next moment, as the smoke receded, Avalokiteshvara's eyes widened. What? He is still alive? She gasped. Her recent strike, had it been directed at an ordinary Deluo, would have shattered their indestructible form, banishing them to the underworld. She believed that Sun Wukong, being a stone monkey and born of celestial lineage, would likely be rendered unconscious barely clinging to life. But what did she witness? Sun Wukong appeared merely gravely injured, still gasping for breath. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even an indestructible body should not possess such resilience. Avalokiteshvara was taken aback, utterly disbelieving the scene before her. Is this truly a Deluo golden immortal? You deceitful Avalokiteshvara. First, you perform, then you deceive, and when deception fails, you resort to violence? Truly. Not a single good being among the Buddhist sect. Despite his injuries, Sun Wukong's gaze was fierce as he rebuked her. All he desired was to live carefree. What sins had he committed to warrant such persecution from the Buddhist order? Had it not been for his master's warning, he would have likely perished in some distant paradise. Though he could not see Yuán Gē, he knew he was near, granting him confidence. You, impudent monkey, have insulted me repeatedly and disrespected the Buddha. Today, no one from heaven or earth can save you. Avalokiteshvara coldly admonished, raising her jade bottle high, which began to swell against the wind. With the mouth of the bottle facing downwards, an inexhaustible force of suction was directed at Sun Wukong, seeking to draw him inside. Chapter 13. The Mysterious Strongman. Who could it be? Having failed to subdue Sun Wukong with a single blow, Avalokiteshvara felt a burning shame. To capture him and bring him back to the Spirit Mountain, she was left with no choice but to employ a treasure. One strike was insufficient to incapacitate him, and she feared that another might prove fatal, thus resorting to her magical artifact. What a disgrace it was for a sixth-layer quasi-saint to be unable to subdue an unarmed Deluo golden immortal with 90% of her power. With matters having escalated to this point, Avalokiteshvara could no longer afford to be concerned about her dignity, especially since no one was around to witness. In the original tale, even later iterations of the monkey could not contend with Avalokiteshvara, yet she remained unaware that Sun Wukong practiced innate level cultivation, the accompanying techniques of the chaotic demonic ape, whose defenses far surpassed those of an ordinary indestructible body. The intricacies of this were beyond Avalokiteshvara's comprehension. She could not discern Sun Wukong's cultivation methods. As the suction force manifested, Sun Wukong found himself uncontrollably drawn upwards, and in a moment of desperation, he resorted to the art of transforming heaven and earth, attempting to enlarge his form to counteract the terrifying suction. Foolishness. My jade bottle can contain the waters of the four seas. No matter how large you become, it will be of no use. Avalokiteshvara chanted, her fingers weaving incantations, intensifying the suction from the bottle. In the blink of an eye, the now colossal Sun Wukong was pulled towards the mouth of the bottle. Within the jade bottle lay a world of its own, capable of containing living beings. This artifact was so formidable that even the original monkey could not lift it. Master, if you do not save me now, I am finished. Sun Wukong cried out in desperation. Just as he was about to be absorbed by the jade bottle, Avalokiteshvara's smile grew ever wider. Sigh. In the void, Yuán Gē sighed softly. Without treasures, the monkey is at a disadvantage. If he possessed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, even Avalokiteshvara would not be able to harm him. Yuán Gē shook his head, lamenting. Having intended to remain inconspicuous, Yuán Gē realized that he must intervene. Sun Wukong's predicament stemmed from his lack of a treasure. Trained in the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies divine art, Sun Wukong's physical defense and magical prowess surpassed those of an ordinary Deluo. Even so, he remained a traditional Deluo, strong yet still within understandable limits. If he had a treasure, Sun Wukong would not suffer against Avalokiteshvara. A supreme innate spiritual treasure could even slay golden immortals in the hands of a human immortal, provided it was wielded with magical energy. Very well, I shall assist you this once, but I must suppress my strength. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate to kill Avalokiteshvara. Yuán Gē contemplated, formulating a plan. Should he exert too much force and inadvertently slay Avalokiteshvara, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the saints. In the void, Yuán Gē gently clenched his fist. The faint essence of the 5 elemental laws fleeting. Meanwhile, just as Sun Wukong was a few paces from the bottle's mouth, an unexpected change occurred. Boom. In a radius of millions of miles, spiritual energy rapidly coalesced, stirring up sand and stone. And the volatile energy formed a tangible storm that swiftly gathered atop Flower and Fruit Mountain. Rolling black clouds obscured the sky. Thunder and lightning crackled as if millions of heavenly soldiers were marching, instilling dread in all. A vast surge of spiritual power swept forth, transforming into a colossal storm of energy, swirling within the dark clouds. This transformation caused Avalokiteshvara's fingers, controlling the jade bottle, to tremble slightly. And the terrifying suction force suddenly vanished. The sky darkened. Centered on Flower and Fruit Mountain, the surrounding millions of miles, extending to the East China Sea, were engulfed in darkness, a fleeting, terrifying pressure palpable in the air. All beings trembled in fear. Countless demons, spirits, and even the creatures of the East Sea, such as fish and crabs, struggled to move under this oppressive force. The pressure arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The moment Avalokiteshvara sensed this overwhelming force, her very soul trembled. What is that? Looking up, Avalokiteshvara beheld a colossal tornado formed from the spiritual energy, morphing into a hand as smooth as jade, stretching to a height of 10,000 jong. Golden lightning danced at its fingertips, and the essence of the 5 elements swirled around it, causing the void to quiver. Boom! The descending hand locked onto all of Avalokiteshvara's energy, descending from the heavens and reaching Flower and Fruit Mountain in the blink of an eye. Gulp! Sun Wukong, still towering at 1,000 jong, swallowed hard. What level of power is this? In the palm of a hand, a familiar yet chilling aura emanated, causing Sun Wukong to feel as insignificant as an ant. He sensed that should this hand strike him, he would be obliterated in an instant. Even having mastered the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies divine skill, Sun Wukong perceived no possibility of survival. The 33 Avalokiteshvara, countless manifestations. Avalokiteshvara's face paled in terror as she withdrew her pure jade bottle, and a surge of Buddhist radiance erupted from her being. The 5-colored lotus platform swayed, revealing the forms of the 33 Avalokiteshvara. Willow Avalokiteshvara, Dragon Head Avalokiteshvara, Sutra holding Avalokiteshvara, and white-clad Avalokiteshvara all appeared at once, while Avalokiteshvara's true form vanished abruptly. Boom! The jade-like hand, imbued with boundless power, tore through layers of spatial rifts and indiscriminately struck at these manifestations. The 33 Avalokiteshvara represented the pinnacle of her divine abilities. In the moment of contact, the manifestations exhibited expressions of agony, disintegrating like bubbles in an instant. The devastation was overwhelming. A violent wave of energy surged outward in a circular blast, extending for miles. In the void, Avalokiteshvara's complexion turned ashen as she spat blood upon the lotus platform. Having retreated tens of thousands of miles, the 33 Avalokiteshvara could both attack and defend. Avalokiteshvara transformed that terrifying force into 33 parts, and through her various manifestations, she managed to evade catastrophe. Yet, even so, she was gravely injured, akin to Sun Wukong just moments prior. Gazing anxiously at Flower Fruit Mountain, Avalokiteshvara's expression froze. There, the atmosphere remained serene, as if nothing had transpired. The sky was still a brilliant blue, devoid of any disturbance. Once again, she found herself in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events of the day, as if caught in a dream. What was happening? Why had the monkey emerged as a great Luo and possessed so many abilities? Who had just thwarted her? Such a powerful being was rare in the 3 realms. Were it not for her formidable powers, she might have perished upon Flower Fruit Mountain. Who could elicit such a sense of impending doom with a single strike? Instantly, Avalokiteshvara's mind raced with images of many figures, yet none matched. She was convinced that only a select few, like the Buddha Tathagata, could withstand that blow within the entirety of Ling Mountain. She had merely been fortunate, sensing a glimmer of vitality within that strike, allowing her to escape. The attacker bore no intent to kill. Was it a sage's avatar, or perhaps a hidden supreme being opposing the Buddhist order? She needed to return swiftly to inform the Buddha. Ignoring the reasons behind her thoughts, Avalokiteshvara, her face stricken with fear, summoned all her strength to propel the lotus platform towards the western paradise. Chapter 14. The astonished Jade Emperor. The scene at Flower Fruit Mountain unfolded rapidly. Just as it dissipated, countless beings, who had just felt terror, suddenly sensed an enchanting fragrance wafting through the air, their eyes glazing over. The memories of what had just transpired faded away. In Sun Wukong's ears, a familiar voice resounded. Upon hearing it, he rejoiced and turned to look. There stood a young man clad in a black robe, adorned with a jade crown, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an aura of springtime warmth. This was Sun Wukong's first encounter with Yuán Gē, who held a special place in his heart as the closest being to him. With a thud, Sun Wukong bowed deeply before Yuán Gē, paying his respects as a disciple. The astute monkey, without realizing it, altered his form of address. Yuán Gē smiled, surveying the surroundings. They would speak of trivial matters later, His presence concealed their whereabouts within a vast radius, but the celestial beings would soon uncover the truth. Sun Wukong was perplexed as he gazed up at Yuán Gē. With a snap of his fingers, Yuán Gē restored the collapsed mountain peaks, making it seem as if Flower Fruit Mountain had never been disturbed. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, Yuán Gē whisked Sun Wukong away from the mountaintop. The shroud of sacred concealment dissipated like a curtain of light. This was indeed a technique of the true Great Luo realm, capable of manipulating the fabric of creation. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the scenery around him shift rapidly. He was profoundly impressed by Yuán Gē. What manner of skill was this? He could demolish mountains, yet he could also restore them, even the flora and fauna seemingly materializing from thin air. Time passed, and Sun Wukong found himself transported to a cave behind the waterfall at the heart of Flower Fruit Mountain. You have not squandered your time over the past 6 years, my disciple. A mere slap from a quasi-Saint Avalokiteshvara could not extinguish you, Yuán Gē remarked, seated upon a throne, admiring the dazed Sun Wukong. Such achievements are worthy of pride among the great Luo of the primordial chaos. At his words, Sun Wukong snapped back to reality, swallowing hard. Master, what was that technique you just employed? He recalled the overwhelming palm strike. The power was tremendous, creating fierce winds that swept away everything, darkening the skies. Strangely, that blow had not harmed a single blade of grass or tree atop Flower Fruit Mountain. Yuán Gē gently tapped the armrest of his throne, smiling softly. That was the manipulation of creation, a method of utilizing the laws. In truth, Yuán Gē was unaware that even among the quasi-saints of the primordial chaos, none possessed such means. This technique was akin to that of a sage, yet distinctly different. Yuán Gē could only restore inanimate objects, while sages could restore living beings. This was the most significant distinction. In terms of scale, there was a difference as well. Yuán Gē could restore merely 3 mountain peaks. If it were 3,000 or 30,000, he would be powerless. Master, in my dreams, everyone calls me Sun Wukong. Henceforth, I shall adopt that name. Sun Wukong decided after much contemplation, unable to fathom how to cultivate such a technique like Yuán Gē's. In his dreams, it seemed the celestial beings did not possess such abilities. Naturally, Yuán Gē nodded. That is your true name. Master, Wukong wishes to be your disciple. I hope you will take me under your wing, Sun Wukong implored, performing a deep bow. He recalled the near-fatal strike aimed at Avalokiteshvara and yearned for such a powerful patron. Such a benevolent figure was rare to find. Yuán Gē regarded the bowing Sun Wukong with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Following me, you shall be adorned with countless honors in this lifetime. Rise, Yuán Gē instructed. Do you remember what I told you? Upon completing your tasks, I shall grant you even greater rewards. At this, Sun Wukong leaped up, his eyes gleaming with joy. If he possessed a formidable weapon, he would not have had to feel so beleaguered against Avalokiteshvara. Time reverted to a quarter of an hour prior. In the heavenly court, a beam of golden light surged towards the 9th heaven, sweeping across the 36 palaces and 72 halls of the heavenly court. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the golden light, emanating from Sun Wukong at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, pierced through, causing the outer formation to activate, startling the celestial beings. The Jade Emperor, adorned with a golden dragon crown and a yellow dragon robe, bore a dignified and majestic countenance. The celestial deities parted into 2 lines, standing in orderly rows on either side. As the golden light ascended to the heavens, a flicker of astonishment crossed the Jade Emperor's eyes. Where are the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear? The Jade Emperor proclaimed from his golden throne, his voice resonating with overwhelming celestial authority, instilling fear in all. As the script dictated, the Jade Emperor feigned a grandiosity. Your Majesty, I am here, a voice replied, revealing the red-armored wind-listening ear and the green-armored 1,000-mile eye among the ranks of celestial generals. Their peculiar appearances were striking. Go swiftly and investigate what has transpired in the lower realms, commanded the Jade Emperor from his golden throne. Yes, Your Majesty. Shortly thereafter, the 2 returned, their expressions horrified. Their faces pale. Your Majesty, it is dire. A monkey is battling Avalokiteshvara in the lower realms. At this declaration, the celestial beings erupted in uproar. The corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched involuntarily. Beneath the celestial assembly, the uninformed engaged in fervent discussions, while those in the know wore expressions of sheer horror. Without exception, all present bore faces marked by bewilderment. Soon after, the all-seeing eye and the all-hearing ear entered the grand hall, trembling as they spoke. Your Majesty, A stone in the mortal realm has shattered, revealing a being that, upon encountering the wind, transformed into a stone monkey. His eyes emitted two beams of golden light. Piercing the heavens, and inexplicably, he engaged in a confrontation with Avalokiteshvara. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was left utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? In an instant, the Hall of Supreme Harmony erupted with commotion. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, summoning a dark-hued bronze mirror, the Haotian mirror. As the celestial beings beheld this scene, they fell silent. The Haotian mirror possesses the ability to scrutinize any corner of the three realms with this treasure. The true occurrences in the mortal realm would surely be unveiled. In a flash, the Haotian mirror soared above the Hall of Supreme Harmony, its surface shimmering with ethereal light. The Jade Emperor cast a spell, and soon a hazy image materialized in the air above the hall. Gradually, the image sharpened, revealing Sun Wukong manifesting a colossal form, accompanied by a shadowy ape behind him. On the other side, Avalokiteshvara, in a state of panic, unleashed 33 manifestations, countless incarnations. Sun Wukong appeared to do nothing, yet Avalokiteshvara, seemingly in terror, retracted her forms and hastened westward. Subsequently, Sun Wukong returned to his ordinary size, vanishing in a streak of light. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, a profound astonishment gleaming in his eyes. How could this monkey exude such formidable energy? A Deluo golden immortal? The principles of heaven and earth? How could this be possible? Wasn't he the monkey devoid of cultivation? And what was Avalokiteshvara's involvement in this? Chapter 15, Avalokiteshvara's predicament. As the sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor commanded the vast cosmos, encompassing countless worlds and myriad realms, having endured 1,750 tribulations, each lasting 129,600 years. His discerning gaze quickly discerned an anomaly. The monkey had done nothing but gaze at the sky, while Avalokiteshvara, equally alarmed, also looked upward. Then, Avalokiteshvara invoked her protective powers and fled in fear. The Jade Emperor sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate his suspicions. Unbeknownst to him, after reaching the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, Yuán Gē's concealment techniques had become increasingly potent with his elevation in cultivation. With a mere thought, he could shroud his aura entirely, even masking his divine abilities. Although the Haotian mirror could probe the three realms, it could not penetrate the illusions cast by the concealment technique. Below, the star of Venus, Terrifies, twitched at the corners of his mouth, sensing that the narrative was deviating from the norm. Your Majesty, I observe that this monkey possesses remarkable powers. Could it be? As soon as Terrifies uttered this, he noticed the Jade Emperor's expression and realized he had misspoken. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, replying, "In this vast universe, there exists no shortage of wonders. The creature below is merely a manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, not worthy of concern." Upon hearing this, the celestial beings immediately understood. A monkey emerging as a Deluo golden immortal was indeed trivial, and what was the nature of the conflict with Avalokiteshvara? The higher echelons of the heavenly court were well aware that Sun Wukong was the prophesied leader of the calamity, a designated figure within Buddhism. Naturally, these matters were best left for the Buddhist realm to ponder. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, order swiftly returned, and the celestial beings resumed reporting the extraordinary occurrences within the three realms. In the west, at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, the Buddha sat upon a 9-petal lotus throne, fingers forming the wisdom mudra, a radiant halo emanating from behind his head as he expounded profound Buddhist teachings. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from the mortal realm, piercing the heavens. A flicker of light crossed the Buddha's serene gaze. The chanting ceased, and the assembled Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, guardians, and arhats turned their attention to the Buddha. Amitabha, the monks collectively sighed in reverence. Manjushri Bodhisattva, with a smile, remarked, "Buddha, it appears that Avalokiteshvara has fulfilled her task. Though Sun Wukong's emergence was delayed, it poses no significant issue." The monks nodded in agreement. The Buddha's smile deepened as he proclaimed, "My esteemed companions, the flourishing of Buddhism is imminent. Once the calamity of the journey to the west concludes, you shall all partake in the shared fortune." His voice resonated like a great bell throughout the hall, and the monks' faces brightened with joy. The Buddhist path diverges from Taoism. While both seek enlightenment and transcendence, the essence of their cultivation lies in their respective practices. Buddhism cultivates the golden body and spiritual essence, ultimately aiming for Buddhahood, while Taoism focuses on refining the spirit and returning to the void, drawing from the energies of heaven and earth. Despite the barren Western world lacking treasures and spiritual essence, Buddhism has established itself as the foremost power among the three realms, a testament to the efficacy of its cultivation methods. This success is also attributed to the strategic maneuvers of the two saints of the West during the investiture of the gods, which laid a solid foundation for the prosperity of Buddhism. However, the paths to the ultimate truth remain distinct, regardless of whether one follows the Buddhist or Taoist path. The ultimate goal is the comprehension of the laws and principles, culminating in the attainment of the quasi-saint realm. The essence of cultivation, as articulated in Yuán Gē's teachings, is the pursuit of longevity and transcendence. Within the Great Hall, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he suggested, "Buddha, why not utilize a treasure to reveal the true nature of this monkey? It has been years since its birth. I wonder what changes it has undergone." In response, the Buddha nodded, "Amitabha, indeed, let us observe what this monkey has become." Just as the Buddha was about to summon a treasure, Avalokiteshvara, stepping upon a five-colored lotus, transformed into a radiant beam and flew into the Great Hall. "Buddha, a grave matter has arisen." Her demeanor was no longer composed, but rather filled with dread as she gazed at the Buddha. This declaration sent ripples of murmurs throughout the Great Hall. What was happening? What had transpired? And why did Avalokiteshvara appear so distressed? All present noted that her aura seemed unusually erratic. As the foremost among the bodhisattvas, Avalokiteshvara had reached the 6th level of quasi-sainthood, a formidable figure within the spiritual realm. How could she appear so disheveled after merely a few days in the mortal realm? The Buddha's smile faltered as he regarded Avalokiteshvara. "Respected Avalokiteshvara, what has transpired?" The others too turned to her, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Avalokiteshvara nodded, her voice grave. "Buddha, that monkey emerged as a Deluo, and moreover, as a pinnacle Deluo golden immortal." "What? It emerged as a Deluo? How is this possible?" The Great Hall erupted into chaos. Despite their years of Buddhist practice, they could not maintain their composure in the face of such revelations. "Buddha, this is the truth. If you calculate, you shall see. That monkey, I do not know who imparted their powers to him, but not only is he a Deluo, even with all my strength, I could only injure him with a single strike. He possesses the ability to manipulate the heavens and earth." Enough. The Buddha's expression darkened as he interrupted Avalokiteshvara. Looking at her, he spoke slowly, "Respected Avalokiteshvara, even if that monkey has become a Deluo, how could you have been injured?" Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara felt tears welling up. "How was I to know I would be injured? I do not even know who attacked me." After regaining her composure, Avalokiteshvara attempted to restore her usual calm, but the memory of that terrifying strike sent a shiver through her. "Buddha, it was a mysterious expert who intervened. Had I not fled swiftly, I fear, mysterious expert?" The Buddha murmured, his mind racing with thoughts. The others gasped in shock. What kind of mysterious figure could force Avalokiteshvara to retreat in such disarray? Seeing the Buddha remain silent, everyone pondered their own theories. Before long, the Buddha's expression grew even graver. As the Tathagata contemplated the celestial mysteries, it was evident that Sun Wukong had indeed attained the status of a great Luo, yet, in accordance with Guanin's karmic insights, there was no indication of any mysterious master capable of harming him. Were it not for Guanin's waning energy, the Tathagata might have suspected her of fabricating tales. Suddenly, a thought struck the Tathagata's mind. Someone was scheming against the Buddha's domain. Realizing this, the Tathagata became noticeably unsettled. Although the Buddhist realm was currently powerful, there existed those who harbored animosity towards it, such as the Celestial Court, which maintained a superficial camaraderie with Buddhism. Chapter 16. The Tathagata's Speculation and Wenshu's Intervention. The relationship between the Celestial Court and Buddhism had always been one of outward brotherhood. The Tathagata understood that the strength of Buddhism lay in its unity, as its followers would heed his every command without hesitation. In contrast, the Celestial Court was a fragmented entity, rife with complex internal factions, the old faction, the new faction, the wandering practitioners, and the sects of the teaching of the interception and the teaching of the exposition. The Jade Emperor, unlike others, could command the deities of the Celestial Court. Yet some deities would heed not the proclamations. Sun Wukong, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and facing the intervention of a mysterious master, raised questions about how he could have achieved such status in just 6 years since his emergence. Although he possessed an innate body, to breathe in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth within the divine stone would inevitably lead to transformation. Contemplating this, a glimmer of clarity shone in the Tathagata's eyes. Guanyin, please recount your recent experiences in the mortal realm in detail. Yes, Buddha, Guanyin replied, nodding before proceeding to narrate her recent endeavors, including the mysterious powerful figure's intervention and her escape. Thus, Buddha, I narrowly evaded disaster. Perhaps Flower Fruit Mountain has been reduced to ruins. Upon hearing Guanyin's words, the Tathagata's lips twitched slightly. Oh Guanyin, how foolish you are. The innate transformative you have accumulated over millennia has aided that monkey. Furthermore, observe that there is no sign of the chaos you spoke of in Flower Fruit Mountain. With a wave of his sleeve, a bronze mirror materialized. At that moment, the Tathagata felt as if he had swallowed a fly, questioning how the once astute Guanyin could be so misguided, and how she could have squandered a significant portion of the innate transformative dew. Was it not Guanyin's divine assistance that enabled Sun Wukong to attain the Great Luo? Instantly, an image materialized within the Hall of Great Heroism, revealing the scenery of Flower Fruit Mountain. The sky was clear, the mountains were serene, and countless lesser demons were currently paying homage to Sun Wukong, who, adorned in golden armor and a jade crown, was exuding an air of authority. There was not a hint of damage to Flower Fruit Mountain. Guanyin's claim that she had struck Sun Wukong, causing 3 mountain peaks to collapse, found no corroboration in this vision. Where were the fallen peaks? Guanyin rubbed her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Buddha, I speak not falsely. Could this be the legendary manipulation of transformation? Bewildered, Guanyin realized that during her escape, Flower Fruit Mountain had remained undisturbed. A wave of fear washed over her as she comprehended the situation. Undoubtedly, someone was plotting against Buddhism. Few could force her into such a dire predicament, and the intact condition of Flower Fruit Mountain suggested that the individual wielding such power was no ordinary foe. Buddha, I assure you, this matter is certainly a scheme against our Buddhist order, Guanyin declared, shedding any semblance of resistance or resentment. If the assailant possessed the means to manipulate transformations, her retreat was hardly a disgrace. Within the Hall of Great Heroism, the monks displayed expressions of anger. Who dared oppose Buddhism? Indeed, the Tathagata nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased that Guanyin could discern this. This was the demeanor befitting the foremost among the 4 great bodhisattvas. Please continue, he gestured. Buddha, Guanyin resumed. It stands to reason that those capable of such feats are likely connected to the sages. The celestial court cannot be dismissed either. The Jade Emperor is privy to our detailed plans. Amitabha, the others echoed, expressing their agreement with Guanyin's insights. According to her, the individual who acted so stealthily that even the Buddha could not detect them, while Flower Fruit Mountain remained unchanged, must indeed be linked to the sages. Who among the common rabble would dare confront Buddhism? Well said, the Tathagata acknowledged, addressing the assembly. This mysterious individual may strike once, but it is unlikely they will do so repeatedly. Now that the demon monkey has emerged, what do you all propose we do? Upon hearing these words, the monks collectively adopted a meditative posture, understanding the Tathagata's intent to send someone to retrieve Sun Wukong. However, given that the monkey was now a great Luo golden immortal, the ordinary Kinaras, guardians, and arhats present in the hall were ill-equipped for the task, leading most to choose silence. The Tathagata's gaze shifted to Wenshu. Wenshu, while this monkey possesses a formidable physique, Guanyin has already inflicted serious injury upon him. You shall go forth and capture him. Your abilities should suffice. Wenshu was taken aback, feeling a sense of trepidation, not due to the monkey himself, but because of Guanyin's description of that mysterious figure whose strike had instilled fear in him. The convergence of the 5 elements laws suggested that if this was not a sage's avatar, it was certainly a top-tier quasi-saint of the 9 heavens. Despite his apprehension, Wenshu stepped forward respectfully, replying, Yes, I shall heed the Buddha's decree. Sensing Wenshu's unease, the Tathagata's expression darkened. Wenshu, even the strongest monkey is merely a great Luo. You need not fear. Regardless of who the figure in the shadows may be, I will report this matter to Amitabha. You may proceed with confidence. Upon hearing this, Wenshu's eyes brightened, responding affirmatively, Yes, Buddha. With that, Wenshu spoke no further, stepping onto a lotus pedestal and soaring out of the hall. The Hall of Great Heroism was once again filled with the resonant sounds of mantras. Flower Fruit Mountain. Since Sun Wukong had taken on a master, Yuán Gē had bestowed upon him several innate treasures. As for the blood of the chaotic demon ape, it had yet to be given to Sun Wukong. Bestowing it upon him now would not aid him, but rather harm him. Sun Wukong would only be able to refine the chaotic demon ape's blood after advancing further. Currently, his cultivation base was still too low. With the 9-star crown, the lotus silk cloud shoes, the chainmail golden scales, and the supreme innate treasure, the true Rui golden hoop, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had soared tenfold. Should he encounter Guanyin again, a spectacle was sure to unfold. Yuán Gē gazed across the mountains, observing Sun Wukong's commanding demeanor, and murmured, "However, the journey to the west has only just begun. Many more spectacles await. To ascend to the highest echelons, one must indeed ensnare Buddhism. Guanyin's return will surely create a misconception within the Buddhist order, and I expect that soon, individuals from Buddhism will come forth." In the void, Yuán Gē's voice resonated. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate the path of refining chaos and returning to the true way. At present, Yuán Gē had merely reached the 4th level of heavenly perfection, yet he had already attained the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 17, Wenshu Bodhisattva. Has he fled? Yuán Gē aspired to attain the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal status and stand atop the 3 realms, requiring him to cultivate to the 7th level of heaven. At that point, he would grasp the laws of the Great Tao, comprehend the essence of the Tao, and understand all things, transcending past and future. Even when faced with the celestial sages, Yuán Gē would remain unafraid. However, under the burden of 10,000 times his talent, Yuán Gē recognized the difficulty of this path. It remained a distant goal. Though the distance between the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal was but a step, it was akin to the chasm between clouds and mud. While the strike against Guanyin was merely a preliminary test of his abilities, such an attack would likely not even graze a sage. In terms of the essence of life, Yuán Gē had yet to transcend. Currently, even breaking through to the 5th level of heaven seemed a far-off ambition. The path of Tao is delineated into stages: entry into Tao, minor success, major success, perfection, and ultimate realm. Yuán Gē is acutely aware that to transcend the 5 heavens, one must achieve perfection in the 5 elements path or attain major success in the yin-yang path. This method contains no shortcuts, even with a 10-fold enhancement in comprehension. If one were to rely solely on Yuán Gē's innate understanding, it would take eons to attain the status of a great Luo Jingxian. On the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain, there exists a bamboo hut where Yuán Gē resides, a place imperceptible to ordinary mortals. With the aid of the sacred concealment technique, even those who pass by will not discern the presence of this bamboo abode. Sun Wukong, as ever, swiftly fell into a state of readiness. As a great Luo Jingxian, he effortlessly unified Flower Fruit Mountain, declaring himself the Monkey King. This title, of course, was self-bestowed. Suddenly, Yuán Gē awoke from his meditation, his eyes radiating an awe-inspiring aura. As his gaze shifted westward, he sensed a presence approaching Flower Fruit Mountain from thousands of miles away. "Is it Manjushri Bodhisattva?" A faint voice echoed, tinged with disdain and mockery. Subsequently, Yuán Gē transmitted his voice to Sun Wukong. Within the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong paused, setting aside the monkey wine in his hands. "Little ones, heed my command. We shall march forth." With that, he vanished into the depths of the cave. Instantly, the denizens of Flower Fruit Mountain erupted in excitement. Their king was setting forth. Could there be a formidable adversary approaching? The air was thick with demonic energy as various demon kings gathered their minions atop the mountain. Sun Wukong, clad in golden armor, reclined upon a rainbow cloud, suspended in the air. Manjushri Bodhisattva, from a distance, beheld the multitude of lesser demons, monkeys, tigers, leopards, and wolves. A chaotic throng. The mountains were alive with creatures, the chilling winds howled, and strange banners fluttered ominously. Manjushri halted his progress, eyes fixating on Sun Wukong lounging atop the clouds. "This monkey knows I am coming." Instinctively, he swallowed hard, expanding his divine senses to survey the surroundings. Within 1,000 miles, apart from Sun Wukong and the motley crew of demons, there was no one else. Recalling the words of the Buddha, Manjushri steadied himself. "Sun Wukong, I am Manjushri Bodhisattva from the Western Paradise. Quickly return with me. Do not jeopardize your future." Observing Sun Wukong's unyielding demeanor, he clasped his hands in prayer and spoke earnestly. Sun Wukong, feigning drowsiness, yawned upon hearing Manjushri's words. "As my master said, just as Guanyin departed. Here comes Manjushri in swift succession." He scrutinized Manjushri, his expression revealing his anticipation. Earlier, Yuán Gē had conveyed to him, Wukong, a bodhisattva from the Buddhist realm, approaches. Possessing the cultivation of the fourth heaven of the quasi-saint, you can confront and defeat him. Emboldened by his master's words, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. These monks harbored ill intentions towards him, truly despicable. Armed with a supreme innate spiritual treasure, Sun Wukong's resolve soared. What of a quasi-saint? With such a treasure in hand, I can certainly contend. Seeing Sun Wukong disregard him, Manjushri's fury ignited. Wukong, come with me. But before he could finish, Sun Wukong made his move. The response was a staff. In a flash, Sun Wukong produced a golden staff from his ear, which instantly grew to a formidable size. Coiling around it was a 9-clawed dragon with crimson whiskers, emanating a fierce radiance. Boom! The sound of explosive force erupted. Sun Wukong's figure flickered, appearing before Manjushri. As he swung the staff down towards him, "You rogue, Manjushri! Do not attempt to deceive me. Take this!" Sun Wukong bellowed. The Rui Jingu Bang radiating a terrifying power that warped the air around it. This supreme innate spiritual treasure? Manjushri gasped in astonishment. Conjuring a lotus with his left hand and a sword with his right. The lotus spun, its petals detaching and floating protectively before him. Bang! The Rui Jingu Bang, a supreme innate treasure, struck down, shattering the lotus leaves into fragments. Manjushri's expression turned grave, having only recently reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. His defensive treasure could barely withstand such a blow. Without hesitation, Manjushri swung his sword, infused with the essence of Buddhist light, sweeping towards the Rui Jingu Bang. This strike employed the power of the earth principle, combining offense and defense. Heh! Sun Wukong grinned, his Rui Jingu Bang glowing with renewed vigor. Its might magnified several times over. Boom! A blinding golden light erupted where the two clashed, compelling the myriad demons to instinctively shield their eyes. Manjushri's face went pale as he felt a terrifying force surge toward him, the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang, akin to several 100,000 pounds, causing his arms to tingle and his palms to crack. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong showed no signs of relent, delivering a barrage of strikes that left Manjushri in agony. This monkey has refined the supreme innate treasure to perfection? How is that possible? Manjushri's mind raced, the Rui Jingu Bang wielding immense force with each blow, rendering his hands numb and even threatening to disarm him. Had it not been for the earth principle bolstering him, his treasure might have shattered. Unbeknownst to him, the treasures awarded by the system were tailored specifically for Sun Wukong, requiring no further refinement. They were already at the pinnacle. With the supreme innate spiritual treasure refined to perfection, Sun Wukong's strength skyrocketed, rivaling that of a fourth heaven quasi-saint. Though he had yet to fully unleash its potential, it could still shatter myriad techniques. You seek death, monkey. Manjushri seethed, sweeping his sword to deflect the Rui Jingu Bang. Simultaneously, he retreated. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, becoming wary, but in the next moment, his eyes widened. Manjushri is fleeing? Chapter 18. Strategizing and anticipating the enemy. Atop Flower Fruit Mountain, Manjushri turned and fled without a thought of continuing the battle. He realized that Sun Wukong was clad in what appeared to be a supreme innate treasure. What a predicament! Sun Wukong matches my strength, and his supreme innate treasure suppresses mine. His defensive armor is clearly on par with supreme innate treasures. Most of my attacks were deflected by the Rui Jingu Bang, and the few that landed barely sparked a reaction. This is futile. Manjushri understood that if he were to employ the golden body divine ability, he might have a chance to subdue Sun Wukong. But he hesitated, knowing he had already accomplished his mission. With Sun Wukong wielding such powerful treasures, it was implausible to believe he acted alone. As one of the four great bodhisattvas, symbolizing wisdom, Manjushri opted for the sage's retreat as the best strategy. He had completed his task. The monkey possessed a supreme innate treasure for offense and defensive armor rivaling such treasures. It was far better than returning like Guanyin, battered and half dead. To contend with a supreme innate treasure, one must be a late-stage quasi-saint. Only at the seventh heaven could one truly suppress Sun Wukong, or perhaps a specialist in illusions or soul attacks. However, these were not his strengths. Manjushri's mastery of the earth principle was not aligned with combat prowess. With this in mind, Manjushri activated his lotus platform, accelerating toward the western paradise at a speed greater than when he arrived. Meanwhile, Yuán Gē, who had been observing, was momentarily taken aback. Wen Shu, indeed, possesses a cunning nature. Yuán Gē found himself in a state of bemusement. initially believing that the Bodhisattva Wen Shu would deploy the formidable powers of the Buddha to engage in a direct confrontation. However, Wen Shu merely made a fleeting appearance before discreetly departing. Casting aside his distractions, Yuán Gē chose not to dwell on Wen Shu's actions. Rather, he perfectly exemplified what it means to be a diligent worker. With meager earnings akin to selling cabbage, Wen Shu was reluctant to partake in the illicit dealings of opium. Yuán Gē glanced outside the bamboo cottage where Sun Wukong appeared dejectedly, seeking an audience. "Come in," Yuán Gē's voice resonated, and the bamboo dwelling materialized. Upon entering, Sun Wukong beamed with joy, bowing deeply in respect, his demeanor radiating reverence. Before Yuán Gē could utter a word, Sun Wukong scratched his head, an apologetic expression on his face. "Master, I have brought you disgrace." In Sun Wukong's perspective, Yuán Gē had placed great expectations upon him, yet he had only managed to secure a stalemate against the formidable Wen Shu, who was at the 4th level of quasi-sainthood. More importantly, he had fallen victim to deception. By the time he had resolved to pursue Wen Shu, the Bodhisattva had already vanished without a trace. "Do not fret, you have performed admirably. In the primordial world, few can match a great Luo who holds their own against a quasi-saint at the 4th level. You are indeed a rare gem. So there is no need for self-reproach." Yuán Gē's refined voice carried no hint of reproach, soothing Sun Wukong's troubled heart. "However, do not underestimate yourself, nor rush unduly. The followers of the Buddha will not relent easily. To defy fate is merely the beginning," Yuán Gē remarked with a smile as he regarded Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a weight settle in his heart. Indeed, he was endowed with treasures and had the esteemed Yuán Gē as his master, allowing him to barely stand on his own. Today, it was merely Wen Shu. If a powerhouse like Guanyin were to appear, even with the finest innate treasures at his disposal, victory would prove elusive. Moreover, the Buddhist realm was teeming with adept practitioners. Sun Wukong had dreamt for a millennium and retained memories of his future self as the victorious fighting Buddha. He possessed a clear understanding of the prowess of the Buddhist elite. The surface strength of Ling Mountain was but a facade, concealing the vastness of Shimi Mountain. The myriad worlds of Pusa, in the 10 directions of Buddha realms, the power of the Buddhist order was formidable. It was capable of compelling the heavenly court to make concessions and prevailing in the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, a complexity far beyond superficial appearances. "Master, if I comprehend the principles of battle as you suggest, I shall unleash the full potential of my treasures, and Wen Shu will not stand a chance against me." Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. He despised failure. He recognized that his fortunes, if placed in the external world, would incite envy in countless beings. With a mysterious and powerful master and an unparalleled innate treasure, any one of them could drive countless cultivators into madness. Though he had drawn a stalemate with Wen Shu, Sun Wukong understood that even employing the techniques of heaven and earth would hardly secure victory over Wen Shu, unless he grasped the elusive principles and ascended to a new realm. Even a quasi-saint at the 1st level could be vanquished. Yuán Gē nodded, gazing at Sun Wukong with immense satisfaction. "This child can be taught. He exhibits the spirit of the great sage equal to heaven. Wukong, there is no need for excessive contemplation. The saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. You must now stabilize your realm. Once your foundation is solid, success will come naturally. Given your potential, grasping the principles of battle is inevitable," Yuán Gē encouraged, though he withheld one crucial detail. The principles of battle, akin to the principles of power, transcended the 3,000 laws, ranking among the top 5, an apex principle of offense. The chaotic demon ape, capable of contending with Pangu for 300 rounds, illustrates the might of the principles of battle. Naturally, the simplest method for understanding these principles is through combat. Unlike other demons, Sun Wukong was born of celestial origins, existing in a realm untouched by mortal desires, nourished solely by the essence of peaches. He was inherently combative, yet not bloodthirsty, born solely for the sake of battle. The principles of battle were his most potent and fitting doctrine. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong brimmed with confidence, nodding as he replied, "Master's teachings, I shall remember. Go forth and await the Buddhist order." Yuán Gē gestured for Sun Wukong to depart. "Yes, master." Sun Wukong bowed deeply and prepared to leave. Wait. In a moment of intuition, Yuán Gē's expression shifted slightly as he sensed something. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a faint bloodline in Sun Wukong's fate, emanating from the underworld. Though faint, this bloodline signified ominous foreboding. It was a calamity that heralded danger, originating from the nether realm. Upon hearing Yuán Gē's voice, Sun Wukong turned back, inquiring, "Master, do you have further instructions?" Yuán Gē shook his head. "No, it is merely that I have discerned a blood calamity afflicting you." Huh. Sun Wukong was taken aback, his countenance altering drastically. "Master, has a new powerful being from the Buddhist order arrived? While he may not have been the pinnacle of strength, he was certainly more formidable than the victorious fighting Buddha from his dreams, having achieved a stalemate with Wen Shu. A presence capable of invoking a blood calamity must be at least on par with Guanyin, possessing significant treasures." Yuán Gē regarded Sun Wukong with a subtle smile, speaking calmly. "Wukong, do not panic. In the days to come, regardless of what transpires, resist not. I will handle everything." Yuán Gē, with foresight, had already anticipated the unfolding events. Chapter 19. The Buddhist Order's Scheme. The monkey enters the book of life and death. Bodhisattva Wen Shu hastened towards the Western Paradise. In the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, the Buddha sat upon the 9-petaled lotus seat, his discourse suddenly interrupted as he turned his gaze towards the outside world. "Buddha, that monkey is remarkably formidable, adorned with treasures. One wonders who has bestowed such gifts upon him." Wen Shu entered the grand hall, tears streaming down his face as he recounted his plight. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's lips twitched slightly, and the assembly of monks erupted in astonishment. His entire being is a collection of treasures, rivaling the finest innate treasures? The Rui Jingu Bang in my grasp is the genuine article of the finest innate treasure? The monks collectively gasped in disbelief. Within the entire Western Paradise, only those of the highest caliber, akin to the Buddha himself, possessed such innate treasures. What path has this Sun Wukong traversed? "Buddha, that demon monkey possesses several treasures for protection, making him impervious to harm. With an innate treasure in hand, I find myself unable to subdue him. What shall we do?" Wen Shu returned to his position, standing behind Guanyin as he spoke. "Buddha," Guanyin interjected, "from my perspective, it is highly probable that this monkey is under the influence of a saint, attempting to scheme against our Buddhist order. This time, since Wen Shu Bodhisattva encountered no trouble, it is likely, as you have stated, that the one behind this will not intervene each time." Upon hearing this, the Buddha contemplated deeply. The presence of several finest innate treasures still posed a significant concern for him. Few in the world could orchestrate such a grand design. While he possessed a handful of finest innate treasures and many ordinary innate treasures, the Buddhist order was substantial and could not afford to bestow such gifts lightly. Was he truly to report this matter to Shumi Mountain and consult the saint? The Buddha dismissed the thought. As the Buddha, it would be unwise to seek a saint for such trivial matters. No matter how powerful the monkey was, he remained merely a great Luo golden immortal. What truly concerned the Buddha was the entity behind Sun Wukong. Based on the day's events, it was clear that this entity harbored reservations. They had refrained from harming Guanyin and had chosen not to confront Wen Shu, indicating a sense of caution. Indeed, even a saint must consider the repercussions of confronting the Buddhist order. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha's eyes brightened, and he made a subtle gesture, forming a hand seal as obscure characters emerged from his mouth. The assembly, including Guanyin and others, gazed at the Buddha, awaiting his decree. "Esteemed ones, that Sun Wukong is a celestial stone monkey, having seized the essence of heaven and earth, imbibing the essence of the sun and moon, and cultivating an extraordinary path. He is destined to live for 342 years and will meet a peaceful end." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Guanyin and the others rejoiced, exclaiming, "Amitabha." The Buddha smiled, looking at the assembly. "This is merely Sun Wukong's tribulation. We shall observe its unfolding." With that, an overwhelming aura emanated from the Buddha, a divine thought piercing into the depths of the 9 underworlds. The netherworld. In the grand hall of the King of Hell, a sudden rumble echoed as the divine presence of the Buddha reached this place. A monstrous beast, resembling a tiger with a single horn, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the feet of a qilin, abruptly opened its eyes, revealing an expression of terror. Behind this beast, a brilliant golden light emerged within the hall, gradually coalescing into a human form. Adorned with a jeweled crown and exuding a solemn aura, the figure radiated a faint Buddhist light from behind, cutting through the layers of the underworld's mist. The King of Hell, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, clasped his hands together and inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the presence of the Buddha. This figure was none other than Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the eternal guardian of the underworld, while the frightened beast was the legendary creature, Dieting. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. A mysterious figure has conspired against our Buddhist sect. You may inscribe the name of Sun Wukong on the Book of Life and Death, and upon his demise, bring his soul to the Western paradise. The resonant voice of the Buddha reverberated in Ksitigarbha's ears. After a moment, Ksitigarbha bowed slightly, dutifully accepting the Buddha's decree. The golden light that embodied the Buddha's presence in the underworld slowly dissipated. Be cautious. Your powers are more than sufficient to deal with that demon monkey. However, beware of the unseen hands behind the scenes. Should they emerge, you must inform me immediately, echoed the Buddha's voice as it faded with the light. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, with a solemn demeanor, replied confidently, rest assured, Buddha, no matter who it is, they would not dare to wreak havoc in the underworld. His voice exuded a profound self-assurance. Ksitigarbha had pledged a vow that he would not attain Buddhahood until hell was empty, vowing to save all beings from suffering. His cultivation was at the 6th level of quasi-sainthood, placing him among the pinnacle of power, comparable to Guanyin. Having established roots in the underworld for many years, he commanded respect from the 10 Yama kings, and the underworld itself was fortified by an ancient array accumulated over countless ages. In this realm of the 9 netherworlds, after receiving the Buddha's command, Ksitigarbha sent out several messages. Soon, the 10 Yama kings swiftly converged at this location. A scheme concerning Sun Wukong was brewing, aimed at drawing out the mastermind behind the scenes. The Book of Life and Death, along with the pen of Spring and Autumn, were jointly overseen by the 10 Yama kings, and today, Sun Wukong's name was inscribed upon it. As a great Luo golden immortal, Sun Wukong's name was inscribed by Ksitigarbha himself, using formidable magical power to seal it in the Book of Life and Death. Since Sun Wukong was neither an immortal nor a Buddha, despite his extraordinary path, he could not escape the confines of the book. For cultivators seeking immortality, there are 3 paths: cultivating Tao, practicing Buddhism, or consuming heavenly treasures. Fruits like the peach of immortality or 1,000-year celestial fruits could grant eternal life with just 1 bite. Although Sun Wukong transcended the 3 realms and did not belong to the 5 elements, he remained a great Luo without an immortal registry, thus subject to the Book of Life and Death. The causal thread produced, though faint, was keenly sensed by Yuán Gē. Most could not perceive this thread. Only when a great calamity approached could it be discerned. For Yuán Gē, navigating fortune and misfortune was merely a triviality. The 10 Yama kings were unaware of the reasons behind these events, but they dared not inquire further and hastily departed from the King of Hell's Hall, each attending to their duties. The vast underworld returned to its usual state, with Ksitigarbha imposing strict orders on the 10 Yama kings to refrain from questioning or intervening. Even the Emperor of Fengdu remained oblivious. 300 years swiftly passed. One day, Sun Wukong hosted a grand feast for the myriad of demons, and the denizens of Flower and Fruit Mountain reveled in joy. After consuming the century-old monkey wine he had brewed, Sun Wukong became thoroughly intoxicated. The demons of Flower and Fruit Mountain also drank to excess, returning to their respective abodes in a stupor. Over these 3 centuries, Sun Wukong had dedicated himself to cultivation and merriment, frequently visiting Yuán Gē for guidance. Sun Wukong's cultivation had reached a subtle bottleneck. His current state was significantly stronger than 3 centuries prior, having perfected the 8th desolation and 6 directions technique to its 7th level. Chapter 20. Yuán Gē enters the underworld. To speak rather bluntly, Sun Wukong could easily triumph over Manjushri Bodhisattva now. With his ascension, the power of the treasures he wielded had grown immensely. As night fell, the cicadas' sounds echoed softly from Flower and Fruit Mountain, and the full moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the land. Suddenly, Yuán Gē opened his eyes from meditation and murmured, "Is it time?" As he spoke, his star-like eyes gazed toward the water lotus cave where Sun Wukong resided, sensing a disturbance in the void. Soon, a thick mist of the underworld materialized, and 2 soul-collecting agents appeared at Sun Wukong's cave. "Ah, this must be the destination," one said, while the other affirmed, "Indeed, it is him." Their voices echoed in the air, shrouded in the chilling aura of the 9 netherworlds. One was clad in white, tall and ghostly pale, his long crimson tongue flickering as he wore a hat inscribed with the words "Fortune comes in sight," known as by Wu Chang. The other, dressed in black, bore a fierce countenance, his eyes like brass bells, exuding an aura of the underworld, stout and broad, with a long black hat that proclaimed peace for all under heaven. These 2 deities wielded shackles and chains, dispatched today to capture the ghost of Sun Wukong. As one of the 10 infernal generals under King Yama, due to Sun Wukong's formidable strength. In the chilling depths of the underworld, the Yin gods, unlike their Yang counterparts on land, specialized in the cultivation of soul techniques, governing both humans and demons as their time drew near. The two approached the slumbering Sun Wukong. With a clang, the iron chains and shackles mysteriously melded into Sun Wukong's body without a sound, as though air had penetrated him. In the next moment, a ghostly light erupted from the shackles, causing Sun Wukong's spirit to emerge, bound in chains. Still in a daze, Sun Wukong's spirit was shackled, utterly unaware. Bai and He Wucheng chuckled menacingly. Reciting incantations, a passage to the underworld materialized, and the two seized the chains, leading Sun Wukong's spirit away. Within the water lotus cave, tranquility was restored, while Sun Wukong's physical form remained in deep slumber, yet devoid of life. Interesting, the Buddhist sect has endured for so long. It seems they intend to act through the underworld, a method most devoid of risk. A voice, elegant and scholarly, resonated within the water lotus cave as Yuán Gē's presence solidified. In a swift motion, Yuán Gē collected Sun Wukong's body. The underworld, is it? I shall pay a visit. There may be rewards awaiting. Yuán Gē mused, extending a jade-like finger to the void. With a crack, the previously calm air shattered like glass, revealing countless fissures. Subsequently, a spatial passage leading to the 9 netherworlds appeared before Yuán Gē, who smiled and stepped through. As long as he could undermine the Buddhist sect and orchestrate the calamity of the journey to the west, rewards would follow. This task was issued by the system, and Yuán Gē believed wholeheartedly in its certainty. Merely preventing Sun Wukong's emergence and altering fate had already yielded substantial rewards. Should the Buddhist sect act today in the underworld, what rewards might he gain by lending a hand? In the original tale, Sun Wukong, merely at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, had caused chaos in the underworld. Now, as a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yuán Gē eagerly anticipated what would unfold next. As for the reason behind taking Sun Wukong's physical form, it was purely for convenience. Sun Wukong's treasures resided within his body. How could they manifest without it? Such logic dictated Yuán Gē's actions. The method of opening a passage to the 9 netherworlds was within the capabilities of any Tai Golden Immortal, let alone Yuán Gē, who had become a true Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 9 netherworlds stood as a distinct realm, closely intertwined with the 3 realms. In the desolate realm of the 9 hells, an atmosphere of death and gloom pervades. The supreme ruler of the underworld is the Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of Fengdu in the north, overseeing the endless abyss of the afterlife. The 10 directions of compassionate deities cooperate with the Jade Emperor to manage the myriad affairs of hell. The 9 hells encompass 84,000 ghostly prisons. 36 major hells known as the 8 cold hells, 8 hot hells, the border hell, the solitary hell, and the Avicii hell. Originally, there were not so many hells. However, following the cataclysm of the primordial era, they transformed into 3,000 vast worlds, with countless smaller realms emerging alongside an increasing number of deities and their corresponding evils. This proliferation has led to a diverse array of tortures in the underworld, as the previous hells became insufficient to contain the multitude of souls, necessitating the expansion of the ghostly realm. Suddenly, the spectral figures of black and white impermanence appeared, dragging the soul of Sun Wukong into the void, beneath a blood-red moon. The underworld is perpetually shrouded in darkness, devoid of any spiritual energy. Hurry! White impermanence hissed, flicking its long tongue and shaking a chain ominously. Black impermanence tightened its grip on another chain, and together they soared towards the ghostly capital with Sun Wukong's spirit in tow. Below them, a seemingly endless throng of spirits, under the watchful eyes of various ghostly enforcers, moved toward the ghost gate. As one of the 10 great Yama kings, black and white impermanence could collect souls without waiting in line, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the ghostly metropolis. The imposing ghost gate loomed ahead, flanked by vast, desolate mountains. A figure clad in a black robe materialized at this location. It was indeed the king of Xidigarba's hall. A cultured voice echoed through the void before the figure vanished. Black and white impermanence were puzzled by the day's events, as Yama had tasked them with collecting the soul of a great Luo Golden Immortal, which startled them. However, knowing it was the command of the Xidigarba Bodhisattva, they felt emboldened. The ghostly capital resembled a ferocious beast, dwelling at the heart of the nine hells. Beyond the capital lay the entrances to the great ghostly prisons. In an instant, Sun Wukong's consciousness returned to him, awakening him from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a fierce wind and the sight of his soul bound and shackled. Is this the underworld? This is the abode of Yama. Why have I been brought here? He pondered, realizing it was the conspiracy his master had warned him about. You are merely a soul now. Do you still consider yourself a great Luo golden immortal? Black Impermanence mocked, brandishing a whip that struck toward him. Huh, you are but a mere monkey. What does it matter if you are a great Luo? You will still face Yama and weep for your fate, White Impermanence sneered. The whip cracked through the air with a resounding snap, a weapon specifically designed to strike at spirits, capable of shattering the souls of weaker entities. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, recognizing that the two were merely golden immortals, yet he remained powerless as a spirit. Were he in his physical form, he could easily defeat them. As the whip soared toward him, Yuán Gē stood quietly in the background, observing the antics of Black and White Impermanence with a smirk of disdain. With a flick of her finger, Yuán Gē summoned Sun Wukong's physical body from the system space, swiftly reuniting it with his spirit. What? Black and White Impermanence felt a flash of golden light before their eyes and widened in disbelief. In the next moment, Sun Wukong pinched the whip between his fingers, gazing coldly at them. You dare to seize my soul, audacious thief? You seek death, he bellowed, summoning his golden staff, which gleamed brilliantly as it transformed into a blur, instantly reducing Black and White Impermanence to dust. They had no time to scream before being obliterated, and reviving them would cost an immeasurable amount of time. Thank you, Master. Sun Wukong bowed toward the void, having received a message from Yuán Gē. Wukong, creating chaos in the underworld will be even more exhilarating than your dreams. Unleash your full might, and I shall support you. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt the familiar strength surge within him as his physical body returned. Yama, I am coming, he declared, standing at the gates of the ghostly capital and shouting to the heavens. In his dreams, he had seen the underworld conspire with the Buddhist sect against him. And after over 3 centuries, here he was again facing their malice. Truly, they sought their own doom. Old One, who dares to wreak havoc here? Surrender at once. The patrolling ghostly soldiers quickly sensed the commotion and rushed to the scene in droves. Humph, a swarm of ants dares to bark? Sun Wukong scoffed, glancing at the gathering army of over 10,000 spectral soldiers. Summoning 3 strands of his monkey hair, he blew gently, transforming them into countless mini Sun Wukongs. This technique, his favorite, allowed him to unleash a horde of tiny warriors, each wielding a miniature golden staff, which instantly sent the ghostly soldiers into a frenzy, their shrieks echoing in terror. The ghostly enforcers who had come to collect spirits trembled under this overwhelming pressure, and countless souls prostrated themselves, quaking in fear. Since chaos is the order of the day, let it commence. All who wish to harm me shall find that I am not to be trifled with. Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with ferocity as he enlarged his golden staff to 100 feet, swinging it downwards. With a resounding crash, the ancient gates of the ghostly capital shattered into countless fragments. After retracting his external manifestations, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the 10 Yama Kings. The next step, to inscribe the ledger of life and death. This is intriguing. I wonder how far this monkey will go, Yuán Gē mused, observing the sprawling, ghostly capital from above. Witnessing such a spectacle was far more vivid than any future film. The commotion at the gates of the ghostly capital soon drew the attention of the 10 Yama Kings. Qin Guangwang, the lord of the first hall and the foremost among the 10, was alarmed by the disturbance. He immediately activated his communication jade to summon the other Yama Kings. Quickly, the monkey is coming. But before he could finish, his pupils constricted, and he fell silent. He has arrived. Swallowing hard, Qin Guangwang uttered 3 words before severing the connection. Sun Wukong appeared in the hall of Qin Guangwang, effortlessly materializing upon the throne. Qin Guangwang, I, Sun Wukong, have attained the great Luo and share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Why have you Yama sent someone to seize my soul? With a mighty crash, the golden staff in Sun Wukong's hand struck the ground, causing the entire hall of King Qin Guang to tremble, along with everything within 1,000 miles. Enveloped by Sun Wukong's fierce aura, King Qin Guang was already filled with trepidation, and at this moment, as the earth shook and the mountain swayed, he found it difficult to maintain his footing. Your Majesty, please calm your anger, he lamented inwardly, and then spoke. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The world is vast, and countless beings share the same names. Perhaps the emissaries of death have mistakenly taken the wrong person. Just as King Qin Guang expressed his despair, the other 10 Yama kings swiftly arrived in a flurry of light. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of Sun Wukong, who had reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Jingxian realm, the Yama kings felt as if they had a lump in their throats and hastily pleaded for mercy. The 10 Yama kings silently lamented their plight. They could not be blamed entirely, as this was the design of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, yet they could not vocalize their thoughts. Their powers were meager, limited to the Tai Jingxian realm. How could they inscribe Sun Wukong's name upon the ledger? If Sun Wukong were to reach the quasi-saint realm, even with calamity approaching, he would surely survive and could not be bound by the mere ledger of life and death. Enough of your nonsense. As the saying goes, officials are not to be trifled with. Are you Yama kings blind? Quickly bring forth the ledger of life and death. I shall examine it myself. Sun Wukong thundered. Reclining nonchalantly on the throne, his gaze icy as he surveyed the 10 Yama kings below. Yes, your Majesty, I shall fetch the ledger at once, King Qin Guang stammered, swallowing hard as he retreated hastily to the side, invoking a few incantations. An ancient, bound volume materialized in a ghostly glow. Upon seeing the ledger of life and death, Sun Wukong could not help but scoff internally. Here you go, your Majesty. King Qin Guang trembled as he opened the ledger, pausing at a certain page before presenting it to Sun Wukong. Oh, Sun Wukong took the ledger and, upon reading, a look of comprehension crossed his face. A line of small characters read, Sun Wukong, born of celestial stone, is destined to live for 342 years and to meet a peaceful end. After reading, Sun Wukong's face contorted with rage, for it was clear that this entry had been inscribed not long ago, the characters still fresh. Such writing could not have appeared spontaneously. The names of countless beings were inscribed in the ledger, but they could also be forcibly written by someone with great power. Bring me a pen, Sun Wukong commanded, his voice cold as he turned to King Qin Guang. The latter was taken aback, realizing that Sun Wukong sought the spring and autumn reincarnation pen to amend the ledger. One must use the spring and autumn reincarnation pen. Boom. The pressure emanating from Sun Wukong surged. What? Do you wish to test the strength of my staff? And no. Your Majesty, please calm your fury. I shall bring you the pen at once. King Qin Guang stammered, producing a black jade brush adorned with a jade qilin that radiated a luminous glow. In a flash, Sun Wukong snatched the brush and swiftly crossed out his name. Then, he sought out the names of the monkeys of Huagua Mountain, not pausing even for a moment as he struck out their names as well. With a flourish, the spring and autumn reincarnation pen danced in his hands, erasing the names of the Huagua Mountain monkeys in an instant. The 10 Yama kings, bowing respectfully, felt a pang of despair. Cursed Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, you summoned this calamity and have committed numerous transgressions against the celestial laws. Where are you now? The 10 Yama kings felt a deep sorrow. They were no match for Sun Wukong and dared not utter another word. The power of the Buddhist realm was formidable, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wielded immense strength to constantly dictate their actions. What could they do? Just then, a terrifying pressure descended upon the hall of King Qin Guang. Impudent monkey, you disrupt the underworld, violate celestial laws, and alter the ledger of life and death. Your crimes warrant execution. An enraged voice boomed, accompanied by a brilliant light of Buddhism that enveloped the hall. Sun Wukong paused, his pen momentarily halting as he looked towards the void. Ah, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, is it you who has meddled with my name in the ledger? His voice erupted with fury as he vanished from the hall of King Qin Guang. The 10 Yama kings sighed in relief, but their respite was short-lived as a wave of terrifying energy swept through, reducing the hall and everything within 1,000 miles to ruins. You seek death. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, having anticipated Sun Wukong's attack, struck out a palm into the void. The golden staff clashed with the Bodhisattva's palm, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that reduced numerous halls to rubble. In that moment, countless spirits trembled in fear, and myriad ghosts prostrated themselves, filled with dread. Boom. Sun Wukong's aura peaked as he unleashed the power of the heavens, summoning a colossal ape towering 1,000 feet tall. Wielding his golden staff as a massive club, his formidable power radiating from his body as he advanced towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The 10 Yama kings watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, you fool. If you're going to fight, take it elsewhere. Is this merely an ordinary Deluo? Can an ordinary Deluo possess such might? They nearly erupted in exasperation, but their expressions abruptly stiffened. Before them, a series of sacred sounds emanated from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and a green pearl shot towards Sun Wukong, a congenital spiritual treasure. With the mid-grade congenital spiritual treasure combined with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's overwhelming power, a single strike sent Sun Wukong tumbling. Then, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva reached out his hand, grasping the void, summoning the great compassion-delivering soul palm. Boom! The colossal Sun Wukong was struck by this palm, feeling as if his soul were being torn apart. The great compassion-delivering soul palm, a technique created by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva using the energies of the underworld, targeted the soul as if it were snow confronted by the blazing sun, unstoppable. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva knew that Sun Wukong's physical defense was formidable, bolstered by treasures comparable to the finest congenital artifacts, and that ordinary attacks would be weakened by the treasures before reaching his body, making it difficult to inflict any harm. Having been born, he survived a strike from Guanyin without injury, demonstrating his incredible physical resilience. Sun Wukong, struck by the palm, clutched his head and screamed, feeling a piercing pain in his soul as his internal power became chaotic, and the power of the heavens collapsed in an instant. Amipa, demon monkey, your sins are grave. It is best to return with me to the mountain of spirits and repent before the Buddha. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva spoke calmly as he extended his hand. A massive spiritual hand formed of energy grasping the now normal-sized Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, golden Sanskrit characters emerged, embedding themselves within Sun Wukong's body, sealing his acupoints and imprisoning his power. It's over. It's truly over, Sun Wukong thought, as his primordial spirit throbbed painfully, struggling to recover while sensing that he could not summon even a fraction of his power. His heart sinking to the depths of despair. He felt his own helplessness once more. Master, please come to my rescue. Sun Wukong continuously prayed for assistance from his mentor, realizing that if he were to return to the mountain of spirits, there were 1,001 ways that Tathagata could deal with him, and he was still far too weak. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wore a smile. Demon monkey, come with me. With that, he waved his hand, and the spiritual hand continued to compress Sun Wukong, drawing him into a cloth bag. Observing this scene, the 10 Yama kings were left in shock. Sun Wukong's might far exceeded their imagination, yet Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was even more overwhelmingly powerful. Just as they prepared to congratulate one another, the 10 Yama kings' eyes widened in disbelief as they saw a figure stepping through the void. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, however, seemed to sense nothing. Just as the Yama king was about to speak, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder. King Qingguang subtly shook his head, signaling for silence. As the head of the 10 Yama kings, he was acutely aware that everything unfolding was far beyond their capacity to interfere. Do you not hear that when immortals battle, mortals suffer? How could someone as formidable as Sun Wukong lack a powerful backing? With the Buddhist realm targeting Sun Wukong, who was a Deluo, who could have taught such a mighty figure? Those behind him would surely not fear the Buddhist realm. Realizing this, the Yama king swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, understanding that his elder brother was aiding him. In the presence of such a powerful being, they should remain utterly passive. Do not court death, and you shall not meet it. The multitude of Yama lords stood by like spectators, their eyes wide open, ready to observe the unfolding drama. A faint sigh unexpectedly emanated from behind Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. With his divine sense fully attuned, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva detected no presence approaching him, and the sudden sigh caused the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. Chapter 23. The Forceful Decimation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva turned in mid-air, gazing backward. Immortal? Ksitigarbha furrowed his brow, perceiving no hint of magical energy emanating from Yuán Gē, who appeared at first glance to be an ordinary human. However, having cultivated for countless years, Ksitigarbha would not hastily dismiss Yuán Gē as a mere mortal. He regarded him with utmost vigilance. Who are you? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva inquired warily, aware that numerous methods exist within the 3 realms to conceal one's aura, particularly within the Buddhist teachings. Yet, such methods have a flaw. If one's realm surpasses another by a significant margin, the true nature can be revealed. How could he, a perfected 6th-tier quasi-saint, be unable to see through Yuán Gē? Who am I? I am the land. Yuán Gē spoke nonchalantly, his voice elegant and ethereal, resonating through the void. He spoke no falsehood. He was indeed the land of the peach garden, though merely a minor deity. A trace of his true spirit remained on the heavenly court's list of deities, yet he had yet to discover a means to extricate himself from it. The deities of the Zhou, their true spirits are all within the list of deities. Even the true spirits of every heavenly soldier reside there. The land? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva expressed disbelief. He found it hard to accept Yuán Gē's claim. From where do you hail? Reveal your true form for me to see. Hiding in shadows is of no use. The divine light behind Ksitigarbha flickered, resembling a bulb in the depths of the underworld. Yuán Gē shrugged, and suddenly, the aura of concealment enveloping him vanished, revealing the essence of his magical power. Upon witnessing this, Ksitigarbha narrowed his pupils. Was that the power of a great Luo golden immortal? Indeed, in Ksitigarbha's eyes, the magical energy emanating from Yuán Gē was distinctly at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, contrasting sharply with that of a quasi-saint. With a cold smirk, Ksitigarbha remarked, "What a land deity! Which household's land would produce a golden immortal?" After speaking, he questioned, "What business do you have blocking my path?" As he spoke, a terrifying pressure erupted from his being, enveloping a vast expanse of land. Under this pressure, even the 10 Yama lords found it hard to breathe, as if a thorn lodged in their throats, with beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Yet, everyone, including Ksitigarbha, wore expressions of incredulity. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Yuán Gē remained unfazed, his black robe billowing in the wind, as if impervious to the force. "I have come not for any other reason but to release Sun Wukong and grant you a path for survival. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Yuán Gē gazed at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and spoke with mild indifference. As he spoke, Yuán Gē casually cleared his ear, dismissing, "Your pressure is far too weak." With that, he snapped his fingers. Boom. The pressure unleashed by Ksitigarbha shattered instantaneously, dissipating into nothingness. Ksitigarbha rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. A great Luo? Was he truly only a great Luo? From a distance, the 10 Yama lords gulped audibly, exchanging bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's incredulity. In the primordial world, there exists a strict hierarchy. Even among those of the same realm, without the influence of artifacts, a higher cultivation level is akin to night and day. Beings like Sun Wukong, who are great Luo, are already anomalies. Yet, what manner of being is this black-robed youth? A great Luo daring to mock a perfected 6th-tier quasi-saint, like Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? The Yama lords felt a buzzing in their minds, not daring to utter a sound. Quietly observing the confrontation between the two in the sky, Ksitigarbha's expression changed drastically. In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Yet, he was certain that the person before him was indeed a great Luo, not merely putting on an act. Surely, he possessed some extraordinary treasure that emboldened him. Ksitigarbha quickly regained his composure, convinced that Yuán Gē's request for Sun Wukong was a ruse to deceive him. He could not fall for such tricks. Perfect, he would capture him and take him back to be dealt with by the Buddha. After all, a great Luo is entirely different from a quasi-saint. Release me a path for survival. I see you are merely posturing. Ksitigarbha snorted coldly, summoning a strand of Buddhist beads into his hand, ready to eliminate Yuán Gē in one strike. Yuán Gē shook his head inwardly, sighing, "You are indeed weak, if a battle is what you seek. Today shall determine both rank and life. How dare a mere great Luo disrespect me? Witness my artifact." Ksitigarbha's murderous intent surged at these words. The Buddhist beads in his hand radiating an intense light, launching toward Yuán Gē in a flash. "Ksitigarbha, if you seek death, then I shall grant you that wish." Yuán Gē narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing across them. Swish! A brilliant sword light flashed as the Li Yuan sword in his hand sliced through the air toward Ksitigarbha's Buddhist beads. Yuán Gē's sword light appeared unremarkable, and Ksitigarbha sneered repeatedly, seemingly envisioning Yuán Gē being sent flying by his beads in an instant. After all, even Sun Wukong could not withstand a single blow. How formidable could this youth be? Yet, in the next second, Ksitigarbha's face turned ashen, a sudden sweetness filled his chest, and he spat a mouthful of blood into the air. What the? The 10 Yama lords gaped in shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. In the scene, Yuán Gē drew his sword. That seemingly ordinary strike transformed into a radiant arc of sword light, colliding with Ksitigarbha's Buddhist beads. Without a sound, the sword light cleaved through the beads, shattering them into fragments. Instantly, Ksitigarbha was hit by the backlash, spurting blood uncontrollably. After cultivating the beads for countless years, their destruction inflicted significant damage upon him. The 10 Yama lords felt their minds spinning, overwhelmed by the revelation. One strike, merely one strike, had obliterated Xidigarba's treasure? Xidigarba was about to speak when a wave of terror washed over him as Yuán Gē turned to face him with sword drawn. Boom! Before he could contemplate further, a small pagoda appeared above Xidigarba's head, spinning rapidly, layers of light enveloping him. Not enough. Xidigarba's golden body. Xidigarba pressed his palms together at his chest, his entire being radiating golden light, resembling a Buddha bathed in divine illumination. The golden body of Xidigarba boasts a defensive power comparable to that of a premium innate spiritual treasure, combined with the protection of the pagoda. Xidigarba felt momentarily reassured. Though the completion of this preparation took less than a second, it felt like an eternity. Too weak. Yuán Gē's disdain remained evident in his eyes as he swung the Li Yuan sword, radiant energy swirling around it, cleaving through the air toward Xidigarba from a distance. Swish! A dazzling sword light appeared, still devoid of any disturbance. The moment it approached Xidigarba, it passed through his form effortlessly. Tear! Xidigarba's eyes widened as a line of blood appeared at his brow. He felt the life force within him rapidly ebbing away. Is this truly a great Luo? How could this be? This thought lingered as Xidigarba Bodhisattva's final consciousness faded. Chapter 24. A disturbance in the underworld. It was only in his last moments that Xidigarba recalled the Buddha's admonition. This Sun Wukong has someone behind him. Yet at this moment, with his life force dissipating, contemplating such matters was futile. Yuán Gē's attack had fundamentally annihilated him, severing even his karmic ties. In his last breath, Xidigarba finally recognized Yuán Gē as the mysterious figure behind the scenes, the mastermind orchestrating their Buddhist tribulations. Yet Xidigarba had already succumbed, and these thoughts would now remain forever unknown. Silence. The vast expanse fell silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard, save for the howling winds of the underworld. The 10 Yama kings were drenched in cold sweat as they gazed at Yuán Gē, perceiving him as a monstrous entity. How could someone of such strength merely be a great Luo? No, he must undoubtedly be a peerless supreme being or perhaps a manifestation of a saint. The Yama kings were filled with trepidation, for they could not believe that a being capable of slaying Xidigarba Bodhisattva in a single strike could merely be a great Luo golden immortal. In a fleeting moment, Xidigarba Bodhisattva, upon his death, lost the spiritual imprint on his treasured possessions, rendering them ownerless. Here I come, haha. The voice of Sun Wukong echoed as he materialized before Xidigarba Bodhisattva. Master! Sun Wukong immediately bowed reverently towards Yuán Gē, who hovered in the void, his heart filled with remorse for having brought embarrassment to his master. Yuán Gē had accompanied him to the underworld, first granting him a physical form and subsequently rescuing him from Xidigarba Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong observed Xidigarba Bodhisattva, whose body radiated with golden light and remained in a posture of prayer, though his eyes were suffused with a profound golden hue. A line of blood emerged from the center of Xidigarba Bodhisattva's brow, spreading across his body. Swallowing hard, Sun Wukong turned to Yuán Gē and asked, Master, Xidigarba has already been slain by you. What shall we do next? Yuán Gē, with a smile, replied, Do as you see fit. Have you forgotten my words? With that, Yuán Gē stepped forward, vanishing into the void. A gentle voice resonated in Sun Wukong's ears. Wukong, I cannot assist you every time. This matter has concluded, and I shall bestow a treasure upon you. Tears welled up in Sun Wukong's eyes as he bowed towards the spot where Yuán Gē had disappeared. His admiration for Yuán Gē had reached unparalleled heights. He regarded him as both teacher and father. From the moment of his emergence, Yuán Gē had imparted wisdom to him, gifted him numerous treasures, and now, once again, had come to his rescue. Master, I, Sun Wukong, shall never disappoint your expectations, he vowed silently to himself. He then turned his gaze towards the remains of Xidigarba Bodhisattva. As a quasi-saint, his physical form remained incorruptible, and his primordial spirit undying. Although Yuán Gē had vanquished him, Xidigarba's body still exuded a formidable aura. With a flash, the Rui Jingu Bang appeared in Sun Wukong's hands as he glared at Xidigarba Bodhisattva. You treacherous bald donkey! You conspired with the Yama kings against me. I shall shatter your golden form. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong swung his staff towards Xidigarba Bodhisattva's primordial spirit. Boom, boom, boom. The exquisite Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a blur, carrying immense might. Each strike left a deep crater in Xidigarba's body. After Yuán Gē's sword had breached the defenses of Xidagarba's golden form, it was further weakened under Sun Wukong's relentless assault, ultimately reducing it to a mere pulp. The 10 Yama Kings, filled with dread, felt Sun Wukong's gaze upon them. Yama Kings, you served Xidagarba. I know you were coerced, but while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. With that, Sun Wukong swung his staff towards the 10 Yama Kings. Spare us, Great King. Spare us. The 10 Yama Kings trembled in fear, realizing the overwhelming power of the innate treasure. Could they, as mere tiny golden immortals, withstand even a single blow? They found themselves ensnared by Sun Wukong's aura. With no avenue for escape, Sun Wukong's strike was reduced by 90% of its strength. With one swing, he sent the 10 Yama Kings flying. Qin Guang Wang and the others turned pale, blood spurting from their mouths, feeling as if their very insides were being incinerated. Bang! The 10 Yama Kings were struck by immense force, propelled away by the Rui Jingu Bang, crashing through a series of palaces. This strike obliterated thousands of spirits. Although the 10 Yama Kings were gravely injured, they understood that this was merely Sun Wukong's admonition. Thank you, Great King, for sparing us. They fell to their knees, trembling, expressing their gratitude for not being slain. They were filled with dread. If Sun Wukong chose to strike them down, they would not withstand a single hit. Humph. Sun Wukong scoffed. This is not over. I never said I would spare you. Hearing this, the 10 Yama Kings were filled with terror, a dreadful thought creeping into their minds. Could it be that Sun Wukong intended to wreak havoc in the underworld? They looked at him with almost pleading eyes. Qin Guang Wang stammered, Great King. Before he could finish, his eyes bulged in horror. Run, he shouted, disregarding any further pleas as he took flight. The other Yama Kings quickly followed suit, fleeing with all their might. In the sky, Sun Wukong enlarged his Rui Jingu Bang to a colossal size, aiming to crush the spirits below. Boom, boom, boom. A series of strikes ravaged the entire underworld. Clad in golden armor, he resembled a god of war. With each swing, thousands of ghostly soldiers turned to ash. In the distance, outside the ghost gate, myriad spirits trembled and knelt in submission. How dare you? As Sun Wukong prepared to obliterate half the underworld, a thunderous voice erupted from deep within. Upon hearing this voice, the 10 Yama Kings were overcome with tears of relief. Emperor Fengdu. Sun Wukong turned towards the source of the voice, retracting his Rui Jingu Bang, smirking. Tianzi, Emperor Fengdu, the ruler of hell. Emperor Fengdu held the highest position among the deities of the netherworld, governing the realm of spirits. He had been aware of Sun Wukong's presence upon his entrance into the underworld. Initially, he paid little heed, as Xidagarba Bodhisattva represented the Buddhist sect, which had frequently intervened in underworld affairs. Thus, Emperor Fengdu had chosen to turn a blind eye. If even the heavenly court had to yield to Buddhism, how could he dare to speak out? However, soon, Emperor Fengdu could no longer remain passive. The mysterious Yuán Gē had appeared, unnoticed by him until just moments ago when Sun Wukong had reduced Xidagarba Bodhisattva to a mere pulp. Xidagarba Bodhisattva was dead? Emperor Fengdu was taken aback. As he witnessed Sun Wukong intent on annihilating the underworld, he could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 25, Suppressing Emperor Fengdu, Bloodbath in the Underworld. A man with a face as red as black, sporting a beard like steel needles and adorned with a jade crown, emerged from the depths of the underworld, his overwhelming aura enveloping the entire realm. Sun Wukong sensed this pressure, his expression turning even more derisive. Just a quasi-saint of the 4th level. Without hesitation, he advanced, wielding his staff like a streak of light. Emperor Fengdu, come and get it. Sun Wukong's furious voice echoed through the 9 hells, deafening countless malevolent spirits and ghostly soldiers. As Emperor Fengdu saw Sun Wukong approach, a green sword materialized in his hand, arcing towards Sun Wukong. Why do you recklessly destroy the realm of the 9 hells? Do you not realize this is a violation of heavenly law? As the quasi-saint of the 4th level, Emperor Fengdu focused the majority of his attention on the void, wary of the mysterious figure in black robes whose presence eluded his perception. As for Sun Wukong before him, he dismissed him entirely. Yet, in the next moment, Emperor Fengdu's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? This demon monkey is merely a great Luo? Boom. The moment the Rui Jingu Bang collided with the green sword, Emperor Fengdu was struck with profound shock. He felt an immense force emanating from the Tianzi sword, causing his grip to falter and his mouth to bleed, as if the sword would fly from his grasp. Sun Wukong smirked coldly. Why do I destroy your underworld? You allow Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to distort right and wrong. To ensnare my soul, what purpose do you serve? Without granting Emperor Fengdu a moment to breathe, Sun Wukong swung his Rui Jingu Bang, aiming to strike him down. Boom. The second strike, a horizontal blow that came from nowhere, left the Emperor of Fengdu with no option to evade. He could only grit his teeth and wield the sword of the Dark Sun in a desperate attempt to block. Bang! This impact was even more powerful than before. The Emperor felt his chest surge with blood and energy, as if he were a kite severed from its string, being sent spiraling away. Countless spirits in the realm of the underworld gaped in astonishment. The Dark Sun? Was he actually sent flying by a demon monkey's stick? The 10 kings of hell were equally horrified, a chill creeping from their feet to the crown of their heads. Was this Sun Wukong still human? The Emperor of Fengdu transformed into an arrow, crashing through over a dozen palaces before dissipating the tremendous force within him. Even a formidable being of the 4th layer of the semi-saint realm would feel dazed and buzzing from such a heavy blow. As the dust settled, the Emperor of Fengdu appeared disheveled, his complexion ashen. Great King, let us speak. The Emperor of Fengdu lost all courage to teach Sun Wukong a lesson, his attitude having made a complete turnaround. Just as Sun Wukong was preparing to strike again, he hovered in midair, disdainfully asking, "What do you have to say?" At that moment, Sun Wukong felt an exhilarating rush. From the time of his emergence until now, he had been suppressed by Guanyin and the King of the Earth. Now, he could finally confront a 4th-layer semi-saint head-on. However, Sun Wukong was unaware that the Emperor of Fengdu's specialty lay in dealing with souls in close combat. He was utterly overmatched by Sun Wukong, who wielded an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. The Emperor of Fengdu, upon hearing this, silently lamented, glancing at the underworld. Most of it had already been reduced to ruins, and it was evident that this killing god, Sun Wukong, would not relent easily. He could never have anticipated Sun Wukong's might. Moreover, the Emperor was most apprehensive of the King of the Earth. He had initially intended to quell Sun Wukong's rebellion and maintain a semblance of dignity for the underworld. Instead, he found himself brutally defeated, suppressing the fear within. The Emperor of Fengdu rose and bowed towards Sun Wukong, saying, "Great King, the King of Earth represents the Buddhist sect and has always acted tyrannically, constantly meddling in the affairs of my underworld. I too have my grievances. As for how to summon the King's soul, I truly do not know, and I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens." The Emperor of Fengdu spoke no falsehood. He genuinely had no knowledge of the King of Earth's actions targeting Sun Wukong. In a fleeting moment, the Emperor of Fengdu turned his gaze to the 10 kings of hell, exclaiming, "Fools! Why did you not report this to me? Have you all lost your courage to dare to summon the King's soul? Do you not know who stands behind him?" Upon hearing the Emperor's thunderous roar, the 10 kings of hell fell silent, their hearts filled with bitterness. King Qin Guang stepped forth, trembling as he spoke. "Your Majesty, we were indeed coerced by that scoundrel, the King of Earth. He strictly ordered us not to leak any information, lest we enough." Sun Wukong waved his hand, looking at the crowd. "Have you all finished your little performance? Now, give me something substantial, or I, Sun Wukong, will not hesitate to destroy your entire underworld." With a domineering voice that echoed like a war god across the 9 abysses, Sun Wukong raised his golden staff once more, which transformed into a colossal form. With another strike, countless palaces in the underworld were reduced to ashes. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted, those being the underworld's messengers who, at that moment, found themselves caught in the crossfire. "Give me a satisfactory response, or I shall not spare this entire underworld today." The resounding voice reverberated across the abyss. Cold sweat streamed down the Emperor of Fengdu's forehead, and the 10 kings of hell looked at him in terror. A response. Did Sun Wukong seek treasures? The Emperor of Fengdu's mind raced, but he knew the underworld had nothing of value that would pique Sun Wukong's interest. His staff was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. In the primordial realm, when cultivators engaged in conflict, unless it was a life-and-death feud, the defeated party would typically offer some spoils. "Your Majesty, our greatest treasure in the underworld is the Book of Life and Death. But that is a matter of the underworld, concerning the order of the 3 realms. It would be of no use to you, Great King." The Emperor of Fengdu said anxiously, glancing at Sun Wukong. The death of the King of Earth would naturally benefit the Emperor of Fengdu the most. However, with Sun Wukong creating chaos in the underworld, he found himself unable to intervene, and it was awkward that he was unable to defeat Sun Wukong. He dared not contend with him any longer, Setting aside the fact that he could not match Sun Wukong, there was a terrifying entity behind this monkey. An existence capable of effortlessly slaying the king of earth. Such a being was one the Emperor of Fengdu did not wish to provoke, nor dare to provoke. Eliminate all those in the underworld connected to the Buddhist sect, and I shall take my leave. Today, the underworld embarked on a cleansing campaign. Personally ordered by the Emperor of Fengdu, with the 10 kings of hell leading the charge, and the 10 great Yin generals commanding the Yin soldiers in a sweeping endeavor. From this day forth, no remnants of the Buddhist sect would remain in the underworld. On the Flower and Fruit Mountain, at the Misty Peak, and in the Purple Bamboo House, Yuán Gē sat cross-legged, contemplating the chaotic path of refining the holy truth. Suddenly, a system voice echoed in Yuán Gē's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The turmoil in the underworld has been augmented 100-fold. You have received a mysterious reward. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. As I suspected, as long as I develop the journey to the West Calamity into something terrifying, the system will continuously reward me. Chapter 26. Augmented 100-fold reward for causing chaos in the underworld. A look of clarity spread across Yuán Gē's face. To redefine journey to the West. As the system indicated, if I aspire to transcend the myriad beings in the 3 realms, I must leverage the journey to the West Calamity to validate my path. And the journey to the West Calamity is indeed the key calamity concerning the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. Undermining the Buddhist sect is certainly the way to go. Anticipation shone in Yuán Gē's eyes as he commanded the system, claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reward successfully claimed. Chaos in the underworld enhanced 100-fold. And your celestial root has been elevated to the 2nd grade. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reward successfully claimed. Eradication of the Buddhist sect's influence in the underworld. And you have acquired the auxiliary treasure, Taoist Lotus Seat. Hearing the system's voice, Yuán Gē's expression brightened with joy. Boom. In the ethereal realm, Yuán Gē felt a sudden emptiness in his spiritual platform, as the faint golden celestial root within him was instantaneously imbued with a mysterious power, becoming denser. The sensation of elevating his celestial root was exquisite. Yuán Gē closed his eyes, feeling utterly relaxed. Is this the 2nd grade of a heavenly grade celestial root? A thought of enlightenment crossed Yuán Gē's mind, and he murmured. At this moment, he felt that his comprehension had increased at least 10-fold compared to the previous celestial root of the 1st grade. Previously, his understanding of the laws had progressed at a glacial pace, but now Yuán Gē sensed a significant acceleration in his speed. However, this was relative. Compared to mastering the laws, this speed was still slow. Should others learn of Yuán Gē's thoughts, they would be astounded, their eyes nearly popping out. In the primordial world, comprehending the Tao is the most arduous task. Do you not see the great powers of the primordial realm, semi-saints? Who can toil for millennia without making any progress? Even the slightest enhancement can elate others to the point of rapture. Yet Yuán Gē felt that his understanding was still advancing at a snail's pace, and that the comprehension of the laws had yet to reach fruition, which would surely drive others mad with envy. The 1st grade celestial root, as deemed by the system, was already comparable to the 9th grade of the heavenly grade in the primordial realm. At this moment, Yuán Gē's comprehension had reached the pinnacle among the primordial world's cultivators. But this was also a good thing, given the speed of the 2nd grade celestial root. He sensed that breaking through to the 5th layer would be considerably quicker than before. Yuán Gē murmured, then turned his gaze toward the system space. After a brief investigation, Yuán Gē was overjoyed. This treasure is indeed a supreme aid for cultivation. Sitting upon the lotus seat enhances one's clarity of mind and accelerates the understanding of the Tao, as if it had forcibly elevated his celestial root by an entire grade. This lotus seat has numerous other marvelous uses, each of which left Yuán Gē immensely satisfied. Wonderful. With this treasure, is it not akin to adding wings to a tiger? Yuán Gē's voice resonated within the bamboo house. The jade-like lotus seat appeared beneath Yuán Gē, and immediately, he felt a profound sensation enveloping him, making his comprehension of the laws even clearer. With this treasure, his speed had increased by more than 30-fold. At this moment, Yuán Gē's eyes sparkled like stars. What once seemed an unattainable breakthrough to the 5th layer now appeared within reach, with a 30-fold enhancement. This equates to 1 billion times that of the original ordinary spiritual root. Whether it be the Taoist mad or the elevation of spiritual roots, these rewards are quite tangible for Yuán Gē, seemingly tailored just for him. Here comes Wukong. Yuán Gē opened his eyes and gazed at the figure of Sun Wukong, who was breaking through the air from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Master, Wukong has fulfilled the mission. Sun Wukong arrived before the misty peak, bowing deeply in reverence. His eyes filled with utmost respect, devoid of any trace of the arrogance of the great sage equal to heaven. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē's mind stirred, and the purple bamboo house manifested before Sun Wukong, its doors opening automatically. Wukong, there are matters of great importance I must entrust to you regarding the underworld. Sun Wukong departed. The grand operation of plundering the underworld came to an end. The Emperor of Fengdu watched as Sun Wukong soared away, and only after his departure did his heart, which had been suspended, finally relax. Suddenly, the Emperor's expression regained its majesty. King Qinguang hastened to the heavenly court to report this matter to his majesty and inform him of Sun Wukong's tumultuous actions in the underworld, as for that mysterious powerful being. Upon hearing this, King Qinguang's body trembled, and he immediately bowed to the Emperor of Fengdu, as you command. Subsequently, the Emperor of Fengdu gave a few more instructions to King Qinguang before departing. King Qinguang then transformed, appearing disheveled and ragged, with a face covered in dirt, tears streaming down his cheeks as he rode the clouds away. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Hall. Report, Your Majesty. King Qinguang requests an audience outside the hall. The messenger hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Summon him. Let King Qinguang enter. Immediately, the celestial beings turned their curious gazes toward the entrance of Lingxiao Hall. And soon, voices of speculation filled the grand hall. King Qinguang appeared filthy and disheveled, his hair resembling that struck by lightning, before he even arrived. His voice was already heard. Your Majesty, I beseech you to uphold justice for the underworld. King Qinguang exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees in the hall, wailing. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, a look of confusion shadowing his features. My dear minister, what on earth has transpired? Your Majesty, that demon monkey was drawn to the underworld. He killed the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, injured the Yuán Emperor, and commanded us to eradicate all the beings of the underworld, leaving half of the ghost city in ruins. Upon hearing King Qinguang's words, the hall erupted in chaos. What? He killed the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Injured the Yuán Emperor? Isn't that demon monkey a mere deluo? This demon monkey is indeed formidable. King Qinguang's tears flowed freely as he wiped his eyes while observing the expressions of the celestial beings and the Jade Emperor. On his arrival, the Emperor of Fengdu had instructed him not to disclose the existence of the mysterious powerful being. The Emperor of Fengdu is perceptive. This mysterious being primarily targets the Buddhist sect, causing no harm to the denizens of the underworld. As for Sun Wukong, while he has slain hundreds of thousands of Yuán soldiers, his soul was lured away, and it is only natural for him to vent his frustration. The underworld is abundant with Yuán soldiers. Countless spirits from various realms converge there, creating a vast multitude. The Emperor of Fengdu's actions are driven by his own motives. Since the mysterious powerful being is targeting the Buddhist sect, it is beneficial for the Taoist sect. As for why he did not inform the Jade Emperor, it is because the Emperor of Fengdu has his own considerations. The origins of the mysterious powerful being are unknown, and their temperament is unpredictable. It is better to show respect than to provoke. Even the heavenly court cannot afford to offend them. Upon hearing this news, the celestial beings' expressions changed drastically. In an instant, calls for the subjugation of Sun Wukong arose. The Jade Emperor's lips twitched as he waved his hand, signaling for silence among the celestial beings. Immediately, Lingxiao Hall fell silent. Even the sound of King Qinguang's weeping diminished. That demon monkey has his own fate, although he wreaked havoc in the underworld. Compared to the losses of the Western Buddhist sect, it may not be a bad thing for us. King Qinguang, you and the Duty Star official shall go and collect 10 billion celestial crystals for the repair of the ghost city. As for the demon monkey, the Buddhist sect is likely more anxious than we are at this moment. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings nodded in understanding and spoke in unison. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 27. The demon monkey is indeed formidable. King Qinguang was overjoyed, and after bowing, he eagerly followed the Duty Star official to claim the funds. Indeed, the Emperor of Fengdu had foreseen the situation. He sent King Qinguang to subtly remind the celestial beings not to act rashly against the demon monkey while also seeking a substantial sum from the heavenly court. Do the immortals not need to sustain themselves? Repairing the ghost city surely requires funds, does it not? The celestial crystals are indeed a treasure for the denizens of the underworld. The vast expanse of the underworld is home to numerous righteous deities, all of whom require the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. Yet, the Nether realm is abundant in energy but devoid of spiritual essence. Celestial crystals are the very substance needed by the deities of the underworld. Within Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor gazed thoughtfully at the departing figure of King Qingguang. Sun Wukong, what is your true origin? The Jade Emperor's thoughts drifted beyond the clouds. He could not believe that Sun Wukong could have killed the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Considering the strength Sun Wukong had upon his emergence, only 300 years had passed in the mortal realm. 300 years is neither long nor short. Even with the enhancement of innate spiritual treasures, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a formidable being at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the quasi-saint realm. His golden body and divine powers rival those of the finest innate spiritual treasures. How could Sun Wukong possibly kill the Ksitigarbha? Furthermore, Sun Wukong is the designated scripture seeker of the Buddhist sect. How could he harbor such hatred for them that he would bloodily cleanse the underworld? What on earth has transpired? The Jade Emperor shook his head. He had just calculated but found everything regarding Sun Wukong's path to enlightenment and acquisition of treasures to be shrouded in chaos. It was as if a mysterious hand were orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Do any of you ministers have matters to present? Casting aside his distractions, the Jade Emperor smiled at the assembly of celestial beings. Your Majesty, today in Lingxiao Hall, the court session shall continue, regardless of the circumstances. The Jade Emperor was currently in high spirits. Witnessing the Buddhist sect's misfortunes brought him great joy. The Buddhist sect had gradually solidified its position as the foremost power in the 3 realms over the years, acting with arrogance. Since their scripture seeker has encountered issues, it is evident that someone is plotting against the Buddhist sect, no matter who the mysterious individual is behind the scenes. The Jade Emperor had no desire to wade into these murky waters. In contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect was experiencing a different scenario. In the west, at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, the Buddha sat upon a lotus throne, surrounded by disciples including Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Vajra, all gathered in the Mahavira Hall. Suddenly, the Buddha felt an unsettling premonition. As the Buddha's voice ceased, all the monks turned their gaze toward him. At that moment, a frantic arhat rushed in. Buddha, grave news. The soul lamp of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has been extinguished. This arhat was a humble monk from the monastery of the Ling Mountain. Today, while meditating, he suddenly sensed a chilling wind pass through. Following that, he witnessed the soul lamp of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, extinguished at the forefront. The soul lamps of the Buddhas within this grand hall had burned for countless ages, each containing a trace of true spirit. Unless the soul is completely extinguished, this lamp would not go out. In the realm of golden immortals, as long as a trace of true spirit remains unextinguished, one can reincarnate without losing memories across lifetimes. Let alone for a quasi-saint expert? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is well-versed in 2 laws, a top-tier master within the Buddhist sect. The extinguishing of his soul lamp signifies that he has indeed passed into nirvana. Upon witnessing this scene, the arhat was stricken with terror, scrambling into the Mahavira Hall. What? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has passed into nirvana? How can this be possible? Amitabha, how dare you speak such bold words? How could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva pass into nirvana without cause? The Mahavira Hall erupted in uproar, with Manjushri Bodhisattva rising to chastise the arhat for his nonsense. I assure you, esteemed Bodhisattva, I would never speak falsely. The soul lamp of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has indeed gone out. The arhat's face was pale, his voice trembling. The Buddha closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. Amitabha, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has indeed passed into nirvana. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall, the monks' expressions rich with complexity, as a heavy atmosphere descended. If the Buddha himself has proclaimed such, it must indeed be true. Who could have caused the demise of the earth-store Bodhisattva? I beseech you, Buddha, to investigate this matter further. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke, her gaze fixed upon the Buddha, her eyes reflecting a deep astonishment. How could someone of the earth-store Bodhisattva's caliber fall so suddenly, without even a trace of his essence escaping or a whisper of news returning? The only explanation is annihilation. He must have been vanquished in an instant. Such an abrupt silence could only suggest that he was killed in a single strike. Upon hearing this, the Buddha sighed bitterly. I am unable to discern the karmic chain of the Earth Store Bodhisattva. His very essence has been severed. The crowd gasped collectively. What does this mean? You are the Buddha. Even you cannot ascertain how the Earth Store Bodhisattva met his end? Observing the expressions of those gathered, the Buddha spoke solemnly. Fear not. I shall descend to the underworld and inquire directly. Immediately, the assembly witnessed the Buddha forming a seal with his hands, a radiant aura emanating from his being, as a divine thought pierced through the realms to the depths of the underworld. In a fleeting moment, the Buddha's countenance changed dramatically, and he thundered, You, Sun Wukong. How dare you act so recklessly? The gathered crowd was left utterly bewildered. Sun Wukong? Could it be that he was responsible for the Earth Store Bodhisattva's death? This is impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Even Manjushri Bodhisattva regarded the Buddha with a peculiar expression, fully aware of Sun Wukong's capabilities. How could he possibly slay the Earth Store Bodhisattva? Such a notion is unfathomable. Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression too shifted wildly. She understood all too well that Sun Wukong's rapid ascension to the Great Luo was intertwined with her own influence. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently nurtured him. A thought that left her feeling a pang of regret. The eons of cultivation she had accumulated had all been absorbed by that monkey, leaving her both pained and remorseful. Guanyin could scarcely believe the truth of it. A Great Luo golden immortal slaying the Earth Store Bodhisattva? Is it truly so outrageous? The Buddha surveyed the crowd's expressions, his tone darkening. I have consulted with the King of Hell and the 10 Yama Kings. They all confirmed that it was indeed Sun Wukong who killed the Earth Store Bodhisattva. The King of Hell is currently recuperating. Amipa. The assembly murmured in reverence. The Buddha does not speak idly. Manjushri Bodhisattva swallowed hard and voiced, Buddha, this demon monkey has brazenly slain a bodhisattva of our order before the eyes of the underworld. It will not be long before the 3 realms are aware of this. Indeed, Buddha, this bloodthirsty creature has struck a blow against our order's dignity. He must be brought back to Ling Mountain to face justice. Buddha, what can be tolerated and what cannot? Sun Wukong must face severe retribution. The Buddha regarded the indignant assembly and commanded, Sunlight Bodhisattva, summon the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Chapter 28. The ancient Buddha of the lamp descends. Yuán Gē's strategy. At Flower Fruit Mountain, atop the misty peak, Sun Wukong stood in a daze before the empty summit, lost in thought. He gazed down at the jade vial in his hand, which emanated an aura that his very soul craved. Silently, Sun Wukong bowed in the direction Yuán Gē had vanished. Whispering, Master, I shall not betray your trust. Then, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he uncorked the jade vial. Instantly, a surge of primal, godlike energy erupted from it, and a drop of pale golden blood, the size of a fist, materialized, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong tilted his head back and swallowed the drop of blood. In that moment, every cell in his body quivered, rejoicing and transforming as if spring had returned to a withered tree. This blood contained a terrifying essence, one that resonated profoundly with Sun Wukong. The words of Yuán Gē echoed in his mind. Wukong, you have reached your threshold. This drop of blood is the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape, a fragment of your true self, and it shall greatly benefit you. Sun Wukong held no doubts regarding Yuán Gē's words. The day he fully refined this blood would mark his ascension to the rank of quasi-saint. At that moment, his power would rival the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, and his mastery of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies would reach completion. After imparting many instructions, Yuán Gē departed, knowing he could not perpetually shield Sun Wukong. The path of battle must be experienced and comprehended by Wukong himself. Yuán Gē aimed to reshape the journey to the west, harboring numerous plans that required a Sun Wukong capable of stirring the winds and rains, rather than one perpetually under his protection. With Sun Wukong's wings now fully formed, it was time for him to confront the storms on his own. As for how to undermine the Buddhist order, Yuán Gē had already meticulously arranged everything for Sun Wukong, instructing him to follow through. My master wants me to face the impending tribulations alone. I, Sun Wukong, shall refine this blood in the shortest time possible to fulfill my master's task. As Sun Wukong muttered to himself, his expression suddenly shifted, and he looked up towards the sky. There, a vast expanse of Buddhist light filled the firmament, and a terrifying presence locked onto him. Heh. A cold smile crept across Sun Wukong's face. So, it has come. I wonder which Buddha this is from the Buddhist order. Just after Yuán Gē had given his instructions, he informed Sun Wukong that a powerful figure from the Buddhist order would soon arrive, urging him to swiftly consume the blood before their arrival. Everything unfolded just as Yuán Gē had anticipated. As the celestial sounds of chanting filled the air, amidst a sea of golden Buddhist light, a figure seated upon a lotus platform emerged. Clad in golden robes, with a halo radiating behind him, the visage of an elderly sage appeared. His face lined with countless wrinkles, his eyes deep and inscrutable. The ancient Buddha of the lamp's divine thought locked onto Sun Wukong, his presence resonating with a voice that echoed like thunder atop Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong, you are guilty of heinous crimes, disrupting the underworld and slaying the earth's store bodhisattva. Such transgressions are intolerable. By the decree of the Buddha, I must take you back to Ling Mountain for judgment. The ancient Buddha's voice, filled with authority, made the very void tremble. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Flower Fruit Mountain, causing the myriad demons to shudder and kneel, unable to lift their heads. At the 8th heaven of quasi-saintship, he is one of the 3 chief disciples of the Buddhist order, known as the past Buddha, a figure of immense stature and boundless power. As a late-stage quasi-saint, he stood leagues apart from those in the early and mid-stages, capable of moving mountains and shifting rivers with ease, a rarity among such powerful beings. A great Luo golden immortal, like Sun Wukong, might contend with a newly ascended quasi-saint or barely hold his ground against a mid-stage one, but a late-stage quasi-saint represented an insurmountable barrier, one that mere treasures could not transcend. Had the earth's store bodhisattva advanced further to the 7th heaven of quasi-saintship, he could have subdued the current Sun Wukong with a single hand, without the need for any treasures. The late-stage quasi-saint signified mastery over the laws of power, nearing completion and perfection. The path is indeed the realm. Clad in golden armor and wielding the golden staff, Sun Wukong's crimson cloak billowed fiercely in the wind as he roared to the heavens. Lamp, Buddha, what wrong have I committed? By what right does your order seek to judge me? You of the Buddhist order wield the power to dictate the fates of others, to manipulate lives at will. Must you alone be allowed to kill, while others cannot retaliate? Sun Wukong's furious roar reverberated across the peak of Flower Fruit Mountain. His gaze was clear, filled with profound disdain for the Buddhist order, his posture erect like a spear, unyielding even in the face of the ancient Buddha's terrifying pressure. In terms of momentum, he stood resolute. At this moment, Sun Wukong embodied a spirit of defiance against heaven and earth, having only respect for one, Yuán Gē. Not even the heavens could obscure the brilliance of his gaze, let alone the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Demon monkey. The ancient Buddha of the lamp maintained his stoic demeanor, his expression betraying no emotion. Your crimes are grievous, and the heavens cannot condone them. Come with me. With that, the ancient Buddha thrust his palm forward. Boom. A golden Buddha palm appeared above Sun Wukong's head, emanating a profound aura of the loss. With a massive swastika materializing in its palm, a terrifying force locked onto Sun Wukong's essence. This technique, known as the Radiant Lamp Divine Palm, possessed the divine powers of the Buddha realm within the palm, akin to the Buddha's palm of the Tathagata. The transformed aura of the laws approached a state of perfection, instilling in Sun Wukong a deep sense of helplessness. Master, you commanded me to follow them back to Mount Ling without question, but I, the old Sun, cannot comply. Sun Wukong recalled the earlier admonition of Yuán Gē, straightened his chest, and his entire being surged with overwhelming energy. Law of heaven and earth. Demon ape form. In an instant, Sun Wukong unleashed his ultimate divine ability, transforming into a towering figure, with his golden staff also expanding to a colossal size. He resembled a diminutive chaotic demon ape, wielding a massive club as he struck at the golden palm. Demon monkey, you are far too weak. Do not resist. The Radiant Lamp Buddha said disdainfully, simultaneously gesturing with his hand, his withered palm pressing down into the void once more. Boom. The golden Buddha palm in the sky suddenly accelerated, descending upon the transformed Sun Wukong with the weight of a mountain, radiating dazzling Buddha light and suppressive power. Boom. Boom. An explosion erupted in the void, as Sun Wukong's thousand-zhong demon ape form was crushed like a deflated balloon upon contact, his protective spiritual energy fracturing inch by inch, the golden hand pinching him like a mere insect. Captured. A smile crossed the face of the Radiant Lamp Buddha as he turned his withered palm upward and waved gently. Sun Wukong felt an irresistible force enveloping him, reducing him to the size of a mustard seed. Chapter 29. Return to Heaven. Before the astonished eyes of the demons on Flower Fruit Mountain, their king was subdued in an instant by the Radiant Lamp Buddha's single move, leaving Sun Wukong no larger than a fly, grasped firmly in the Buddha's hand. The formidable king had been overpowered. Radiant Lamp, The old son, refused to accept this. Dare you to battle me again in 10 years? Bound and presented before the radiant lamp, Sun Wukong bared his teeth defiantly. Amitabha. Radiant lamp Buddha replied with a slight smile. Demon monkey, you are merely a fortunate soul with a fleeting chance. Do you not understand that there are greater beings beyond you? In 10 years, you will still be a mere jester. Come with me. With that, the radiant lamp Buddha offered no further opportunity for Sun Wukong to speak, enclosing him within a golden bowl that vanished into the void in a flash of golden light. The vast expanse of the primordial world had seen countless prodigies since ancient times, like fish crossing a river. To the radiant lamp, the monkey was nothing more than a lucky accident. Even in 10 years, he doubted the monkey could escape his grasp. Achieving a breakthrough in the quasi-saint realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The radiant lamp had spent countless years cultivating, forsaking the path of the Tao for Buddhism, encountering numerous fortuitous events to reach his current state. This demon monkey was of no concern. Yet, unbeknownst to the radiant lamp, his words today would herald a disaster for him in over a decade. No one noticed the figure of a man in a black robe standing silently in the void. Observing all of this, this monkey has been given what he deserves. I hope he does not disappoint me. A gentle voice echoed softly through the void. Even the formidable radiant lamp Buddha failed to perceive that someone had been watching him all along. Yuán Gē glanced at the radiant lamp and immediately discerned his true nature. Yuán Gē also noticed the 24 sea-calming pearls within the radiant lamp Buddha, each a congenital spiritual treasure, but together they formed an exceptional congenital treasure. This was the Buddha's proof of enlightenment, renamed the 24 heavens, which possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, wielding immense power. Despite this, Yuán Gē still regarded the radiant lamp as weak. To deal with the radiant lamp, a single move would suffice. Having been away from heaven for nearly a year, it was time to return. Yuán Gē lifted his gaze towards the vast sky and whispered. In a flash, a beam of light surged forth, and Yuán Gē soared into the air. A day in heaven equals a year on earth. He had spent 340 years in Flower Fruit Mountain, while a year had passed above. As for Sun Wukong's predicament, Yuán Gē had no worries. Sun Wukong was the designated disciple for the scriptures from Ling Mountain, and the Tathagata and others would undoubtedly devise ways to alter his resolve and claim him for their own. All of this was within Yuán Gē's expectations. This foresight stemmed from Yuán Gē's knowledge of the Buddha's temperament as an unrestrained traveler. Simultaneously, Yuán Gē had wisely arranged numerous matters for Sun Wukong. This journey would prove beneficial for Sun Wukong, allowing him to refine the essence of the chaotic demon ape during this time. According to Yuán Gē's plan, Sun Wukong should swiftly refine the essence of the chaotic demon ape, with a decade being ample time. The four great divine monkeys and the chaotic demon ape were akin to the three purities emerging from Pangu's breath, originating from the same source. This speed was a conservative estimate from Yuán Gē. Perhaps this process would unfold even more rapidly. What intriguing events might transpire then? Yuán Gē looked forward to it with great anticipation. Everything was within Yuán Gē's control, and he also eagerly awaited whether he would receive substantial rewards like during the tumult in the underworld. When Yuán Gē descended to the mortal realm, he possessed merely a facade of the great Luo level, and his flying speed left much to be desired. Yet now, merely 300 years later, Yuán Gē had transformed significantly, reaching the South Heaven Gate in mere breaths. In the heavenly court, at the South Heaven Gate, the great king of growth stood ready, leading the heavenly soldiers in vigilant duty. Suddenly, a flash of golden light, accompanied by a terrifying aura, zipped past the great king of growth. Who is that divine being? The great king of growth exclaimed in astonishment. He cast a suspicious glance towards the interior of heaven. In the azure sky, celestial cranes soared. Surrounded by ethereal mist, everything appeared as ordinary as ever. However, the fleeting aura that had just passed left the great king of growth feeling anxious. Aside from the Supreme Lord Laozi and the Jade Emperor, he had rarely sensed such a terrifying presence. Could it be the Supreme Lord? The great king of growth pondered. Yet the Supreme Lord did not typically exude such an aura. Why do you look so troubled, great king? The heavenly generals nearby inquired curiously. Startled, the great king of growth replied, "Did you not see a flash of golden light and a terrifying divine presence?" Upon hearing this, the heavenly soldiers exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads, their expressions peculiar. "Great king, have you been drinking fake wine? Where is the divine being? Where is the golden light?" They silently scoffed, too cautious to voice their thoughts. Under the scrutiny of their strange gazes, the great king of growth felt even more perplexed. Could it be that I merely imagined it? Can a celestial being even hallucinate? He cleared his throat and retorted, "Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Should we practice together?" At this, the heavenly soldiers straightened up, suppressing their laughter. This superior was notorious for his penchant for lecturing his subordinates. They felt a mixture of frustration and helplessness, aware that as mere heavenly soldiers, they had no rights and could only endure in silence. Yuán Gē transformed into a beam of light and entered the peach garden. He had intended to tease the great king of growth, but unexpectedly, his casual act left the great king pondering his existence for several days, wondering which divine being possessed such a fierce aura. The peach garden was typically deserted. Picking peaches was not a daily occurrence. Upon entering the garden, Yuán Gē found everything unchanged since he had departed. Entering the green bamboo house, he noticed that the low-grade earth escape technique book still lay on the table. Smiling at the sight of the manual, Yuán Gē mused, "After a year away, it seems the heavenly court has not missed me. Perhaps they believe I have been diligently practicing the earth escape technique underground." Observing the surroundings, he murmured, to those in the heavenly court, "My humble spiritual route probably requires a long time to master even the earth escape technique. A millennium to reach mastery of this book?" In their eyes, a mortal's spiritual route is deemed inferior, and achieving mastery over such a rudimentary earth-based evasion technique is considered an impossible feat. The term rudimentary is defined through the lens of the heavenly court. If this book were to reach a lesser world, it would undoubtedly be regarded as an unparalleled earth attribute cultivation method. Even in the middle thousand worlds, it would rank as a first-rate technique. Yet, in the immortal realm, specifically within the heavenly court, it is dismissed as a path of little consequence. For instance, the mainstream pinnacle divine abilities like the 36 transformations of the celestial general and the 72 transformations of the earth fiends are regarded as techniques suitable for minor deities like local gods, and thus deemed worthless. Suddenly, Yuán Gē recalled a notion that sparked a clever plan in his mind. Chapter 30. The ingenious use of the system. Back in the heavenly court, he could earn thousands of years of cultivation for merely a day's work. He wondered if he could continue to receive rewards now. With this thought, Yuán Gē's eyes lit up. He remembered that on the day he departed from the heavenly court, he had received a reward. Although his current magical power was at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, according to the classification of the chaotic refinement of saintly return to the true path, the fourth heaven merely corresponds to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the sixth heaven represents its later stage, with the completion of the sixth heaven signifying the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Based on Yuán Gē's deductions and the circumstances at the time, he believed he could still be in the heavenly court, earning rewards. Thus, he decided to work for a day and test this theory. Yuán Gē's eyes sparkled as he appeared in the peach garden, beginning to feign his labor. Before long, the sweet sounds of birdsong echoed from outside the garden. "Is the Earth Lord there?" A melodious voice resonated within the peach garden. Soon after, 7 graceful figures emerged from outside, these 7 young women, each possessing unique charms and exquisite beauty, entered the garden dressed in vibrant colors reminiscent of 7 ethereal sprites. Yuán Gē recognized them as the 7 fairies. "I am here," he replied with a slight smile, appearing before them. "Oh, Earth Lord, you look quite handsome in that black robe instead of your usual land attire," remarked the fairy clad in purple, her eyes sparkling with delight. The other fairies also scrutinized Yuán Gē, noting his striking features and scholarly demeanor. Although his magical aura was faint, his refined presence set him apart from the other deities of the heavenly court. "Zir, cease your flattery," the fairy in red feigned annoyance, admonishing her sister. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad fairy playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, "Yes, elder sister." In their hierarchy, the fairy in red was the eldest, while the purple-clad one was the youngest, known as the 7th sister. The red-robed fairy then spoke earnestly, "Earth Lord, today the heavenly court has received messengers from the Buddhist sect who announced a public trial for the monkey demon in a month's time, inviting us to attend the ceremony. We shall go and pick a few peaches now, so as not to disturb you." With that, the 7 fairies smiled at Yuán Gē and transformed into fragrant breezes as they made their way towards the peach garden. Having been in the heavenly court for 1,000 years, they were aware of Yuán Gē's modest magical abilities. Yet their pure hearts did not lead them to look down upon him like other deities. Instead, they treated him with kindness and respect. Yuán Gē nodded in acknowledgement. observing the departing figures of the 7 fairies, lost in thought. A public trial for Sun Wukong? How intriguing. A knowing smile crept upon Yuán Gē's lips. The 7 fairies quickly picked their peaches and departed, leaving behind well-meaning words of encouragement for Yuán Gē, urging him to cultivate diligently. He understood their good intentions and responded with a few polite words to appease them. The peach garden once again fell silent, save for the occasional fragrance of blossoms and fruits wafting through the air. Before long, the workday concluded. System check-in. Yuán Gē commanded the system as he stood before his bamboo hut. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful, earning 38,000 years of cultivation. The system's voice resonated in Yuán Gē's mind, and he felt a surge of energy as 38,000 years of cultivation were added to his foundation. Although this amount was a mere drop in the ocean compared to his current level, the prospect of daily accumulation was indeed promising. As expected, the heavenly court proved to be a bountiful place. The warm and scholarly aura enveloped Yuán Gē as a smile graced his face. With a thought, he manifested a clone beside him, identical in every way, clothed in the garb of the land and wielding a staff, yet possessing only the cultivation of a human immortal. Both Yuán Gē and his clone bore smiles. Let us see if the clone can also earn rewards by working for a day, Yuán Gē mused, subsequently vanishing into the void while his clone entered the bamboo hut as usual. The next day passed in the blink of an eye. In the heavenly court, within the peach garden, Yuán Gē, clad in black, discreetly commanded the system. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful, earning 56,000 years of cultivation. Haha. How clever I am. Yuán Gē's spirit soared, a broad smile illuminating his features. Meanwhile, Li San silently lamented that, had he known this would happen, he should have left a clone behind when he first departed. That way, while his true self spent 300 years in the lower realm, the clone could have accumulated 300 days of work in the heavenly court, leading to significant cultivation gains. However, at that time, the system had issued a new main quest, and Yuán Gē, being anxious, hadn't foreseen such an outcome. Wasn't the heavenly court merely a place for cautious growth, akin to a newbie village for him? A peculiar expression flickered across Yuán Gē's face as he pondered how long this situation would last. He decided to take advantage of every day he could check in, for why refuse cultivation that was freely given? Yuán Gē was well aware that should he wish to break through his cultivation in the future, the requirements for advancing through the chaotic refinement of saintly return to the true path would be staggering. As for attaining the status of a primordial great Luo golden immortal, truly transcending the myriad beings of the 3 realms, the requisite amount would be astronomical. Since the system was bestowing such generous benefits upon him, he would be foolish not to accept them. Shaking his head, Yuán Gē cast aside his distractions and merged into the void, making his way toward the heavenly court. The heavenly court is comprised of 36 palaces and 72 halls. Having spent 1,000 years there, Yuán Gē had scarcely explored its wonders. Now, with his cultivation at the level of the great Luo golden immortal, he felt emboldened to wander and appreciate the magnificent scenery of the heavenly palaces. Unbeknownst to the celestial beings, a young man clad in black traversed the floating palaces of the heavenly court. The cloud-dispelling palace, the bright palace, the marvelous cliff palace, the 5 illuminations palace, the sun palace, the jade palace, the morning assembly hall, the Lingxiao palace, the Lingshu palace, the Tongming palace, the Chuli palace, the Pixiang palace. Before long, Yuán Gē arrived before a palace suspended in the void. The Doshui palace. This is the palace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, and within, Yuán Gē felt an inexplicable stirring in his heart. The Doshui palace harbors formidable formations. Yet, he thought, the Supreme Lord Laozi, being one of the 3 pure ones, is the embodiment of the Tao. Venturing into this domain might attract unwanted attention, Yuán Gē whispered to himself before turning to leave. He could distinctly sense several powerful auras within the heavenly court, such as those of the Jade Emperor, Doma Yuanjun, and the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, it was the aura of the Supreme Lord Laozi that instilled a sense of trepidation in Yuán Gē. After all, he was a saintly avatar, and Yuán Gē's primary objective remained to cultivate discreetly, avoiding undue exposure. Faced with a saint, Yuán Gē felt uncertain. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed, drawing ever closer to the public trial of Sun Wukong. Chapter 31. The Little Monk, Jinkan. During these 20 days, Yuán Gē remained concealed within the peach garden, diligently cultivating the chaotic refinement of saintly return to the true path. while his clone diligently toiled, continually accruing cultivation for him. With a flicker, Yuán Gē opened his eyes, a profound aura emanating from him, as if the celestial bodies were in harmonious interplay within his gaze, instilling awe in those who beheld him. This extraordinary aura lingered for only an instant before retreating within, and Yuán Gē resumed his scholarly demeanor. With just 3 days remaining until the trial of Sun Wukong, he resolved to observe the performance of the Buddhist sect. Rising to his feet, his warm and scholarly voice resonated through the void, creating ripples in the air. With that, Yuán Gē stepped forward, each step blossoming with lotus flowers, making his way towards the southern heavenly gate. Upon exiting the gate, he transformed into a beam of light, heading westward. Above the 9 heavens, the vast realm of earth immortals appeared as a map beneath him, with countless landscapes fleeting by, becoming mere shadows, indistinct to the eye. On that day, after the ancient Buddha of Light brought Sun Wukong back to Mount Ling, the Tathagata Buddha commanded that he be imprisoned in the Buddha prison of Ling Mountain. Meanwhile, the significant incident within the Buddhist realm, marked by the death of Ktitagarbha Bodhisattva, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, drew the attention of numerous powers and mighty beings from the 3 realms, who began to mock the Buddha-esque sect. The illustrious Buddhist order, known as the foremost power in the 3 realms, had always been domineering. When had they ever faced such a significant loss? The death of a quasi-saint of the 6th heaven was a staggering blow, not to mention the humiliation it brought to the Buddhist order, which faced considerable scrutiny due to its many doctrines within the earth immortal realm. Thus, after deliberation, the Tathagata Buddha dispatched envoys to invite various powers to oversee the proceedings. A month later, Sun Wukong would be publicly tried. For example, the heavenly court sent the Silver Star and the 4 heavenly kings to serve as witnesses. The 5 Zhuang Temple of the Earth Immortal Realm was also included in the invitations. Countless scattered immortals, demons, and sects were similarly invited by the Buddhist order. It seemed that any sect would receive an invitation from local temples, allowing those above the Earth Immortal rank to accompany them to witness the proceedings in the Western Paradise. This time, the Buddhist order was determined to showcase its prestige, not for any other reason, but to assert their authority before the world of cultivators. The public trial of Sun Wukong served as the perfect means to demonstrate the unassailable dignity of the Buddhist order. Of course, the primary motive of the Tathagata and others was to re-establish their reputation. They had given little thought to anything beyond that. As for the mysterious figure behind Sun Wukong, the Tathagata had made ample preparations. The 3 Buddhas convened, alongside numerous Avalokiteshvara and the 88 Buddhas, and the great formation of Ling Mountain would be activated on that day. With such an opulent assembly, even an invincible quasi-saint would find it impossible to leave Ling Mountain alive. While that was the official narrative behind the scenes, the Tathagata had prepared a contingency plan, one that was said to be the foremost power beneath the saints. Yuán Gē, of course, remained oblivious to these intricate details. The Tathagata and his companions unanimously believed that even the most audacious of individuals would not dare to create chaos at Ling Mountain to rescue Sun Wukong. Little did they know, Yuán Gē's intention was merely to observe the spectacle, while simultaneously seeking opportunities to undermine the Buddhist order. Yuán Gē was not foolish. He had already advised Sun Wukong that the Buddhists would not kill him and encouraged him to make the most of his time to cultivate. Once he refined the chaotic demon ape's essence, combined with the finest innate spiritual treasures, the Buddhist order would no longer pose a threat to Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Yuán Gē, unaware that the Buddhist order had laid a trap for him, journeyed westward and arrived at the farthest reaches of the western Bolhazhou. Before the heavenly river, Yuán Gē's figure appeared abruptly. Before him, the heavenly river resembled a celestial river, standing outside the western world, yet teeming with countless demons and spirits. Behind the heavenly river lay the sacred land of the Buddhist order, unbeknownst to him that they had nurtured such a multitude of demons. Yuán Gē's bright eyes perceived the true nature of the heavenly river at a glance. In the original text, a challenge awaited here, the carp spirit. Today, Yuán Gē realized that the carp spirit was merely one of the many demons within the heavenly river. Most of these creatures had close ties to the Buddhist order. Shaking his head, Yuán Gē's expression turned mocking. Simultaneously, his disdain for the Buddhist order intensified. It was apparent that while they paraded their righteousness, preaching equality among all beings and the virtuous act of saving lives, in reality, they were hardly more upright than the demons themselves. In the Western Paradise, with no avarice or violence, nurturing tranquility and spirit, though devoid of supreme truth, everyone could attain longevity. Yet, as one drew closer to the Western world. Where was the semblance of universal salvation and the blissful realm? Here, demons danced chaotically, causing havoc among the common folk. While the sacred land of the Buddhists seemed indifferent to the plight of the people, demons consumed humans, humans exterminated demons, and conflicts arose among humans. Such appeared to be the natural order. The Buddhist order was merely a gathering of hypocrites draped in robes, presenting themselves as virtuous. Yuán Gē paused before the rushing heavenly river, his mind swirling with thoughts. In the sky, cultivators occasionally flew by. This place was much livelier than in days past. The demons near the Western world seemed to have received some form of instruction as they lay in hiding, with not a single demon daring to create mischief, creating an illusion of peace. All these superficial appearances fell under Yuán Gē's keen observation. How hypocritical. No wonder they charged 3 doubts of gold for a single sermon. It was both tragic and lamentable. Yuán Gē shook his head, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. Such a Buddhist order was nothing short of a malignant tumor. What use was their existence? I shall ensure that your order is erased from the 3 realms. Yuán Gē's gaze turned fierce, and a bold thought emerged in his mind. This idea surged forth like wildfire, unstoppable. Yuán Gē knew that he lacked the power for now, but that day was not far off. As a transmigrant, though he was not a benevolent sage with grand aspirations for humanity, he was nonetheless a good youth of the new era. He felt a profound sense of justice swelling within him as he observed the suffering of the common folk from the Western Bulhajo to the Western world. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Ba, I wonder why the benefactor considers our Buddha both lamentable and tragic? Turning, he beheld a strikingly handsome young monk, his features delicate and skin as smooth as jade. Yuán Gē's eyes brightened at the sight. What a remarkably attractive little monk. Upon seeing Yuán Gē, the young monk clasped his hands together once more and, puzzled, inquired, I wonder why the benefactor deems our Buddha lamentable and tragic? Yuán Gē smiled faintly and replied, because the Buddha has rotted. How then can it save all beings? Hearing Yuán Gē's words, the young monk paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. He remained silent, seemingly pondering the meaning behind Yuán Gē's statement. After a while, the young monk bowed and said, I am Jin Shanzi. I seek enlightenment from the Master. Chapter 32. What is ultimate bliss? Originally, Jin Shanzi and others were dispatched by the Tathagata Buddha to guide cultivators, but unexpectedly, Jin Shanzi inadvertently passed by the heavenly river and overheard Yuán Gē's murmurs. Upon hearing this, Jin Shanzi immediately became intrigued. In truth, Jin Shanzi had long harbored doubts regarding the actions of the Buddhist order. Recently, he had guided many cultivators, most of whom came with a sense of reverence and a desire to pilgrimage to the Western paradise. This place was not one that anyone could simply reach. Had it not been for the Buddhist order's desire to showcase their authority through the public trial of Sun Wukong, how could cultivators have stepped upon the sacred land of Ling Mountain? Hearing this, Yuán Gē was taken aback, then secretly amused. He is Jin Shanzi? What a coincidence! Before this, Yuán Gē had instructed Sun Wukong that if he encountered someone named Jin Shanzi upon reaching Ling Mountain, he must lure him into their plans. Unexpectedly, today, while merely intending to observe the proceedings, he stumbled upon Jin Shanzi. Yuán Gē had felt somewhat skeptical about persuading Sun Wukong, but now that he encountered him, he was determined to sway him to their side. Jin Shanzi, being the golden cicada from the Bodhi tree at the moment of the Tathagata's enlightenment, possessed an innocent heart and had manifested a Buddha's heart after absorbing the profound teachings of the Mahayana. However, these details were inconsequential, as Yuán Gē aimed to reshape the journey to the West, intensifying the tribulations to reap greater rewards. One Sun Wukong had already brought forth countless rewards. As the manager of the scripture-seeking team, what benefits might Jin Shanzi bring him? With this thought, a smile appeared on Yuán Gē's face, and his deliberations transpired in but a fleeting moment. Yuán Gē smiled slightly, gazing at Jin Shanzi. Pray tell me, what is the ultimate bliss of the Western paradise? As a traveler through time, Yuán Gē's theoretical discourse emerged with an intensity akin to a mother pig donning a fierce guise, a relentless succession of arguments, particularly when it came to influencing the seemingly simple-minded Jin Shanzi. Moreover, given Yuán Gē's current cultivation level, his voice inadvertently wielded a divine power that penetrated Jin Shanzi's heart, probing the very core of his Buddhist essence. As Yuán Gē spoke, an invisible curtain of light enveloped the two, rendering them undetectable to the passing cultivators, who remained oblivious to their sudden disappearance. approaching the sacred mountain. Careful consideration was essential in attempting to sway Jin Shanzi. The notion of failure was never entertained by Yuán Gē. Jin Shanzi was inherently wise, possessing a childlike heart, making him the most susceptible to persuasion. Jin Shanzi gazed at Yuán Gē, bewildered, yet he maintained his composure and spoke earnestly. In the western lands of 10 trillion Buddhas, there exists a realm known as Pure Land, wherein resides the Buddha Amitabha. In this realm, beings experience no suffering, only joy. Hence, it is called Pure Land. His articulate voice vividly painted the picture of the Western paradise. Yuán Gē believed that had he not been a time traveler, but rather a native of the primordial world, he too would have yearned for this so-called Pure Land upon hearing such words. With a subtle smile, Yuán Gē replied, "Humans, demons, and even beasts are born pure, yet as they grow, they become entangled in love and hatred. Tell me, where in this world exists a true Pure Land devoid of sorrow? Is the Pure Land you perceive truly what it claims to be?" As he spoke, Yuán Gē's expression grew cold, his voice chillingly resolute. "Your great Buddhist teachings, intended to guide the deceased to ascend to the Pure Land, to alleviate suffering, and to dispel calamities, assert that the physical form is illusory and impermanent, with only the Western Pure Land as the eternal refuge. Do you not realize this is the greatest deception?" Upon hearing Yuán Gē's words, Jin Shanzi was momentarily stunned, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Why do you so disparage my Buddhist teachings?" He had never encountered someone who could so profoundly understand their faith, nor had he ever heard such blasphemous remarks. Here, before the heavenly river and at the foot of the sacred mountain, where the light of the Buddha radiated over the Pure Land, such words, if uttered by another, would likely have drawn swift retribution from the other bodhisattvas and Buddhas. Yet, within Jin Shanzi's heart, a tempest of doubt began to stir. Yuán Gē's words pierced deeply, echoing the unspoken doubts that Jin Shanzi had buried within. Yuán Gē articulated the very sentiments that Jin Shanzi had feared to voice, or even to contemplate. With a cold chuckle, Yuán Gē perceived that he had successfully hooked Jin Shanzi, and maintaining his demeanor, he stated, "To attain rebirth in the Pure Land, your Buddhist teachings are unequivocal. One must adhere to vegetarianism, recite scriptures, engage in the release of life, and take refuge in the three jewels. Is that not so?" Jin Shanzi trembled at the inquiry, his gaze flickering as he involuntarily nodded. "Then allow me to ask you, does your Buddhist doctrine, which professes the equality of all beings and the salvation of sentient beings, not require believers to pay for the printing of scriptures? Must the common folk not contribute offerings to create statues of the Buddha? Must adherents not part with their wealth while renouncing their desires to ensure the prosperity of your faith?" "Indeed," Jin Shanzi responded, "the four great truths before the Buddha are empty. Only then can one liberate all beings." With a broader smile, Yuán Gē continued, "Ah, what a noble aspiration to save all beings. Is it not true that those within your Buddhist community can sit high in the temple, consuming vegetarian meals while chanting Amitabha Buddha to amass great wealth? The Buddhas of the Western paradise can recline and receive abundant faith and offerings without any sacrifice, reaping great merit effortlessly. Is this truly the path to saving all beings and attaining rebirth in the Pure Land? Your monks, seated in the temple during times of chaos, close their doors, yet eagerly welcome offerings in times of peace. Your higher-ups exploit the guise of saving beings to engage in sordid affairs. Observe the lives of the people near the Western lands. Chaos abounds, and they suffer greatly. Is the path to salvation merely a sermon that exacts 3 measures of gold from the people? As cultivators, we must aspire to transcend to immortality, to pursue the supreme path, prioritizing the welfare of all beings. Yet under your Buddhist light, the sacred mountain is filled with avaricious and indolent souls. Does such a place merit the title of Pure Land?" Yuán Gē observed the dazed expression on Jin Shanzi's face and coldly remarked, "There is a saying that goes, true filial piety is struck by lightning. The greedy are pursued by misfortune. Misery seeks the unfortunate, while life mocks the impoverished. The Buddha only saves the wealthy." Yuán Gē's words struck at the very heart of Jin Shanzi's veneration for the Buddha, leaving him with countless questions. In that moment, doubt flickered in Jin Shanzi's eyes as he replayed Yuán Gē's assertions in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to harbor skepticism towards the sanctity of the Buddhist faith. Yuán Gē's arguments were irrefutable. After a prolonged silence, Jin Shanzi regained his composure and looked at Yuán Gē, exclaiming, "Senior, your words have awakened me from my slumber. The Western paradise is indeed not the true Pure Land. I shall strive to become a true Buddha and save all beings." Upon hearing this, A series of black lines appeared on Yuán Gē's forehead. How could one be so dense? Shouldn't you be rebelling against the faith instead of aspiring to become a Buddha? After gathering his exasperation, Yuán Gē resumed his serene demeanor. But how will you become a true Buddha? The many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas within the Thunder Sound Temple possess profound Buddhist wisdom. Are they not true Buddhas? Your master, the Tathagata Buddha, is among the most powerful in the three realms. Having deeply cultivated the great teachings, are you suggesting he is not a Buddha? Jin Shanzi's face reflected a hint of panic. His master, the Tathagata, was the object of his utmost reverence, and no one dared speak ill of him at the sacred mountain. Should Yuán Gē's words reach his master, it could spell disaster. Senior, please be cautious. Jin Shanzi glanced around, relieved that the passing monks and cultivators had not noticed them, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Senior, I did not imply that my master is not a Buddha. I merely heard your words and felt that the Buddhist light shining upon us does not equate to a peaceful existence. I have yet to witness the suffering of the people near the western lands being alleviated, nor do I see them attaining rebirth in the Pure Land. Unbeknownst to him, a fissure had formed in Jin Shanzi's Buddhist heart, leading him to develop his own perspectives on the existence and practices of Buddhism. At that moment, Jin Shanzi had distanced himself from the doctrines of the faith. He was no longer the devoted disciple steeped in the solitary study of Buddhist teachings, but had evolved into an independent thinker. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yuán Gē's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shaking Jin Shanzi's Buddhist heart. Jin Shanzi is inclined to betray Buddhism. You have earned a mysterious reward. Ding! Main quest issued. Encourage Jin Shanzi to abandon Buddhism. Reward, mysterious reward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yuán Gē's eyes brightened. Is this the rhythm? Finally, the reward has arrived. System, claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a mysterious reward, Supreme Dharma Relic. Note, this relic, produced by the system, has no side effects, transcends Buddhist convictions, and can assist practitioners in significantly enhancing their cultivation. Within the system's space, a pearl resembling jade appeared, exuding a calming aura as it shimmered with ethereal light. Claiming the reward was a mere thought away. Yet the main quest issued by the system posed a dilemma for Yuán Gē. Take on a disciple? Encourage Jin Shanzi to abandon Buddhism? Observing the incessant muttering of Jin Shanzi before him, Yuán Gē shook his head inwardly. This fellow truly loves to chatter. After all this time, he still has so much to say, completely unaware of my presence. It seems becoming the Tang monk in his next life has its reasons. At present, Jin Shanzi had merely wavered in his belief, and it was certainly premature to urge him to forsake Buddhism and take him on as a disciple. Such actions could backfire. Yuán Gē understood that this Dharma relic was intended as a gift for Jin Shanzi upon taking him as a disciple. Regarding the enhancement of one's cultivation, Yuán Gē glanced at Jin Shanzi, currently at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. He mused that if Jin Shanzi were to refine this relic, he might ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Yuán Gē contemplated this, uncertain of the exact extent of the improvement, but made a conservative estimation. Enough, Yuán Gē interjected, cutting through Jin Shanzi's ramblings. Jin Shanzi looked at Yuán Gē, wondering if the elder found any fault in his words. Believing that Yuán Gē had absorbed his prior statements, he remained oblivious to Yuán Gē's true intent of subverting him. Yuán Gē waved his hand dismissively. Jin Shanzi, our fates are intertwined. We shall meet again. For now, let us part ways. With that, he departed in a flash of light toward the opposite bank of the Tongtian River, leaving Jin Shanzi in a state of bewilderment. Jin Shanzi still wished to further discuss the means of truly benefiting all sentient beings. Meanwhile, after crossing the Tongtian River, Yuán Gē continued his flight until he reached the foot of the Spirit Mountain. It was time to alter his appearance and adopt a low profile. As he descended, his magical energy swirled, transforming him into a gaunt, elegant young man. Subsequently, he made his way toward the distant Spirit Mountain, home to numerous temporary encampments filled with wandering cultivators. The public trial had yet to commence, scheduled for the following day. Most of the cultivators arriving at Spirit Mountain were scattered practitioners from the Earth Immortal Realm or members of various cultivation families and sections. The prominent figures had already been invited to the Spirit Mountain by the Buddhist sect. These wandering cultivators would only gain entry to the mountain the next day. It must be said that the Buddhist sect held a rather condescending view of these practitioners, yet the latter bore no grievances. After all, this was the Spirit Mountain of the West, the stronghold of the Buddhist sect, a gathering place for countless powerful beings. Rarely did they have the opportunity to behold such legendary figures, and this visit offered them the chance to witness the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. Who knows? They might even be fortunate enough to be accepted as disciples by some great master, elevating their status in an instant. Although it meant renouncing worldly ties, adopting a monastic life, and engaging in vegetarianism and meditation, the prospect of securing the favor of a great personage was enough to draw many to this pilgrimage. Young master, from whence do you hail? Are you alone? As Yuán Gē walked, he was approached by a lean man who greeted him politely. The man sized up Yuán Gē and noted his cultivation level was merely at the human immortal stage, piquing his curiosity. This lean man was no ordinary figure. He was one of the 3 elders of a sect in the Earth Immortal realm, having received an invitation from the Buddhist sect to visit the Spirit Mountain. However, during their journey, the 3 brothers had faced numerous trials and tribulations, resulting in the loss of the other 2. Observing Yuán Gē's solitary arrival on the clouds and his extraordinary demeanor, the lean man felt intrigued. Only at the human immortal stage? Alone at the Spirit Mountain? Could he be a young master from a hidden sect or a powerful lineage? The Earth Immortal realm boasted many such factions, appearing unassuming yet possessing formidable treasures. Even human immortals with potent artifacts could face golden immortal-level adversaries without fear. The lean man, sensing an opportunity for friendship, sought to befriend Yuán Gē. In response, Yuán Gē turned, smiling as he nodded. Indeed, I have traveled from the southern Jianbu continent. Might I inquire if you are also here alone? He instinctively almost mentioned coming from the southern heavenly gate, but quickly corrected himself. The lean man gasped. You crossed the southern Jianbu continent, the eastern Victory continent, and the western Bull continent to arrive here? I am in awe. The vastness of the primordial wilderness is boundless, making it no easy task to traverse. To journey from the southern Jianbu continent to the Spirit Mountain, one must surely be a disciple of a prominent sect or a master. Furthermore, this young man appeared remarkably youthful, likely possessing powerful treasures and a means of concealment. With this thought, the lean man adopted a more humble demeanor. I am called Gonyayun. May I ask for your esteemed name? Yuán Gē, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Gonyayun's eyes brightened, and he began to flatter. What a splendid name. It is clear you are no ordinary individual. Please, allow me to escort you. Listening to Gonyayun's flattery, Yuán Gē smiled. This fellow was quite perceptive. Having read into his modest display of the human immortal aura and interpreting it as the essence of a grand sect's young master, Yuán Gē chose not to disillusion him. After all, in a sense, he was indeed a personage of significance. With a smile, Yuán Gē followed Gonyayun as they walked. Through their conversation, Yuán Gē learned that the gathering consisted predominantly of scattered practitioners from the 3 realms, while the distinguished figures had already been escorted by the Buddhist sect to the Spirit Mountain. The encampments they observed were set up by the Buddhist sect for the wandering cultivators. The view stretched endlessly, with numerous encampments dotting the foot of the Spirit Mountain. Oh, this truly reflects the style of the Buddhist sect, Yuán Gē thought as he conversed with Gonyayun, eventually entering one of the encampments. Within, many scattered cultivators had gathered, and ordinary monks from the Buddhist sect delivered celestial fruits and elixirs daily, bringing smiles to many faces who felt their journey was worthwhile. Just worthless trinkets and beverages. Yuán Gē mused with a cold smile. Unbeknownst to him, his esteem for the Buddhist sect diminished further, perceiving their hospitality as condescending. As they walked, Yuán Gē's attention was drawn to a woman. Within the encampment, several scattered cultivators were gathered, yet one woman caught his eye. She was slender and graceful, clad in a blue long dress, seated elegantly with a black veil adorning her head. Even from behind the veil, her extraordinary presence was palpable. The woman sat alone in a corner, exuding a powerful and cold aura, causing no one within a Tenjong radius to dare approach her. A pre-saint at the 5th heaven? Intriguing, Yuán Gē thought, having discerned her true essence, including her striking eyes and pearly teeth concealed beneath the veil. The majority of the cultivators present were Earth Immortals, true immortals, and similar beings from the Earth Immortal realm. Yet this woman feigned the aura of a golden immortal. Her presence distinctly set her apart, and coupled with her icy demeanor, few dared to engage her in conversation, although many cast furtive glances her way. Brother Yuán Gē, do you recognize that celestial maiden? Gonyayun observed Yuán Gē's gaze linger on the woman for 2 seconds, catching a hint of unusual interest. As a cultivator of the Earth Immortal realm, often embroiled in conflict, he maintained a low stance despite Yuán Gē's weaker aura. He believed that making a friend could open more doors and sought to align himself with Yuán Gē. I do not know her, Yuán Gē replied, shaking his head, merely curious. Gongye paused, then smiled lightly. You may not be aware, but that Ice Mountain Celestial Maiden is indeed shrouded in mystery. Several cultivators attempted to approach her, only to be swiftly thwarted. Let us move over there, Yuán Gē said, pointing toward a secluded corner, uninterested in Gongye Yun's chatter. All right. Gongye Yun nodded, a bit startled, and followed Yuán Gē. This individual absolutely belonged to a significant power or a great master. The aura he exuded made even this true immortal feel apprehensive. Gongye Yun thought to himself, sensing Yuán Gē's distinguished demeanor and subtle authority, realizing he was not merely a human immortal, but rather a person of extraordinary caliber. Meanwhile, the woman in the blue dress suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion flashing within her bright gaze. Is it just my imagination? Just moments ago, she felt a gaze piercing through her very essence. How could this be? Her concealment technique, derived from her master, was unparalleled, and although her master was currently confined, he remained a figure of immense stature in this realm. This technique of stealth was a supreme method under the sage level, imperceptible even to those at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. In her mind, she recalled her master's words. The woman cast a wary glance around but sensed no overwhelming presence. Impossible. She had disguised herself as an ordinary cultivator, blending in among the scattered practitioners. Even the likes of the Tathagata would not discern her identity unless she spoke or revealed her divine abilities. Could it be? Contemplating this possibility only served to reinforce her denial. In a fleeting moment, her gaze fell upon a figure in a black robe, a human celestial cultivator whose demeanor was anything but ordinary, exuding an air of refinement akin to that of a celestial prodigy. But her attention lingered for only a second before she turned away. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Having recently hit a bottleneck in her cultivation, her mind often wandered, and this state was untenable. In silence, she closed her eyes, casting aside her distracting thoughts to begin channeling the spiritual energy. How intriguing. The girl almost discovered me. Yuán Gē and Gongye Yun sat cross-legged in a discreet corner of the encampment, with a hint of amusement. Yuán Gē glanced at the woman clad in a blue long dress, pondering her motives for masquerading as an ordinary cultivator amidst this gathering. Intrigued, he soon closed his eyes to meditate, preparing for the public trial scheduled for the following day. The monkey-headed one was to be judged before all the cultivators of the world, a moment that would surely cement his notoriety. Time flew, and before long, the deep of night enveloped the spiritual mountain's base. The cultivators within their respective encampments fell silent. Even though some could endure years without sustenance, many retained habits from their mortal lives, such as meditating as night descended. Yuán Gē was no exception. Even the majority of celestial beings shared this practice. In the night sky, a figure clad in a cassock appeared above, possessing a flattened nose and a cold, greedy gaze directed at the encampment below, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. Chapter 35. The Mysterious Woman and the Bloodthirsty Mosquito Man. The man in the cassock inhaled deeply, his greed intensifying as he savored the human essence. The blood of cultivators was a delicacy. It had been a long time since he had tasted such delights. The last time he had indulged was a millennium ago, constrained by the likes of Jane and Junti. Were it not for them, he would have long since overshadowed the Tathagata and governed the Buddhist realm. How effortless it was to obtain this, sparing him the trouble of seeking blood elsewhere. In the wind, a whisper of malice flickered, imperceptible to ordinary ears. This figure was none other than the infamous Mosquito Man. During the time of the sealing of the gods, he had been subdued by Jane and had rendered great service to the Buddhist order, engaging in many unsavory deeds. A creature transformed from the blood-winged black mosquito of primordial chaos, he had named himself the Mosquito Man after achieving enlightenment. Being one of the 5 insects among the 9 beasts of antiquity, capable of absorbing the blood of countless beings and devouring spiritual treasures. As his gaze shifted, the Mosquito Man zeroed in on one particular encampment, where a golden celestial cultivator resided, undoubtedly the strongest among those below. This would do. With a cold glimmer in his eyes, he stepped forward, and a crimson light enveloped his form as he approached the encampment. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, a flash of red illuminating the air, creating ripples that cloaked the encampment. The cultivators remained oblivious, engrossed in their meditation, while those further away were entirely unaware. With a crackling sound, the Mosquito Man's flat nose and triangular lips morphed into a slender, elongated mouth resembling a monstrous proboscis. This was indeed the mosquito's piercing apparatus. Lined with backward-facing barbs, its tip akin to a sharp blade capable of penetrating anything, glistening with a chilling sheen. as he stepped into the encampment. The mosquito man grasped a cultivator effortlessly. With a piercing sound, his elongated proboscis plunged into the cultivator's brow, and in an instant, the unfortunate soul became a lifeless husk. Delicious. The mosquito man continued his bloody harvest. One cultivator after another fell victim to his voracious appetite, turning to dry corpses in mere moments. Within the span of mere breaths, over 10 cultivators had succumbed to the darkness. Suddenly, the commotion alarmed the remaining cultivators. This is bad. There's a demon beast. What? Brother, he is dead? Friends, there's an evil cultivator among us. Awaken swiftly. The sound of corpses being discarded by the mosquito man roused the cultivators within the encampment. In an instant, their eyes flew open. In the darkness, their gazes were clear and sharp. In that moment, confusion erupted within the encampment. Is that not the mosquito man of the West? You have submitted to the Buddhist order. How can you commit such heinous acts? A middle-aged man exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing this, fear gripped the hearts of all present. The mosquito man was synonymous with terror, and all had heard of his infamous reputation. He was known for his brutality and his insatiable thirst for human essence. During the sealing of the gods, he had drained the holy mother of turtle spirit, annihilating her soul. He had also devoured a significant portion of the 12-grade merit golden lotus, reducing it from 12 to 9 grades, thereby obtaining immense transformative power, leading to the present 9-grade merit golden lotus upon which the Tathagata now sat. Although countless years had passed since the sealing, his fearsome reputation still lingered, causing all cultivators to tremble at the mere mention of his name. The scene descended into chaos. This is bad. We're trapped. There's a barrier. At this revelation, the cultivators gasped in horror. The mosquito man chuckled sinisterly, squinting at the crowd with his triangular eyes. Who would have thought that after years of seclusion, there would still be those who remembered my name? But today, none of you shall escape. To become my sustenance is your fortune. His voice sent chills down their spines. A faint scent of blood lingered within the encampment as the mosquito man extended his crimson tongue to lick his proboscis, his eyes glinting with savage greed. You are a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order, long since cleansed of worldly desires. Do you not fear the ridicule of the world? Do you not fear bringing shame upon the Buddhist order? At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped forward and bellowed. Ha ha. The mosquito man laughed heartily. A bodhisattva? Indeed. I am a bodhisattva, who decreed that a bodhisattva cannot indulge. Once I drain you all dry and scour this place clean, who will know that it was I? The mosquito man, who did this? At this, the crowd fell into astonished silence. Most present were scattered cultivators, utterly incapable of contending with such a formidable foe. Escape was not an option. What could they do? Furthermore, this demon was a primordial beast turned sage, practicing the most brutal path of blood magic, having been capable of battling quasi-saint experts even in the time of the sealing. With the passage of time, his cultivation must have reached an unfathomable level. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. Yet curiously, not a single person uttered a plea for mercy. They knew that begging for mercy would be futile. This being was notorious for his cruelty, and there was no chance he would spare a single life. The cultivators could only hope that the commotion would draw the attention of powerful figures from the Buddhist order to come to their aid. After all, they were at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Yuán Gē observed the mosquito man's theatrics from his inconspicuous corner with great interest, while Gongyi beside him was already overcome with panic. It was he who had just prepared to flee. It was also his voice that alerted the assembled cultivators that this place was already enveloped in a barrier. How intriguing! Yuán Gē smiled, his gaze fixed on a woman in a blue dress, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at the mosquito Taoist after his appearance. Yuán Gē had sensed the arrival of the mosquito Taoist in the void and chose to remain silent, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Just as he contemplated whether to intervene and save the unfortunate cultivators while simultaneously striking a blow to the Buddhist sect, the woman radiated an astonishing killing aura upon the mosquito Taoist's arrival, piquing Yuán Gē's interest. A peak figure at the 5th level of semi-saint, and another at the 7th level of semi-saint. Clearly, there was considerable animosity. Yuán Gē mused, already forming a suspicion in his mind. The formidable enemies of the mosquito Taoist could only be those from the Jia sect. Moreover, the mosquito Taoist had once annihilated the turtle spirit Saint Mother, leaving no trace of her soul, thus granting Yuán Gē a clearer understanding of the woman's identity. As panic spread among the crowd, the woman in the blue robe stood up. With a flash of spiritual light, she appeared before them, her beautiful eyes glaring at the mosquito Taoist. You have finally shown yourself. I have waited for you for a long time. Boom. The aura emanating from the woman in the blue dress surged dramatically, a formidable pressure locking onto the mosquito Taoist. Sensing this overwhelming presence, the surrounding cultivators instinctively swallowed hard. This fluctuation in the void indicated a semi-saint powerhouse. Indeed, once one reaches the semi-saint level, their pressure becomes tangible, manifesting like waves, creating a misty aura in the air, distinguishing it from the great Luo golden immortal level. The woman's gaze was sharp and cold as she addressed the mosquito Taoist, her voice frigid. Mosquito Taoist, have you enjoyed your years of survival in the Buddhist sect? Back then, you drained my senior sister, the turtle spirit, leaving not even her primordial spirit intact. Today, I shall slay you to honor her spirit in the heavens. With the emergence of the woman's aura and words, the surrounding cultivators erupted in joy. She is the undying Saint Mother, one of the 4 direct disciples of the GS sect's leader. Indeed, who would have thought we would witness the undying Saint Mother here today? We are saved. Rumors had it that the undying Saint Mother had been traveling the world, with countless manifestations, and it was indeed a stroke of fortune to see her in person. She is one of the 4 direct disciples of the GS sect's leader. She will certainly slay this villain. As the undying Saint Mother appeared before them, the cultivators quickly recognized her identity. They were all too aware of the tale of the mosquito Taoist draining the turtle spirit Saint Mother. With the undying Saint Mother present, they felt a surge of hope. Many began to bow and pay their respects to her. Strong individuals command the most basic respect. This principle holds true everywhere. Guanyin gulped, his eyes alight with fervor as he exclaimed, Brother Yuán Gē, I never imagined I would see the undying Saint Mother. Yuán Gē raised an eyebrow, observing Guanyin. It appears you hold her in high regard? Ah, you may not know, but the undying Saint Mother is the only direct disciple of the GS sect walking among mortals. She embodies the Li Mountain Saint Mother, spreading the teachings of the sect. My own sect has benefited from her wisdom, Guanyin replied. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē nodded. To his surprise, the woman had a good reputation and was indeed a woman of genuine character. He silently raised his estimation of the undying Saint Mother, thinking, let it be. She surely is no match for the mosquito Taoist. I shall lend a hand depending on how the situation unfolds. As he watched the standoff between the two, the mosquito Taoist suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Who do I see? Why, it's you, the runaway king. Had it not been for your master's assistance in the 10,000 immortals array back then, you would likely have found yourself on the Fengshun list as well. The mosquito Taoist looked down upon her with disdain. He had initially believed a golden immortal was present, but to his surprise, it was merely this big fish. Now you are but a stray dog. Back then, I drained the turtle spirit Saint Mother, and today, I wouldn't mind draining you as well. As he spoke, the mosquito Taoist extended his long, crimson tongue to lick his lips, relishing the thought of the blood of a semi-saint 5th-level cultivator. Envisioning the immense boost it would provide, his voice dripped with malevolence, his triangular eyes greedily surveying the undying Saint Mother. Silence. Today, I shall sever your head. The undying Saint Mother's hands sparkled with spiritual light as a 3-foot azure blade manifested. With a swift turn, she unleashed a sword ray towards the mosquito Taoist. The sword ray distorted the surrounding void, imbued with a rich aura of earth and wood attributes, its powerful presence striking terror into the hearts of the cultivators. A tempest arose, the oppressive aura of the semi-saint 5th level rendering many unable to stand upright. Is this all you can muster? You wish to slay me? The mosquito Taoist regarded the sword ray with evident contempt. With a mere wave of his sleeve, the formidable strike was effortlessly shattered like foam. As the winds howled, remnants of the sword ray disintegrated into a stream of particles, reverting to their purest spiritual energy. The undying Saint Mother's pupils contracted, surprise flashing in her eyes. In a fleeting moment, she stowed her azure blade and produced a golden blue orb. What a treasure! The undying Saint Mother formed a hand seal, and the orb glimmered with resplendent light, emanating potent golden and water attributes. Is that the sun and moon pearl? I never expected the turtle spirit Saint Mother's treasure to fall into your hands. The mosquito Taoist's pupils contracted, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. The treasure the undying Saint Mother summoned was the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the sun and moon pearl, imbued with the energies of the sun and moon, capable of being hurled at foes. A hint of frost appeared on the undying Saint Mother's exquisite face as she declared, indeed, I never thought you would recognize my senior sister's treasure. Behold." With that, she gently tossed the sun and moon pearl into the air, watching it spin and transform into a radiant projectile hurtling towards the mosquito Taoist. Over the years, the undying Saint Mother had traversed the world, refining this innate spiritual treasure. And now it had reached its full potency, ready to unleash its complete power. In an instant, the sun and moon pearl flashed, slicing through the void, expanding into a massive orb the size of dozens of feet, aimed directly at the mosquito Taoist's head. With this strike, the undying Saint Mother invoked the dual attribute powers inherent in the sun and moon pearl, combining them with her own two attribute forces. This was her most formidable attack, aimed at subduing the mosquito Taoist in one fell swoop. As the innate spiritual treasure emerged, a formidable aura filled the command center, and the cultivators present were left in awe. This time, victory is assured. This is indeed an innate spiritual treasure. Yes, I feel that if I were struck by this treasure, my soul would scatter. I have lived for 1,000 years. Witnessing the battle between two great powers is fulfilling. Even in death, the innate spiritual treasure emanated such a powerful presence that it left the mosquito Taoist's demise seeming inevitable. As the undying Saint Mother summoned the sun and moon pearl, the cultivators felt a deep sense of certainty in their hearts, exclaiming their admiration. While many had seen postnatal treasures, most had never laid eyes upon an innate treasure. Innate treasures invariably carry the power of laws, assisting cultivators in comprehending those laws, something postnatal treasures lack. Of course, there are exceptions. Some potent postnatal treasures may surpass innate ones. To the onlookers, the undying Saint Mother, being a semi-saint powerhouse and a direct disciple of a sage, coupled with the innate treasure, guaranteed her victory. However, the next scene caused the cultivators' expressions to change dramatically. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Boom. As the sun and moon pearl, infused with overwhelming might, descended upon the mosquito Taoist, a wave of blood light enveloped the pearl. Instantly, the aura of the sun and moon pearl weakened rapidly, its brilliance dimming. Ha ha. The mosquito Taoist's laughter echoed through the now silent command center. Chapter 37. Self-inflicted misery, unavoidable demise. The assembled cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, some even rubbing them as if to dismiss the scene before them. The mosquito Taoist opened his mouth and unleashed a sanguine light that immediately began to corrode the sun and moon pearl, causing its aura to plummet drastically. What? Are you consuming the treasure's lifeblood? The unfettered saintess exclaimed, her stunning beauty marred by shock. Indeed, this demon was transformed from the innate blood-winged black mosquito, a creature that feasts on flesh and blood, capable of siphoning the essence of spiritual treasures. Coupled with his already superior cultivation, she found herself powerless to inflict any harm upon him, even wielding an innate spiritual treasure. The unfettered saintess's complexion turned ashen, her heart racing with anxiety as she pondered her next move. If only her cultivation were stronger, the outcome would surely differ. The potency of identical treasures varied immensely between the 1st and 9th levels of quasi-saint realms. Though she had completely refined the sun and moon pearl, her weak magical prowess was a critical flaw. What should I do? The unfettered saintess felt a surge of panic, instinctively glancing at the bewildered cultivators around her. Was it truly destined for her to fall into this demon's clutches today? Her greatest reliance was the sun and moon pearl. If she were to flee, she might have an 80% chance of escape, but these cultivators would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, the unfettered saintess's lips parted, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The mosquito Taoist's lifeblood had corroded her sun and moon pearl, resulting in a backlash that inflicted harm upon her. Witnessing this, the gathered cultivators gasped, the previously dissipated terror resurfacing in their hearts. Ziz. The mosquito Taoist chuckled sinisterly. This sun and moon pearl is unpalatable compared to treasures. You are far more delectable. With a flourish of his hand, the now dimmed sun and moon pearl, enveloped in crimson light, hurtled toward the unfettered saintess. I shall ensure your death is swift and pleasurable. He cackled, dismissing her entirely. As the blood-tinged pearl approached, the unfettered saintess turned pale, gritting her silver teeth as she frantically attempted to form incantations. What? I cannot summon it. In that instant, a wave of dread washed over her. The mosquito Taoist's tainted blood was exceedingly tyrannical, forcibly severing her connection to the sun and moon pearl. This treasure, now polluted, might take centuries to restore. Flee? A thought flickered in the unfettered Saintess's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, I shall fight, even if it means burning my essence to save these cultivators. I will rescue as many as I can. Her dark tresses billowed upwards, dancing in the wind. With a fierce aura, her black veil was swept away, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Ah, Mosquito Taoist, do you not realize that self-inflicted calamity is inescapable? Today marks your demise. A sigh resonated through the void, akin to a gentle spring breeze echoing in every ear. Yuán Gē stirred. He understood that this woman was prepared to burn her essence. She could escape, yet chose to risk it all to save the cultivators present. Such desperation could harm her foundation, potentially leading to stagnation or even regression in her cultivation. With the threat of death looming, just as the sun and moon pearl was a mere 10 paces from the unfettered Saintess, a figure cloaked in black appeared abruptly before her. In the void, a pair of jade-like hands extended, golden light shimmering at their fingertips, whereupon a golden lotus emerged. The blood-enveloped sun and moon pearl halted mid-flight, gently resting atop the golden lotus, and the crimson light dissipated as if melting in the sun. Huh? Both the unfettered Saintess and the Mosquito Taoist, along with the multitude of cultivators, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Sai and the figure in black. The unfettered Saintess gazed at the slender yet unassuming silhouette, her heart momentarily stilled. How formidable! He caught the sun and moon pearl with a mere gesture. His aura was refined and restrained. She felt no trace of magical energy from him. It seemed as if she had encountered him before. Suddenly, her gaze darted towards a direction where Yuán Gē, astonished, was watching. Though their robes and demeanor were similar, they were worlds apart. How could the unfettered Saintess discern Yuán Gē's transformation technique? Yuán Gē, having attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal, possessed the ability to change form at will, adapting effortlessly to his surroundings. Even a mundane transformation technique, in his hands, surpassed the capabilities of ordinary quasi-saints. The gathered cultivators stood with mouths agape. Incredulity etched on their faces as they rubbed their eyes. Who was this person? Why did he exude no aura of magical energy? How did he arrive here? Daring to threaten the Mosquito Taoist? Surely, no such powerful being existed in this realm? How could he possibly catch an innate spiritual treasure with a single hand? Incredible! He must possess some unique ability, daring to confront the Mosquito Taoist. Surely, he would perish here. Even the unfettered Saintess was prepared to risk everything. This unknown individual seemed precarious. The elder mused, perhaps not. The three realms are vast and unfathomable. He may well be a hidden powerhouse. The cultivators, unable to discern the black-robed man's features, noted a hazy mist obscuring his visage, rendering him both real and ethereal. Driven by reason, some cultivators supported the black-robed figure, while others remained skeptical. The Mosquito Taoist, glancing at the sudden appearance of the black-robed youth, wore a grim expression, dark enough to draw water. He was a being of innate life, having traversed the ages unchallenged, and had never been so belittled. Once, even the ancient river lord had been no match for him. And during the era of the gods, his fearsome reputation had sent tremors through the hearts of countless cultivators. Save for the setbacks he faced at the hands of the Enlightenment Taoist, when had he ever been threatened in such a manner? This unknown youth, while enigmatic, harbored an aura of concealment. Perhaps he was indeed a hidden master. Very well. The Mosquito Taoist seethed, repeating the phrase thrice in anger. He was enraged. Compared to the unfettered Saintess, he yearned to see this man suffer for his insolence. I have renounced the ways of the world for years. Yet here stands a mere child daring to challenge me. Today, I shall see who meets their end. The Mosquito Taoist was ablaze with fury, his magical energy surging forth, a thick crimson light enveloping him. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. Concepts of right and wrong were dictated by the powerful. Had he not thrived until now due to his formidable prowess? The Mosquito Taoist devised over 1,000 methods to torment Yuán Gē, intending to turn him into a blood slave, extracting his essence for countless eons to satiate his wrath. Chapter 38. Just a little mosquito. Boy, since you have chosen to stand out, I shall slay you alongside the others. The Mosquito Taoist declared, unleashing a torrent of bloodlight that surged skyward, causing the flora beneath him to wither rapidly. An aura of extreme malevolence enveloped the gathered crowd. Gulp. A chorus of swallowed breaths echoed as the cultivators turned their gazes toward Yuán Gē. This time, they were left utterly bewildered. Yuán Gē completely disregarded the murderous intent emanating from the Mosquito Taoist, instead turning to the unfettered Saintess. Your treasure, take it back. His voice was calm and gentle, instilling a sense of warmth and inexplicable security in those who heard it. With a delicate push of his hand, the pearl that had floated atop the golden lotus appeared in the unfettered saintess's grasp. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with astonishment. Even at this moment, she felt no trace of aura emanating from Yuán Gē. How could this be possible? He appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Be careful, the unfettered saintess gasped, her pupils constricting in alarm, for within them reflected the ominous figure of the mosquito Taoist. The mosquito man, enraged by Yuán Gē's disregard, unleashed his fury. With fingers splayed like eagle claws, a vibrant crimson light emanated from his hand, transforming into a shadowy figure that lunged at Yuán Gē. His eyes glinted with sadistic pleasure. Mocking Yuán Gē, whom he had already deemed dead, he had seen many pretenders, but none quite like Yuán Gē. Today, he would subdue him and teach him why flowers bloom in such vivid hues. It mattered not. He was merely a small mosquito. Yuán Gē smiled faintly, his expression as calm as a serene sky. This sound reverberated throughout the entire headquarters, leaving everyone astounded. Even the shadowy figure of the mosquito man could not suppress the urge to spit blood. You seek death, he exclaimed, as the black-red light of his eagle claw surged toward Yuán Gē's chest. In an instant, Yuán Gē's demeanor turned icy, a glimmer of murderous intent emerging. He clenched his fist and, without even glancing back, unleashed a casual punch. Boom! This strike instantly tore the void, creating a pitch-black fissure. The wind of his punch howling like thunder, colliding with the mosquito man's eagle claw. Thunderous echoes erupted from their clash, sending shockwaves high into the sky. Crack! The once all-encompassing blood-red barrier shattered into countless fragments, disappearing into the void. The commotion startled countless cultivators at the foot of Ling Mountain. Within the headquarters, all cultivators were momentarily blinded, their minds buzzing, ears ringing, as blinding light assaulted their eyes. The crowd was aghast, and even the Holy Mother of Unfathomable Virtue widened her eyes, her lips slightly parted in disbelief. Most astonished of all was the mosquito man. He felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, coursing through his limbs and into his very being, causing a sweet taste in his chest as a trickle of purplish-red blood escaped his lips. With a swift retreat, the mosquito man realized the formidable strength of this adversary. How could a mere Deluo golden immortal possess such might? To him, a Deluo golden immortal was akin to an ant. How could one wield such power? Furthermore, he had attained his form through the innate essence of a demon beast, possessing an indomitable physique and unparalleled defense, with bloodlight capable of corroding magical energy. What was this strange power? Yuán Gē remained stationary, observing the mosquito man with a cold smirk. You have committed heinous acts, harming countless beings, and have amassed grave sins. Today, neither heaven nor earth can save you. With a flick of his sleeve, a luminous barrier enveloped a vast expanse. Boom! This transparent barrier acted as a wall of energy, isolating them from the outside world, encasing the area like a protective barrier. Moments ago, the mosquito man's blood-red barrier had sought to slaughter cultivators, but now, the tables had turned, trapping him like a turtle in a jar. Silence fell. Yuán Gē's voice still echoed in the air, as the cultivators stared in awe at him. The mosquito man glared coldly at Yuán Gē, his heart racing with alarm. This man was peculiar, a force to be reckoned with. Unexplainably, a deep sense of crisis consumed the mosquito man, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled ominously. I know not your origins, but to think you can kill me? Dream on. With that, the mosquito man began to transform. The sound of bones and muscles cracking and reforming filled the air, as his sinister voice echoed throughout the headquarters. I have traversed the world, having slain no less than 8,000, and having absorbed the essence of turtles. Many have sought my life. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? In an instant, the mosquito man erupted in a burst of blood light, revealing his true form. He was a massive, pitch-black mosquito with blood-red patterns, spanning 100 feet. Its colossal proboscis resembling a dagger, adorned with sharp barbs that glinted ominously. Buzzing, the mosquito man flapped his wings and vanished, reappearing in the heavens above. His enormous proboscis adorned with blood-red patterns, aiming to pierce the barrier. As an innate demon beast, he had mastered various sinister arts, blending Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic powers into one. Although he stood at the 7th layer of quasi-saint power, he could hold his own against 8th-layer experts and withdraw unscathed. This is bad. He intends to flee. The Holy Mother of Unfathomable Virtue exclaimed in panic. She understood the might of that proboscis, capable of piercing even the finest innate treasures. Could this barrier truly contain him? Fear not, he shall not escape. A calm voice resonated ahead. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother instinctively silenced herself. For reasons unknown, the mere sound of that voice brought her an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Simultaneously, the Holy Mother of Wudong pondered, intrigued by the identity of this enigmatic figure. Outside the barrier, countless cultivators awoke, their gazes drawn to the spectacle. Is that the six-winged blood-winged black mosquito? Wasn't he the mosquito man? Indeed. How did he come to be here? Could it be? Look, there's an immense energy. It's the Holy Mother of unfathomable virtue. Who is that man? I don't know, but it seems the mosquito man is injured and attempting to flee. From afar, numerous cultivators took note of the commotion, voices of astonishment, excitement, and fear filling the air. Whoosh! The mosquito man transformed into a streak of light, his massive proboscis aimed at the barrier. This proboscis was akin to a supreme innate treasure, akin to a primordial demonic god's companion artifact, refined over countless years. Such a trivial barrier could not contain him. In an instant, the mosquito man's proboscis struck the barrier. However, his expression changed drastically as he felt his teeth nearly shatter from the impact, an excruciating pain coursing through him. Chapter 39, Bold Demon. Daring to impersonate a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order. What? The mosquito man exclaimed in shock. What sort of barrier is this? His proboscis felt as though it struck an impenetrable wall, as powerful laws coalesced within, akin to chains of orderly laws, rendering it as solid as iron, leaving him with no means to penetrate. Generally, barriers are one-directional. The barrier Yuán Gē conjured was no different, designed to defend the inside and thwart any escape. I refuse to believe it. My bloodlight can break through any magical energy. The mosquito man bellowed, as countless astonished cultivators looked on, like a moth drawn to a flame. He relentlessly assaulted the barrier with his massive proboscis. In the blink of an eye, he had struck over 100 times, yet the barrier remained unyielding. Gradually, the mosquito man began to realize something was amiss. The chains of orderly laws. Only they could ignore his proboscis. This was a law-based system where laws reigned supreme. Unlike the typical attacks of cultivators based on magical energy. So many laws. The mosquito man was now thoroughly alarmed, his large, triangular eyes narrowing in shock as he turned to Yuán Gē. A profound sense of danger surged within him. Upon turning, he was struck with terror. Yuán Gē extended a hand, as translucent as jade, and gave a gentle grasp. Boom! The spiritual energy at the foot of Ling Mountain erupted violently, swirling into a vortex toward the void. Amidst flying debris and thunderous roars, a colossal hand, as large as 1,000 feet and resembling jade, appeared in the sky. What? The mosquito man beheld the hand, observing the surrounding laws of the 5 elements and the faint dual energies of black and white. In that moment of distraction, the gigantic hand descended with the force of a meteor, pinching the several hundred-foot mosquito man as if he were a mere insect. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted with the descending hand, sweeping across thousands of miles, leaving countless people blinded by the gusts, their hair flying wildly, and robes flapping in the tempest, creating a cacophony. Splurt! The enormous mosquito man appeared pitifully small, akin to a mere mosquito caught in a giant's grasp. A chilling, anguished scream pierced the air as a colossal hand suddenly clenched, unleashing a myriad of purple blood mist from the body of the mosquito Taoist. Surprised, Yuán Gē couldn't fathom the strength of this adversary's defense. How could such a blow fail to annihilate him? Little did he know. The mosquito Taoist had undergone countless years of cultivation. As a being of innate life, he had integrated the strengths of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts, honing his malevolent abilities into his physical form. If this strike were aimed at an ordinary quasi-saint of the 7th heaven, it would have been lethal. Yet, the mosquito Taoist's formidable physique withstood the blow. He let out a pained roar, feeling as though 1/3 of his vitality had been drained in that instant. How could this be? The mosquito Taoist was bewildered, his mind racing with thoughts of the aura emanating from the great Luo Jingxian. His body, cultivated over countless years and reinforced through the Buddhist practice of the golden body, was nearly indestructible. Even the mightiest spirit treasures barely left a mark upon it. Yet, how could a great Luo Jingxian possess such terrifying power? A sense of dread washed over him, akin to the fear one might feel in the presence of the Tathagata Buddha himself. The chains of the law and order were a divine ability even the Tathagata did not possess. before he could ponder further. An overwhelming force surged through the enormous hand once more. Bang! Another wave of purple blood mist erupted from the mosquito Taoist, causing turmoil in his heart. Buddha, save me! He silently cried, but the void around him offered no response. Having lost 60% of his vitality in 2 strikes, he knew that if he did not flee when the next attack came, he would have no chance left. With a grim determination, he bit down hard. A flicker of resentment flashing in his heart. Utilizing the blood escape technique, he knew it would injure his essence, but compared to death, such a sacrifice seemed trivial. You possess some skill, but I wonder how many more times you can endure? Yuán Gē sneered coldly as the immense hand in the void clenched once more. The blood escape technique. As the hand enveloping the mosquito Taoist contracted for the 3rd time, countless black cracks appeared all over his body. With a thunderous crack, he shattered, transforming into a multitude of tiny mosquitoes that surged in all directions. The distinctive mosquito proboscis vanished, scattering into countless fragments, hidden among the myriad miniature mosquitoes. Yuán Gē, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, recognized the vastness of the primordial world. It was indeed full of wonders. This maneuver had torn the mosquito Taoist spirit into billions of pieces, with each fragment containing a trace of his essence. Fascinating, truly fascinating. For a golden immortal, the spirit could reincarnate endlessly without loss, and for those above the Tai golden immortal, as long as a sliver of spirit existed, survival was assured. However, this came with a significant drawback: memory loss and a decline in magical power. This flaw would diminish with the elevation of one's realm by the quasi-saint level. Its impact was still present, but not as severe. Tearing apart one's spirit could lead to complete annihilation of consciousness, and usually, practitioners focused on fortifying it. Few would delve into the study of spirit dismemberment. However, the mosquito Taoist was an anomaly. This was his ultimate escape technique, employed for the first time. The consequences would undoubtedly be dire, but in the face of death, such concerns paled in comparison. The overwhelming power of Yuán Gē instilled a profound sense of existential dread within him. Boom! The sky was filled with blood-red mosquitoes, each bearing a drop of dark blood, his life essence. This black blood, resembling molten lava, began to corrode Yuán Gē's barrier, threatening to create numerous small breaches. The blood escape technique, coupled with the tearing of his spirit and the combustion of his primordial blood, endowed each of his avatars with formidable strength. If even a small hole could be formed, he could escape, and if he managed to liberate even one avatar, he could reconstitute his true self. What can be done? The untouched Holy Mother gasped, witnessing the endless swarm of black mosquitoes. The air was thick with astonishment as countless cultivators inhaled sharply. Their gazes fixed on Yuán Gē with sheer disbelief. Who was this person? With a single strike, he had stripped the notorious mosquito Taoist of his guise, forcing him to unveil his life-saving technique. In response to the Holy Mother's inquiry, Yuán Gē remained silent, his attention turning towards the sacred mountain as he murmured, "Has it arrived?" "What?" The untouched Holy Mother was taken aback. Did he have accomplices? Moments later, as if to confirm Yuán Gē's words, a radiant light of Buddha appeared on the horizon, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of the chanting, illuminating the night sky. "Amipa," a resounding voice echoed, followed by a thunderous admonition, "Bold demon, how dare you impersonate my Buddhist mosquito Taoist and slaughter cultivators? Your sins are grave. Surrender at once." Upon hearing this voice, everyone, including Yuán Gē, wore expressions of confusion. Chapter 40. The Slaying of the Mosquito Taoist and the Bewildered Maitreya Buddha. Seeing this scene, Yuán Gē couldn't help but smirk coldly. It appeared the Buddhist sect could no longer remain passive and sought to rescue the mosquito Taoist. Upon hearing the Buddha's voice, the mosquito Taoist, concealed within the multitude of his avatars, felt a surge of joy, urging him to break free from the barrier. Yet, suddenly, a wave of terror gripped his soul. "Save me," he cried out, but before he could utter a second word, his consciousness was extinguished. It was false. It had to be false. He couldn't be a great Luo Jingxian. In an instant, all fragments of his spirit were pierced through, and every single avatar perished without exception. In that moment, the mosquito Taoist was engulfed in a sea of confusion and fear, on the verge of escape, confident that he could evade even the Tathagata. Alas, the infamous mosquito Taoist, who had stirred chaos during the Fengshan period, met his demise without even a scream, unaware of the identity of his killer or their origins. The untouched Holy Mother was left in a stupor, her eyes wide as she gazed at the young man before her, murmuring, the sword forged into silk, leaving traces in the void. Countless witnesses were entranced by the scene unfolding before them. They vowed that this was the most exquisite sight they had ever beheld. Before them stood a young man in a black robe, smiling as a cerulean sword appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, the blue sword slashed through the void, freezing the entire space. In that moment, the furious shouts of the celestial Buddha and the howling winds seemed to still, the scene suspended in time. Only the resplendent sword light illuminated the night sky, transforming into countless silken threads that pierced through the mosquito Taoist myriad avatars. Swish, swish, swish. Like a dazzling firework display, the beautiful golden threads pierced through the void, creating a breathtaking tableau. The mosquito Taoist's countless avatars posed a headache for anyone. With a formidable Buddhist adept arriving to aid him and his avatars scattering in all directions, it seemed that escape was inevitable. Yet, he had underestimated the terrifying power of Yuán Gē. I have proclaimed that today you shall surely die, merely a small mosquito. It is a pity that fate has deemed you unworthy. I shall be the one to collect your due. A calm yet authoritative voice reverberated through the void, as the figure vanished the moment the strike was unleashed, as though he had never existed. The untouched Holy Mother regained her senses, only to find the man before her had vanished. She turned her gaze, scanning the area, but could not find a trace of him. A profound sense of loss surged within her. She suddenly realized she had not even had the chance to express her gratitude before he disappeared. How absurd. As a quasi-saint of the fifth heaven, she hadn't even noticed how he had departed. Indeed, how could one who unleashed such power be fathomed by someone like her? The untouched Holy Mother murmured, her eyes reflecting a dazed expression. Gazing at the dimming sun and moon pearl in her hand, she felt no desire to linger. Turning to leave, a tempest of emotion surged within her. She had never imagined such a prodigious talent existed in the world. No, calling him a genius was an understatement. He could only be described as a monstrous prodigy. Her own master was a master of the sword, and she understood well the profound depth of the young man's cultivation. The ordinary palm that can condense the 5 elements principles astounded her. However, when compared to the previous sword strike, the 5 elements seemed to pale in significance. Mastering the sword to the point of producing threads signified the complete assimilation of the forces of heaven and earth, transforming them into sword energy, refined to its utmost limit. And when imbued with the power of principles, it would manifest as fine threads, effortlessly wielded like an extension of one's own limbs. Those golden threads, piercing through the void, were the embodiment of this technique. In her experience, she had only witnessed such mastery from her esteemed master. As for the traces left in the void, when the power of principles is wielded to a certain degree, it creates an illusion where even air and sound seem to suspend, as if time itself has halted. This phenomenon is merely a visual effect caused by the brilliance of the technique, yet those capable of reaching such heights are exceedingly rare. With the demise of the mosquito Taoist, her wishes were fulfilled, but she lamented the inability to express her gratitude in person to the one who saved her. That individual not only rescued her but also avenged her, yet she regrettably did not even know their name. The unfettered Holy Mother, unwilling to encounter the followers of the Buddha, naturally departed into the void. At the foot of the mountain, the remaining cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, still in a daze. "Brother Yuán Gē, we won. We triumphed," Gongye exclaimed, shaking Yuán Gē's shoulder, his face alight with a myriad of excited expressions. Not only Gongye, but even the distant cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, all captivated by that breathtaking strike. Some, upon witnessing Yuán Gē's swordsmanship, sat cross-legged, entering a state of enlightenment. At that moment, the entire foot of Ling Mountain was abuzz with excitement. Indeed, that person is truly formidable, Yuán Gē smiled, observing the flushed Gongye beside him. However, Brother Yuán Gē, I can't shake the feeling that the mysterious powerhouse bears a striking resemblance to you. Could they be a master from your sect? Do you know them? Yuán Gē raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I do not know them. Strange, I can't help but feel that the mysterious powerhouse looks just like you. In both attire and demeanor, Gongye muttered softly. In an instant, a golden light radiated across the land, causing the cultivators, who had been engaged in fervent discussion, to cease their chatter and gaze skyward. There, seated upon a lotus platform, was a Buddha, with a rotund visage and a benevolent smile. I greet the future Maitreya Buddha. Upon seeing this figure, countless cultivators discarded their astonishment, bowing deeply in reverence. A few merely nodded in acknowledgement. The visitor was none other than Maitreya Buddha. one of the three-world Buddhas. With a warm smile, Maitreya Buddha surveyed the seemingly unremarkable scattered cultivators before him, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. The golden symbols in the human species pouch he had prepared were swiftly retracted. What had just transpired? Who was that formidable individual? Why could he not save the mosquito Taoist? Dismissing his shock, Maitreya Buddha noted the expressions of the cultivators. Though their powers were meager, they hailed from all corners of the three realms. He needed to find a way to silence their inquiries. Originally, Maitreya Buddha had planned to easily deceive the many cultivators. But the sudden intervention of the mysterious powerhouse had altered his strategy. With a twinkle in his eye, Maitreya Buddha smiled and clasped his hands together. Amitabha. Esteemed guests who have traveled far, it appears that today an evil cultivator disguised as the mosquito Taoist has infiltrated our sacred ground, causing you undue alarm. As his words echoed, the cultivators below erupted in confusion, their faces a tapestry of disbelief. What is happening? Wasn't it the mosquito Taoist who just attempted to attack us? Chapter 41. The Buddha's Scheme. Brother Yuán Gē, does this mean the one who just assaulted our camp was not the mosquito Taoist? Gong Yun, like everyone else, felt his mind clouded, instinctively looking toward Yuán Gē. Hee, Yuán Gē replied with a faint smile. Who can say? At that moment, Yuán Gē discerned the truth. The Buddhist sect was indeed toying with the cultivators of the world. Maitreya Buddha had been prepared with the human species pouch upon his arrival. So Yuán Gē refrained from complicating matters further and unleashed the Liyuan sword to cut through the deception. Had he hesitated for even a moment, Maitreya Buddha would have undoubtedly captured the mosquito Taoist with the pouch, subsequently using a sleight of hand to mislead the world of cultivators and silence their voices. Truly, a cunning scheme. However, Yuán Gē chose to remain silent about his insights. The mosquito Taoist was a nefarious villain deserving of death. Revealing the conspiracy at this juncture would serve little purpose. Who could contest the authority of the Buddhist sect? Their influence was vast, and they had long been adept at twisting truth and falsehood. The cultivators would instinctively choose to believe in the Buddhist sect, which had firmly established itself as the foremost power across the three realms. Most importantly, even if he were to storm the Great Thunder Sound Temple with sword in hand, it would only provoke the intervention of a sage without yielding any personal gain. Such matters were best left for Sun Wukong to address. This way, not only could the Buddhist sect lose face, but he could also secure a mysterious reward. Yuán Gē understood the importance of discretion. Until he attained the status of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, he must remain low-key. The cultivators present exchanged doubtful glances. Not far from Yuán Gē, the middle-aged man who had previously reprimanded the mosquito Taoist now gazed up at Maitreya Buddha and boldly inquired, Maitreya Buddha? It was just now that the unfettered Holy Mother was present here, and she engaged in battle with the mosquito Taoist, who himself acknowledged his identity. How do you explain this? Indeed, Maitreya Buddha, please clarify for us. This is the foot of Ling Mountain, where several of our comrades have already perished. Yes, had it not been for that mysterious powerhouse, we would likely have met our doom. I barely comprehended the situation before my senior brother had already become a corpse. What is the explanation for this? As the middle-aged man spoke, the cultivators who had first-hand experienced the mosquito Taoist's ferocity began voicing their doubts. These voices ignited skepticism among the distant cultivators, though their powers were limited. Having never encountered the mosquito Taoist in their lifetimes, today marked their first encounter. Yet everyone had heard of the unfettered Holy Mother. In recent years, she had embodied the Holy Mother of Lishan, traversing the world and disseminating numerous teachings. Could it be that the Holy Mother of Lishan was mistaken? Would she misidentify the mosquito Taoist? Impossible. Hearing these voices, Maitreya Buddha smiled slightly. Do not panic, dear friends. The world is vast and full of wonders. Evil cultivators excel at creating confusion and obscuring the truth. For your safety, I urge you to proceed to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to ensure your protection. The true mosquito Taoist has long been in seclusion for over 1,000 years, and he will undoubtedly appear at tomorrow's public trial. With a smile, Maitreya Buddha waved his large sleeve, revealing a path paved with golden bricks leading deep into Ling Mountain. Upon hearing Maitreya Buddha's words, but the cultivators still harbored doubts. They began to waver in their belief. After all, this was a sacred site of the Buddhist sect. How could the esteemed Maitreya Buddha speak falsely? Let us go? Maitreya Buddha would never deceive us. That evil cultivator must be attempting to exploit the name of the Buddhist sect to commit atrocities. Yes, we shall proceed to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, where even 100 evil cultivators would not dare to venture. Indeed, let us go. With the first person leading the charge, the others followed suit, ascending the golden brick steps. Within Ling Mountain's confines, flying was strictly prohibited, a well-known fact. Mithra Buddha observed the cultivators below, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Gongye Yun, too, accompanied Yuán Gē, continuously expressing his excitement about witnessing the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple. Sighing, Yuán Gē subtly shook his head. His esteem for the Buddhist sect had diminished yet again. Since arriving at Ling Mountain, every experience had only led to greater disappointment. Observing the common folk of the East and then the West, the disparity in their lives was stark. The ludicrous Western paradise of ultimate bliss, had he not seen it with his own eyes. Yuán Gē would scarcely believe that the followers of the Buddhist sect had sunk to such depths of shamelessness. Silently, Yuán Gē blended among the throngs of cultivators. Making his way toward the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The scene shifted back to a quarter of an hour earlier, at Ling Mountain's Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Tathagata Buddha sat atop a lotus platform, engaged in discussions with the assembly regarding the public trial set for the following day. Manjushri Bodhisattva. Does the monkey now harbor any remorse? The Tathagata looked down, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, imbued with profound and inscrutable tones that instilled a sense of awe. To report to the Buddha, that monkey has been impervious to reason, repeatedly hurling insults at us. Manjushri Bodhisattva replied, his countenance darkening. Very well. I shall personally summon him for an examination tomorrow, the Tathagata declared, his voice halting mid-sentence. At that moment, the entire Thunder Sound Temple trembled. As countless surging energies coalesced into a howling tempest within the great hero hall, the monks were taken aback. Who dared to flaunt their powers in this sacred place? Did this individual not realize they were in the Western paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, a sanctum of the Buddha? This is troubling. The Tathagata furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of the mosquito Taoist departing from the temple. Initially, he had given it little thought. For every millennium, the mosquito Taoist would venture forth in search of sustenance, a matter well known among the higher echelons of the Buddhist hierarchy. The mosquito Taoist was a formidable being of the seventh stage of quasi-saintship, having adopted a more subdued demeanor in recent years. Yet, this ominous disturbance arose at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Could it be instigated by the mosquito Taoist himself? At that instant, a Vajra ran into the hall in a state of panic. Buddha, Buddha, the mosquito Taoist has engaged in combat with someone. Soon, the Vajra recounted the tumult at the mountain's base. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata immediately turned to Mithra Buddha. Understanding the urgency, the two exchanged a few hushed words before Mithra Buddha rose from his lotus seat and ascended into the air. Moments later, the thunderous voice of Mithra Buddha reverberated throughout the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Hearing this, the Tathagata's expression softened. Thankfully, with Mithra's intervention, success was assured. The monks exchanged glances. Perplexed, aside from the Buddhist hierarchy, they were unaware of the mosquito Taoist's secrets. As for the matter of his millennial feasting, only the Tathagata and a select few were privy to it. Before long, Mithra Buddha returned, his smile replaced by a somber visage. Witnessing this, the Tathagata's heart sank. Sensing something amiss, what has transpired? He inquired, directing his gaze toward Mithra Buddha. Chapter 42, The Heavenly Net. Mithra Buddha clasped his hands, his expression sorrowful. I regret to inform you, Buddha, that the mosquito Taoist has been slain. Originally, the Tathagata had intended for Mithra to stage a rescue for the mosquito Taoist. But now the latter had been killed by a mysterious force, leaving no room for further concealment. The fall of a powerful figure within the Buddhist realm would soon be reported by the guardians of the Soul Lantern Hall, making any attempts at secrecy futile. The Tathagata wore a puzzled expression, as did the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Below, a handsome monk, deep in thought, was none other than Jin Chanzi. However, he had delved into profound considerations. While he was unaware of the identity of the one who had slain the mosquito Taoist, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Jin Chanzi was aware of the mosquito Taoist's need to consume blood and flesh every millennium, and he had held strong opinions on the matter. Yet his limited power rendered him unable to effect change. A murmur arose among the monks. Those in the know, such as Guanyin Bodhisattva, expressed a sense of shared sorrow. Yet their hearts felt lightened. Nevertheless, the mosquito Taoist was indeed a figure of the Western teachings, subdued by the Taoist in the era of divination. And his sudden demise left the Tathagata momentarily stunned. Who would dare brazenly slay a bodhisattva of our Buddhist realm? The question was posed by a peculiar bodhisattva with unusual arms, addressing the Tathagata. Indeed, Buddha, who is this audacious individual that would dare take a life within our sacred mountain? This is an affront to the dignity of our Buddhist order. One after another, numerous figures voiced their indignation, each filled with righteous fury. They were all disciples of the Western teachings, having followed the Taoist masters long before the establishment of Buddhism. In contrast, Guanyin and others had originally been disciples of the Taoist school before entering Buddhism. Bodhisattvas, let us remain calm and allow me to investigate, the Tathagata spoke, surveying the assembly. Then, in the expectant gaze of the crowd, he closed his eyes, forming an intricate hand seal to divine the celestial mysteries. Tracing the threads of causality related to the mosquito Taoist, the Tathagata uncovered a multitude of individuals harboring enmity towards him. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not ascertain the manner of the mosquito Taoist's death, as if the perpetrator had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of causality. After a prolonged silence, the Tathagata opened his eyes, his expression one of profound astonishment. Buddha, have you discerned the identity of the miscreant? Inquired the Vajra Bodhisattva, gazing intently at the Tathagata. Alas! The Tathagata sighed quietly, shaking his head. Strange, it seems that this individual may not exist at all, as if their presence has been shrouded from divine sight. I have been unable to uncover anything. Even the Tathagata could not unveil the truth? Was the mysterious figure behind Sun Wukong not similarly elusive? Indeed. Could it be that shadowy mastermind? They have repeatedly opposed our Buddhist order. As the monks erupted in fervent discussion, the notion of a mysterious individual and a hidden mastermind sparked intrigue within the Tathagata. Amitabha, what you propose holds merit. This matter is likely linked to the enigmatic figure behind Sun Wukong. At that moment, Maitreya Buddha, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Buddha, this mysterious expert moves unseen, dispatching the mosquito Taoist with a single strike, and even I could not reach him in time to provide assistance. Maitreya hesitated briefly before continuing. However, the mosquito Taoist effectively sealed his own fate. He intended to capture a few blood slaves, but inadvertently attracted the attention of that mysterious figure. Our immediate concern is how to silence the chatter among the cultivators. Upon hearing this, the monks fell silent. Only the higher-ups were aware of the mosquito Taoist's need for sustenance, while the majority understood only that he captured a few blood slaves every millennium for his cultivation. Though the monks disapproved of this practice, the mosquito Taoist's formidable strength, rivaling that of the Buddhists, kept them from challenging him. Even saints refrained from confronting the mosquito Taoist's wrath. Moreover, the vastness of the wilderness allowed for a few blood slaves every millennium to be hardly significant, akin to a drop in the ocean. There was but one exception, Jin Chanzi. At that moment, Jin Chanzi bore a cold smile, his expression one of vindication. He had surmised that the mosquito Taoist had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle and had played with fire. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. Who was the masterful being that had slain the mosquito Taoist, so swift that even Maitreya Buddha had been unable to intervene? The Tathagata pondered for a moment before addressing Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya, I kindly request that you journey to Mount Suru, where the southern king of the Buddhist realm may assume the guise of the mosquito Taoist and present himself here tomorrow. He shares a close rapport with the mosquito Taoist and possesses exceptional transformative abilities. In the realm of the 10 directions, countless Buddhas of the Western teachings were in seclusion, unknown to the world. The Tathagata understood that the pressing matter was to quell public discourse, with merely a few 100,000 loose cultivators. It would be a trivial task to mislead them. Yes, Buddha, Maitreya Buddha replied with a smile, rising and vanishing like a beam of light as he departed from Mount Sumuru. All of this unfolded before Jin Chanzi's eyes. He silently shook his head, harboring deep-seated doubts about his master and the monks within the great hero hall, and began to feel disillusioned with the Buddhist order. Unbeknownst to him, cracks had begun to form in his faith. In quiet contemplation, Jin Chanzi recalled the words of Yuán Gē, the Buddha has decayed. Had the Buddhist order truly fallen into such a state of corruption? He mused silently, paying little mind to the discussions among the Tathagata and others, losing interest in their words. After Maitreya's departure, the Tathagata and the others resumed their deliberations regarding the hidden mastermind. From the exalted Buddha to the ordinary arhats, all bore expressions tinged with animosity, firmly convinced that the demise of the mosquito Taoist was inexorably linked to the mysterious figure, the Buddha. Surely that enigmatic individual harbored a guilty conscience, having slain the mosquito Taoist and subsequently fled in haste. undoubtedly terrified of Lingshan. Should he dare to return tomorrow to sow chaos, we shall ensure he meets his end without a trace. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata smiled and nodded, agreeing with the words of the Vajrapani Bodhisattva. Tomorrow, the 3 Buddhas of our order shall convene, and I have devised numerous contingencies, laying a vast net of divine retribution. Should that hidden mastermind dare to show himself, we shall vanquish him in an instant, avenging our fallen bodhisattvas. Amitabha. The monks, upon hearing these words, expressed their reverence with smiles and murmured praises. How amusing! Is this your version of compassion? Jin Chanzi feigned piety, joining the others in prayer. Yet within him brewed a subtle disdain for the monks of Lingshan. Unbeknownst to anyone, even the Tathagata himself, Jin Chanzi's peculiar demeanor went unnoticed. Chapter 43. The Primordial Song enters the Buddhist prison in another realm. The Primordial Song navigated through the throng, ascending the gilded steps into the resplendent Thunder Sound Temple. This ancient edifice surpassed any cinematic depiction he had encountered in later times, a veritable treasure of opulence. Indeed, the entire Thunder Sound Temple appeared to be crafted from gold, an epitome of luxury. Numerous cultivators gazed in awe as the temple came into view, their mouths agape. Even under the veil of night, the ethereal Buddhist light intertwined with the majestic halls, creating an everlasting city of brilliance. Truly, the Buddhist realm was replete with riches, far surpassing even the heavenly palaces. No wonder it was said that the Buddhist order only salvaged the affluent, the Primordial Song mused. Achoo! Suddenly, an itch in his nose compelled him to sneeze. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, he possessed the ability to control every cell in his being with meticulous precision. How could he possibly sneeze? Was he the subject of whispered gossip? The Primordial Song glanced towards the grand hall of great heroism at the center of the temple, a knowing expression gracing his face. Surely, the Tathagata and others were currently deliberating on how to contend with me. Brother Song, you actually sneezed? Exclaimed Gongye Yun, casting a puzzled look at him. Even a human immortal would not sneeze, would they? It's nothing. The incense in this Thunder Sound Temple is rather overwhelming, and I am finding it somewhat difficult to adjust. The Primordial Song chuckled. Yet, Gongye Yun remained unconvinced. Amitabha, esteemed patrons, please follow this humble monk, intoned several arhats, all at the golden immortal level, leading the cultivators towards the reception hall. After settling everyone, these arhats presented an array of spiritual fruits and fine wines, significantly superior to previous offerings. With 4 individuals sharing a private chamber, far better than the accommodations at the base of the mountain. The Primordial Song, Gongye Yun, and 2 other wandering cultivators shared a room. After feasting, they commenced meditative practices, as did the other cultivators throughout the temple. That night, the resplendent Thunder Sound Temple fell into a serene silence. Amidst the palace complex where the cultivators resided, a figure clad in a black ancient robe emerged, advancing deeper into Lingshan. As long as I tread carefully, I doubt anyone here will notice my presence, the Primordial Song whispered, his essence blending with the void. Moments ago, he had discreetly expanded his consciousness to sense the presence of Sun Wukong. With a swift step, the Primordial Song traversed countless palaces, arriving at a scarlet door. This place was known as the Buddhist prison. The 4 great Vajras stood guard at the entrance, alongside a dozen arhats seated in meditation, resembling solemn monks in deep contemplation. With a smirk, the Primordial Song disregarded the prison's enchantments and stealthily stepped inside. One of the red-faced Vajras glanced suspiciously at the door behind him. Ching Chuzai Vajra. Did you feel a breeze? What breeze? I felt nothing, replied a burly figure, one of the 8 great Vajras, the Ching Chuzai Vajra. Pity Vajra. You must be overly suspicious. Where would a breeze even come from? This is the depths of Lingshan, the entrance to the Buddhist prison. Not even a mosquito could reach here, chimed in the others, their expressions displaying utmost reverence towards the one who had first spoken. The Pity Vajra ranked among the top 3 in strength among the 8 great Vajras, his mastery of poison unparalleled and difficult to defend against. Could it be my imagination? Murmured the Pity Vajra. You few remain on guard. I shall enter the Buddhist prison to investigate. Without heeding the strange expressions of the remaining 3, the Pity Vajra produced a jade talisman, casting a spell upon the door, which slowly creaked open with a resounding boom. Upon entering the Buddhist prison, the Primordial Song was enveloped by a palpable malevolence, rivaling that of the hells of the underworld. This is, he mused in surprise, sensing thousands of formidable auras imprisoned within, comprising human cultivators, demonic beasts, and ghostly practitioners, each one a captive of the Buddhist prison. Intermittently, voices resounding with curses directed at the Buddhist order echoed throughout the prison. Shortly after these utterances, thunderous roars erupted, punishment lightning. This prison was ensnared in a formation that unleashed punitive thunder upon the imprisoned cultivators, threatening to rend their souls asunder. Buddhism. Cursed Buddhism. If I ever escape, I shall bathe your order in rivers of blood. Boom. A dark red bolt of lightning struck, causing the disheveled figure to convulse, their hair standing on end, their body marred and bloodied. The primordial song's consciousness swept through, revealing similar scenes across various cells. These imprisoned cultivators, after enduring the punitive lightning, would enter a recovery phase, only to resume their blasphemies against Buddhism once their wounds healed. This repetitive cycle had become a peculiar spectacle within the Buddhist prison. Sigh, one day, you shall attain freedom. A gentle voice resonated within the void, then dissipated. In one of the prison cells, Sun Wukong lay bound in chains, his visage darkened from the lightning strikes. His power sealed. Today, he had endured the 99th bolt of punishment lightning. Yet, these ostensibly potent strikes bore no effect on him. Having perfected the 8 desolation and 6 directions divine art, Sun Wukong was as sturdy as iron. The prison's punitive lightning could inflict no harm upon him. Oh! That old Tathagata, Sun Wukong exhaled, preparing to unleash a torrent of invective against him when he suddenly froze, startled by a ripple in the air before him. There, as if emerging from the water, a figure clad in a black ancient robe materialized, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed upon him. Wukong, you have suffered. Came the warm, gentle voice. The familiar tone, the familiar figure, the comforting smile brought a sting to Sun Wukong's eyes, and tears cascaded down his cheeks unbidden. Foolish monkey, why are you crying? The primordial song smiled, his fingertips glowing with golden light as he infused it into Sun Wukong's being, instantly restoring his fur to a glossy sheen. The charcoal smudges vanishing entirely. Master! Sun Wukong choked, yearning to bow, yet bound by chains, he could only move his mouth. Master, I Sun Wukong. Like a lost child reuniting with his father, poured forth his grievances and tribulations. The primordial song remained silent, donning a serene smile, listening intently to Sun Wukong's heartfelt confessions. In the span of a month, Sun Wukong had endured immense suffering. First, he was captured by the Buddha of Lamp, returned to Lingshan to face the scorn and rebuke of the monks, and subsequently cast into the Buddhist prison, where the daily torment came in the form of wind, thunder, and fire tribulations. Today, he had weathered the thunder tribulation. Chapter 44, The Grand Master of Earth Immortals, Jin Yuanzi. Master, I have commenced the refinement of the chaotic demon ape's essence blood you bestowed upon me. Yet its energy is so vast that I estimate it will take around a decade to fully assimilate. After recounting his myriad experiences over the past month, Sun Wukong mentioned his cultivation progress. Though all of his powers were sealed, it did not hinder Sun Wukong from refining the essence of the chaos demon ape. A deep hatred flickered in his eyes as he thought, Master, the day I complete the refinement will be the day the Buddha mourns. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē nodded with a smile, saying, Indeed, it seems this month of trials has greatly benefited you. When that day comes, I shall lead the charge for you. However, pausing momentarily, Yuán Gē gently ruffled Sun Wukong's fur and added, Tomorrow's public trial will merely be a formality. The Buddhist sect has lost 2 bodhisattvas in succession and must assert their authority before all the cultivators. You must provoke the Tathagata, forcing him to unleash the divine powers of the Buddha's realm and pin you beneath the 5-finger mountain. Sun Wukong, momentarily puzzled, asked, Master, why is that? Yuán Gē playfully tapped Sun Wukong on the head, saying, Silly monkey, do you not understand? In heaven, a day is but a year on earth. A gentleman does not need 10 years for vengeance. You can return to the Grand Thundersound Temple in merely 10 days. Yuán Gē's words were tinged with a touch of personal interest. Regardless, the monkey had been oppressed in the Buddhist prison for far too long. 10 years felt like an eternity. If he were confined to the Two Realms Mountain, those 10 years would merely be a fleeting moment. By the time Sun Wukong returned to the Grand Thundersound Temple, no matter the outcome, Yuán Gē would assuredly reap rewards. This notion he held with unwavering conviction. Moreover, there was also the matter of Jin Shanzi, who still had many exploitable aspects. These were tangible rewards. Yet, Yuán Gē understood the principle that haste makes waste. Everything must unfold naturally, in accordance with the Tao. Such is the nature of both the path and of humanity. Of course, for Sun Wukong, who sought to defy fate, Yuán Gē's thoughts were not misplaced. This is splendid. Master, Tomorrow I shall thoroughly insult that Tathagata. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, fully aware of Yuán Gē's earnest intentions. He imparted teachings, bestowed treasures, granted transformations, and constantly considered Sun Wukong's needs. Such a master was truly rare to find. Compared to the pitiful Bodhi patriarch from his dreams, Yuán Gē was indeed a being of a different realm. No, he was akin to a pile of refuse. After all, was not the Bodhi patriarch a figure of the Buddhist sect? Sun Wukong understood everything clearly. His ultimate goal was to defy the heavens and alter his destiny. Seeking freedom in the world. The greatest obstacle to that freedom was the Buddhist sect. Very well, simply follow my guidance. The people of the Buddhist sect likely still hope to mold you into the victorious fighting Buddha. I shall take my leave now. Yuán Gē's calm voice echoed in the wind as he vanished from sight. Master, I will not disappoint you, Sun Wukong declared with determination, silently watching the direction from which Yuán Gē departed, murmuring to himself. As for how Yuán Gē could infiltrate the Buddhist prison as though it were unguarded, Sun Wukong had not pondered that. In his heart, his master was invincible. He vividly recalled the palm strike that nearly crushed Guanyin. Yuán Gē had mentioned that it was merely a casual blow. Had he unleashed his full power, surely no one in the vast Ling Mountain could withstand him. Master, whom are you speaking to, you monkey? Suddenly, the poison-breaking Vajra appeared at the prison door, his gaze shadowy as he fixed his stare on Sun Wukong. Having just entered the great prison, he could not fathom how he had not been mistaken. A breeze had indeed swept past him moments ago. Yet, upon approaching casually, he overheard Sun Wukong's murmured words. "Ha, you bald donkey, is it not permissible for me, Sun Wukong, to speak to myself? Were it not for my powers being sealed, I could blow you away with a single breath." Sun Wukong retorted, baring his teeth in defiance. The poison-breaking Vajra, merely at the Tai golden immortal level, was indeed no match for Sun Wukong's prowess. A single breath could easily obliterate him. Impudent! The poison-breaking Vajra roared in rage. You, monkey, still do not comprehend your current predicament. As a prisoner, you dare to utter such bravado? Very well, let me show you the taste of mixed thunder. With that, he produced a jade talisman, manipulating the array within Sun Wukong's cell to summon down red punitive lightning. Ha ha ha, do you think these mere electric snakes can tickle me? Sun Wukong's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the Buddhist prison. In the distance, Yuán Gē silently observed the scene, quietly departing. The sharpness of a sword emerges from the grindstone, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Without enduring trials and tribulations, how can Sun Wukong solidify his resolve to eradicate the Buddhist sect? Merely having the remnants of past life experiences is insufficient. The current state of the Buddhist sect is far more shameless and filthy than Yuán Gē could have imagined. How can Sun Wukong harbor murderous intent without witnessing the true faces of the Buddhist followers? Now, everything is in place. Only the east wind is lacking. Yuán Gē eagerly anticipated the scene of Sun Wukong striking at Ling Mountain. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight bathed Ling Mountain, the melodious sound of the Buddha's bell resonated from its summit. Dong, dong, dong. After 3 chimes, Yuán Gē, sitting in meditation, opened his eyes, ready to begin. A certain Arhat approached the room where Yuán Gē and his companions resided and spoke softly. Benefactor, the public trial is about to commence. We kindly ask you to proceed to the Grand Hall of the Grand Thundersound Temple. A similar scene unfolded before various doorways. Today, the light of the Buddha illuminated Ling Mountain, tinting the clouds above with gold. Waves of sacred sounds accompanied the fragrant smoke, resonating throughout Ling Mountain and every corner of the Grand Thundersound Temple. As the great immortal Jin Yuan entered the Grand Hall, led by the 4 heavenly kings, he encountered a figure clad in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk. This individual wore a purple-gold crown, a crane cloak, and had 3 whiskers flowing down his chin, with crow feathers adorning his temples. He radiated a profound yellow aura and was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Guanyin Bodhisattva. This man was Jin Yuanzi, the master of the Wuzhuang Temple and the ancestor of Earth Immortals. Upon hearing the commotion, Jin Yuanzi turned to look, stroking his beard, and remarked, "Ah, it is the Great White Star. Are you here representing the heavenly court?" "Indeed," the Great White Star replied with utmost courtesy, gazing upon Jin Yuanzi. As the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Jin Yuanzi was a formidable figure, a contemporary of the 3 Pure Ones, with countless celestial disciples under his wing. How could the Buddhist sect invite cultivators from across the land to witness the event without also inviting this illustrious ancestor? In the distance, Yuán Gē's gaze swept across the scene, noticing Jin Yuanzi's slight surprise. A pseudo-saint at the 9th level? No, he is not an ordinary pseudo-saint at the 9th level. Under Yuán Gē's scrutiny, he detected a unique wave within Jin Yuanzi's body, a primal energy, along with a rich, earthy yellow aura. Is this essence of primal earth? Yuán Gē pondered, instantly perceiving Jin Yuanzi's true nature. Before his transcendence, Yuán Gē had often heard of the illustrious ancestor of earth immortals and found himself intrigued by this primal deity, a peer to the three pure ones. Born at the dawn of creation, alongside him were the earth book and the earth membrane, the primal spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree. A treasure surpassing the peaches of immortality. Merely inhaling its scent could grant mortals an extra 365 years of life. Consuming one could lead to ascension and a lifespan of 47,000 years. Why does the heavenly court maintain its transcendent status? Because it possesses the resources for longevity. Namely the peaches of immortality. Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit matures every 9,000 years, also effectively controlling the path to longevity. The three pure ones are his friends. The four sovereigns are his acquaintances, and the 9 luminary star lords are his descendants. Even as a representative of the heavenly court, the great white star humbly regarded himself as a junior. The title of ancestor of earth immortals is not merely a designation, it is a mark of honor. After the chaos of creation, Jin Yuanzi stabilized the earth immortal realm with the earth book, safeguarding humanity, and coupled with his resources for longevity. He enjoyed a life of ease, hence being revered as the ancestor of earth immortals. His combat power had reached an unparalleled level of pseudo-saint status, and his influence held immense sway among the scattered cultivators of the world. According to the classification of the primordial era, Jin Yuanzi should be considered one of the ultimate powerhouses beneath the saints. From him, Yuán Gē discerned an undercurrent of threat. This primal deity was indeed formidable. Today, Yuán Gē encountered Jin Yuanzi for the first time, and his curiosity compelled him to observe the latter closely. Just as Yuán Gē scrutinized Jin Yuanzi, the latter suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. Jin Yuanzi murmured in surprise, narrowing his eyes as he swiftly turned to look behind him. There, beyond Guanyin Bodhisattva, was a vast assembly of wandering cultivators. As his formidable spiritual sense expanded, Jin Yuanzi detected no unusual aura. What was amiss? Why did I just experience a sense of danger, as if someone were watching me? A wave of dread washed over Jin Yuanzi. He understood that while the strongest presence on the surface of Lingshan was the Buddha, there were several others of equal standing lurking in the background, whose auras he was well acquainted with. He believed that the sensation he had just felt was undoubtedly from someone of equal or even superior strength. Jin Yuanzi's unusual demeanor caught the attention of Guanyin Bodhisattva and Taibai Jingxing, who exchanged glances. Is there something amiss, esteemed immortal? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired, perplexed. It is nothing. I merely felt as if someone was watching me just now. Perhaps it was an illusion, Jin Yuanzi replied absently while stroking his beard. What? Guanyin Bodhisattva exclaimed in shock. Her beautiful eyes widened in fear as she glanced towards the throng of wandering cultivators behind them. Could the hidden mastermind be within Lingshan? If even Jin Yuanzi could not perceive them, how silently they must be spying on him. With a smile still gracing her lips, Guanyin Bodhisattva guided Jin Yuanzi towards the great hero hall while discreetly sending several messages. Buddha, the hidden mastermind, seems to have infiltrated Lingshan, blending in with the wandering cultivators. This transmission caused the Buddha, seated in the great hero hall, to suddenly open his eyes. A barely perceptible cold smile playing on his lips. Should you dare to reveal yourself today, I shall ensure you do not return. Meanwhile, Yuán Gē, wearing a smile, entered the great hero hall alongside the other cultivators. Though termed a hall, it was vast and boundless. There, the Buddha sat high above, flanked by numerous seated Buddhas on one side and Bodhisattvas on the other, with a host of disciples including Arhats and Vajra behind them. In the forefront sat Jin Yuanzi, followed by representatives from various powerful factions. Only a few tables present, yet each occupant represented a significant figure from the three realms. The Buddhist sect had evidently invested heavily today to restore its former glory. The entire great hero hall resembled an expansive space, with golden Buddhist mist swirling beneath their feet, complemented by the resonating sound of mantras, creating an atmosphere akin to a true sacred site of the Buddha. Look, that is the mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva. Indeed, the Buddhist sect would not deceive. I told you, the mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva has truly reformed. How could he possibly attack our wandering cultivators? Yes, we were almost misled by that sinister path. The scattered cultivators filed in, and soon someone spotted a shadowy bald man on the Buddha's right, a flat-faced figure with triangular eyes. His aura reminiscent of the mosquito Taoist from before, though the Buddhist radiance tempered his overwhelming malevolence, making him appear less sinister. This chatter spread among the cultivators, eventually reaching Yuán Gē's ears. Interesting, Yuán Gē mused with a hint of surprise. Had he not been observant, he would not have discerned whether the mosquito Taoist was indeed a transformed Buddha. However, this particular Buddha was unfamiliar to him. As a time traveler, Yuán Gē had visited temples only a handful of times, making it challenging to recognize an unknown Buddha. "Brother Yuán Gē, let us go over there," Gongyin said, his face alight with excitement, pointing towards a row near the arhats. "All right," Yuán Gē nodded and stepped forth. The arhats guiding the wandering cultivators managed the influx of tens of thousands into the Great Hero Hall with remarkable order, making the vast space feel even more expansive. Amitabha, today, I thank all of you for traveling from afar. Last night, there was a nefarious being impersonating the mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva. The true mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva is here today. The Buddha proclaimed, his voice resonant like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the hall. As the Buddha finished speaking, the mosquito Taoist rose, a sinister smile on his lips. Bowing to the crowd, "My esteemed guests, I apologize for the earlier disturbance. Once this public trial concludes, I will accept a few direct disciples on behalf of the Buddhist sect." Upon hearing this, the cultivators nodded eagerly, their expressions filled with joy. If the Buddha has said so, there can be no doubt. Moreover, to become a direct disciple of the mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva, such an opportunity was monumental, igniting whispers of excitement among the crowd. Many made an effort to display their best spirits, hoping to capture the attention of this formidable Buddhist figure. With a quasi-saint of the seventh heaven as a backing, combined with the might of Ling Shan, one could stride confidently in the future. Except for Yuán Gē. Only one person scoffed inwardly, Jin Shan Zi. Suddenly, Jin Shan Zi noticed Yuán Gē, dressed in a black ancient robe, standing behind the row of arhats. Yuán Gē was casting him a friendly smile. Observing this, Jin Shan Zi's displeasure lessened somewhat, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, he felt a touch of disappointment. This individual, brimming with knowledge and insight like none before or after, was regrettably just a mere celestial being. At that moment, the Buddha's voice rang out. "Bring forth the 8 great Vajra, and escort Sun Wukong here." "Yes, Buddha." An ordinary Vajra immediately stepped forward and hastily departed. Witnessing this, the crowd widened their eyes, eager to glimpse the troublesome monkey that had caused the Buddha such distress. Taibai Jingxing and the 4 heavenly kings sat together, their curiosity piqued. As representatives of the heavenly court, they were nominally allies of the Buddhist sect and had come to observe how the Buddha would handle the rebellious Sun Wukong. Before long, the sound of the gatekeeper Vajra announcing the arrival of the 8 great Vajra echoed from outside, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, led by Qing Chu Zhai Vajra. Along with Baidu Vajra, Bai Jing Shui Vajra, and the other 6, Sun Wukong, bound in iron chains, was brought into the hall. Simultaneously, his roar reverberated. "Old man Buddha, your so-called compassion is nothing but a facade. Last night, those bird-like Vajra made thunder all night long just to tickle me. What trick do you wish to play today? I'm ready." His voice, wild and untamed, sent shockwaves through the hall, causing even the wandering cultivators to pale, while Taibai Jingxing and the others stared wide-eyed. This was an open insult to the Buddha within his own domain, a truly audacious individual. Only Zhen Yuan Zi regarded the spectacle with interest, murmuring, "What a naturally born monkey." Zhen Yuan Zi held a certain fondness for Sun Wukong. Both were divine beings born of the cosmos. Sun Wukong was a postnatal transformation, a half-innate spirit nurtured by heaven and earth. Though billions of years separated their ages, they shared a common origin. Among the crowd, Yuán Gē wore a smile, contemplating the unfolding events. "Impudent, you vile monkey, your crimes are grievous. To insult the Buddha is a capital offense. Do you recognize your sins?" Just as Sun Wukong finished his outburst, the simultaneous bellowing of the 8 great Vajra echoed from outside, accompanied by the clanking of iron chains. "Get lost. What are you little shrimps? How dare you shout at your grandpa, son? I want to see the Buddha, to speak with Guanyi." Humph. Such audacity. The commotion reached the Great Hero Hall, causing the audience to widen their eyes in astonishment. Goodness, how bold. Is this monkey mad? Does he not fear death? The crowd instinctively swallowed their breaths, glancing towards the entrance. Soon, Amidst the clamoring of the 8 great Vajra, Sun Wukong, fully shackled in chains, made his entrance into the great hero hall. The cultivators gaped in awe, their eyes fixed on the golden-armored figure crowned with the 7 stars, the illustrious Monkey King. What a magnificent Monkey King! Indeed, this monkey is no ordinary being. Though sealed, his presence remains formidable. The onlookers silently raised their thumbs in admiration, murmuring among themselves. The 8 great bodhisattvas entered the grand hall and, after paying their respects to the Buddha, stood reverently with iron chains in hand. Today, the Mahavihar was bustling with people, all of whom were practitioners from the 3 realms. Sun Wukong, you have slain my Buddha-esque bodhisattvas and insulted our faith. Are you aware that the sea of suffering is boundless and turning back is the path to salvation? If you sincerely repent and confess before the Buddha for 1,000 years, I, the Buddha, in my compassion, may spare your life, admonished Guanyin Bodhisattva, who stood holding a jade bottle. What? Sun Wukong feigned ignorance. What crime have I committed? With a glint in his eye, he scrutinized Guanyin with interest. If there were a fault, he mused, it would be that he had not drunk enough of the water she offered, an elixir that enhances one's cultivation. Why not give me another sip? A ripple of amusement swept through the crowd of practitioners, many unable to suppress their laughter. While the solemn expressions of the Buddhas remained stern, the crowd was oblivious to the fact that Guanyin had once nurtured him. Nor did they grasp the significance of the water he referenced. The only substance known to enhance cultivation was the primordial ambrosia. Responses varied. Some scoffed, others blushed. While many female practitioners glanced at Sun Wukong and Guanyin with peculiar expressions, Yuán Gē, standing nearby, swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Sun Wukong, Yuán Gē smiled to himself, thinking how today the world of practitioners might envision strange scenarios. He had anticipated that Sun Wukong would employ evasive tactics. Yet the latter's words were sharp and provocative, inciting the ire of all present from the Buddhist order. Impudent! You audacious monkey! Do you not recognize your transgressions? You will be punished for your vile speech. Guanyin's face flushed, her eyes wide with anger as she pointed at Sun Wukong. Years of cultivating a pure heart as a Buddhist were shattered by his audacity, and how could she face others after such insults? How dare you refer to the primordial ambrosia as mere water? The assembly of monks, including the arhats and bhikshus, rose in unison, their voices booming. You vile monkey! Today you have insulted our Buddha and disrespected Guanyin. Do you not know your crimes? The monks' voices echoed like thunder through the Mahavihar. And any ordinary person would have quaked in fear at such a display. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha Randall and Maitreya Buddha sighed in unison. How could such irreverence be tolerated in the sacred domain of Buddhism? Chapter 47. Establishing Authority, Decapitation as a Warning. At this moment, the assembly pondered whether Sun Wukong could indeed alter his ways. Why did he seem inherently resistant to the teachings of Buddhism? They had expected him to be easily swayed. Yet after a month in the Buddhist realm, enduring trials, he showed no signs of remorse. Sun Wukong, the Buddha intoned, and the hall fell silent. Even the boisterous Sun Wukong regarded the Buddha with utmost seriousness. This was the being who had once confined him beneath the 5 elements mountain, a presence he could not surpass even in his dreams. Speak quickly, old man. I have no desire to listen to your mindless prattle. Sun Wukong, clad in golden armor, stood firm, gazing defiantly at the Buddha, his spirit undiminished despite the overwhelming pressure. This proclamation left the audience astounded. How audacious of him to challenge the Buddha, a figure respected even by the Jade Emperor. Yuán Gē stifled a laugh, secretly applauding Sun Wukong's boldness. Impudent monkey, you repeatedly insult my Buddha. Do you not understand the gravity of your words? Buddha, I request permission to expel Sun Wukong from the Mahavihar and execute him as an example. Buddha, this creature is akin to a demon, and I see no need for further attempts at redemption. Indeed, what did the Buddhist order despise most? It was the utterance of bald donkey, a grave insult. Sun Wukong's blasphemy against the Buddha and his insults towards the assembly were intolerable. Upon hearing the monks' requests, the Buddha raised his hand slightly, silencing them. Sun Wukong, you have slain my Buddha-esque Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva, and that is but one transgression. You have coerced the king of hell and the 10 Yama kings to eradicate my disciples, that is 2. You have tampered with the book of life and death, disrupting the balance of yin and yang, this is 3. You wreaked havoc in the underworld, slaying countless spirits, that is 4. You have sullied my sacred ground with vile words, insulting Guanyin and all Buddhists present, that is 5. Each of these offenses could condemn you to the depths of hell, where you would suffer for eternity. Do you have anything to say for yourself? As the Buddha spoke, a radiant halo enveloped him, and with each word, the pressure he exerted intensified, creating a stifling atmosphere within the Mahavihar. This force was directed solely at Sun Wukong, and even the scattered practitioners felt as though a mountain bore down upon them, struggling to breathe, compelled to bow in reverence. At the center of this pressure, Sun Wukong felt his bones creak under the weight. This was the Buddha's might, reminiscent of the overwhelming force he had felt in his dreams. Under the astonished and mocking gazes of the 8 great bodhisattvas, Sun Wukong did not flinch. He met the Buddha's gaze with a smirk. Old man, what crimes do I truly bear? Today, in front of all practitioners, I demand to know, is it true that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was tyrannical in the underworld, wielding the book of life and death to conspire against me? Was it not you who sought to claim my soul once my time had come? I merely wish to roam freely across this world. When have I wronged your Buddhist order? Must you oppress me so? Is it your right to dictate my fate? As practitioners, we strive to ascend to immortality, yet you, with your lofty ideals, commit acts more despicable than beasts. Am I mistaken, Buddha? Reflect on your conscience. Did you not begin plotting my destiny before I was even born? I declare this. My life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. This world is not solely yours, Buddhist order. In this vast multitude of beings, each individual possesses the sovereign right to govern their own destiny. Even if one belongs to the powerful Buddhist sect, they cannot overstep their bounds, otherwise. Sun Wukong's increasingly outrageous declarations would leave the observing cultivators wide-eyed and drenched in cold sweat. Jin Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he regarded Sun Wukong, whose words struck a chord within him. Shouldn't we, as cultivators, embody such a spirit? Below the Buddha, Jin Chanzi, seated alongside disciples Ananda and Kasyapa, felt a growing illumination in his gaze. Why did Sun Wukong's words echo those of Yuán Gē so precisely? Instinctively, he glanced towards Yuán Gē's location, only to find Yuán Gē seemingly unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. A thought flickered in Jin Chanzi's mind. Could Sun Wukong and Yuán Gē be kindred spirits? Such seemingly blasphemous words had been uttered by no one else in the world. Only Sun Wukong and Yuán Gē had dared to speak them. Enough. The Buddha's thunderous voice resounded, unleashing an oppressive force that surged to its peak. Under this immense pressure, Sun Wukong trembled, unable to utter a word. His fierce gaze and steadfast posture the only remnants of his defiance. This demon monkey has committed heinous acts, obstinately unrepentant, and is beyond redemption. Take him out and behead him. With a wave of his sleeve, the Buddha signaled to the 8 great Vajra. As you command. The 8 great Vajra bowed, seizing chains to drag Sun Wukong towards the temple's exit. At this proclamation, both Guanyin Bodhisattva and Maitreya Buddha silently recited a prayer, Amitabha. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, secretly anxious for Sun Wukong. Only within the Buddhist realm could such tolerance be found. Had this been another faction, any perpetrator of such vile deeds would have faced immediate execution. The Buddhist sect maintained its stature, instilling a sense of awe in countless hearts. The expressions of the cultivators, however, brought a sense of satisfaction to the Buddha and his followers. The display of authority had already achieved its purpose. Sun Wukong felt a jolt of alarm. Execution? This script seemed amiss. The murderous intent in the eyes of the Buddha and the monks was unmistakably genuine, devoid of pretense. Instinctively, he glanced at Yuán Gē. Upon entering the hall, he had taken note of Yuán Gē, hence his provocative remarks. Sensing his gaze, Yuán Gē opened his eyes, smiling and nodding at Sun Wukong, as if to convey a message. Fear not. This is merely a performance. They will not truly harm you. Chapter 48. The Five-Finger Mountain, suppressing Sun Wukong. Come, demon monkey. Your end has come. Hurry. My Buddha has shown you repeated leniency, yet you persist in your folly. Do not blame anyone but yourself for your demise. I hope in your next life, you choose not to oppose our Buddhist sect. The 8 great Vajra chattered, brandishing iron chains as they dragged Sun Wukong towards the great hero hall. Outside, a group of arhats awaited, prepared with the demon slayer platform. The platform, dark and bloodstained, featured an aperture that could adjust its size to fit a head perfectly. Above it hung a foreboding, dark axe, an artifact of considerable sharpness, its surface marred with the remnants of countless vanquished demons. Though slightly smaller than the Heavenly Court's Demon Slayer platform, it was equally formidable. Receiving Yuán Gē's subtle encouragement, Sun Wukong felt a surge of confidence, smirking to himself. As anticipated by his master, the actions of these Buddhist monks were entirely predictable. With Sun Wukong being dragged out by the 8 great Vajra, many cultivators, driven by curiosity, followed to witness how this defiant figure would meet his fate. Others displayed expressions of reluctance, for Sun Wukong's tenacious words lingered in their minds. Each harbored a fantasy of heroism. Whether righteous or wicked, Huan-Ti wished to master their own fate. Yet, while it is easy to speak of such things, the reality is far more challenging. The Buddhist sect loomed like an immense, indomitable force. The cultivators present were convinced that had they been in Sun Wukong's place, they would have succumbed to despair the moment their souls were seized. Unable to fight back, they would join the opposing side. This was understandable. To defy the heavens and alter one's fate, to assert that one's destiny is self-determined, is an arduous task. Although many cultivators harbored such thoughts, their inclinations leaned towards the Buddhist sect, for Sun Wukong was merely a powerless demon monkey. Even if they resonated with his sentiments, they could only entertain such notions in silence. Execute! A voice rang out from outside the great hero hall. The multitude within shifted their gaze towards the exit, where Sun Wukong was bound upon the Demon Slayer platform, his head ensnared and secured. With a resounding command, the colossal axe descended like a meteor, causing many female cultivators to instinctively shield their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutality. Yet, beneath the platform, there were no missteps. With a thunderous crash, the 8 great Vajra and several Arhats wore expressions of disbelief. What was happening? The axe fell towards Sun Wukong, emitting sparks as it met his head, and then cracked. Ha ha! Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed as he laughed heartily. Old Buddha, do you think me a fool? This axe is softer than a feather. Are you jesting with me? His boisterous laughter transformed the atmosphere within the Lane Temple. The Buddha spoke solemnly. Ananda, Kasyapa, fetch the demon slayer axe. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples rose and made their way to the treasury. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled. Amitabha, the demon slayer axe is a treasure of innate origin. One of the relics from before the Buddha attained enlightenment. It will surely sever the monkey's head. Moments later, Ananda and Kasyapa returned, carrying a mighty axe, which was placed upon the demon slayer platform. This time, all eyes widened in anticipation, eager to see if this newly acquired axe could indeed slay the monkey. Execute! The command echoed from outside the hall. Execute! 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 The roars continued, yet the issuing Arhat and the 8 great Vajra stood frozen, struck by thunder. Gazing at the now dull axe, a low-grade innate treasure shattered? Indeed, having mastered the 8th layer of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies divine skill, Sun Wukong's physique surpassed even that of a diamond body. How could a mere low-grade innate treasure inflict harm upon him? Old Buddha, this is insufficient. You cannot best me. Sun Wukong's audacious voice reverberated throughout the hall. The expressions of the gathered Buddhas faltered, their faces twitching in disbelief. This monkey's physical prowess was utterly monstrous. The Buddha's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze to a specific figure. Namo Sun and Moonlight Buddha, please proceed with the execution. Your mastery over water and fire will surely be effective against that monkey. In response, a Buddha, adorned with exposed chest and earrings, stood up. Yes, I shall obey the Buddha's command. This individual was the master of the sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas, skilled in the profound arts of true fire and extreme water. As the next chapter unfolded, a wave of scorching heat and an icy chill surged forth from outside the hall. After an indeterminate duration, amidst the alternating temperatures, Sun Wukong's voice once again pierced through. Old Buddha, have you finished your little performance? Is this foolish Buddha attempting to give me a bath? Sun Wukong, seemingly losing patience, discerned that even this Buddha was intentionally restraining his power, fearful of incinerating him. Thus, Sun Wukong unleashed a torrent of invectives. Amidst the astonished gazes of the cultivators and the multitude of Buddhas, the presence of the Tathagata Buddha surged forth, an overwhelming pressure descending instantaneously upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, your sins are boundless. Today, I shall subdue you, declared the Buddha. This formidable aura instilled panic among countless practitioners. Even the esteemed Jin Yuanzi below displayed an expression of astonishment. The Buddha's teachings had evidently advanced further. Above the Thunder Sound Temple, an immense gathering of spiritual energy formed in an instant, dark clouds enveloping the sky, giving rise to a colossal golden hand, its palm adorned with a gigantic swastika. The shadow of this enormous hand reflected in Sun Wukong's eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So, it has come? The Mountain of 5 Fingers? Is this the same technique as in my dreams? At this moment, Sun Wukong felt his aura entirely locked down, even with his magical powers. He could not escape this grasp with his current strength. In the palm of the Buddha's realm, divine powers were subdued. The hand emanated an immense, towering aura. Beneath the peak of Quasi-Saint, none could evade its grasp. Tathagata, just you wait, Sun Wukong roared, as the colossal Buddha palm struck him down from the summit of Mount Ling, sending him crashing into the realm of the immortals. Today, at the border of the southern and western continents, countless beings sensed a terrifying presence. In the heavens above, a giant hand descended, crashing towards the Two Realms mountain. Boom. At that moment, as the hand met the ground, it transformed into 5 majestic peaks, countless boulders erupting from the earth, establishing themselves around the Two Realms mountain. Chapter 49. Beneath the mountain of 5 fingers, lying in wait. Tathagata, you wait for me, old Sunday. When I emerge into the light again, I shall make your spiritual mountain bathed in blood. A voice filled with fury and boundless hatred reverberated around the Two Realms mountain, startling all beings within 100,000 miles. After subduing Sun Wukong, the Buddhas of Ling Mountain appeared joyful, reveling in their success at last. Meanwhile, Yuán Gē had quietly departed at the moment that Tathagata unleashed that hand. Wukong, it's sufficient. Your performance today deserves full marks from me. A gentle voice echoed in the void, followed by the appearance of a figure clad in an ancient black robe, with a smile illuminating his features. He possessed an ethereal grace, his robe billowing in the wind, silken strands of hair dancing as he gazed upon Sun Wukong. Master. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened as he looked at Yuán Gē. Master, I knew you would come. Please, save me. A look of satisfaction gleamed in Yuán Gē's eyes as he shook his head. Wukong, this is your tribulation. One must know shame to strive forward. Quickly refine the blood essence of the chaotic demon ape. When the day comes that you break free, I will naturally support you. As he spoke, Yuán Gē reached out to remove the leaves and stones from Sun Wukong's head. Yes, master, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. I assure you, within 10 years, I will completely refine this blood essence. By then, I will ascend to Ling Mountain and repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Naturally, Yuán Gē nodded, a smile gracing his lips, his voice dissipating into the void. In a while, the golden cicada will seek you out. Let him come to Flower Fruit Mountain to find me. Your monkey descendants will be under my watch. Focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing these words, tears involuntarily rolled down Sun Wukong's cheeks. Master, I vow never to betray your trust in this life. Sun Wukong realized that since before his transformation, Yuán Gē had been silently aiding him without seeking anything in return. Though he did not know what his master sought from the golden cicada, he was quite familiar with him. He was the one who journeyed with him from the eastern lands to the western paradise in his dreams. Soon, Sun Wukong ceased his thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to fully refine the chaotic demon ape's blood essence. Yuán Gē quietly returned to the heavenly realm, setting up a formation within a small wooden house, producing a Taoist mat to sit cross-legged in meditation. In the heavens, a day equaled a year on earth. Thus, 10 years amounted to merely a little over 10 days. In the realm of the immortals, time passed, and 2 years swiftly elapsed. Beneath the mountain of 5 fingers, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, powerful magical energy erupting forth, causing the very mountain to tremble slightly. The years of wind and sun had cleared away the countless dust particles that had settled upon him. Unexpectedly, I spent only 2 years on this most arduous step. I never imagined I would break free from the internal seal upon reaching the quasi-saint level. Sun Wukong murmured as he sensed the overwhelming magic within him. The seal set by the ancient Buddha, radiant lamp, shattered the instant Sun Wukong transcended to quasi-saint by sheer force. This subtle movement startled the 5 directions guardians lurking near the mountain of 5 fingers. One swiftly ascended to the western paradise to report the situation to the Tathagata Buddha. In the western paradise, the great thunder sound temple remained resplendent and filled with the sound of sacred chants. Buddha, something grave has occurred. That monkey seems intent on breaking free from the seal of the mountain of 5 fingers. Just now, the mountain trembled violently. The golden-headed guardian rushed in, reporting to the great hall. The 5 directions guardians were mighty protectors of the Buddhist realm, akin to the giant spirit gods of the heavenly court, merely ornamental figures serving as a facade. As the Tathagata listened, a scroll materialized in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. No matter. It has only been 2 years. That demon monkey must be unable to endure solitude. Here, take my 6-word great bright mantra. This mantra is exceptionally profound and holds infinite mysteries, supreme and unparalleled. With my great magical power backing it, you shall affix it to the mountain of 5 fingers to subdue that monkey. As the Tathagata finished speaking, a handsome monk beside Ananda stood up suddenly. Master, allow your disciple to go. I wish to see if that monkey has any intention of repentance. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded in approval, looking at the handsome monk with great satisfaction. Golden Cicada, it is indeed fitting for you to go. After all, this monkey is inherently violent, and your temperament will suitably counter him. Hearing this, the Tathagata did not hesitate further, smiling slightly. Golden Cicada, then it shall be you who goes and affixes the 6-word great bright mantra to the mountain of 5 fingers. Yes, master. The Golden Cicada bowed respectfully, accepting the scroll and turning to ride the clouds away. As he exited the great thunder sound temple, the Golden Cicada accelerated with all his might, transforming into a streak of light racing toward the vicinity of the Two Realms mountain, his expression a whirlwind of emotions. He was filled with trepidation, fearing that the Tathagata might discern his unusual behavior. Today, descending to the mortal realm was a divine opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Upon hearing the Tathagata's words, he knew that if he did not seize this opportunity, he might never again have a chance to leave Ling Mountain. He wished to converse with Sun Wukong. The previous day, amidst joyous festivities, the Golden Cicada had desperately sought Yuán Gē's presence, but to no avail. He understood that his moment had arrived. He could take this chance to descend to the mortal realm. The words exchanged between Sun Wukong and Yuán Gē struck deeply within him, akin to a sudden enlightenment that robbed him of sleep. It's about time. Let us place the 6-word mantra here to avoid revealing my intentions. One must perform a complete act. The Golden Cicada surveyed the scenery beneath the layers of clouds, soon spotting the mountain of 5 fingers. Whoosh! The Golden Cicada unfurled the mantra, revealing the 6 great characters inscribed. Om Mani Padme Hum. The mantra shimmered with a vibrant light, its potent magical energy emanating involuntarily, a manifestation of the Tathagata's power. With a gentle toss, the 6-word mantra floated away with the wind, appearing as light as a feather yet traveling with astonishing speed, soon reaching the summit of the mountain of 5 fingers. Boom! Just as Sun Wukong was fervently refining the blood essence with closed eyes, he suddenly felt the weight of the mountain of 5 fingers increase tenfold, pressing him down significantly. This immense force jolted him awake. Tathagata, Sun Wukong exclaimed upon awakening, overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, and erupted in furious curses, eliciting astonished expressions from the nearby 5 directions guardians. You, monkey, possess quite the spirit. But I wonder what reliance you have to boldly declare to wash Ling Mountain in blood? Before Sun Wukong stood a handsome monk clad in a white robe, who gazed at him with great interest as the latter exhaled fragrant words. Are you the Golden Cicada? Sun Wukong's face lit up upon recognizing the monk, immediately revealing his identity. This was none other than the very master from his dreams. Chapter 50. One must always have dreams. You know me? The Golden Cicada was taken aback. Although he had seen Sun Wukong several times during his visit to the Spirit Mountain, they had never exchanged words. So how could he possibly recognize him? Furthermore, Sun Wukong's expression suggested he bore no animosity towards him, despite being part of the so-called Bald Donkey Brigade. The Golden Cicada was filled with perplexity. Do not be alarmed, Golden Cicada. My master instructed me that if you came seeking me, I should direct you to Flower Fruit Mountain, where he will clarify the doubts residing in your heart. Sun Wukong pouted, observing the Golden Cicada. The Golden Cicada's pupils constricted in surprise. Your master? He could foresee my coming to find you? A tempest of thoughts surged within him. No wonder Sun Wukong possessed such formidable power. No wonder he uttered words so astonishing and captivating. What kind of powerful being was his master? Could he be more formidable than the Buddha himself? The Golden Cicada had merely sought to engage in discourse with Sun Wukong. Yet his master had already foreseen this long ago. Could it be that his master was a sage? It is said that sages are the foundation of the heavenly path, and nothing within the 3 realms escapes their perception. The Golden Cicada's expression shifted wildly, and after a long moment, he regained his composure. Sun Wukong, who exactly is your master? What is his true power? Sun Wukong, eyeing the overly verbose monk, rolled his eyes. You are still as loquacious as ever. My master is a being of boundless power. In my heart, he is the omnipotent deity, even surpassing your own Buddha. At this point, Sun Wukong abruptly halted, realizing he had divulged too much. Now it was the Golden Cicada's turn to be bewildered. What did he mean by still so loquacious? Perhaps he was a bit verbose. But how could this monkey know? Furthermore, his master overshadowed the Buddha? Could it be that his master was the mysterious being who played with the heavenly Buddhas as if they were mere puppets? Suddenly, the golden cicada's understanding deepened, and he instinctively connected all the dots. Sun Wukong, be cautious with your words, he warned, casting a wary glance around, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Phew. Thankfully, the five directions revealer refrained from listening, as I am a disciple of the Tathagata. Sun Wukong, the golden cicada said with seriousness, we must be discreet in our conversation. For if the Tathagata hears us, it would not bode well. Haha, you are quite amusing, monk. Why do you refer to your master by name? Are you planning to defy the Buddha? Sun Wukong was utterly unconcerned about the five directions revealer. With his current quasi-saintly powers, a mere breath from him could immobilize the revealer. The golden cicada's action struck Sun Wukong as somewhat endearing. This verbose golden cicada seemed to be somewhat enchanted, daring to utter the Tathagata's name so freely. Does the thought of defying the Buddha please you? The golden cicada murmured, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Then he looked directly at Sun Wukong. No, I do not wish to defy the Buddha. I merely believe that the current Buddha is not the true embodiment of Buddhism. They speak of great compassion, but show none. The other day, I encountered a mysterious person by the Tongtian River, and his words resonated with yours. I feel that whether it be Buddha, Tao, demons, or spirits, all possess both good and evil. As cultivators, regardless of whether we pursue Buddhism or Taoism, are we not meant to seek justice for the common people and protect all beings? Buddhism and Taoism are merely outward appearances. Ultimately, they converge upon the same path in pursuit of longevity, transcendence, and ultimate freedom. In that moment, the golden cicada expressed the thoughts dwelling in his heart, while Sun Wukong, surprisingly, listened attentively, absorbing his words. Unfortunately, you are merely at the Tai golden immortal stage. The changes you wish to enact are far beyond your current capabilities. Sun Wukong sighed, bluntly revealing the reality of the golden cicada's situation. The golden cicada was not surprised that Sun Wukong could discern his cultivation level. After all, a great Luo golden immortal could easily see through a Tai golden immortal's realm. What he did not realize was that Sun Wukong had already attained the quasi-saint level, far surpassing his expectations. Alas, the golden cicada sighed. I understand that to effect change and protect others, one must possess power. Without power, all is mere talk. You do not yet know who that mysterious person is, but it is highly likely that he is my master. Is he not handsome and extraordinary, resembling a celestial being? Hearing this, the golden cicada was momentarily taken aback, and an image of Yuán Gē flashed in his mind, causing him to nod instinctively. He considered himself quite handsome, perhaps ranking among the top 3 in the Spirit Mountain. Yet when compared to that person, he felt he fell woefully short in both appearance and demeanor. Though merely a facade, one's appearance reflects the heart. I believe that individual possesses a heart as admirable as his exterior, he thought. Haha, golden cicada. Are you still not comprehending? My master has guided you several times, and has even encouraged you to seek him. Shouldn't you seize this opportunity to become his disciple? With my master's guidance, you are certain to gain the strength to change everything. Everything I possess, my powers, are gifts from my master. To be recognized by him is indeed a blessing you have earned through countless lifetimes. Sun Wukong's voice echoed within the golden cicada's heart like a spell. The astute Sun Wukong understood that Yuán Gē's intentions in mentioning the golden cicada were rooted in his pure-hearted nature. Despite his disdain for Buddhism, Sun Wukong could not bring himself to harbor any ill will towards the golden cicada after hearing his heartfelt sentiments. After all, in that dream, the golden cicada had been sincere with him, and no matter what, Sun Wukong could not dislike him. The golden cicada was overjoyed by Sun Wukong's words. Where can I find my esteemed predecessor? Directly east from here lies the East Victory Divine Continent, by the Eastern Sea, at Flower Fruit Mountain. The steepest peak there is the place, Sun Wukong instructed. Very well, I shall seek out my predecessor, the golden cicada declared, preparing to ride the clouds away. Wait, Sun Wukong said, eyeing the eager golden cicada sternly. Have you thought this through? This step you take is against the heavenly Buddhas. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Even if you were to shatter into a million pieces, it would be better than living a mindless existence. Like a walking corpse, one must always have dreams. As the wind carried his words, the golden cicada's voice echoed as he soared into the sky. Chapter 51, Golden Cicada. Surprised? In the heavenly court, within the peach garden. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. earning 38,000 years of cultivation. Inside the bamboo house, upon hearing the system's voice, Yuán Gē's lips curled into a gentle smile. Not bad, though it is a bit less than expected, still better than nothing. Clad in a black ancient robe, Yuán Gē sat upon a lotus seat, continuing to meditate on the path of returning to the true way through the chaos. Just as he entered a meditative state, the system's voice rang out again, bringing a broad smile to Yuán Gē's face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully guiding the golden cicada away from Buddhism, earning a mysterious reward. Indeed, while I had already sensed the cracks forming in the golden cicada's Buddhist heart, I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly, Yuán Gē mused, a smile gracing his lips. At the Tongtian River, Yuán Gē's words had sown seeds of doubt in the golden cicada's heart regarding his faith. The Buddhist heart, akin to the Tao heart, both stem from the same source. To alter a cultivator's path, one must first address the Tao heart. System, claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully receiving the reward, the supreme Buddhist technique, Great Sun Nirvana Divine Art. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first phase of the Jin Shanzi's mission. A new task is issued, to recruit disciples for Jin Shanzi, with a mysterious reward. As the system's voice faded, a look of clarity appeared on Yuán Gē's face. Indeed, by deceiving the Buddhist sect and orchestrating the journey to the West, one would continuously reap rewards. This Buddhist technique is presumably tailored specifically for Jin Shanzi. As a product of the system, it must be of exceptional quality. Without paying attention to the jade tablet that appeared in the system space, Yuán Gē released his spiritual thoughts and pierced toward Flower Fruit Mountain. Has Jin Shanzi already departed? Then I must descend to the lower realm. Within the bamboo house, a calm voice resonated. Whoosh! Concealed within the void, Yuán Gē shrank the distance and instantly arrived at the southern heavenly gate. Glancing at the southern heavenly gate, Yuán Gē smiled faintly and did not linger, transforming into a streak of light as he flew toward the lower realm. After departing from Wuji Mountain, Jin Shanzi looked at the 5 Directions Revealer and left a remark. I am going to investigate Flower Fruit Mountain. You all must guard it well. With that, under the respectful gaze of the 5 Directions Revealer, Jin Shanzi transformed into a streak of light and headed eastward. After traveling tens of thousands of miles, Jin Shanzi concealed his aura and transformed into a childlike figure, continuing his flight. This journey to the lower realm must be time efficient. If the likes of Tathagata discover any anomalies, it would not bode well. Half a day later, Jin Shanzi, in his childlike form, beheld a vast archipelago standing firm in the eastern sea. Flower Fruit Mountain was distinctly visible in the distance. Whoosh! Jin Shanzi's gaze ignited with fervor, accelerating toward the steepest peak near Flower Fruit Mountain. The ethereal peak, the purple bamboo house. Yuán Gē sat cross-legged, eyes wide open. In the void, he sensed an aura related to his karmic ties approaching. Without needing to look, Yuán Gē already knew this was Jin Shanzi. Across the Tongtian River, he understood that Jin Shanzi would surely come to seek him, at which point their karmic connection would manifest. Junior Jin Shanzi seeks an audience with the esteemed elder. Upon reaching the summit of the ethereal peak, Jin Shanzi gazed at the empty mountain and without a hint of hesitation, knelt and spoke aloud. Sun Wukong had mentioned that Yuán Gē was mysterious and unfathomable. Although the ethereal peak appeared desolate, it was, in fact, the location of the master's purple bamboo house. Junior Jin Shanzi seeks an audience with the esteemed elder. After a moment of silence, Jin Shanzi spoke again, seeing no response. The blazing sun hung high, scorching the peak of the ethereal mountain. Even the ground beneath him was blistering hot. Jin Shanzi did not employ any magical power, kneeling with the piety of a mortal, beads of sweat soaking his robe. Thus, Jin Shanzi remained kneeling, utterly motionless, his garments drenched. Junior Jin Shanzi seeks an audience with the esteemed elder. An hour passed, and Jin Shanzi mustered his courage to speak once more. He understood that this was undoubtedly a test imposed by the elder, with determination. He knocked his forehead against the ground. In that fleeting moment, a gentle and transcendent voice reached Jin Shanzi's ears. What brings you here? Whoosh! The void before him trembled, and the ancient, fragrant purple bamboo house materialized before Jin Shanzi. Upon hearing the voice, Jin Shanzi was momentarily stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Without time to ponder, he wore a respectful expression, beseeching the elder, I wish to master my own fate. Only a figure of your caliber can bestow such power upon me. Creak. As Jin Shanzi's words fell, the door of the purple bamboo house swung open, revealing a figure in a black robe stepping forth. "Why you, esteemed elder? You heard me." Jin Chanzi looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that the youth he conversed with by the Tongtian River would be the omnipotent master spoken of by Sun Wukong. As for why Yuán Gē possessed such low celestial cultivation, Jin Chanzi realized it was not due to Yuán Gē's weakness, but rather his own inability to discern the extraordinary nature of Yuán Gē. "Jin Chanzi, are you surprised?" Yuán Gē smiled faintly, observing the astonished Jin Chanzi, drenched in sweat. "Esteemed elder, forgive my rudeness." Jin Chanzi, still reeling from shock, quickly regained his composure and spoke. "Rise." With a wave of his hand, Yuán Gē summoned a gentle force that lifted Jin Chanzi, simultaneously evaporating the sweat on his body, alleviating any discomfort. Just as Jin Chanzi was about to express his gratitude, Yuán Gē appeared before him in the blink of an eye, almost like a specter, and placed a finger on his brow. Boom! Countless images flashed through Jin Chanzi's mind. In the Great Hero Hall, he had voiced his doubts, only to be cast into reincarnation by his beloved master. He endured 10 lifetimes of reincarnation, receiving his mission and embarking on the journey for scriptures. In the southern Jianbu continent, within the Tang dynasty, a handsome monk was delivering a sermon at Golden Mountain Temple, personally received by Emperor Li Shimin, forging a brotherhood. An elderly monk, accompanied by a young monk, bestowed upon him a golden robe and a 9-ringed staff, to which he bowed sincerely, determined to bring back the Mahayana Buddhist teachings to save sentient beings. Along the way, he encountered Sun Wukong, trapped beneath Wuji Mountain. After enduring 81 tribulations, he finally reached the Western Paradise and obtained the true scriptures. However, what he witnessed was still the ugly, greedy, and sinister face of Buddhism, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Over the course of centuries, it appeared he had undergone a grand event of gratitude and salvation. In reality, he never recovered his original memories and was sealed by the Buddha until the end of time. He was merely a pawn, a precursor to the Buddhist invasion of the East. In an instant, Jin Chanzi's expression returned to clarity, and he stood in stunned silence. This is not real." Instinctively, Jin Chanzi exclaimed, realizing how his master, the Tathagata Buddha, could manipulate him in such a manner. How could the multitude of Buddhas be so vile? Previously, despite his doubts regarding the Buddhist doctrines, Jin Chanzi held a considerable respect for figures like Tathagata and Guanyin, especially Guanyin Bodhisattva, who had treated him well. But now, upon reflection, the fragments of these images were evidently true. He had heard of the journey to the West and understood the Buddhist intent to propagate their teachings in the East. The Eastern lands were vast and bountiful, far more expansive than the West. He now comprehended why the Buddhist sect had relentlessly pursued Sun Wukong since his birth. It turned out that all of this was a decision made by the higher echelons of the Buddhist sect. How could the weak resist? Why did Sun Wukong harbor animosity toward Buddhism? In this moment, Jin Chanzi understood everything. "Jin Chanzi, do you now grasp what you must do? Is it merely power that you seek?" Yuán Gē smiled slightly, gazing at the dazed Jin Chanzi. Although Jin Chanzi, under Yuán Gē's subtle guidance, would betray the Buddhist sect, his heart was still deeply rooted in the Buddhist faith, and he had not yet reached the point of irreparable rupture with the multitude of Buddhas. What Yuán Gē desired was a Jin Chanzi determined to fundamentally transform the world, not one who would meekly adhere to the teachings of Buddhism. How could he truly change if he was not shown the ugly faces of those who used him as a pawn? Even if he became a Buddha, millions of years later, he would remain oblivious to the memories belonging to Jin Chanzi. This alone highlighted his status in the eyes of the Tathagata. A ruler who treats his subjects as kin will be regarded as a confidant. A ruler who sees his subjects as mere dogs will be regarded as an enemy. This principle applies not only to the relationship between rulers and subjects, but also to that of master and disciple. The master-disciple bond, in this realm brimming with gods and demons, is the most steadfast connection apart from that of partners. The celestial beings possess long lifespans, and throughout history, parents and kin made apart, yet the master-disciple relationship remains unbreakable. All of Tathagata's actions were entirely for the benefit of the Buddhist collective, for the sake of the lineage. Jin Chanzi, however, was merely a sacrificial pawn. In the grand scheme, even if Jin Chanzi learned the truth after obtaining the scriptures, he could not alter anything. Upon hearing Yuán Gē's words, a fierce glint flickered in Jin Chanzi's eyes. With a thud, Jin Chanzi knelt heavily on the ground, bowing 3 times towards Yuán Gē. As a foolish disciple, I am yet to comprehend the meaning behind your words regarding the decay of the Buddha. Today, under your guidance, I feel as if I have been reborn. All the celestial Buddhas are mere impostors. I wish to become your disciple and transform the world, restoring clarity to this realm." His voice resounded with vigor, and his spirit was unwavering. At this moment, Jin Chanzi's heart, once devoted to the Western paradise, shattered completely, emanating an aura as sharp as a spear. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Yuán Gē observed the seemingly transformed Jin Chanzi and declared solemnly, "I, Yuán Gē, today accept Jin Chanzi as my disciple. I shall assist you in defying fate and taking control of your own destiny." Upon hearing this, Jin Chanzi was overjoyed, repeatedly bowing and thanking his master. With such a proclamation from his master, Jin Chanzi understood the importance of cherishing this moment. In the primordial world, governed by heavenly principles, one must tread carefully in their actions. This applies to any sect's practitioners. Otherwise, their resolve may falter, leading to stagnation or even regression in their cultivation, risking life and death. "So, my master is called Yuán Gē. What a splendid name. I wonder which disciples, aside from Sun Wukong, he has." Yuán Gē chuckled and personally helped Jin Chanzi to his feet. "My dear disciple, I have already prepared a welcome gift for you. Behold." As he spoke, 2 items appeared in Yuán Gē's hands. On the left was a transparent orb, the size of a longan, exuding an intense golden light. On the right was a dark jade tablet inscribed with cryptic characters, known as the Great Sun Nirvana Divine Art. Jin Chanzi gasped, "Master, is this a relic?" As a practitioner of Buddhism, he was well aware of the significance of relics. Simply put, relics are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the least valuable, resembling a common person's gallstone, and the 9th being the most esteemed, a pure golden relic. It is known that there are 16 such relics, each immensely precious, akin to innate treasures. Jin Chanzi, as a disciple of the Tathagata, had the fortune of seeing 3 9th-grade relics in the 10,000 Buddha pagoda of Mount Meru. But they were far smaller and less potent than this one. A transparent relic? What grade could this possibly be? As the saying goes, an outsider sees the spectacle, while an insider sees the essence. Jin Chanzi immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this relic. Indeed, Yuán Gē nodded, a smile gracing his face. This relic is known as the Supreme Dharma Relic, capable of assisting one in shedding their mortal form and reshaping their body, possessing unfathomable powers. Perhaps, if you refine it, you could achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Yuán Gē, lacking knowledge about the grading of relics, conservatively estimated Jin Chanzi's potential, seeing him merely as a Tai golden immortal. What? The Dharma Relic? Jin Chanzi was bewildered. He understood that relics merely aided in enhancing cultivation and could only change a part of oneself. The notion that this relic could completely reshape his body was astonishing. After all, any 9th-grade relic is formed from the essence of a previous Buddha, meaning that at the very least, only a quasi-saint could transform into such a relic. However, the idea of total transformation, of reshaping one's very flesh, seemed far too simplistic to Jin Chanzi. "Calm yourself. With your demeanor, one might think you're a country bumpkin come to the city," Yuán Gē jested. "Here is a corresponding technique that should also be quite admirable. Take a look." As he spoke, Yuán Gē tossed the 2 items into Jin Chanzi's arms. "Oh my heavens!" Jin Chanzi, his heart racing with excitement, briefly contemplated the jade tablet, and felt as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. The Great Sun Nirvana Divine Art directly points to the ultimate truth, meaning it could be cultivated to the 9th level of quasi-saint without any issue. Such a technique, referred to by his master as merely not bad? What kind of technique would his master consider exceptional? Jin Chanzi knew that even the Great Sun unification formula practiced by the Tathagata was a top-tier technique of Ling Mountain, created by the Sage of Guidance. Yet, the Great Sun Nirvana Divine Art was even more profound. "Thank you, master. I vow not to disappoint your expectations." Jin Chanzi, overwhelmed with emotion, immediately bowed deeply to express his gratitude. "Enough with your rambling. Speak less in the future." Yuán Gē waved his hand. "Quickly consume the relic. Memorize the technique, and then leave. Delays may invite trouble." "Yes, master." With the reprimand from Yuán Gē, Jin Chanzi dared not utter another word. With a gulp, Jin Chanzi raised his head and swallowed the relic, immediately feeling it settle within his mind palace, an experience beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. He had never consumed a relic before, so he was uncertain about the situation. However, Jin Chanzi understood that refining the relic would not happen overnight. He would focus on that upon his return. Next, Jin Shanzi pressed the jade talisman to his forehead. With a flash, golden characters danced upon the talisman. Rushing into Jin Shanzi's mind, the profound and intricate technique indelibly etched into his consciousness. With a crack, as the transmission of the technique concluded, the jade tablet shattered. Yuán Gē smiled and remarked, "Disciple, your opportunity has arrived. Return to Ling Mountain for secluded cultivation. Should your elder brother Sun Wukong come to Ling Mountain soon, remember not to reveal your identity. Come to find me again once you have broken through to Quasi-Saint." With that, Yuán Gē waved his sleeve, and Jin Shanzi felt himself enveloped by an immense force, while the scenery around him rapidly transformed. After what felt like mere moments, when the scene stabilized, Jin Shanzi found himself atop a mountain in the west Nyohuzhou. This was Yuán Gē's intention. Had Jin Shanzi taken too long to return, the Tathagata might grow suspicious. The sudden appearance of Jin Shanzi startled a nearby cuckoo into flight and caused a squirrel gnawing on pine nuts to tumble from the tree. Surveying his surroundings, Jin Shanzi silently vowed, "Master, I shall not disappoint you." In silence, he bowed towards the east before transforming into a streak of light, heading westward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a mysterious reward. After sending Jin Shanzi away, Yuán Gē immediately commanded the system, claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward. The tumult in the underworld is amplified by 100-fold, and your spiritual root has been elevated to the 3rd tier. Boom! As the system's voice faded, an immense sense of comfort enveloped Yuán Gē. Familiar sensations surged through him, as if every cell in his being rejoiced. With a clear mind, Yuán Gē felt his spiritual platform empty, and in the depths of his being, his thought processes accelerated to 10 times that of his previous 2nd-tier spiritual root. A 3rd-tier spiritual root is 10 times that of the 2nd tier, and the 2nd tier is 10 times that of the 1st. Thus, Yuán Gē's comprehension speed is now 100-fold compared to a 1st-tier spiritual root. Coupled with the enhancement of the Great Tao Pudu, it amounts to a terrifying 150 times. Excellent, excellent. Yuán Gē, reveling in his transformation, felt immense satisfaction. This fundamental enhancement of his foundation would significantly accelerate his cultivation. Only through strength can one grasp the most tangible reality. Without attaining the Tao of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, one remains but an ant. It is commonly said that comprehending the Tao is as arduous as ascending to the heavens, a truth that Yuán Gē has now come to understand. Even with his previous 2nd-grade spiritual root and the Grand Tao's lotus seed, he could only grasp the profoundness of the Tao in a vague manner. Above the 3rd-grade spiritual root, is there a possibility of a qualitative transformation? It is time to return. All is well on Flower Fruit Mountain and within the heavenly court. He can both clock in and contemplate the laws without conflict. What surprises will the emergence of the monkey bring me? At the pinnacle of Flower Fruit Mountain, Yuán Gē's voice resonated as he stepped into the void. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jin Shanzi transformed into a fleeting light and returned to Spirit Mountain. The Buddha, Tathagata, found it surprising that Jin Shanzi took such a long time for a round trip. Upon inquiry, he learned that Jin Shanzi had gone to investigate Flower Fruit Mountain and thought little of it. After all, there remains a considerable time before Jin Shanzi's descent to the mortal realm. For now, he shall be allowed his freedom. Jin Shanzi sighed internally, beads of cold sweat forming in his heart. Master, I shall now retreat for seclusion. Recently, I have felt I am at a bottleneck, and it is time for a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata smiled gently, advising him to solidify his foundation before attempting a breakthrough, lest an unstable foundation hinder his future path. Observing the Tathagata's concerned demeanor, Jin Shanzi felt that the smile was filled with insincerity. He maintained his composure and replied, "Is that so, master?" With that, Jin Shanzi slowly exited the Great Hero Hall. Fortunately, he had sensed the Tathagata probing into his being several times, confirming that he was genuinely at the mid-stage bottleneck of the Tai Golden Immortal. Jin Shanzi thought to himself, fearing that the Tathagata would discover the exquisite relic of his true body. To his delight, this relic had not been detected by the Tathagata, and even he himself could not identify it without careful examination. At this moment, Jin Shanzi's admiration for Yuán Gē soared. Without further ado, he returned to his meditation chamber, activated the formation, and entered a state of seclusion, determined to seize every moment for cultivation. Having evaded the Tathagata's scrutiny and declared his intention for seclusion, He should remain undisturbed for a long while. Jin Chanzi returned feeling as if he were walking on thin ice. In his eyes, every Buddha and Bodhisattva seemed to wear a mask of insincerity, a notion he found exceedingly distasteful. In the mortal realm, 6 years swiftly passed. From the first day that Sun Wukong was imprisoned beneath the Two Realms mountain, the seasons transitioned, and a full 6 years had elapsed. Sun Wukong lay as though in a feigned slumber, the withered leaves and dust encasing his monkey head like stone. With a sudden burst, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashing within, and all the debris atop his head disintegrated into powder. So this is the law of battle, he mused. My master is indeed a remarkable being. As cultivators, we must battle against the heavens and the earth. Only through relentless struggle can we seize our own destinies. An immense combat spirit surged within Sun Wukong. The essence of the chaotic demon ape had been fully refined, and the law of battle had reached its zenith. I am now a formidable being at the 8th level of quasi-saint, he declared. With the perfected law of battle, I shall transcend to the 9th level of quasi-saint. Though I am currently at the 8th level, I am far stronger than the average 9th level quasi-saint. Today marks the time for me, Sun Wukong, to exact vengeance. Chapter 54, Breaking Free from the Five-Finger Mountain, Shocking the Celestial Buddhas. Tremble, Celestial Buddhas. Today, my blood shall stain the great Thunder Sound Temple. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's voice echoed throughout the vicinity of the Two Realms mountain, resonating across 100,000 miles. His roar, imbued with fury, surged forth like an unceasing torrent. This cry sent tremors through all living beings within 100,000 miles, leaving them in disbelief as they gazed into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Some bold souls, be they demonic beings or wandering human cultivators, hastened toward the Two Realms mountain, eager to witness the ferocity of the one who had been suppressed for so long. What manner of person could dare to stain the western heavens, spirit mountain with blood? Boom. The 6-character great, bright mantra emanated boundless radiance from the Five-Finger Mountain. Yet it could not suppress Sun Wukong. At the mountain's foot, Sun Wukong bared his teeth, his aura soaring, as if he sought to shatter the Five-Finger Mountain. The sound of his bellow and the ensuing commotion immediately roused the 5 directions. What? The demon monkey is about to emerge? How is that possible? The mighty protector, Polo Singh Jedi, stood bare-chested before the Five-Finger Mountain, filled with trepidation as he prepared to admonish Sun Wukong. Tathagata had dispatched them to guard Sun Wukong. How could he allow him to escape? With the Buddha's great powers and the 6-character great bright mantra, it was impossible for him to break free from the Five-Finger Mountain. However, before Polo Singh Jedi could utter a word, a beam of golden light struck his head, and in the next moment, he was obliterated into countless fragments. Whoosh! As Sun Wukong surged to break the seal of the Five-Finger Mountain, he locked his gaze upon Polo Singh Jedi. A terrifying battle intent erupted from his eyes. And with no trace of magical power, only the concentrated law of battle, he shattered Polo Singh Jedi's consciousness, annihilating his golden form. As a powerful protector of the Tai Golden Immortal, he was vanquished in an instant, unable to even emit a cry of anguish. Whoosh! The golden light shot forth from Sun Wukong's eyes, piercing through Polo Singh Jedi's body without pause, soaring into the heavens and tearing through the clouds. In the mortal realm, a beam of golden light surged toward the sky. Boom! Outside the southern heavenly gate, the guarding deity of growth felt a profound sense of dread and fled in haste. The golden light followed closely behind, cleaving the coiling daylight red-beard dragon statue in two. Following this, the golden light, like a rainbow, swept across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The 36 palaces and 72 halls, floating on the heavenly island, activated their defensive formations to fend off this golden light. Countless palaces trembled at this moment. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor was taken aback, and the assembly of immortals clamored in astonishment. When the 1,000-mile eye and the Shunfeng ear emerged from the Lingxiao Palace to investigate, they were immediately struck with terror. What did they behold? The 5 directions Jedi of Buddhism. No, only 4 remained. The remaining 4 Jedi wore expressions of horror as they exerted every ounce of strength, even spewing blood to conjure the blood shield technique, igniting their essence. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong, while bearing the immense weight of the Five-Finger Mountain, directed the golden light from his eyes toward the 4. No matter how swift their movements, they could not outpace the speed of light. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 4 Jedi were swept away by the golden light. their expressions filled with terror and despair as they turned to dust. The golden light continued unabated, racing westward. To Tathagata, the five directions jetty. Sun Wukong's roar reverberated through the heavens. Whoosh! The two beams of golden light pressed on, heading west, passing through the peach garden. With a flash, Yuán Gē opened his eyes, their stellar brilliance captivating the heart. He extended a finger into the void, sending ripples that rendered the entire peach garden dreamlike and hazy. The golden light swept through the peach garden, causing no harm, as if it merely traversed the air and continued westward. Well, truly impressive, Wukong. I shall make my way to the western heaven to support you. With a whoosh, a warm and cultured voice resonated within the peach garden, laced with excitement. Echoing through the void, merging with the heavens and earth. Yuán Gē smiled, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the southern heavenly gate. Witnessing the panicked heavenly soldiers and the bisected daylight redbeard dragon statue, silently smiling. So this is the law of battle. Such a sharp law that even matter can be disintegrated under this terrifying battle intent. In the void, Yuán Gē murmured, his words inaudible to ordinary ears. Having said that, he turned his gaze away from the flustered celestial soldiers and departed westward. The materials used in the construction of the southern heavenly gate were forged from cold light jade. While not of the highest quality, they were still excellent. Yet, Yuán Gē's discerning eye found them merely adequate. However, in the eyes of the celestial warriors, it was as if they had encountered a thunderclap. The invincible defenses of the southern heavenly gate were shattered by a single beam of golden light. In the blink of an eye, this radiant beam surged towards the western paradise, striking the great thunder sound temple. Boom! The formations within the temple erupted, resisting the golden light, causing even the great hall of supreme harmony to tremble. Tathagata, this is merely an appetizer. I, Sun Wukong, shall break through your five-finger mountain and teach you a lesson. The resounding voice of Sun Wukong echoed within the violently shaking hall. Meanwhile, the Arhut guarding the soul lamp store rushed in a panic, exclaiming, Buddha, the five directions revealer has passed away. What should we do about this, Sun Wukong? Feeling the intense tremors, Guanyin Bodhisattva turned pale with fright, murmuring, Buddha, can your six-character mantra not subdue that monkey? He is merely a great Luo golden immortal. How can he possess such formidable powers? Buddha, please speak. What is the situation with that monkey? He should have been killed long ago. He cannot be left alive. Voices of alarm filled the hall. Although the crowd appeared panicked, their hearts remained steady. After all, they were in the spirit mountain, surrounded by Tathagata, the Buddha of Burning Lamp, Maitreya Buddha, and numerous other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, with many powerful sages present. They were baffled by how a mere great Luo golden immortal like Sun Wukong could be so formidable, but he was still just a monkey. Do not panic. For my six-character mantra has unimaginable power, Tathagata began, but then his expression changed abruptly. Maitreya Buddha, quickly. That monkey has broken through to the quasi-saint level. You must go in person. No sooner had Tathagata's words left his lips than a thunderous sound reverberated. Tathagata, I, Sun Wukong, have already broken free from your five-finger mountain. The humiliation of that day shall be repaid 100-fold today. This voice echoed in tandem with Tathagata's words, and within mere seconds, the golden light had reached the great thunder sound temple. Thus, Sun Wukong had slain the five directions revealer and broken free from the five-finger mountain in just 5 breaths. Yes, Buddha. Maitreya Buddha, with a smile, instantly vanished from the great thunder sound temple. Chapter 55, Maitreya Buddha self-destructs. Maitreya Buddha departed from Spirit Mountain at full speed. His demeanor one of nonchalance. To break through to the quasi-saint level and escape from the five-finger mountain was hardly a cause for alarm. As long as one was a quasi-saint of the third heaven, leveraging innate spiritual treasures to break through the five-finger mountain was not particularly challenging. Maitreya Buddha understood that the monkey possessed a supreme innate spiritual treasure and was aware that the cultivation of quasi-saints was arduous. He had spent countless years cultivating and had only attained the 8th heaven of the quasi-saint realm, struggling to break through to the 9th heaven. The leap from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven represented a monumental divide. In Maitreya Buddha's mind, even if Sun Wukong was born from an innate celestial womb, breaking through to the quasi-saint level was merely akin to reaching the 3rd heaven. He had never even considered the possibility of something higher. In just a few breaths, Maitreya Buddha had pierced through layers of clouds, catching sight of Two Realms Mountain and the Five-Finger Mountain reduced to countless fragments. However, Maitreya Buddha's smile faded abruptly. His pupils constricted, and his complexion changed wildly as his breath quickened. The spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles surged violently into Sun Wukong's body. Quasi-saint levels 2, 3, 4, 5, still not enough. The spiritual energy, spanning thousands of miles, transformed into a storm, manifesting a scene of flying sand and stones, madly converging into Sun Wukong's form. In that moment, Sun Wukong's body seemed an abyss, continuously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The seventh heaven? Maitreya Buddha was taken aback, filled with disbelief. What on earth was this monkey? No, wait. How could he still be absorbing energy at the seventh heaven? This quantity would be sufficient even for an ordinary eighth heaven practitioner, wouldn't it? Despite being an eighth heaven powerhouse himself, Maitreya Buddha could only contain a limited amount of magical power. Maitreya Buddha was stunned. Ninth heaven? No, he was still at the eighth heaven. How could the magical power of an eighth heaven match that of the ninth heaven? In an instant, Sun Wukong completed the absorption of spiritual energy and let out a roar towards the sky. Are you the fool sent by Tathagata? Sun Wukong's golden rod appeared in his hand, adorned with the 7 stars crown, clad in golden chainmail, and wearing lotus silk cloud shoes. He held the ruby golden rod on his shoulder, with a red cape billowing in the wind, looking disdainfully at Maitreya Buddha. You are the fool. Your entire family are fools. Witness my treasure. Maitreya Buddha, filled with rage, summoned a golden bowl, his aura surging immensely. I refuse to believe that you, a mere newly ascended quasi-saint, can turn the heavens upside down. The ruby golden bowl, a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, had been refined by him for countless years. Reaching a state of perfection, boom, the golden bowl expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive size of 1,000 zhang, enveloped in an aura of profound yellow. While various laws of nature infused it, earthly laws for suppression and defense, and wood laws for rejuvenation and revival, the golden radiance enveloped Sun Wukong. And under the influence of the earthly and wood laws, even a typical eighth heaven quasi-saint practitioner would struggle to exert their full power, facing Maitreya Buddha's divine ability. Sun Wukong, with his red cape fluttering, regarded the giant golden bowl with utter disdain. Maitreya Buddha, you are far too weak. Sun Wukong's voice rang out. And while his illusion lingered, his true form had instantaneously appeared behind Maitreya Buddha, his movement ghostly, as if teleporting. What? Maitreya Buddha was startled before he could react. An immense force struck him from behind. Boom. The golden rod, infused with the overwhelming aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, crashed into Maitreya Buddha's physical form like a meteorite. A resounding explosion echoed as Maitreya Buddha was swept away, crashing towards the ground like a cannonball. Puff. Midair. Maitreya Buddha's complexion turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of power is this? How can he be so strong? Maitreya Buddha felt a strange sensation, as if he were battling Tathagata, facing a quasi-saint of the ninth heaven, and yet a single blow had left him gravely injured. Ruby Golden Bowl go. Maitreya Buddha, crashing into the earth, created 100 zhang long web of cracks, forming a massive pit, ignoring the intense pain coursing through his body. Maitreya Buddha repeatedly gestured to control the Ruby Golden Bowl, directing it towards Sun Wukong. Swish. Sun Wukong observed the Ruby Golden Bowl. The golden rod entwined with an intimidating aura, a presence distinctly different from the profound yellow energy, resembling chaotic currents, gray with hints of golden light. Behold, this is the law of battle. Sun Wukong wielded the golden rod, casually swinging it. The seemingly soft and ordinary strike landed on the Ruby Golden Bowl with the force of a feather that could topple a mountain. Boom. The Ruby Golden Bowl began to tremble, the gray golden energy causing the Buddha light on it to become chaotic. Even Maitreya Buddha's true form was affected, his face turning ashen with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over him. His battle spirit plummeted, akin to a lost dog, while Sun Wukong stood as an invincible war god. Boom. With one strike, Maitreya Buddha was further injured, the Ruby Golden Bowl's brilliance dimming as it plummeted downwards. The law of battle. How can this be? Maitreya Buddha screamed, his voice akin to a frantic duck, piercingly harsh. I, Sun Wukong, shall send you on your way. In a flash, Sun Wukong vanished, holding the golden rod, enveloped by the law of battle, suddenly appearing before Maitreya Buddha, swinging his rod down. No, no, don't come any closer. Maitreya Buddha's face was filled with terror. The closer he got to Sun Wukong, the more his battle spirit withered. The law of battle held overwhelming advantages against those of equal or lesser cultivation. Having lost his courage before the fight even began, It was akin to a general losing his soul. How could he retain any fighting spirit? The law of battle, ranking among the top 5 of 3,000 laws, was supreme. It was crafted specifically for Sun Wukong, the most suitable law for combat. Save your breath for the king of hell. Sun Wukong swung his staff through the void, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace as he aimed it at Maitreya Buddha. At that moment, Maitreya sensed an intense crisis. He cast forth all his treasures and manifested his golden form, towering 1,000 feet high. Yet, despite this display, his heart remained gripped by an escalating fear. The human seed bag unleashed a violent gale, attempting to draw Sun Wukong into its depths, generating immense resistance as if seeking to tear him asunder. The dragon tiger bracelets, adorned with ethereal images of dragons and tigers, radiated a formidable power, while 36 merit beads transformed into streaks of light, assailing Sun Wukong from all directions. These artifacts, brimming with dread prowess, appeared daunting, yet in the next moment, they crumbled before the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the golden hooped rod, dimming into insignificance. This monkey is too powerful. I am no match for him, Maitreya thought, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Faced with imminent peril, he resolved to employ his unique technique of dissolution. Cracks erupted across his form, and with a cataclysmic explosion, he shattered, creating a rift in the void that spanned thousands of feet. A fragment of his true spirit, carried by a faint trace of magical power, fled through the fissure. Chapter 56. The Three Realms Tremble. Maitreya's use of dissolution, distinct from self-detonation which offers no chance of survival, allowed him to retain a sliver of true spirit to enter the cycle of reincarnation, where, given his power and status, he could cultivate anew. However, the greatest challenge of dissolution lay in the fact that he was left with but a mere fragment of his true spirit. Relinquishing all treasures and fortunes, this fragment would need to take root in a new soul, and to regain memories, it would require at least the level of a golden immortal. In the primal world, the journey from a mere mortal to the golden immortal realm could take thousands of years, if not tens of thousands. If no one were to guide him after reincarnation, the infant soul would face perilous risks, including death, natural disasters, or beasts. Sun Wukong's movements faltered as he witnessed Maitreya's golden form crack and subsequently explode. Not good, he exclaimed, his brows furrowing. His golden armor shone brilliantly, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the shockwave. Boom. Maitreya's accumulated magical power converged into a singularity, unleashing an energy so terrifying that a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, its golden waves consuming Sun Wukong's form. This self-detonation of Maitreya caused the void to tear open with a gaping rift stretching for tens of thousands of miles, birthing countless void storms that transformed the terrain surrounding the Two Realms mountain in an instant. The explosion resounded like a cataclysm, sending shockwaves piercing the heavens. Even the celestial soldiers stationed beyond the southern heavenly gate were left aghast, feeling the tremors of this dreadful explosion across billions of miles. Cough, cough. Amidst the swirling dust, a faint cough emerged. Sun Wukong's form gradually solidified as the rift in the void began to mend under the will of the heavenly Tao, and the rampaging void storms slowly dissipated. Who would have thought that Maitreya was such a coward? I hadn't even exerted myself, Sun Wukong mused, glancing at the ravaged earth below. After collecting Maitreya's now dormant treasures, he stepped onto a rainbow cloud and soared toward the western paradise. Tathgata, I'm coming to smash your great thunder sound temple. Today, it will be blood for blood, tooth for tooth. His figure vanished, his furious voice echoing throughout the 9 heavens. Heavenly court. The celestial eyes and ears stood in astonishment, their bodies trembling. Your Majesty, that demon monkey has slain Maitreya, they exclaimed, rushing into the Ling Shao Hall in a panic. What? Maitreya has been killed by the demon monkey? How is that possible? The celestial eyes and ears could not have misinterpreted. This demon monkey is indeed terrifying. He even managed to kill Maitreya? The assembly of immortals erupted in commotion, while the Jade Emperor, seated high above, appeared momentarily flustered. Investigate further. Go see what that demon monkey is up to. While the Jade Emperor maintained a calm facade, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Delight overshadowed the worry. The conflict between Sun Wukong and the Buddhist sect had escalated to such an extent that the Jade Emperor found himself pleased. As the nominal ruler of the 3 realms, overseeing countless worlds, he did not wish for the Buddhist sect to become overly dominant. His concern lay in the fact that he had already met with Tathgata twice regarding the journey to the west. While the Buddhist sect would indeed flourish after this calamity, the heavenly court would receive a share of the fortune due to their involvement. Fortunately, they had not yet invested too heavily. Otherwise, the losses would have been substantial. However, the fact that Sun Wukong was targeting the Buddhist sect, and that this monkey had been born a great Luo golden immortal, reaching the quasi-saint level in just a few years, was astonishing. Such a meteoric rise in cultivation was unimaginable to the Jade Emperor. It must involve countless resources or rare treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such rapid advancement. Who was the influential figure orchestrating this? Moreover, Sun Wukong had not sought the Rui Jingu Bang from Long Kong, where had his magical staff originated. After pondering deeply, the Jade Emperor found himself at a loss. Your Majesty, that demon monkey is headed west. The celestial eyes reported urgently. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. Was he truly intent on causing chaos at the Thundersound Temple? Unable to contain himself, the Jade Emperor let out a chuckle. Continue to observe and report any developments. You may leave the court. With a pleased expression, the Jade Emperor turned toward the Jade Pool. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, and the script had shifted dramatically. Perhaps he would not need to hide under the table after all. Let Tathagata fret over these troublesome matters. The assembly of immortals shared knowing smiles, most of them visibly delighted. As deities of the heavenly court, witnessing the Buddhist sect's misfortune brought them joy. Some bold immortals, like the 9 luminary star lords, even proposed gathering to discuss the reasons behind this monkey's astonishing prowess. To have slain Maitreya was no trivial feat. In an era devoid of saints, this monkey would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Regardless of the outcome of the impending turmoil at the Thundersound Temple, the monkey had captured the attention and respect of the heavenly court's deities. According to the original script, the monkey would arrive in the heavenly court in a magnificent display, and the other immortals would merely accompany him in a performance. However, the situation had changed. This monkey had grown to a level capable of defeating Maitreya. Most of the deities in the heavenly court were of the Tai and Deluo caliber. Who would dare to underestimate him? In the western Bulhazhou, at Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi was delivering a lecture in the Clear Wind Hall when he suddenly paused, looking skyward. There, Sun Wukong soared through the air at a terrifying speed, his voice resonating with boundless fury and resentment. This Sun Wukong is remarkable. I wonder who has been teaching him? Zenyuanzi mused, ignoring the questions of his many disciples below. As a being of primordial existence, he was far superior to Sun Wukong in lineage. Yet, the monkey had reached the quasi-saint stage in just a few years. Such speed was astounding, even to Zenyuanzi. Who could it be? What kind of powerful figure could cultivate such a prodigy? Zenyuanzi closed his eyes to meditate, furrowing his brow after several moments. He could not discern any information regarding Sun Wukong, nor could he grasp the causal connections behind him. Who could it be? Zenyuanzi's interest peaked. Class is dismissed for today. You may all leave. Upon hearing this, his disciples rose and, after bowing, exited the hall in an orderly fashion, with a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves. Zenyuanzi conjured a hazy image that gradually sharpened into view, revealing the splendid scenery of Ling Mountain. Sun Wukong, however, remained oblivious to it all. He felt an overwhelming desire to engage in a fierce battle today, to avenge the grievances he had endured. Ling Mountain, bathed in the resplendent light of Buddha, came into sight, with the familiar Great Thundersound Temple emerging before him. Chapter 57. Tathagata, I, Sun Wukong, have awaited this day for far too long. Sun Wukong surged forward at a speed that was no less than 100-fold quicker than before, the sound of his rapid passage echoing through the clouds. In less than the time it takes to brew tea, he beheld Ling Mountain and the well-known Great Thundersound Temple. Tathagata, today, we shall settle both new and old scores. Sun Wukong's gaze was fierce, and the golden staff appeared in his hand as he continued his flight toward Ling Mountain. In his dreams, he had experienced the transformation from a weak and naive being to the great sage equal to heaven, as well as the despair of being struck down by the Tathagata's palm. Little did he expect that even after emerging into the world, he could not escape this fate. Being once again suppressed beneath the five-finger mountain by the Buddha, how could Sun Wukong refrain from fury? Meanwhile, the scene shifted slightly back in time. At Ling Mountain, within the Great Thundersound Temple, the Tathagata felt a profound sense of unease, which intensified after Maitreya Buddha's departure. In an instant, he sensed the spiritual imprint on the six-character Great Bright Mantra shatter. This revelation shocked the Tathagata. He had assumed that even if the monkey reached the quasi-saint realm, It would take at least the time of an incense stick to break through his mantra. Who would have thought it could happen in less than that? This is dire. Mithriya is in danger. The Tathagata's expression changed drastically, his heart tightening. If the monkey could break through the five-finger mountain and the six-character Great Bright mantra in such a short time, he must be at least in the mid or late stages of quasi-saint cultivation. This monkey, who could contend with Manjushri Bodhisattva without being a quasi-saint, would indeed rival those of the late quasi-saint level. Moreover, he was imbued with exceptional innate spiritual treasures. How could Mithriya possibly stand against him? Regret filled the Tathagata's heart. He lamented not having forcibly taken the monkey's treasures in the past, although he did not understand how the monkey had cultivated to such heights. Breaking the seal of the lamp of enlightenment in merely a few years to reach the quasi-saint realm was astonishing. A voice, dry and desolate, echoed as the ancient Buddha of the lamp appeared, clasping prayer beads and descending into the grand hall. I pay my respects to the ancient Buddha of the lamp. The Bodhisattvas and others immediately bowed. The Tathagata's countenance darkened as he nodded toward the lamp Buddha. Buddha, I sense that the monkey has broken my prajna seal, but... The lamp Buddha disregarded the others and directly inquired of the Tathagata, his expression fluctuating with astonishment. Before the Tathagata could respond, a furious voice erupted. Tathagata, I, Sun Wukong, am coming to smash your great thunder sound temple. Today, I will repay blood with blood and tooth for tooth. Upon hearing this proclamation, the monks turned pale. The Tathagata, the ancient Buddha of the lamp, and numerous other Buddhas in the hall were similarly astonished. Amipa, Mithriya has passed away. The Tathagata sighed heavily, his voice filled with sorrow. What? The assembly, including the ancient Buddha of the lamp, was filled with disbelief. 8 years prior, he had personally subdued Sun Wukong, who at that time was merely comparable to a novice quasi-saint because of his spiritual treasures. How could it be possible that in just 8 years, he had evolved so drastically? As if to validate the Tathagata's concerns, a familiar voice from the guardian of the soul lamp temple echoed with dread. Buddha. Mithriya Buddha's soul lamp is flickering. He is on the verge of dissolution. The guardian, overwhelmed, sensed that the soul lamp was in peril. Today, the soul lamps of the 5 directions had shattered one after another, and just as he sat down, Mithriya's lamp began to sway violently, leaving only a wick that could extinguish at any moment. In his heart, the guardian believed Mithriya, as one of the 3 generations of Buddhas, was invincible, second only to the Buddha himself. How could he face dissolution? The grand hall fell into a profound silence. What kind of desperate situation could lead to such an outcome? After dissolution, recovering one's cultivation would be no simple task. Even to be reborn would require reaching the human realm. If misfortune continued after birth, it could take thousands of years to find Mithriya's reincarnation. Ancient Buddha of the lamp, convey my decree. You must go to Burning Sun Valley at once and summon Master Wu Cao. Today, Ling Mountain is facing great peril. The Tathagata made a decisive decision, casting his gaze toward the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva's pupils contracted, and others felt their hearts race. The ancient Buddha of the lamp's expression turned grave. Yes, Buddha. With that, the ancient Buddha transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished. Master Wu Cao is one of the 2 terrifying presences beneath the saints, an invincible figure from the time of the Fengshen. Even the saints regard him with trepidation. He was once the prince of the ancient heavenly court, one of the 10 golden crows, known for his prowess that ensured heads would roll with his every strike. On the surface, the Tathagata was the most powerful being in the Buddhist realm, but even he had to be wary of Master Wu Cao. Humph, the Tathagata snorted coldly. With me here and Master Wu Cao's assistance, today will be the monkey's downfall. Let us see who the mysterious figure behind him truly is. The Tathagata's heart darkened. His gaze icy, and a murderous intent loomed. Sun Wukong, today you shall receive a bloody lesson. Suddenly, the grand formation enveloping Ling Mountain activated, trembling violently. Are they here? The Tathagata's eyes fixed on the outskirts of Ling Mountain. There, Sun Wukong was wielding his golden staff, charging toward the great Thunder Sound Temple. Buddha, the monkey is attacking. A panicked guardian monk rushed in, and the alarm bells of Ling Mountain began to toll. Buddha, allow me to confront him. A smiling Buddha spoke up, his cheerful demeanor instilling an involuntary fondness and warmth. Joyous Buddha, I shall personally confront him. The Tathagata's voice echoed as he transformed into golden light and vanished. Witnessing this, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the hall rose and headed toward the exit. Just then, a more powerful roar erupted, shaking the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple as if an earthquake had struck. Amidst the tremors, the protective formation surrounding the temple shattered, dissolving into countless specks of light. Sun Wukong. The Tathagata's voice, filled with fury, echoed, instilling a sense of calm among the monks. This protective formation, while not as formidable as the top-tier arrays like the Great Heavenly Star Formation or the Primordial Heluo Formation, had endured countless ages, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thus possessing formidable defensive capabilities. For Sun Wukong to breach, it indicated he had the power to compel Mithra Buddha to face dissolution. Nearby, the joyous Buddha wiped away a bead of sweat, his heart filled with lingering fear. 3 strikes shattered the formation. This monkey is indeed terrifying. Sun Wukong, brandishing his golden staff and draped in a red mantle fluttering in the wind, gazed at the Tathagata, who was bathed in the Buddha's light, with intense hatred. Tathagata, I, Sun Wukong, have waited far too long for this day. Sun Wukong stood poised in midair, pointing his golden staff at the Tathagata. Chapter 58. Sun Wukong battles the Tathagata. Outside Ling Mountain, in the void, a young man in a black robe stood suspended, quietly observing the departure of the ancient Buddha of the lamp, deep in thought. The Tathagata must be seeking reinforcements. I am eager to see who warrants such a personal plea from the lamp Buddha. With an ethereal and serene voice, the black-robed figure stepped forward, following closely behind. This individual was Yuán Gē, who had descended from the heavenly court, sensing Sun Wukong's breakthrough of the Five-Finger Mountain, and had come to lend support. However, after witnessing the battle between Sun Wukong and Mithra beneath the Two Realms Mountain, Yuán Gē felt reassured. Though Sun Wukong could not entirely overpower the Tathagata, the likes of Guanyin and the ancient Buddha of the lamp were no longer his match. Even if the Tathagata Buddha cannot overpower Sun Wukong, he can still respond with composure. However, should an unknown formidable opponent emerge, it may spell trouble. Yuán Gē eagerly anticipates the rewards following today, yet he understands the necessity of maintaining a low profile. Having not yet attained the Tao of Hunyuan Daoyuo, the presence of a saint looms over him like a sharp blade, constantly reminding him to proceed with caution. The Tathagata Buddha, with his towering Dharma body, bathes in the radiant light of the Buddha, manifesting above the heavens from the Grand Thunder Monastery. Sun Wukong, do you not know that the sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is the shore? The Tathagata's dignified form transforms into a colossal presence, gazing down at the 7-foot-tall Sun Wukong as though a giant were observing an ant. Are you jesting, Tathagata? Sun Wukong retorts with a cold smirk. Is it only your Buddhist sect that constitutes the shore? Are all your teachings merely within the sea of suffering? Today, I shall shatter your Grand Thunder Monastery. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong's golden staff expands dramatically, soaring towards the monastery. Demonic monkey. Such audacity. The Tathagata's expression darkens as he thrusts a palm into the void. Tathagata's divine palm, a massive golden palm, emblazoned with a swastika in its center, emerges, locking onto Sun Wukong's aura, intent on crushing him beyond the 9 heavens. In response to this palm, Sun Wukong grins, spinning his staff to meet it head-on. The collision creates a fierce tempest that radiates outward, sweeping across 100,000 miles. The howling winds bend the branches of the trees atop Ling Mountain, forcing the monks to shield their eyes. The pressure from their clash reverberates, causing the monks to tremble under Sun Wukong's might, rivaling that of the Tathagata Buddha. Break for me! Sun Wukong bellows, channeling fierce combat spirit into his staff. Instantly, cracks begin to form on the Tathagata's palm. What? The Tathagata's pupils constrict, feeling the overwhelming battle intent disrupting the very essence of his palm's power. This sensation is akin to a mortal facing a charging tiger, paralyzed by fear. The laws of battle? This is truly the laws of battle. The Tathagata contemplates. Yet he does not falter. Tathagata's divine palm, second style, golden crown Buddha lamp. Another colossal golden palm descends from the heavens, adorned with swirling golden characters and imbued with a formidable radiance. The Tathagata's divine palm, a technique he crafted after attaining enlightenment, comprises 12 forms, each more powerful than the last, capable of combating natural disasters and vanquishing demons. Surely, he can subdue this monkey. Yes, each of the 12 forms grows stronger, said to unite into an invincible force. This monkey stands no chance against the Buddha's might. Today, the Tathagata shall ensure he faces consequences. I have yet to witness the Tathagata utilize any techniques beyond the 6th form. On Ling Mountain, numerous figures gaze upward, filled with faith in the Tathagata. However, some, including Guanyin Bodhisattva, were serious expressions. She grits her teeth, astonished by Sun Wukong's formidable presence. His rise to power is undoubtedly linked to her relentless efforts in nurturing him with nectar for 3 months. Despite her esteemed status, many secretly mock her as the monkey's caretaker. Were it not for that mysterious figure, Sun Wukong would never have become her equal. Yet, in mere centuries, he has ascended to a level that even she must look up to. What? As Guanyin's thoughts swirl, her pupils suddenly narrow, her delicate features reflecting shock. A chorus of gasps echoes as the monks widen their eyes, some even rubbing them in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The Tathagata's once composed form now reveals only profound astonishment. In mere moments, he has unleashed 6 palms, all of which have been shattered by Sun Wukong's staff. How is this possible? The Tathagata's mind races with disbelief. Though the first 6 forms lack the potency of the latter 6, they are still formidable enough to rival even a quasi-saint at the 9th level. Yet, this monkey remains unfazed, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Is a quasi-saint at the 8th level truly this terrifying? The Buddha, having created the Tathagata's divine palm to liberate sentient beings, finds himself facing Sun Wukong, who has grasped the laws of battle. One force can break 1,000 laws. The laws of battle rank among the top 5, indeed a bane to all techniques. Is this all you are capable of, Tathagata? Sun Wukong bellows, his red cloak billowing in the wind. With a thunderous stomp, Sun Wukong charges towards the Tathagata, staff in hand. Tathagata's divine palm, Buddha inquires in the Kulpa. Tathagata's divine palm, welcoming the Buddha to the west. Tathagata's divine palm, the celestial Buddha descends. In an instant, the Tathagata unleashes 5 palms, each targeting Sun Wukong from the 4 cardinal directions. Tathagata's divine palm, all Buddhas gather. Yet, this is not the end. Another colossal palm materializes in the void. Distinct from the previous ones, adorned with countless small characters, its brilliance distorting reality itself. In a flash, the Tathagata unleashes the remaining 6 palms, drawing spiritual energy from 1,000,000 miles around, exuding an overwhelming might. Tathagata, witness how I shall dismantle your so-called divine palm. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, scoffs at the incoming golden hands. Though the Tathagata's techniques are undeniably powerful, Sun Wukong recognizes that without his understanding of the laws of battle, he would struggle against the Tathagata. Nevertheless, bolstered by the laws of battle, he remains undaunted, transforming the heavens and earth, the true form of the demon ape. Sun Wukong, seemingly dismissive, harnesses the power to elevate his stature to that of 1,000 feet. In this state, his strength, speed, defense, and offensive capabilities are all enhanced, perfectly suited to his form. Prepare to receive my all Buddhas gather before you boast. The Tathagata waves his hand. As the last move casts golden light that obscures the heavens, dimming even the sun. Suddenly, the 5 palms directed at Sun Wukong vanish, along with the final palm. The world appears shrouded in darkness. Boom. In the void, the Tathagata weaves intricate gestures, summoning resonant, soul-stirring mantras that induce dizziness. In that moment, Sun Wukong finds himself momentarily stunned, sensing the loss of his 5 senses. The same sensation grips the multitude of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats a toppling mountain, leaving them bewildered. With a singular, peculiar mantra resonating, the skies within 100,000 miles of Ling Mountain darken, the earth trembles, and celestial rain showers down, revealing various miraculous phenomena as radiant Buddhist light bursts forth, illuminating the heavens like a myriad of stars. As Guanyin Bodhisattva returned to her senses, she lifted her gaze towards the heavens, where the ethereal image of a golden Buddha was reflected in her eyes. The Buddha, with hands clasped in reverence and eyes slightly ajar, evoked a profound trepidation within her. Merely catching a glimpse sent shivers down her spine, rendering her unable to look directly at it. The golden figure was adorned with intricate, esoteric patterns symbolizing the 6 perfections. Behind the Buddha, countless luminous silhouettes of other Buddhas seemed to gather in pilgrimage, as an innumerable assembly of revered beings prostrated themselves in homage. Astonishment surged within her heart, instinctively stirring a deep-seated fear. This moment bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious individual's earlier move. The colossal golden Buddha stirred, extending one hand, and with it, the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind swirled in a tempestuous dance. Countless golden characters flowed rapidly, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. This move, the true summoning of all Buddhas, was among the most fearsome techniques of the Tathagata, embodying a synthesis of laws, divine presence, and the complete merits of the six perfections, coupled with the profound blessings of Mahayana Buddhism, rendering it a spectacle that could alter the very fabric of the universe. With a resounding impact, the golden Buddha brought his hand down, unleashing a tempest that swept across the vast expanse, transforming the once clear skies into a shroud of darkness. Only the golden light of the thunder sound temple shone like a beacon in the night, while the massive figure of the Buddha loomed like a sun, illuminating the earth with golden radiance. As the wind enveloped Sun Wukong, his armor of golden chains instinctively shielded him, encasing his formidable form within a golden aura. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong regained his focus, his eyes narrowing at the approaching hand. "Fight!" he bellowed as the swirling energies of his Rui Jingu bang. The golden staff surged around him, striking towards the golden palm. The scene widened, depicting the golden Buddha swatting at Sun Wukong's ethereal form as he retaliated with his staff. Can your incomplete martial principles truly contend with the summoning of all Buddhas? Be vanquished. The Tathagata stood atop the towering Buddha, extending his hand with a gentle press into the void. The force was overwhelming, sending Sun Wukong's form reeling towards the heavens, while the massive golden hand adhered to him like an unyielding shadow, executing a flawless assault. In an instant, Sun Wukong found himself descending to the foot of the sacred mountain, the peaks collapsing under the pressure, rendering him seemingly powerless against this onslaught. The Buddha is indeed formidable. This is my first encounter with the summoning of all Buddhas, such a magnificent display. Even with supreme innate treasures for protection, Sun Wukong must surely be gravely injured. But wait, what is that? From the mountain above, countless onlookers were awestruck by the Tathagata's overwhelming maneuver. The earth trembled, the skies darkened, and the spectacle was nothing short of spectacular. However, amidst the billowing dust, an imposing aura emerged, unmistakably that of Sun Wukong, undiminished and resolute. The Tathagata, standing atop the golden Buddha, sensed a foreboding shift and commanded the Buddha to raise its colossal hand once more. This technique bore resemblance to the fusion of celestial and terrestrial powers, merging multiple assaults into one. It was a hidden trump card of the Tathagata. Yet he had never anticipated that it would fail to harm Sun Wukong, whose innate treasures were akin to supreme artifacts. From the swirling dust, a figure emerged, diminished yet resolute, wielding a staff that stood only 10 zhang tall, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. Even from afar, the Arhats felt a tremor of fear, perceiving him as an unstoppable warrior. Breakthrough. Sun Wukong's speed was unparalleled as he materialized in the air, raising his golden staff towards the towering Buddha. Witnessing this astonishing velocity, the Tathagata was taken aback, particularly by the swirling gray-golden energy enveloping Sun Wukong. Is he harnessing the laws for protection? How can he wield them so? The Tathagata was confounded. Typically, laws are integrated into techniques or concentrated within weapons to unleash their power. Yet, this aura of laws enveloping Sun Wukong was unprecedented. Moreover, could the celestial and terrestrial fusion technique allow for transformation? In the Valley of Burning Sun, the Tathagata contemplated the depths of Sun Wukong's training, yet his hands remained steady, unleashing another palm strike. Breakthrough. Sun Wukong was engulfed by the laws of combat, and his staff appeared to effortlessly pierce through the golden hand. Suddenly, a fierce energy erupted, cleaving a minute fissure within the colossal palm. Fight! 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 The laws of battle surged through Sun Wukong, transforming into a torrent that flooded into the crack. The elemental forces surrounding the golden hand began to spiral chaotically, and the very essence of the palm's power began to unravel. With the full force of the laws of battle activated, the Tathagata experienced an overwhelming surge of combat intent that he could not suppress. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong raised his staff once more, delivering a mighty blow. With a thunderous roar, the golden Buddha began to fracture, cracks spreading from the palm all the way to its head, causing the ground to tremble and the winds to howl, scattering the dark clouds above. Tathagata, your powers are lacking. I, Sun Wukong, have yet to exert my full strength. He laughed heartily, reveling in the cyclone formed by the laws of battle. What? The Tathagata's countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief written across his face as he witnessed his technique being dismantled so effortlessly. The once mighty summoning of all Buddhas had been thwarted in mere moments by Sun Wukong's transformation. What kind of extraordinary sorcery had this monkey acquired? The Tathagata's expression darkened as he scrutinized Sun Wukong. Who was your teacher? Who bestowed upon you such formidable abilities and treasures? Who is my master? Sun Wukong replied with a cold smile. You, old man, are not worthy to know. I was born with these powers. How does that make you feel? Do not grow complacent, monkey. Your laws of battle must consume a significant amount of energy. Since you refuse to speak, I shall suppress you completely and delve into your memories to uncover the truth. The Tathagata's demeanor turned severe as he sat upon the 9-petal lotus, gently executing a palm strike. Within the realm of the Buddha, be suppressed. In an instant, that hand seemed to contain boundless small worlds, forcibly isolating the space of the 3 realms as it advanced towards Sun Wukong. Humph. Sun Wukong, upon witnessing the familiar move, scoffed. Old man Tathagata, it seems you remain oblivious to the situation. I, Sun Wukong, have long since discovered the means to counter this technique. With a swift motion, he wielded his golden staff at an uncanny angle, channeling the vast principles of combat into a sharp point directed at the shaman acupoint. The principles of warfare are adept at discerning the flaws within tangible maneuvers. This technique, the Buddhist realm in the palm, was one he had encountered in dreams and at the summit of Mount Ling 8 years prior. Today, he had already discerned its vulnerabilities. The shaman acupoint serves as the core of the Buddhist power within the palm. Breaching it would dismantle this technique. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong, adorned in shimmering gold, surged forth like a meteor, crashing fiercely into the palm of the Buddhist realm. The golden staff pierced the shaman acupoint with a resounding pop, causing the once mighty palm of the Buddhist realm to shatter into countless fragments, dissipating into golden specks in the void. What? In that moment, Tathagata's eyes widened in disbelief. He could no longer maintain his composure, utterly astonished. The palm of the Buddhist realm, a technique crafted by saints, though not the most offensive, was among the most formidable suppressive maneuvers in the 3 realms. How could Sun Wukong have discerned its vital weakness? The Buddhas of Ling Mountain, as spectators, were equally taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. They could scarcely believe that even the mighty Tathagata could not subdue this demon monkey. The Tathagata's divine palm had been shattered, and so too the palm of the Buddhist realm, with a sudden leap into the void. Sun Wukong wore a cold smile as he charged toward Tathagata. Despite the shock, Tathagata remained unperturbed. He summoned a golden staff to block Sun Wukong's advance. I refuse to believe that, as a quasi-saint of the 9th heaven, with years of cultivation under my belt, I cannot subdue a mere quasi-saint of the 8th heaven. The competitive spirit ignited within Tathagata as he rose, brandishing his staff against Sun Wukong. With a thunderous clash, Tathagata, standing upon his lotus platform, was driven back several hundred feet, while Sun Wukong too was forced back 100 feet by the recoil. Sun Wukong, though slightly surprised, noted that his own dual-layered power was at its peak in both speed and strength, yet he had only managed to slightly suppress Tathagata. In contrast, Tathagata's heart was tumultuous. This monkey possessed astonishing strength and a troublesome mastery of combat principles. From that single exchange, Tathagata felt the chaotic principles of warfare surge through the staff into his body, compelling him to divert a portion of his focus to suppress this battle intent, lest his own power be affected and his combat effectiveness diminished. Tathagata, seasoned by many battles, understood the importance of handling such troublesome principles with care, a wisdom that far exceeded that of Maitreya Buddha. Ha, old man Tathagata. Did you not assert that my principles could not endure? Then let us engage in a delightful battle and see. With exhilaration coursing through him, Sun Wukong reappeared before Tathagata, swinging his staff once more. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Tathagata found himself embroiled in over 100 exchanges with Sun Wukong, his heart laden with unspoken frustration. The more they fought, the more alarmed he became. Sun Wukong's principles of warfare were exceedingly formidable. Were it not for these principles, Tathagata was confident that even with the finest innate treasures, Sun Wukong would not stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, Tathagata cast an anxious glance toward the east. What was taking the Burning Lamp Buddha and Master Wu Cao so long? Unbeknownst to him, the Burning Lamp Buddha and Master Wu Cao were currently entangled in a significant predicament. To the east of Ling Mountain lay a gorge known as the Burning Sun Valley, where countless demons thrived, void of any human presence. The Burning Lamp Buddha, having received a decree, sped forth with a powerful aura that instilled fear in the hearts of demons for miles around, causing them to tremble and dare not make a sound. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, the Burning Lamp Buddha's expression grew grave as he bowed slightly in the air, announcing, I, the Burning Lamp, come in obedience to Tathagata's command to seek an audience with the Zen master. After a lengthy wait, a brilliant light burst forth from the valley entrance, parting to reveal a wide avenue. Burning Lamp Taoist, my lord requests your presence. Before him stood a burly man with a serpentine head, observing the Burning Lamp Buddha without a hint of emotion. Thank you, Ghost Cart Taoist. The Burning Lamp Buddha responded courteously, unperturbed by the man's address. Before joining the Western Buddhist sect, he had indeed been known as the Burning Lamp Taoist, the eldest disciple of the master of the teaching. However, having chosen to follow the Taoist of guidance, he rose to prominence within the Western teachings, now wielding considerable power as one of the three Buddhas. Now, as the journey toward the journey to the West catastrophe was about to commence, he faced the variable of Sun Wukong. More accurately, it was the mysterious figure behind Sun Wukong that posed the true uncertainty. Soon, the Burning Lamp Buddha entered the gorge alongside the formidable ghost cart. At the entrance, dozens of mountain-guarding demon kings exuded overwhelming auras, all possessing the cultivation of Deluo Jin Xian. As they ventured deeper into the gorge, the sides of the path revealed numerous demon clans, comprising wolves, tigers, leopards, and various other creatures, forming a veritable stronghold for the demon race. Who would have imagined such a place existed in the Western Bulhazhou, harboring such a vast number of demons? Interesting, this is indeed the stronghold of the demon race. I must see who holds such significance in Tathagata's eyes. A faint voice resonated as a figure slipped past the valley's barrier unnoticed. This individual was Yuán Gē, who had followed the Burning Lamp Buddha. And neither the powerful Burning Lamp Buddha nor the man beside him perceived Yuán Gē's presence. Yuán Gē quickly discerned the cultivation of the burly man named Ghost Cart, quasi-saint of the seventh heaven. Moreover, he felt as if he had heard that name before. Ghost Cart, one of the ancient heavenly demon commanders, was a formidable being within the heavenly realm. As a time-traveling individual from the future, Yuán Gē had read numerous novels, but momentarily could not recall who Ghost Cart was. At the valley's base lay a sprawling complex of palaces. Within one grand palace, the Burning Lamp Buddha smiled as he observed a man seated in deep meditation, resembling an elderly monk. This man had a countenance like jade, donned in monk's robes. His gaze fixed inward, seated upon a meditation mat, emanating an aura that blended seamlessly with his surroundings. Had one not seen him with their own eyes, they would not have sensed his presence. Salutations, Master Wu Cao. I bear the decree of the Buddha, inviting you to Ling Mountain. The Burning Lamp Buddha articulated his intent upon entering the Grand Hall. However, before he could finish, Master Wu Cao suddenly turned his gaze to a specific point. Friend, since you are here, why not show yourself? Master Wu Cao's eyes snapped open, their piercing gaze locking onto the void behind the Burning Lamp Buddha. What? In the hall? Both the Burning Lamp Buddha and the man known as Tianji were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they turned abruptly. How intriguing. I did not expect to have the fortune of meeting Luya Taoist today. Quite impressive indeed. A warm, scholarly voice resonated, followed by subtle ripples in the void as Yuán Gē's figure materialized into view. Upon hearing the Burning Lamp Buddha refer to the other as Master Wu Cao, Yuán Gē immediately recognized his identity and understood why the area was teeming with demons. For Master Wu Cao was none other than Luya Taoist, the 10th son of the ancient heavenly emperor. The name of Luya Taoist has become a relic of the past. However, my dear friend, your skills are commendable. Were it not for my immense magical power that transformed the Burning Sun Valley into a palace-like treasure, I would not have detected even a trace of your unusual aura. Master Wu Cao remarked, expressing his admiration. He had been uncertain of anyone's presence until Yuán Gē entered the Grand Hall, at which point he keenly sensed a subtle disturbance. The entire palace complex at the bottom of Burning Sun Valley was a treasure forged from palatial materials, painstakingly refined over countless years. Even the slightest tremor would not escape his perception. Although Yuán Gē's entrance did create a faint ripple, it was not beyond Master Wu Cao's awareness. Upon seeing Yuán Gē, Master Wu Cao furrowed his brow, unable to discern the depth of Yuán Gē's being. This left him feeling cautious. It was rare for him to be unable to see through someone, especially with the current absence of the great saints of chaos. The appearance of the person before him prompted a swift mental search, yet Master Wu Cao could not fathom who this individual might be. However, the expression of the Burning Lamp Taoist shifted dramatically. Could you be the mysterious figure targeting my Buddhist sect? Targeting? Yuán Gē responded, slightly surprised, and nodded slightly. You are not mistaken. I indeed intend to erase your Buddhist sect from the three realms. At these words, Master Wu Cao, the Burning Lamp Buddha, and the ghost car all turned pale. The burning lamp Buddha sneered coldly. You boast with great audacity. Do you not fear your tongue being struck by the wind? The hot-tempered ghost car bellowed. You dare. My lord has already joined the Buddhist sect, and you, ignorant fool, still dare to speak recklessly before him? I have seen arrogance, but never one as brazen as yours. Cease your prattle. I have come today solely to prevent Luya from going to Spirit Mountain. My disciple is engaged in a significant endeavor there, and I prefer not to stain my hands with blood. Yuán Gē smiled faintly, appearing harmless. Yet his demeanor and words struck the three as extraordinarily arrogant. Master, this person is a great enemy of our Buddhist sect. We cannot spare him today. The burning lamp Buddha spoke first, turning to Master Wu Chao. Indeed, Master Wu Chao nodded, signaling to Ghost Car. Seize him. As Yuán Gē's words fell, Ghost Car issued a command. And dozens of streaks of flowing light appeared outside the hall, revealing the 10 great demon kings stationed there. Each of these demon kings was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, each stationed at a point. Their magical powers surging forth to form beams of light, 10 suns locking God's formation. In an instant, as the 10 great Luo golden immortal demon kings took their positions, a searing light screen enveloped the nearby palace complex. Should an ordinary quasi-saint touch this screen, they would suffer either death or severe injury. This trifling trick is unworthy of embarrassment. Yuán Gē smiled faintly, casually waving a hand. Boom. Within Burning Sun Valley, the ground quaked and mountains trembled as if the heavens were collapsing. A fierce wind roared across a 1,000,000-mile radius, stirring up sand and stones. Yuán Gē appeared as an otherworldly being, his long hair swaying, the black robe billowing in the wind. Above Burning Sun Valley, a colossal hand suddenly manifested, aiming to strike at the location of the 10 demon kings. The wind from the hand was imbued with the 5 elements laws, and the dualities of yin and yang flowed in black and white. With a single strike, the 10 suns locking God's formation, activated by the 10 demon kings, crumbled as if made of paper. Countless cries of blood erupted, as both the 10 demon kings and the distant unaware demon tribes were reduced to ashes. Not good. Master Wu Chao's pupils constricted. Quick, stop him. As Master Wu Chao's words fell, the auras of Ghost Car and the burning lamp Buddha surged toward Yuán Gē. Behold my treasure. Ghost Car produced a gourd, and the winds howled violently, seeking to draw Yuán Gē into it. 24 heavens. 24 dazzling pearls circled around the burning lamp Buddha. These being the sea-stabilizing pearls, exquisite innate spiritual treasures, forming a string of 24. They emitted a 5-colored brilliance capable of bewildering the senses. Their power immense, as if drawing upon the might of the entire sea, serving as the burning lamp Taoist's proof of enlightenment, able to capture both beings and objects. You dare. Seeing Yuán Gē raise his hand, both the burning lamp Taoist and Ghost Car struck simultaneously, one wielding a low-grade innate spiritual treasure and the other a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Particularly, the burning lamp Buddha unleashed the 24 heavens as 5-colored streams of light aimed at Yuán Gē. Ghost Car's gourd also hovered above Yuán Gē as the winds raged. The burning lamp Buddha was already close to his limit, and with the combination of Ghost Car, even the Tathagata would hesitate to confront them head-on. Not to mention the notorious Luya Taoist at their side. Luya Taoist refrained from intervening, choosing instead to let the burning lamp and Ghost Car probe Yuán Gē's true capabilities. This mysterious powerhouse instinctively evoked a sense of danger within him. In a flash, Yuán Gē annihilated the 10 demon kings along with hundreds of thousands of demons with a single strike, obliterating even the so-called 10 suns locking God's formation in the process. Hold. Seeking death. The burning lamp Buddha and Ghost Car simultaneously roared, their innate spiritual treasures racing toward Yuán Gē, intent on reducing him to nothingness. You are far too weak. Yuán Gē regarded the incoming attacks from the burning lamp Buddha and Ghost Car with disdain. With a flicker of spiritual light in his hand, he wielded the Li Yuan sword and struck out into the void against their assault. This strike was simple and unadorned, lacking grandiosity and immense sword light. It was merely an ordinary slash. Ghost Car quickly dodged. Master Wu Chao's pupils constricted, vanishing from his meditation mat. At the moment Yuán Gē's sword was unleashed, he sensed a tremendous danger. Huh? Ghost Car, bewildered, did not understand why the prince commanded him to evade. He possessed a spiritual treasure. How could he be slain? The sword light swept through, knocking 2 sea-stabilizing pearls away with an uncanny arc. Yuán Gē moved like a specter, delivering a precise strike to Ghost Car's forehead. Ghost Car's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He pointed at Yuán Gē, attempting to utter something, but his consciousness swiftly dissipated. And you, burning lamp. Today you shall also perish. Having struck successfully, Yuán Gē ignored the approaching Master Wu Chao and stepped forth, executing a profound incantation. The overwhelming magical power within him surged forth as he delivered another strike toward the burning lamp Buddha. What? Your magical power is merely that of a great Luo golden immortal? How can this be? At this moment, the burning lamp Buddha realized Yuán Gē's formidable magical aura was indeed at the great Luo golden immortal level. This aura was all too familiar to him, as many great Luos resided atop Spirit Mountain. Yet, how could a great Luo golden immortal annihilate a quasi-saint at the 7th level in a single blow? Even Master Wu Chao could not arrive in time to assist. Human, today, you shall undoubtedly perish. No one in heaven or earth can save you. In an instant, Master Wu Chao appeared beside Ghost Car, supporting his form, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Yuán Gē, bellowing, Master, he is merely a great Luo. This fellow is peculiar. Though Master Wu Chao was alarmed, he did not dare to underestimate Yuán Gē. He summoned back the 24C stabilizing pearls to shield himself, retreating toward Master Wu Chao's position. This move is called gazing at the bright moon. Yuán Gē stepped with profound strides, observing the retreating burning lamp Buddha. He turned the sword's edge of the Li Yuan sword and thrust it into the void once more. This technique was one Yuán Gē had devised after achieving minor success in his cultivation over these years, imbued with an unpredictable might. As a time traveler, having traversed for over 3 millennia, he often reminisced about his homeland, leading to the creation of this ultimate technique. The burning lamp Buddha, a seasoned powerhouse, possessed the protection of the 24 heavens. Yuán Gē, having effortlessly slain the king of the underworld and Ghost Car, did not believe an ordinary strike would suffice against the burning lamp, hence employing this ultimate move. Sizzle. In the void, as Yuán Gē's sword tip sliced through, the might of the supreme innate spiritual treasure was fully unleashed, creating a rift that traversed the entire grand hall, amidst a dense storm of void energy. A glimmer of pure white moonlight flashed by. No, block it for me. In the midst of the tempestuous void, the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp perceived a glimmer of white light, a profound sense of crisis enveloping his heart. He summoned all his strength to activate the 24 heavens, shielding himself. Suddenly, a flash of moonlight surged forth, transforming into a radiant beam of endless luminescence that swept aside half of the 24 heavens, pressing inexorably towards his Dharma body. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp felt a chill of terror, acutely aware of the imminent danger, and cried out for help. Master Zen, save me. Master Wu Chao, with his palms joined in silent prayer, rose with a narrowed gaze fixed upon Yuán Gē. You have slain my subordinate today, and now seek to harm my colleague. You shall remain here. With that, Master Wu Chao unleashed a wave of oppressive force, mingled with an intensely scorching torrent, directed at Yuán Gē. Recognizing Yuán Gē's cultivation level as that of a great Luo golden immortal, he aimed to influence him with sheer pressure. Begone, Yuán Gē. Feeling the searing weight of Master Wu Chao's aura, turned to face him defiantly. I am here to take lives, and you cannot hinder me. With a decisive flick of his sword, he unleashed another strike. The gaze at the bright moon, aimed squarely at the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. The air crackled with energy as the 5 elements converged, the yin and yang pathways parting to make way for a beam of moonlight more terrifying than before. Leaving the ancient Buddha stricken with dread, the sword light approached with alarming swiftness, even causing Master Wu Chao to falter for a moment. You dare. Master Wu Chao regained his composure, summoning a crimson sword that he swung towards Yuán Gē. Chapter 63. The overwhelming decapitation of the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. No. The ancient Buddha desperately urged the 24 heavens to respond, but half of his stabilizing pearls had already been rendered inert by the previous attack. How could he withstand this onslaught? Golden body of the burning lamp. In that instant, the ancient Buddha truly sensed the peril of death. He focused his mind, activating the 24 heavens and manifesting the golden body Dharma form, towering 1,000 feet high, resembling a Buddha cast in pure gold. He also summoned a mysterious black lamp. The glazed lamp. It bore 36 lotus petals, with a gray flame blazing at its center. Clutching the glazed lamp, the ancient Buddha felt a surge of power within him. And that gray flame morphed into a roaring fire dragon, lunging towards Yuán Gē's gaze at the bright moon. Is this the ancient Buddha's life treasure? He had not employed it in his earlier battle with Kong Xian, and yet it possessed the extinguishing ghost flame. Master Wu Chao's pupils contracted at the sight of the gray fire dragon. When it comes to manipulating fire, he was an expert. The world contained mundane fire, heavenly fire, true fire, samadhi true fire, sixfold true fire, ninefold true fire, among others, as well as exceedingly rare flames, with the extinguishing ghost flame being one of them. Yuán Gē observed as the gray fire dragon howled towards him, seemingly indifferent to his gaze at the bright moon, as if it were an ethereal flame, passing through his very being and disregarding his protective energy. In an instant, Yuán Gē felt his spirit destabilize as the gray evil fire ignited within him, causing his body to sway precariously, even leading his previous strike, gaze at the bright moon, astray into the void. Truly worthy of being the extinguishing ghost flame, which targets the soul. Master Wu Chao's face lit up with delight as he unleashed several sword blossoms from his crimson dragon sword, aiming for Yuán Gē's forehead. With Master Wu Chao's unparalleled sanctified prowess, even if Yuán Gē bore a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, he would not escape unscathed from this assault. At that critical moment, a radiant glow emitted from the cloud crown atop Yuán Gē's head, enveloping him. Within his spirit, the rampaging gray flame seemed to encounter its nemesis, exhibiting fear, and was swiftly extinguished by the luminous radiance. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the cloud crown, was designed to protect the soul, a rare defensive artifact in the primordial world. What? The ancient Buddha exclaimed in shock as he witnessed Yuán Gē's eyes regain clarity in an instant. His life treasure, the glazed lamp, was supposed to be a secret weapon. How could it be so feeble? No, it was not that the treasure was weak, nor the extinguishing ghost flame, but rather that he possessed a top-tier innate spiritual treasure that defended the soul. What manner of being is this? The ancient Buddha felt a chill creep over him as gaze at the bright moon approached. Oh no! Master Wu Chao realized Yuán Gē had instantly restored his clarity as his faltering form vanished. In alarm, he swung his crimson dragon sword, emitting a crimson light aimed at Yuán Gē's gaze at the bright moon. In the midst of the malevolent void, the gaze at the bright moon, infused with the 5 elemental laws and portions of the yin-yang pathways, momentarily hesitated before continuing its descent upon the ancient Buddha. Die! Yuán Gē's heart surged with trepidation and murderous intent, the profound power of the Lu Yuan sword erupting forth, amplifying the speed of gaze at the bright moon as it raced towards the ancient Buddha. Had it not been for the cloud crown gifted by the system safeguarding his spirit, he would have surely faced disaster today. No, the ancient Buddha attempted to evade, yet found himself ensnared by Yuán Gē's overwhelming aura, as if he were locked in place, unable to escape the blade's reach. The moonlight, transformed from gaze at the bright moon, flashed like a razor slicing through tofu, cleaving the ancient Buddha in two from head to toe. Boom! The strike cleaved the ancient Buddha asunder, continuing its rampage for 100,000 miles, leaving countless demonkin in the burning Sun Valley utterly unaware of what transpired, as they instantaneously lost their vitality, reduced to mere dust. The ancient Buddha's life force persisted. He gazed in terror with his left eye at the remains of his other half, while his right eye mirrored the fear directed at his left side. Master Wu Chao's assault arrived but failed to impede gaze at the bright moon, and he helplessly witnessed the ancient Buddha being severed in twain. Cultivating the sword to transcend the divine, was this the realm of sword cultivation? Both Master Wu Chao and the ancient Buddha pondered this concept. To cultivate the sword into threads, leaving traces in the void, is to transcend to the divine. This is a level attained only through the esoteric fusion of laws and swordsmanship, where the sword becomes the divine, capable of effortlessly manifesting the divine with but a thought, shattering all barriers. Even the golden body cannot withstand such a strike. Unless one possesses an opponent with exceptionally high mastery over the laws, only the power of the laws could withstand such a blow. Despite being an esteemed veteran, the ancient Buddha's grasp of the laws was too weak, limited to merely 3 types and yet to reach full fruition. How could he withstand Yuán Gē's gaze at the bright moon, infused with the 5 elemental laws and aspects of the yin-yang pathways? Bang! At that moment, the ancient Buddha's two have shattered, countless golden fragments of his spirit scattering, desperately attempting to flee through the yawning rifts in the valley, seeking reincarnation. I have foretold your demise today. The explosion bore no consequence for Yuán Gē, who unleashed another strike. A seemingly ordinary sword energy transformed into myriad sword energies, bursting forth like golden fireworks in the dark, extinguishing the golden fragments of the spirit. Buddha, the shadowy mastermind, the great Luo ancient Buddha, in his final moments, transmitted these words through the Buddhist secret arts. Aware that he would not survive this day, he knew one who threatened the obliteration of the Buddha's teachings would be his end. Despite knowing his fate, he endeavored to convey more intelligence regarding Yuán Gē. Yet Yuán Gē granted him no opportunity. To utter these few words was his utmost effort. From the moment he initiated the 24 heavens until now, the ancient Buddha's sole purpose had been to relay Yuán Gē's information. However, with Yuán Gē's relentless pursuit, he had been driven to the brink of despair in but a single strike, leaving him no chance to transmit his message. In just 2 moves, the ancient Buddha, fortified by the 24 heavens, was completely annihilated by Yuán Gē, a conclusion neither he nor Master Wu Chao had anticipated. Well, you are indeed impressive. Master Wu Chao observed Yuán Gē, who had effortlessly dispatched the ghostly chariot and, in 2 strikes, decimated the ancient Buddha along with countless demon kin in the valley, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. At this moment, the entire Burning Sun Valley descended into chaos. What is happening? What transpired in the sacred land? Isn't that where His Highness resides? And what of Lord Ghost Chariot? Have formidable foes intruded? The remaining surviving demons emerged from their lairs, gazing in horror at the terrifying chasms that stretched for millions of miles within the palace complex. Panic ensued, and all immediately fled from the Burning Sun Valley. At that moment, the voice of Master Wu Chao resonated throughout the valley, a voice familiar to all the demons. He was their king, the Prince of Luya. Upon hearing Master Wu Chao's command, the demons in Burning Sun Valley did not hesitate. They swiftly transformed into dark winds or stepped upon black clouds to escape far away. They understood that their king was about to engage in battle. Such a battle of this magnitude meant that should they linger any longer, the monstrous chasms would be their doom. Yuán Gē and Master Wu Chao locked eyes, neither showing any inclination to strike first. However, Yuán Gē was not idle. After the demise of the radiant Buddha, he had gathered all of his treasures. Upon sensing their presence, a look of delight appeared on Yuán Gē's face. A complete set of 24 sea stabilizing pearls, exquisite innate spiritual treasures, a purple gold bowl, another innate spiritual treasure, a golden staff, a postnatal spiritual treasure robe. Along with several other items, indeed, the radiant Buddha was immensely wealthy. Yuán Gē felt a rush of satisfaction at his bounty. Reminiscent of protagonists in novels who sought quick riches through violence and plunder, little did he expect to experience such exhilaration himself today. This was a trophy, and Yuán Gē certainly would not let it slip away, while Master Wu Chao made no effort to impede him, having converted to the Western teachings. Master Wu Chao had not fought with full force for tens of thousands of years. Now, constrained by the presence of the demon descendants within the valley, he felt a surge of combativeness upon encountering the mysterious great Luo golden immortal, Yuán Gē. Very well, with those lesser beings out of the way, I can now fully engage with the formidable Luya Taoist, thought Yuán Gē, observing Master Wu Chao's movements without interference, lightly laughing as he brandished his sword. Humph. Master Wu Chao snorted disdainfully. Do not think that having slain a couple of weaklings grants you the right to be arrogant. I merely wish to avoid harming my demon kin. With that, Master Wu Chao's aura soared skyward. Come forth, human. It has been tens of thousands of years since I have fought with all my might. You are worthy of being my opponent. Very well, Yuán Gē nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he instantly vanished, slashing towards Master Wu Chao. The principles of the 5 elements and the yin-yang path already interwoven within his sword. Bang! Master Wu Chao did not even glance back, thrusting his sword into the void behind him, firmly blocking Yuán Gē's strike. Upon his sword, the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind converged, particularly the fire principle, which had astonishingly reached a state of perfection. Excellent. As expected of Luya Taoist, receive my next move. Yuán Gē's lips curled slightly. Having failed to land a blow did not stir any unease within him. The chaotic refining of the saint returning to truth technique inside him surged forth, empowered by a formidable magical energy that would sustain him even through 3 days and nights of battle without fatigue. In an instant, the two transformed into fleeting shadows, engaging in dozens of exchanges. Boom, boom, boom. As the blades of Yuán Gē and Master Wu Chao clashed, shockwaves turned the entire Burning Sun Valley upside down, mountains crumbled. The ground trembled, rivers reversed their flow, and many weaker demons fleeing within 1,000,000 miles were caught in the aftermath, reduced to dust. His renowned skill should include the true Sunfire, The immortal severing flying daggers, and the 7 arrowheads. I cannot afford to be careless. Yuán Gē thought as he and Master Wu Chao sparred fiercely. As a traveler from another realm, Yuán Gē was well aware of Liu Dao's fearsome reputation. Meanwhile, excitement surged within him. Encountering such an opponent was indeed rare. Neither the king of the underworld nor the radiant Buddha posed any challenge, falling easily in just 1 or 2 moves, but Master Wu Chao was different. This adversary had long been a peak quasi-saint, renowned since the Fengshan era. And after countless years of cultivating Buddhist teachings, his prowess was now a mystery to all. He had traversed an entire lifetime, suffering only 1 defeat at the hands of Kong Xian, and had never known defeat otherwise. Yuán Gē was eager to test his strength against such a formidable force. Combat is an essential course for cultivators, the quickest means to enhance one's practice. Yet finding a worthy opponent becomes exceedingly difficult once one reaches a certain level of power. Is he truly merely a great Luo? This fellow is peculiar. How can a great Luo possess such an abundance of principal power? Can a great Luo even cultivate principles? Master Wu Chao was increasingly astonished, and as their battle continued, he gradually sensed the terrifying depth of Yuán Gē's abilities. He could clearly feel that with each move, Yuán Gē's mastery of the principles grew more sophisticated, giving him the illusion that Yuán Gē was using him to practice. Moreover, this great Luo seemed to differ significantly from the great Luos of the Hongwang realm. Humph, be cautious. My true sunfire is exceedingly tyrannical. If it were to harm you, that would not bode well. Master Wu Chao spoke, now harboring a growing curiosity about Yuán Gē, even feeling a hint of respect. After deflecting one of Yuán Gē's strikes, he called out, "Come." Yuán Gē stood poised, sword in hand, hovering in the void. Let me experience just how formidable the true sunfire of the ancient golden crow truly is. Yuán Gē was not surprised by Master Wu Chao's shifting mindset. Such a powerful figure adopting the Buddhist path was merely a consequence of circumstance. Ultimately, the destruction of the ancient heavenly court compelled even the strongest to yield to the saints. His own chaotic refining of the saint returning to truth had only reached the 4th heaven. If he were to attain the 5th or even 6th heavens, he would not be a saint, yet his power would surpass his current self 100-fold. Perhaps then, victory would come easily. Boom. In the burning Sun Valley, golden flames soared into the sky, a wave of intense heat instantly engulfing Yuán Gē. This was true sunfire, more terrifying than the 6 flavors true fire. Exhilarating. Within the flames, Yuán Gē compressed his magical energy to its utmost, continuing to battle with Master Wu Chao amidst the sea of fire. Is this person truly a peculiar being? Master Wu Chao pondered, increasingly amazed. As he unleashed the true sunfire, both speed and power were augmented. The flames were a boon to him, yet a hindrance to his foes, effectively diminishing their strength. What he did not realize was just how formidable Yuán Gē's magical energy was. Even at the 4th heaven, his mastery of the path placed him at the early stage of a great Luo golden immortal, but his accumulation of magical energy was not inferior. Perhaps even several times greater than Master Wu Chao's. Very well, today I shall earnestly seek your guidance. Master Wu Chao's competitive spirit reignited. He did not believe he could be outlasted by Yuán Gē. To him, Yuán Gē's attacks, even if formidable, could be considered merely above average among the mid-tier quasi-saints. Yet, Yuán Gē wielded an exquisite innate spiritual treasure along with protective artifacts for his soul, akin to a hedgehog, making it difficult for him to find an opening. The most bizarre aspect was Yuán Gē's ghostly movements. After hundreds of exchanges, his agility had become even more uncanny. Master Wu Chao could barely fend off Yuán Gē's attacks, and in terms of speed, he believed he could not match Yuán Gē. Setting aside everything else, Yuán Gē's movements alone rivaled those of peak quasi-saints. Chapter 65, The Bloodbath at Ling Mountain. While Yuán Gē engaged in fierce combat with Liu Daoist, Ling Mountain had transformed into a veritable hellscape. Sun Wukong battled with the Buddha for hundreds of rounds, the Tathagata relying on the defenses of the 9-petal lotus platform, rendering Sun Wukong unable to find an opportunity to strike. At that moment, Sun Wukong glanced down at the myriad Buddhas, a thought striking him. Old man Tathagata, you hide behind your turtle shell for defense. I shall smash your great Thunder Sound Temple. With unparalleled speed, Sun Wukong appeared above the Thunder Sound Temple in an instant. As if teleporting, with a swift motion, Sun Wukong plucked 3 hairs from his body, splitting himself into 3 identical forms, all maintaining the dual form of the demon ape, perfectly matching his original self. With Sun Wukong's current magical prowess, sustaining the dual existence of divine and demonic realms is unsustainable. However, this transformation technique allows his avatars to retain 70% of his original strength. This 70% translates to the avatars possessing the cultivation level of a quasi-saint at the 7th tier, which is more than adequate for causing chaos in Ling Mountain. Sun Wukong. Halt. The Buddha, Sakyamuni, perceiving the uncanny transformation technique employed by Sun Wukong, felt a constriction in his pupils. What kind of divine ability is this? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the separation of the three corpses, indistinguishable from the original. Even the Buddha found it momentarily impossible to discern which was real and which was an illusion. Haha, old Buddha, you may sit comfortably in your shell. I, Sun Wukong, shall no longer play with you. The three golden Sun Wukongs spoke in unison, transforming into three streaks of light as they surged towards the Thunder Sound Temple. Oh no, that monkey is attacking. Avalokiteshvara, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm, simultaneously summoning a 5-colored lotus pedestal that radiated brilliance beneath her feet, while brandishing a willow branch, sending 3 leaves toward one of the avatars. Bang! The avatar wielding the golden staff clashed with the 3 lotus leaves of Avalokiteshvara, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, the joyful Buddha shouted, "All disciples, retreat quickly. We shall assist the Buddha in subduing this monstrous monkey." Following the joyful Buddha's command, the other arhats and guardians transformed into beams of light, retreating into the inner sanctum of the Thunder Sound Temple. As the Buddha approached, Sun Wukong's 3 avatars resembled tigers among sheep. One avatar swung its staff. The enormous golden staff swept through like autumn winds scattering leaves, sending countless arhats, guardians, and monks flying, with many of the weaker ones reduced to mere pulp. The staff did not relent, crashing into one of the grand halls. Boom! The protective barrier above the hall lasted but a fleeting moment before collapsing, reducing several halls to ruins beneath the weight of the golden staff. How dare you, thief! A Buddha, bathed in golden light, appeared, attempting to block the golden staff. Oomph! You overestimate yourself. The avatar's golden staff was suddenly enveloped in a grayish-golden aura, imbued with unparalleled power as it descended upon the Buddha. Thud! It struck with the force of a sledgehammer, leaving the Buddha engulfed in a terrifying battle intent and immense strength, causing him to lose consciousness in the next moment. The golden staff crushed through, as if a stone were striking an egg, obliterating the Buddha into a pile of mush. Namo World Purifying Light Buddha. Sun Wukong, you have slain Namo World Purifying Light Buddha. Today, none shall save you. The Buddha's eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Sun Wukong. In the void, the true spirit of Namo World Purifying Light Buddha, at the quasi-saint 5th tier, fled in terror, only to be rescued by the Buddha's outstretched hand. Old Buddha, today I shall cleanse Ling Mountain in blood. How many can you save? The avatar that had slain Namo World Purifying Light Buddha was, in fact, the original. Having spoken, the original continued to soar toward the rear. The 8 Great Vajra. Come and die. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, transformed into a beam of light, traversing as if in an uninhabited realm, sweeping aside Buddhas and Bodhisattvas with each strike. His gaze fixated on the 7 men and 1 woman, the 8 Great Vajra who had once treated him well in the Buddhist prison. Quickly, flee. Split up. The disaster-removing Vajra exclaimed in terror, aware that he was merely an ordinary Tai golden immortal, while Sun Wukong was now a fearsome entity. Having battled the Buddha for 300 rounds, even Namo World Purifying Light Buddha had been struck down. How could they contend with Sun Wukong? Upon uttering this, the disaster-removing Vajra soared into the air, while the others, such as the poison-dispelling Vajra, the yellow-requesting Vajra, and the white cleansing water Vajra, scattered like beams of light, fleeing in all directions. Freeze! Sun Wukong coldly commanded. In an instant, the 8 Great Vajra, caught in their terrified flight, were frozen in midair. You have entertained me for so long. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Sun Wukong's voice echoed as the golden staff reached the 8 of them. Sun Wukong, stop. The Buddha's heart twisted in agony upon witnessing this, as he extended a hand in the void to intercept Sun Wukong's strike and save the 8. Buddha, your speed is too slow. If I wish to kill, you cannot save them. Ignoring the Buddha's outstretched hand, Sun Wukong executed a sweeping motion, and the 8 Great Vajra, their eyes wide with despair, were instantly reduced to powder under the might of the golden staff. Simultaneously, as the staff swept through, it shattered numerous palaces, causing the corpses of arhats to fall from the void, littering the ground with debris and severed limbs, a thick scent of blood permeating Ling Mountain, akin to a hellscape. As the saying goes, revenge knows no delay. Sun Wukong remembered well the special treatment he received from the 8 Great Vajra while in the Buddhist prison, prompting him to strike them down first. Sun Wukong knew he could not overpower the Buddha. Engaging in a 3-day standoff would yield no advantage. Thus, he plunged into the throng of monks at Ling Mountain, knowing that the Buddha would be hesitant to act with force, torn between stopping him and saving lives. Sun Wukong, halt. The Buddha's face twisted with madness. In that moment, he regretted not having eliminated Sun Wukong from the outset, allowing him to reincarnate and start anew. Boom. The Buddha seized the opportunity, capturing the true essence of the 8 Great Vajra, condensing his form to wield a Vajra as he launched an attack on Sun Wukong's original self. Bang! The impact sent Sun Wukong's original flying, as if he were soft and feeble. Oh no, how could this not be the original? The Buddha's expression was one of shock, having felt that this strike was not directed at the true form. He had been fixated on the original. How could it not be real? How could something that was the original slay the recently fallen Namo world purifying light Buddha? Heh, old Buddha, I am right here. From a distance, an avatar erupted into laughter, facing the joyful Buddha. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's expression shifted dramatically, while the joyful Buddha turned pale and fled. How is this possible? What kind of transformation technique is this, capable of seamlessly switching between the original and the avatar? Transformation techniques and avatar techniques are known to the Buddha, as any true immortal practitioner would possess them, yet he had never witnessed such a bizarre form of transformation. The Buddha, however, forgot that this was one of Sun Wukong's innate divine abilities. In the original tale, Sun Wukong utilized this trick during his battle with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, proving to be even more formidable than mere external avatars. Chapter 66, The Thunder Sound Temple Reduced to Ruins. Now, having cultivated the 8 desolations and 6 directions divine art, and refined the blood essence of the chaotic demon ape, this divine ability had significantly improved, allowing for instantaneous switching. In other words, unless faced with absolute power, Sun Wukong is virtually invincible. This bears a resemblance to Avalokiteshvara's 33 transformations and the myriad external avatars. Joyful Buddha, why do you run? Sun Wukong bellowed, pursuing with his staff, his speed surpassing that of the joyful Buddha by several folds. No, grandfather Sun, spare me. The joyful Buddha, feeling the impending doom, repeatedly begged for mercy in the void. I bear no grudge against your Buddhist order. Has your order ever shown me mercy? If there is blame, it lies in your birth within the Buddhist realm. Sun Wukong's voice resonated like that of Yama, with each utterance resulting in countless disciples of the Buddhist order perishing, and numerous grand halls collapsing. Die! Sun Wukong swung his staff, striking the joyful Buddha from behind. Puff! The joyful Buddha, invoking his golden body, chose to disperse as the massive staff approached, unleashing a tremendous explosion that engulfed millions of miles, consuming Sun Wukong and countless Buddhist disciples. Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, the Sunlight Bodhisattva, the Moonlight Bodhisattva, and a multitude of other bodhisattvas besieging one of Sun Wukong's avatars felt pain at the sight of the joyful Buddha's demise. One Buddha has fallen. Today marks a catastrophic day for Ling Mountain. Gather the souls. The Buddha waved his hand in the void, his heart filled with unquenchable hatred. With a single palm, he collected the true essence of the joyful Buddha into a jade bottle. At that moment, the Buddha felt profound bitterness. He had no time to deal with Sun Wukong and could only act as a caretaker, gathering souls everywhere. These souls and true essences, once marked by his seal, would be easily found and guided to the Western paradise upon reincarnation. In contrast, Maitreya Buddha was far less fortunate. The Buddha lamented that he had no idea when he would locate him. Everyone, quickly leave. Do not engage with this monkey. Gather here. The Buddha Tathagata wore a pained expression, his body radiating a profound aura of enlightenment that enveloped the numerous monks of the Buddhist sect who were leaping about in agitation. Avalokiteshvara and the others, upon hearing his words, hastened to gather around the Buddha. It was evident that Tathagata was deeply angered. Well, if I continue to linger here, it may prove difficult to endure. However, merely departing today is insufficient. With a thought, Sun Wukong merged his 3 forms into one, greatly enhancing his speed as he soared towards the Thunder Sound Temple atop the mountain, the very heart of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the location of the Grand Hall of Great Strength. Boom, boom. Sun Wukong feigned an attack, swinging his staff and reducing numerous arhats to mere flesh beneath the might of his golden staff. "Buddha, save me!" cried one bodhisattva, soaring through the air. Sun Wukong appeared like a specter beside him, striking with his staff. The sight horrified Lingji Bodhisattva, who quickly called for help. "Scoundrel, cease your actions." Tathagata unleashed a palm strike, summoning a Buddha realm to ensnare Sun Wukong. Swish! Sun Wukong sneered, twisting the wind of his staff and striking back at the Buddha realm. Bang! As expected, by fully harnessing the laws of battle, Sun Wukong narrowly evaded the attack and propelled himself backward. He intended to, oh no. Tathagata realized too late where Sun Wukong was headed. It was towards his grand hall of great strength. "Do you remember what I, your grandson son, said? I shall smash your great thunder sound temple." Sun Wukong howled to the heavens, his golden staff shimmering with brilliant light, and with a mighty swing, the void trembled. Hearing these words, Tathagata and the gathered bodhisattvas were struck with astonishment. They could never have imagined that today Sun Wukong would seek to obliterate the sacred site of Mount Ling. The distant palaces of the Thunder Sound Temple lay in ruins, and the Grand Hall, the sanctum of the temple, would surely suffer a devastating blow. Sun Wukong. Tathagata channeled all his power into the 9-grade lotus platform and struck out once more to suppress him. Boom, boom, boom. Ignoring the assaults from Tathagata, Sun Wukong unleashed 3 strikes in quick succession, excitement coursing through him as he gazed upon the Grand Hall. "Break for me." Enduring a fierce blow from Tathagata. Even with his protective spiritual armor, Sun Wukong felt his blood surge, but compared to the Thunder Sound Temple, such minor injuries were inconsequential. After 3 strikes, the Thunder Sound Temple appeared as if it had been plowed through, with most of the palatial structures reduced to rubble. Even the protective array of the Grand Hall had been shattered by the 3rd strike, causing it to collapse significantly. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Today, he had vanquished the joyous Buddha, Namo World Purifying Light Buddha, the 8 Great Vajras, and severely injured 2 unknown Buddhas, while thousands of arhats had perished without hope of revival. Such achievements were indeed remarkable, even among the 3 realms. Sun Wukong felt a deep satisfaction, as if all his grievances had vanished. Yet, Tathagata remained an obstacle. He felt somewhat dissatisfied at not having wounded him. Sun Wukong understood that defeating Tathagata would not be an easy feat, but this moment was already a triumph. At the very least, he was no longer the weakling who had been effortlessly struck down by Tathagata. Now, aside from Tathagata, there were no formidable foes in Mount Ling. Likely due to his master covertly managing the situation, the dual heavens of the law of heaven and earth consumed vast amounts of energy. And if he did not depart soon, his power would wane. Looking down at the ruins and scattered limbs, Sun Wukong mused. Swish! In a flash, the golden Sun Wukong vanished into thin air. From the peak of Mount Ling, his voice echoed, Tathagata, consider this a repayment of interest today. I shall return to Mount Ling in the future to seek your wisdom, and then I shall teach you a lesson. His voice rang out with resounding bravado. Reverberating throughout Mount Ling, hearing this proclamation and witnessing the devastation of the Thunder Sound Temple, the expressions of the assembled figures darkened considerably. Avalokiteshvara, observing Sun Wukong's disappearance, tentatively inquired, given that Sun Wukong has slaughtered countless disciples of our Buddhist sect today, should we pursue him? Upon hearing this, Tathagata's countenance turned bitter. Alas, this is the calamity of Mount Ling. That demon monkey is prone to overreach and self-destruction. We shall address this matter another day. With his words, Avalokiteshvara and the others sighed in relief, their expressions easing. Even if they were to pursue, it would be Tathagata himself who would lead the charge, requiring at least 10 or 8 revered Buddhas from the hidden depths of Mount Sumeru to join the effort. As for them, would they not merely be delivering offerings? Tathagata furrowed his brow deeply. Compared to the devastation caused by Sun Wukong, he was more concerned about one individual. Where is the Buddha of Lamp? He pondered anxiously. Sun Wukong had been wreaking havoc for quite some time, yet there had been no word from the Buddha of Lamp. Chapter 67, The Great Turmoil of Mount Ling. The reward. Tathagata felt a wave of unease wash over him. Today he had collected the true spirits of all those slain by Sun Wukong into a jade vessel. As long as they were reincarnated and reformed, he could guide them back to the West, where the great Mahayana teachings would surely facilitate their swift revival. Yet, what had become of the Buddha of Lamp? If Sun Wukong was so audacious today, How could it align with his plans? The strength of Sun Wukong lay in his possession of supreme innate treasures. With such artifacts, slaying ordinary quasi-saints was akin to butchering livestock. Moreover, he wielded the formidable laws of battle. Without these two advantages, Sun Wukong could hardly escape his five-finger mountain. In terms of raw offensive power, Sun Wukong was still lacking, yet the laws of battle compensated for this shortcoming. Tathagata was confident, with Master Wu Chao by his side. The two of them would ensure Sun Wukong's demise today. However, given the time that had elapsed, they should have arrived by now. At that moment, Tathagata felt a slight disturbance in his storage pouch. Engrossed in his battle with Sun Wukong, he had overlooked the commotion within. Swish! A peculiar object appeared in Tathagata's hand. A jade talisman of sheep fat hue, inscribed with several large characters. The mastermind behind the scenes is a Great Luo. Great Luo? A Great Luo golden immortal? Just 7 words tightened Tathagata's heart. He had no doubt that the Buddha of Lamp would not convey false information. Could it be? An unsettling sensation swelled within Tathagata's chest. Buddha. What has transpired? Avalokiteshvara inquired cautiously, observing Tathagata's sudden change in demeanor. Tathagata remained silent, raising his gaze to a monk who was crawling amidst the ruins. He was the monk guarding the Hall of Soul Lamps. Buddha, a grave matter has occurred. The Buddha of Lamp has attained nirvana. The monk from the Hall of Soul Lamps was numb with shock. The recent wave of death seemed unending, and today's conflict on Mount Ling had claimed countless lives. However, these losses paled in comparison to that of the Buddha of Lamp. The Buddha of Lamp was one of the 3 Buddhas, second only to Tathagata himself. With the deaths of both Maitreya Buddha and the Buddha of Lamp, the 2 pillars of the Buddhist faith had fallen. Hiss! Avalokiteshvara and the others' faces turned ashen at this revelation. Is the true spirit of the Buddha of Lamp still intact? Tathagata inquired solemnly of the monk from the Hall of Soul Lamps. After the demise of the King of Hell, Tathagata had prepared for such a contingency, extracting a fragment of the true spirit of significant figures and storing it within the true spirit jade, fearing that the mastermind behind the scenes would annihilate them entirely. Even Sun Wukong had not resorted to such transdimensional methods of killing, yet that mysterious figure could sever all lifelines. It was in this manner that the King of Hell had met his end. The true spirit jade could prevent cross-dimensional attacks, preserving a fragment of the true spirit to assist in reincarnation. Though Sun Wukong was powerful today, he had not unleashed such an overwhelming attack, leading Tathagata to believe even more firmly that the previous King of Hell had fallen victim to that enigmatic individual. Yet, that mysterious figure wielded inscrutable abilities, obscuring all heavenly secrets, leaving him unable to deduce their identity. Moreover, the 10 Yama kings and the Emperor of the underworld seemed reluctant to speak of anything concerning the mysterious figure. As the supreme leader of the teachings, how could the Buddha not see through the essence of the matter? Hence, the capture of Sun Wukong and his public trial, followed by his suppression beneath the 5-finger mountain, came to pass. Who would have imagined that within a mere few years, Sun Wukong would become so fearsome? No, the true essence of the Buddha of Burning Lamp remains intact. Upon hearing this, the Buddha gently closed his eyes, sighed softly, and uttered a mantra, Amit Ba. This is indeed fate, a calamity. You all, please assess the casualties and see if there are any survivors. I shall visit the Burning Sun Valley. Yes, Buddha. The assembly responded, nodding in agreement. The Buddha cast a glance at the crowd, then sat upon his lotus throne and vanished from that place. Meanwhile, in the Burning Sun Valley, what a fine Taoist Luya. Today, let this end here. I shall take my leave first. Yuán Gē swept his sword light across, forcing back Master Wu Cao, his body twisting before vanishing into the void. Master Wu Cao, engulfed in flames, was slightly taken aback. What kind of concealment technique was this? At that moment, he could no longer sense Yuán Gē's presence, as if he had vanished entirely. Such a figure did not exist in this world. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, the vast golden flames dissipated, leaving the Burning Sun Valley, now unrecognizable, behind. No, it should not be called the Burning Sun Valley. Within 1,000,000 miles lay terrifying chasms, mountains crisscrossing, and rivers sprawling. The residual waves from the clash between Yuán Gē and Master Wu Cao had forcibly altered the terrain over 1,000,000 miles. The rivers bore witness to the terrifying chasms formed by the aftermath of their sword energies, and the peaks were sculpted by the echoes of their battle. The Burning Sun Valley had long since turned into a wasteland, countless stones reduced to dust, and the palaces lay in ruins. Buddha, since you have arrived, Why do you not reveal yourself? Master Wu Cao gazed into the distance, remaining non-committal. Amitabha. The Buddha materialized, a slight smile gracing his face. Master, have you crossed paths with the one behind the scenes? I cannot ascertain whether he targets the Buddha's hidden hand, but he is formidable. I cannot suppress him without employing the immortal slaying flying blade. What? The Buddha was astonished, unable to believe it. Could it be that someone who could not be subdued even by Master Wu Cao was truly a saintly avatar? But what of the great Luo? Why did the Buddha of Burning Lamp claim he was merely a great Luo? Could there truly be such a powerful great Luo? Surely, this must be a deception. Seemingly perceiving the Buddha's astonishment, Master Wu Cao smiled faintly. Buddha, rather than being flustered, it would be wiser to cultivate oneself. Strength is paramount. Moreover, my subordinate, Ghost Chariot, has perished, and I require some compensation. For my Burning Sun Valley, 5 innate spiritual treasures will suffice to offset my losses, and I shall not hold a grudge. Upon hearing Master Wu Cao's words, the Buddha's expression shifted dramatically, a look of anguish crossing his face. How could you make such exorbitant demands? I possess no such treasures. Master Wu Cao shook his head. Very well, then 3 items will do. Surely 3 treasures are reasonable. That individual did not annihilate Ghost Chariot. Otherwise, I would have fought him to the death. However, I have been reasonable this time. Do not trouble me with such matters again. The two continued to haggle. While Yuán Gē had already returned to the heavenly court. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sun Wukong has caused chaos in Ling Mountain, earning a mysterious reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yuán Gē immediately understood that Sun Wukong had succeeded and withdrawn, and it was time for him to return to the heavenly court to claim his reward. After such a long scheme, ever since the chaos in the underworld, Yuán Gē had awaited this day, but his strength had not permitted it. Sun Wukong had to gain power to create rewards for him. What, he wondered, would this reward entail? Yuán Gē felt a surge of anticipation within. Chapter 68. The Collapse of the Thunder Sound Temple, a staggering reward. As for Taoist Luya, since Yuán Gē had not completely eradicated Ghost Chariot, he examined the body and subsequently expelled the demon race, collaborating with Yuán Gē in a clever ruse. This time, Taoist Luya had managed to deceive the Buddha significantly. Ghost Chariot's reincarnation and cultivation required only time. And now the Buddha had not only seen the destruction of the Thunder Sound Temple but also owed him 3 innate spiritual treasures as compensation. Although Taoist Luya had transformed into Master Wu Cao, he was merely forced by circumstance, and during their confrontation, Yuán Gē discerned the other's intentions. We are all but workers. It is essential to fulfill our duties as laborers. Thus, Taoist Luya had not unleashed several deadly techniques, and Yuán Gē was pleased by this. In this battle, Yuán Gē not only mastered the application of the power of the laws, but also recognized the existing gap between himself and the true, unparalleled saints. This gap was one of realms. In terms of the quality and quantity of magical power, Yuán Gē was several times stronger than an ordinary quasi-saint at the 9th level. As he simultaneously cultivated various laws, the difficulty of advancing was exponentially greater than refining 1 or 2 laws, yet the benefits gained were not to be underestimated. System. Claim the reward. Yuán Gē cast aside distracting thoughts and commanded the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward. True spirit detachment from the divine list. Note. This method of detachment is enforced by the system. No one in the heavens has noticed the host's departure from the divine list. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward. The heavenly spiritual root has been elevated to the 4th rank. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the collapse of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, you have received a top-tier reward, a strand of primordial purple chi. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the tumult at the Thunder Sound Temple, you have obtained the top-tier scripture, Ancient Scroll of Chaos Alchemy, 3 volumes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the upheaval at the Thunder Sound Temple, you have received the top-tier scripture, Ancient Scroll of Time and Space, Volume 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the chaos at the Thunder Sound Temple, you have acquired a fragment of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. An unbroken sequence of rewards left Yuán Gē utterly bewildered. He swallowed hard, murmuring, 6 rewards? What a remarkable fortune. Sun Wukong, you truly are my auspicious star. Primordial Purple Chi, Chaos Alchemy, Ancient Scrolls of Time and Space. A fragment of a supreme treasure? Despite Yuán Gē having become an unparalleled master, he was still overwhelmed by this cascade of rewards. At that moment, he felt as if he were an ordinary person who had just won a grand lottery, momentarily dizzy from the sudden influx of wealth. As the system's voice faded, without waiting for Yuán Gē to inspect the rewards, he felt an ethereal change occurring within his true spirit. As the heavenly court stands as the ruling entity over the three realms, all deities, including the ordinary celestial soldiers and generals, have their true spirits bound by the divine list. Across the vast expanse of the 3,000 great thousand worlds, in countless small and medium worlds, the ancient myths of the primordial era are recounted. All these worlds fall under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, and most of the elite who ascend from these worlds eventually join the court. Every individual who joins the heavenly court has a fragment of their true spirit bound by the divine list. Yuán Gē was no exception. Upon ascending to the immortal platform and entering the heavenly court, a strand of his true spirit became enmeshed in the divine list when he received the token for the Peach Garden. Otherwise, among the countless ascendants from various worlds, there would undoubtedly be those who, upon gaining strength, would seek to escape the heavenly court. The divine list, as a celestial scripture, is among the finest of innate spiritual treasures, capable of binding the true spirits of innumerable beings. To detach from the divine list, one must achieve the Tao of the primordial unity. Only by genuinely transcending the myriad beings of the three realms can one sever ties with the divine list in an instant. However, at present, Yuán Gē had yet to break through to the fifth level. His true realm remained that of the early chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only by cultivating the chaotic refinement saints returning to true Tao to the sixth level could he attain the perfection of the chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal. Suddenly, Yuán Gē felt his true spirit becoming rounded and harmonious, devoid of any discomfort. Is this the true self? A perfect unity of the primordial spirit. Yuán Gē clenched his fist in the void. Powerful energy roared within him like a mighty dragon. At this moment, the system had aided Yuán Gē in completely detaching from the divine list and removing his celestial status. Now, Yuán Gē no longer had to worry about the Jade Emperor discovering him and using the divine list to suppress him. Why is it that so many deities, having triggered the heavenly decree, find no refuge in the vast expanse of the primordial world? The answer lies within the divine sealing list. As long as one remains bound to this list, the Jade Emperor can discern the existence of any celestial being with but a thought. Yet, Yuán Gē possesses a system akin to this, silently and imperceptibly extricating himself, unbeknownst even to the Jade Emperor. From this day forth, I am irrevocably severed from the heavenly court, and henceforth, I, Yuán Gē, shall be a true carefree immortal, he mused softly. Yuán Gē did not succumb to hubris. He understood that while he had attained a certain level of mastery, he was not invincible. Until he achieved the Tao of the primordial golden immortal, he must remain discreet. The tall trees attract the wind. Despite the numerous advantages Yuán Gē has garnered from undermining the Buddhist sects, one misstep could lead to utter ruin. When faced with the saints, Yuán Gē remained uncertain. In the legends of the primordial world, any existence, no matter how extraordinary their cultivation methods or powerful their treasures, is but an ant before a saint. Even those exceptionally formidable beings are merely stronger ants. Is this the primordial purple aura? After sensing his own state, Yuán Gē's consciousness entered the system space. There, he encountered a breathtaking sphere of purple light, ethereal and exuding the aura of the great Tao. Just a glance made him yearn to consume and refine it. However, he refrained, as memories of the primordial purple aura's information flooded his mind. The primordial state is the condition before the cosmos was formed, where yin and yang had yet to separate. The primordial purple aura is the essence of innate qi. This aura, a manifestation of the natural response of heaven and earth, can grant infinite lifespan and an immortal body to beings without any cultivation, elevating even peak quasi-saints to the realm of saints upon refinement. Thus, it is also referred to as the foundation of the great Tao. The primordial purple aura accelerates the comprehension of the great Tao, and its refinement can lead to sainthood, a temptation so blatant. What should I do? Yuán Gē's brow furrowed as he pondered the implications of the primordial purple aura, momentarily engulfed in worry. It is well known that the number of saints in the cosmos is limited to 9, indicating that the primordial world can only sustain this maximum. Among them, after achieving the Tao ancestor realm, Hongjun Daozu bestowed 6 portions of primordial purple aura to various figures, one of which was given to ancestor Hongyun. who was later hunted by the demon master Kuanping and the ancestor of the underworld river, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Throughout history, a total of 6 portions of primordial purple aura have emerged, all manifestations of the heavenly Tao and the foundation of the Great Tao. Chapter 69. Is the primordial purple aura toxic? This highlights the rarity of the primordial purple aura, which symbolizes transcendence and dominion over the universe, enduring through countless tribulations and scathe. Untouched by karma, an opportunity to exist eternally with the heavens and the Tao. If the system can conjure such a precious primordial purple aura, how terrifying would it be if this information were to leak? The aura, which drives countless powerful beings into madness, now lay in Yuán Gē's hands like a hot potato. An impossible dilemma. Refining the primordial purple aura would lead to the attainment of the saint's fruit, yet it would also render him a puppet of the heavenly Tao, making this treasure akin to a mere trinket. Yuán Gē mused, knowing that becoming a heavenly Tao saint would compel him to abide by its will. In other words, every saint in the primordial world is a pawn of the heavenly Tao. What does it mean to follow the heavenly will? The will of the heavenly Tao supersedes all. If it were to instigate a calamity, the saints would be forced to maneuver within it to seize fortune and reap the rewards of the heavenly Tao. Yet fortune and merit are precious commodities only available after reaching the quasi-saint level. These are not things Yuán Gē desires, for he possesses the chaotic refinement to true Tao, a method that defies the heavens, supported by a system of unparalleled nature. The 7th tier of chaotic refinement leads to the primordial golden immortal, a path far more secure than the legendary one that breaks the law through sheer strength, a true avenue devoid of risk. Yet even now, as a 4th tier heavenly spirit route, Yuán Gē still perceives this path as distant. The more powerful the cultivation method, the harsher the requirements. As Yuán Gē continued to cultivate and comprehend, he became acutely aware of the arduousness of this path. One need only look at the vastness of the primordial world, where the Daoyuo are as common as dogs and quasi-saints abound, all founded on the existence of countless beings and myriad races. According to Yuán Gē's experiences in the small world, finding one who could cultivate to immortality among 10,000 people would be fortunate, and among 10,000 ordinary immortals, how many would achieve the Daoyuo? The answer is a resounding no. Cultivators vie against the heavens for life, seeking longevity through tribulations and continuous breakthroughs of their limitations. Not everyone possesses a cultivation method and system as transcendent as Yuán Gē's. As a transgressor, Yuán Gē was acutely aware of the pitfalls of refining the primordial purple aura. Gaining power would simultaneously bind him to the heavenly Tao. The soul anchored to the heavenly Tao exists in unity with it, and with a mere thought. The heavenly Tao transforms accordingly, limitless, eternal, unending, merging into the void, capable of gathering and dispersing, impervious to the ravages of time, transcendent of space, untouched by karma. Free from the cycle of birth and death, eternal and everlasting. While the heavenly Tao saints may seem to be lofty beings overseeing all, Yuán Gē understood that they are, in truth, puppets of the heavenly Tao. Currently, the saints in the primordial world can wield power equivalent to the primordial golden immortal through their fruit positions. Yet once they achieve sainthood, they are already constrained, unable to progress further, whether by refining the primordial purple aura or through the merits of their deeds. Unable to reach the level of Hongjun. To advance, one must align with the Tao, which is Hongjun's path. Yuán Gē realized that, according to his understanding, the saints in the primordial world can only follow Hongjun's path and can never surpass him, a profound secret known only to Yuán Gē as a transgressor. The primordial purple aura is indeed toxic. The system never rewards with useless items. What is the true purpose of this aura? Is it meant for me to gift it to someone? Yuán Gē mused, even contemplating the bizarre notion of gifting it. If he were to offer it to another, it would likely attract the attention of terrifying entities immediately. A commoner is guilty of possessing a jewel. At that point, he would have no time to cultivate discreetly. As if sensing Yuán Gē's inner turmoil, the system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the primordial purple aura. Refining it can enhance your cultivation of the chaotic Tao scripture. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē was elated. Oh, system, you truly understand my desires. Bestowing upon me such a miraculous function, it is indeed the king of cheats. After cultivating for over 3,000 years, the sound of the system still left him momentarily dazed. The primordial purple aura can be directly refined? Could it be that by forcibly altering the calamity of the journey to the west, I could continuously obtain primordial purple aura? Yuán Gē was astounded, envisioning a possibility. After painstakingly nurturing Sun Wukong for hundreds of years, he had merely shattered the Great Thunder Sound Temple and was rewarded with a portion of primordial purple aura. Could he not continue to receive such rewards in the future? This is the most extraordinary reward in history. If the primordial purple aura were to be offered, it would not be mere 10 innate spiritual treasures that could be exchanged, but hundreds or thousands, with people clamoring to trade for it. This represents the fruit of immortality, the pinnacle of power within the primordial world. How much enhancement could refining this primordial purple aura bring? With determination solidified in his heart, Yuán Gē declared, "System, refine the primordial purple aura." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully refining the primordial purple aura. The cultivation of the chaotic Tao scripture begins to elevate. Boom! As the system's voice faded, a monumental transformation began within Yuán Gē's body. An incomprehensible force surged forth, filling every inch of his being, as the profound laws became crystal clear to him at that moment. Simultaneously, the cultivation obtained through daily practice poured into his spirit platform like a flood, causing Yuán Gē's realm and magical power to surge once more. Beginning of the fifth heaven, mid-fifth heaven, late fifth heaven, full fifth heaven. Crack! In the depths of the void, a sound reminiscent of a shattered eggshell echoed, as Yuán Gē's soul radiated with a golden luminescence, every cell within him undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. He ascended to the early stage of the sixth heaven, then to the mid-stage, his immense power surging through 6 minor realms, culminating in a significant breakthrough. Yuán Gē had been on the verge of transcending the mid-stage of the fifth heaven when a surge of primordial purple energy propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights. At this moment, he felt that his comprehension of the 5 elements principles and the yin-yang path had reached a state of perfection, save for a slight deficiency in the latter. The path of the laws is divided into segments: entry, initial success, greater success, perfection, and ultimate realization. Yet now, Yuán Gē was merely a whisper away from completing the yin-yang path. Once he attains this perfection, his cultivation will step into the later stages of the sixth heaven of the chaotic, refining sage's return to truth. He marveled at how a mere sphere of primordial purple energy could elevate his chaotic Grand Luo realm to the mid-stage. It dawned on him why, despite his fourth-grade celestial roots and the assistance of the Great Tao's Lotus platform, his progress felt as sluggish as a snail's pace. Had he relied solely on arduous self-cultivation, it might have taken him millions of years to advance. A voice of tranquility resonated within him, illuminating his understanding. The concept of the Hunyuan Daoyuo was but a notion. Yuán Gē's path was one never tread before, and he remained uncertain of what lay ahead. Chapter 70. The mysterious fragment of the chaotic supreme treasure. Yet, this was fortuitous, as it provided him with a fresh direction for advancement. By continuously outmaneuvering the various factions across the 3 realms and altering the journey to the west calamities, he could perpetually acquire primordial purple energy, which would likely amount to a significant quantity needed for his later attainment of the Hunyuan Daoyuo. Yuán Gē shook his head, deeming his worries excessive. As long as he kept altering the calamities of the journey to the west, he would be rewarded endlessly. Who could predict what the future holds? Next, Yuán Gē turned his attention to the remaining rewards. The chaotic pill scripture? He furrowed his brow, sensing the vast information contained within. Only 3 volumes? It seemed incomplete. Yet even these 3 volumes contained the essence of top-tier pills akin to the 9 transformations immortal pill. What wonders would be revealed upon gathering the complete text? Yuán Gē was once again taken aback, comprehending the magnitude of its significance. The path of alchemy is the path of the Great Tao, to be explored diligently in due time. A faint smile graced Yuán Gē's lips as he placed the 3 ancient scrolls into the system's space. Within the 3 realms, the most renowned alchemist was none other than the Supreme Lord Laozi. In ancient times, Pangu's primal energy transformed into the 3 pure ones, each with their unique mastery. The Taiji excels in alchemy, the Shangqing in artifact forging, and the Yuqing in formations. Though Yuán Gē had heard of the supreme pill scripture, he had never seen it. Yet he instinctively felt that if he could comprehend the chaotic pill scripture, he would rival Taiji in the art of alchemy, perhaps even surpass him. For within it was stated that one could produce 36 pills from a single furnace of 9 transformations golden pills. It is known that Supreme Lord Laozi takes a century to refine a furnace, yielding merely 9 pills, and not all are necessarily of the highest quality. The 9 transformations golden pill, when consumed by an ordinary person, grants immediate ascension to immortality. For an immortal, it enhances their magical powers and prolongs their lifespan, possessing the ability to revive the deceased and bestow eternal life, even benefiting quasi-saint mighty beings. Alas, the chaotic pill scripture was currently only 3 volumes. Yet even these 3 would suffice for extensive study. Following this, Yuán Gē gazed upon the enigmatic time and space ancient scroll, its upper volume. With just a glance, his pupils constricted suddenly. Before him was a striking line of small text that struck deep at his heart. This scroll represents the evolution of the time and space Great Tao. By comprehending all 3 volumes of the ancient scroll, one may enter the Tao. What? Yuán Gē was astounded. The time and space Great Tao? Grasping the content within the 3 volumes could lead one to enlightenment? Could the Tao truly be articulated? The Great Tao surpasses the heavenly Tao. Within this Great Tao, time reigns supreme, space holds honor, and fate and causality dominate. The time Tao, space Tao, fate Tao, and causality Tao are all the origins of governing all order. Time and space, thus, are a fusion of these 2 realms. It is said that the Tao cannot be conveyed through words but can only be understood intuitively. To discover a text that elaborates the Tao so comprehensively for one's contemplation is astonishing. Yuán Gē's face was a canvas of profound shock. He soon began to turn the ancient scroll, and what met his gaze was a droplet of water. Just a single glance filled him with a dizzying sensation. No, this was not merely a droplet of water, it was the manifestation of the Tao. Yuán Gē regained his focus, murmuring to himself. He was eager to see what lay beyond. His heart raced with excitement as he swiftly flipped through the remaining pages for a cursory overview. Following the initial droplet were 2 droplets, 3 droplets, 6 droplets, and 9 droplets. These droplets began to transform, morphing into gentle streams, which then vanished, coalescing into a fine drizzle. After perusing the ancient scroll, Yuán Gē's sense of astonishment had reached its zenith. Before he could attain the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal, he must comprehend the time and space Great Tao, for only then could he forge his unique path and become more formidable. His eyes gleamed with determination. Having studied the time and space ancient scroll, he had vaguely touched upon a direction, a path uniquely his own, one that would lead to his future attainment of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Among the saints of the primordial world, some are strong while others are weak, all dependent on their cultivation prior to attaining their fruit position. As the master of the 5 elements and yin-yang, should he grasp the time and space Great Tao, he would surely become a force to be reckoned with, rendering even saints as mere ants in his presence. As long as he continued to alter the calamities, the primordial purple energy and the time and space ancient scroll would eventually converge. He feared that the more tumultuous his actions became, the greater the attention he would attract from the saints, necessitating caution in his endeavors. In the void, Yuán Gē's murmurs echoed softly. With the deepening of his cultivation, he gradually discerned a direction. As a transmigrant, despite possessing extensive knowledge, much of it remained speculative. Only through genuine cultivation would he uncover the profound intricacies contained within. The fragment of the chaotic supreme treasure? Yuán Gē furrowed his brow, setting aside the time and space ancient scroll. In the system's spatial realm lay a gray fragment, exuding a chilling aura. As he probed with his divine sense, a wave of terror surged from his soul. In the recesses of his mind, he seemed to witness a cataclysmic battle at the edge of the universe, one that could rend the heavens and obliterate the earth. The faintest ripple from that clash sent shivers down Yuán Gē's spine. Even a casual gust of energy could annihilate a small world, causing the entire universe to tremble beneath its terrifying force. What is this? In that fleeting moment, Yuán Gē withdrew his divine sense. What kind of battle could shatter a chaotic supreme treasure? Gazing at the fragment in his hand, which resembled neither iron nor gold, Yuán Gē was struck with astonishment. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the chaotic Daoyuo Golden Immortal, and the chaotic Tao scripture had attained the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Even within the primordial world, he was regarded as a significant figure. Yet, the residual aura of this fragment instilled fear within him. Yuán Gē dared to assert that even battles among saints would not reach such terrifying heights. The mere remnants of its aura were not the source of his greatest shock. Rather, it was another piece of information that filled him with dread. This fragment seemed to convey an intention, suggesting that it was intrinsically linked to him. The fragment had existed for an unfathomable span of time, bearing the profound marks of ages long past. Considering his own existence, Spanning over 20 years in his previous life and 3,000 years after his transmigration, he had barely crossed 4,000 years. How could he possibly have a connection to an object of such ancient provenance? In that moment, a chill ran down Yuán Gē's spine. Could it be that the system's rewards had led it to perceive him as its rightful master? Or perhaps, as he pondered, his expression shifted dramatically. Could he be one of the protagonists in that cataclysmic battle he glimpsed? Was he once an unfathomable existence from antiquity, only to have fallen? Goodness! Must it be this melodramatic? Curse you, system, what is this twist? Yuán Gē couldn't help but utter a profanity, feeling as though everything unfolding today was a surreal dream. Initially, a vast array of rewards was bestowed upon him, followed by a peculiar fragment of an enigmatic chaotic treasure. Regrettably, the system merely serves as a tool. It appears devoid of thought, emotion, and the capacity to respond to Yuán Gē's inquiries. Chapter 71. The Three Realms Tremble. The Jade Emperor speculates. I wonder how my second disciple is faring in his cultivation. He is likely to bring me considerable surprises in the future. Yuán Gē shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and directed his gaze towards the west. Wukong must have returned to Flower Fruit Mountain by now. As his master, I ought to pay him a visit, lest that monkey becomes anxious. Yuán Gē smiled faintly, his figure manifesting in the peach garden. Observing his diligent avatar, he nodded in satisfaction. Yuán Gē increasingly felt like a prodigy. With a heavenly-grade 4th-tier spiritual root and a treasure like the Taoist mat, coupled with an avatar generating cultivation for him daily, and his overt identity as the land of the peach garden, he found immense pleasure in this clandestine accumulation of wealth. Most importantly, he intended to severely undermine the Buddhist sect. Who would suspect that the mastermind causing unrest in the Buddhist realm was merely a land spirit of the peach garden? With the sacred concealment technique at his disposal, even the saints could not fathom the intricacies surrounding Yuán Gē, naturally directing their suspicions towards other saints, something Yuán Gē relished. The saints of this realm are merely self-serving and profit-driven. Should I ever attain the Tao of the primordial supreme immortal, I vow to transform the three realms, elevating humanity to greatness. Observing the sun, Yuán Gē contemplated that the day was nearing its end. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have received a random cultivation reward of 50,000 years. In an instant, Yuán Gē felt a surge of pure cultivation energy flood into his spiritual platform, indistinguishable from what he had cultivated himself. Indeed, such days are delightful. Yuán Gē chuckled, striding toward the southern heavenly gate. The atmosphere in the heavenly court feels different today. Upon arriving at the southern heavenly gate, Yuán Gē overheard numerous discussions, predominantly centered around the spirit mountain. The deities he encountered along the way bore expressions of anxiety, indicating that the recent turmoil at the spirit mountain had indeed shocked the celestial beings. Yuán Gē touched his nose and mused, however, this is merely the beginning. The grand spectacle is yet to unfold. With a smile, Yuán Gē traversed vast distances, soaring through the 9 heavens toward the earth immortal realm. Today, Sun Wukong wreaked havoc at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, causing the temple, which had stood for countless ages, to collapse, astonishing all celestial beings. Particularly, the Jade Emperor was drenched in cold sweat. Time moved forward slightly. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong had ventured to Spirit Mountain, the Jade Emperor's mood lifted. He immediately dismissed the court and returned to the Yao Pool to share this delightful news with the Queen Mother. The Buddhist sect had subtly secured its position as the foremost power in the three realms, with many formidable beings within its ranks. Moreover, the speed at which they advanced in cultivating their golden bodies, fueled by faith, far surpassed that of the Taoist spiritual beings, which had long plagued the Jade Emperor. The Buddhist sect had consistently overshadowed the heavenly court, and as the sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor could hardly be pleased. Witnessing Sun Wukong's emergence from the Five-Finger Mountain and swiftly defeating the 5 directions, he could only watch in delight as Maitreya Buddha was forced into a state of dissolution. The many deities within the heavenly court shared in this silent exhilaration. After the court was dismissed, numerous deities congregated in small groups, discussing events concerning Sun Wukong. It could be said that the battle at the Two Realms Mountain today had stirred countless powerful beings within both the celestial and earth immortal realms. The multitude of forces in the world are like a swarm of flies, yet none rival the might of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Though Tao and Buddhism share a common origin, the Buddhists have long sought to contest the Taoist fortune, a rivalry that has persisted through the ages. Countless factions now turn their gaze towards Spirit Mountain. Within the Yao Pool, The Jade Emperor stared at the scene reflected in the Haotian mirror, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. In the image, Sun Wukong was engaged in a fierce battle with the Buddha of infinite light. Sun Wukong transformed using the law of heaven and earth, surrounded by a golden aura, moving with unmatched speed, while the Buddha sat firmly upon a 9-petal lotus, remaining unconquered, rendering Sun Wukong unable to strike. Though Sun Wukong's speed was unparalleled, he lacked a touch of strength, while the Buddha possessed immense power but was not as swift. The two exchanged blows, causing tumultuous storms of clouds, flying sand, and quaking earth in the vicinity of Spirit Mountain, reducing rows of palaces to ruins amidst their ferocious clash. Many low-ranked arhats and bhikshus were reduced to dust in the aftermath of their battle. This could only be deemed a calamity for Spirit Mountain. The Jade Emperor could scarcely believe that Sun Wukong had grown so formidable. Logically, he had assumed Sun Wukong, despite his unknown fortuity, was merely at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. At most, he would reach the mid-stage, relying on his exceptional innate spiritual treasures to intimidate the timid Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya, a figure who conceals blades beneath his smile, has always been viewed with disdain by the Jade Emperor. The battle below had left the Jade Emperor with a vague impression. Sun Wukong had not even unleashed a lethal strike. Merely knocking aside several treasures had caused Maitreya to dissolve into nothingness. He had believed that Sun Wukong's venture to Spirit Mountain would only result in defeating a bodhisattva and an ordinary Buddha, yet who could have predicted such terror from him? Were he in the same position, he too would likely fare poorly. The Buddha of infinite light, well-versed in Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, seemingly possessed strength that overshadowed his own. Acting as if he were not merely performing a play, he had no need to feign such a display. Sun Wukong was indeed exacting revenge, and the Buddha of infinite light found himself utterly unable to contend with him. With such an enigmatic ability and combat principles, Sun Wukong stood invincible, free to strike or retreat at will. The Queen Mother, observing the unfolding events, remarked, "Your Majesty, have you not noticed that the ancient Buddha of lighting has departed to the southwest?" Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor promptly recognized the implication. He had long been monitoring the scene outside of Spirit Mountain with the Haotian mirror and had indeed seen the ancient Buddha of lighting vanish towards the southwest. Westward from the western Bulhajo, the presence of demons only increases, a widely acknowledged fact. Southwest, could it be? The Jade Emperor's eyes widened, his voice rising. Is that not the Valley of Burning Sun, the domain of the Taoist Luya? Having cultivated for 1,500 tribulations, each spanning 129,600 years, he was quite familiar with Luya. He was an unparalleled quasi-saint, with few rivals in the primordial realm. Your Majesty, based on their pace, they should have arrived by now. The Queen Mother's tone grew grave. This Sun Wukong is defying the heavens. He undoubtedly has someone backing him. If my intuition serves me right, Luya and the ancient Buddha may be encountering dire straits. As the Queen Mother, the foremost among female deities with a long history, her insight was astute, hitting the nail on the head. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, a flicker of realization crossing his features. This monkey is far from simple. Chapter 72. Who is the mastermind behind it all? As a member of the Buddhist sect, Luya ought to have appeared to offer assistance, and given Luya's strength, he could have reached Spirit Mountain in an instant. Why then had Spirit Mountain fallen to such a state, with Luya and the ancient Buddha yet to make an appearance? They were undoubtedly facing some obstruction. The Jade Emperor's expression grew stern as he looked at the Queen Mother. My queen, it is fortunate that this monkey did not come to my heavenly court. Unbeknownst to him, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of foreboding. He had witnessed the calamity befalling the Buddhist sect today. How would the heavenly court have fared had the roles been reversed? Just the thought of the agreed-upon charade with the Buddha to deceive Sun Wukong into wreaking havoc in the skies sent shivers down his spine. Your Majesty, we must tread carefully. I sense that the waters here run deep, the Queen Mother cautioned softly. The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed. I truly cannot fathom who could have cultivated such a formidable anomaly as Sun Wukong, aside from the Old One. At the mention of the Old One, the Queen Mother's expression shifted dramatically. Your Majesty, tread carefully. Since the Lord conferred upon us the titles of the foremost male and female immortals, he has declared that he shall not meddle in the affairs of the three realms, and it is prudent not to mention his esteemed name. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor nodded. A wistful look appeared in his eyes as he murmured, I can scarcely recall how many years it has been since I last beheld him. Both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother gazed at the Haotian mirror, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the mirror's reflection, Sun Wukong conjured 3 identical clones. And even the Jade Emperor could not discern their authenticity. Boom, boom, boom. Within the image, Sun Wukong surged through the ranks of his foes like a wolf among sheep. Each swing of his staff demolishing palaces and reducing countless disciples of the Buddha to mere specters, while the Buddha himself could do naught but rush about, rescuing the true spirits of his followers. The Jade Emperor gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Did he truly slay the nameless pure light Buddha with a single strike?" In that moment, the Jade Emperor elevated Sun Wukong's status immensely. With an exceptional innate spiritual treasure at his disposal, who in the heavenly court could contend with Sun Wukong? Aside from himself and a few other sovereigns, the Queen Mother, equally astonished, could only gape in disbelief. The scene depicted Sun Wukong amidst the destruction of countless Buddhist disciples, smashing the Grand Daxiang Baodin into ruins. Whoosh! Surrounded by a swirling golden aura, Sun Wukong seemed to utter a few words before vanishing from the peak of Ling Mountain. Shortly thereafter, the Buddha issued a few commands and departed towards the southwest. It appeared that the ancient Buddha of Lamp and the Taoist Luya had likely met with calamity. Observing this scene, the Jade Emperor spoke somberly. The Queen Mother's conjecture holds true. The Taoist Luya and the ancient Buddha of Lamp did not arrive, for it seems they were never able to. In other words, this individual appears to be specifically targeting the Buddhist sect, with the worst-case scenario being the potential demise of both the Buddha and the Taoist. With this thought, a wave of terror washed over the Jade Emperor. The Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. Who could it be? Such audacity to openly challenge the Buddhist sect? A sage? The notion of this word suddenly crossed the Jade Emperor's mind. To cultivate a great Luo golden immortal into an entity that could rival the Buddha, one would need the interference of a sage at the very least. Your Majesty, the waters are too murky. It would be wise for us to proceed with caution, voiced the Queen Mother, her thoughts mirroring those of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor sighed softly and nodded in silence. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he promptly commanded the messenger below the Yaoqi to summon the Star of the White Emperor. Before long, the Star of the White Emperor arrived, stepping upon clouds, his wrinkled face reflecting sheer astonishment. Today, the gods of the heavenly court were all shaken by the might of Sun Wukong. This formidable figure had single-handedly invaded Ling Mountain and laid waste to the great Thunder Sound Temple. Is there another such warrior in the world? The assembled immortals shivered at the thought. Your Majesty, I am here, declared the Star of the White Emperor upon entering the Yaoqi, bowing respectfully. Proclaim that henceforth, all immortals of the heavenly realm, middle realm, and earth realm shall not provoke the monkey from Huagua Mountain. The Jade Emperor's decree spread forth, eliciting no surprise from the assembly of immortals. Even without the Emperor's command, who would dare to provoke such a harbinger of calamity? After all, he had decimated the great Thunder Sound Temple. It was not merely Sun Wukong that posed a threat. It was the powerful experts backing him that were truly formidable. The immortals were not foolish. Within the 3 realms, those aspiring to enter the realm of immortality, aside from a fortunate few who stumbled upon an immortal-esque dwelling, were predominantly those with a mentor. The 3 realms were a world where lineage and connections mattered greatly. Many of the heavenly court's immortals had been sought out by their masters at birth, as finding a disciple with excellent spiritual roots among thousands was exceedingly rare. A fact well known among the immortals. In the vast and abundant world of the primordial chaos, it was uncommon for mortals with favorable backgrounds to arise, let alone in the myriad small worlds. Take, for instance, the small world of Yuán Gē, which had not seen a transcendence for countless years prior to Yuán Gē's ascent. Some even believed such tales to be mere fabrications, entirely untrustworthy. Countless small worlds dotted the heavens like stars, with the middle and great thousand worlds producing but 1 or 2 ascendants every few years. This is the measure of time in the heavenly realm. It is to be noted that a day in the heavens is equivalent to a year on earth, and some of these smaller worlds experience even slower time flows. For example, in Yuán Gē's small world, 2,000 years had passed, which in the heavenly realm equated to less than a year. Those with keen insight were already trembling with fear, speculating as to the identity of the mysterious force behind Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, in the distance, numerous great powers across the 3 realms were utterly astonished. Who could possibly be responsible for nurturing such an extraordinary Sun Wukong? On the other hand, Sun Wukong, having decimated the great Thunder Sound Temple, utilized his escape technique to head towards the Earth Immortal realm. Upon reverting to his original form, he immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The burden of the dual celestial and earthly forms was immense, making prolonged combat inappropriate. Although the Buddha had considered this, he could not be certain. To the Buddha's perspective, Sun Wukong's aura showed no signs of diminishing. Had the Buddha known that Sun Wukong was nearing exhaustion and managed to depart right beneath his nose, he would likely have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Before long, Sun Wukong caught sight of the shores of the eastern sea, where his stronghold, Huahua Mountain, lay. Whoosh! In a flash of escape light. The overwhelming aura he exuded instilled dread in all living beings in his path. Both human cultivators and demons trembled beneath the force of his presence. Chapter 73. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven. My children, I, the old sun, have returned. Sun Wukong donned the 9-star crown, clad in golden chainmail, and stepped upon cloud shoes, his red cloak billowing in the wind, his voice resounding throughout Huahua Mountain. Upon hearing this call, the 72 demon kings were filled with fervor, rushing forth to welcome him, while countless monkeys emerged from the water curtain cave, brandishing an array of peculiar weapons, beating drums and cheering. What a magnificent scene! As Sun Wukong beheld this spectacle, a surge of pride welled within him. This was the sensation of possessing immense power. Now, even the formidable Buddhist sect dared not pursue him. He had finally gained a voice in the matter. Whoosh! Sun Wukong flashed to the entrance of the water curtain cave, where a throng of monkeys and demon kings awaited him. Great King, how impressive you are! What has transpired during your 38 years away? Inquired an elderly monkey with grizzled fur, bowing deeply. This elder was the very monkey who had once told Sun Wukong that only by mastering the art of longevity could one transcend life and death. Originally, the elder should have perished long ago, but due to Sun Wukong's alteration of the Book of Life and Death, he too had transcended mortality and lived to this day. Indeed, Great King, we were all terrified when that old monk captured you. Another chimed in. After all, that was the ancient Buddha of Lamp. How did you manage to escape? The other demon kings voiced their curiosity, recalling the overwhelming presence that had accompanied the ancient Buddha's arrival, a mere pressure that had rendered them unable to lift their heads or catch their breath. Escape? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then a smile broke across his face. Yes, it has only been 8 years since I was captured and brought to the Western world. Ling Mountain is located in the Western realm, far from Huahua Mountain, separated by the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and the Southern Jambu Continent. In the estimation of these monkeys and various demon kings, 8 years might seem lengthy for an ordinary mortal, but to them, it was merely the blink of an eye. My children, in this chapter, the illustrious Sun Wukong recounted his splendid journey to the sacred mountain, omitting, however, the part where he endured torment in the Buddhist prison. Upon hearing his words, a multitude gasped in astonishment. Both the demon kings of various caves and the monkeys felt their minds buzzing. Could it be that the Great King fought against the Tathagata Buddha for 300 rounds without faltering? Was it true that the legendary Thunder Sound Temple was shattered by the Great King? Countless disciples of the Buddhist sect, including 2 revered Buddhas, fell at the hands of the Great King. For a moment, silence enveloped the water curtain cave, where even a falling needle could be heard. Long live the Great King! Someone shouted, breaking the silence, and the sound surged like a tidal wave across the flower and fruit mountain. Great King, your cultivation now reaches the heavens, and no celestial being can harm you. Should you not establish a name for yourself, a title that would command the respect of all heroes? The old monkey, the first to awaken, gazed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. It was indeed time for a name. If even the celestial beings bore titles, then he, too, deserved one befitting his prowess after battling the Tathagata Buddha. As the cries began to dwindle, the monkeys and demon kings chimed in with suggestions. I propose the title of Divine Monkey King. No, Divine Monkey King lacks elegance. It should be Supreme Demon King. That is too pedestrian. Our Great King is majestic. Such a title would be beneath him. Indeed, the Great King should be called the World-Shaking Demon King. What nonsense. Our Great King is nothing like a demon. How about the Great Beautiful Monkey King? As the debate raged on, uncertainty clouded their minds, and beads of sweat formed on Sun Wukong's brow. Silence. Allow me to speak. The old monkey interjected, commanding attention. With this proclamation, silence fell upon the assembly of demon kings and monkeys. Among them, aside from Sun Wukong, this old monkey was the most knowledgeable. Old horse monkey, what do you think? Sun Wukong inquired, harboring a fondness for the elder. Naming was indeed the old monkey's initial suggestion. Yes, Great King, the old horse monkey replied, bowing respectfully. Your cultivation has transcended the earthly realm. The celestial beings cannot harm you. In the primordial world, the saint is revered, while all beneath the saint are but ants. You have long surpassed the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements, existing alongside the heavens and the earth, sharing the brilliance of the sun and the moon. In light of your unparalleled battle with the Tathagata Buddha, I believe you should be called the Great Sage equal to heaven. Excellent. Great Sage equal to heaven. A tiger-headed demon king exclaimed, his voice booming like thunder, echoing throughout the mountains. Great Sage equal to heaven, existing alongside the heavens, enduring with the earth. The mountains reverberated with the enthusiastic cheers. Observing the fervor in the eyes of the gathered demons, Sun Wukong scratched his cheek. Children, from henceforth, I shall be known as the Great Sage equal to heaven. In this moment, a fleeting haze enveloped Sun Wukong's gaze. In a past life, he had been the formidable Great Sage equal to heaven. Yet now he realized that the figure in his dreams was but a jest, a mere pawn in the celestial game, struggling against the likes of the celestial wolf. Now, however, he possessed the true strength worthy of such a title. Perhaps he truly was the Great Sage equal to heaven now. Everything he had achieved was a testament to his master's guidance. Compared to the Bodhi Patriarch, his master was divine. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies were the pinnacle of martial arts, while the great immortal technique taught in dreams by the Bodhi Patriarch paled in comparison. Reflecting on Yuán Gē, Sun Wukong called out, "Silence. Have you seen a young man recently? He is my master." At his words, the demons fell silent. A young man? They pondered, shaking their heads. Residing in the East Sea, Flower and Fruit Mountain rarely saw humans. They had never encountered a living person. The existence of Yuán Gē was known only to Sun Wukong, and how could these little demons have seen him? Indeed, his master, with his unfathomable prowess, would remain unnoticed by them. Sun Wukong thought to himself as he glanced towards the empty, ethereal peak. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. "Wukong, come to your master." Chapter 74. Wukong, you have done well, master. Upon hearing the calm and gentle voice, Sun Wukong's eyes glistened with tears. In the bewildered gazes of the demons, he dashed towards the ethereal peak. What master? The Great King's master? Is the Great King's master on Flower and Fruit Mountain? By the heavens, if the Great King is this formidable, what kind of being is his master? It dawned on them why they could not approach that mountain peak. It was where the Great King's master resided. The demons, filled with trepidation, realized they were unaware of Sun Wukong's master. They understood now that amidst the myriad peaks of Flower and Fruit Mountain, only that one, the ethereal peak, was beyond their reach. The existence of the Great King's master was truly a source of awe. The demons swallowed nervously, their minds swirling. They had never imagined such a powerful being dwelled within Flower and Fruit Mountain. In truth, many demons and creatures within 100 miles had seen Yuán Gē when he once appeared and frightened away the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. However, in an instant, Yuán Gē erased their memories, and they never recalled how the Bodhisattva was struck away by a single palm. The Great King's master is undoubtedly an enigmatic being. You must never provoke such a deity, lest even the Great King be unable to protect you. The old horse monkey's murky gaze gleamed with intensity as he spoke sternly. Yes, the demons nodded in unison. They understood without needing further instruction that from this day forth, that place would be regarded as the sacred ground of Flower and Fruit Mountain, the abode of the being who had trained the Great King to battle the Tathagata Buddha. Monsters possess emotions and desires, and they too comprehend the meaning of life and death. This was a true deity, deserving of reverence and not ire. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, ascended to the peak of the ethereal mountain. There stood Yuán Gē, his hands clasped behind his back, smiling down at him. Overwhelmed, Sun Wukong could not contain his tears, kneeling heavily upon the ground without using any magical protection, causing spiderweb cracks to spread across the surface. "Master, I pay my respects," Sun Wukong proclaimed, bowing deeply 3 times. Each bow echoed with a resounding thud. "It has only been a few years, and you have already become the Great Sage equal to heaven, yet you still weep?" Yuán Gē smiled softly, gesturing with a wave of his hand, bestowing a gentle power that lifted Sun Wukong, who was eager to bow again. One must uphold propriety. Without it, nothing can thrive. A nation without propriety cannot find peace. Yuán Gē received Sun Wukong's reverence gracefully. He was not a rigid individual, yet he valued customs. Respect could not be disregarded. As a gentleman of the future, Yuán Gē knew that the bond between master and disciple must not stray from etiquette. After 3 resounding bows, he lifted Sun Wukong. In all things, adherence to rules is essential. Excess can be counterproductive, leading to a loss of warmth in the relationship. Master, Sun Wukong sprang back to life. Vibrant and animated, recounting his remarkable feats to Yuán Gē. I shattered the Thunder Sound Temple, vanquished several Buddhas and countless Arhats, and nearly drove the Tathagata to madness. Did I not? Before Sun Wukong could finish, Yuán Gē interrupted, gazing at him with an appreciative smile. Master truly possesses an uncanny foresight, indeed. Nothing can escape your keen perception. I wonder if you have ventured to the Spirit Mountain? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Before Yuán Gē, he forever remained that obedient little monkey. The master has been nothing short of a rebirth for him, a benefactor whose kindness weighs heavily upon him. Even before his emergence into the world, the master had silently aided him. From repelling Guanyin to entering the underworld, defeating the king of Xitigarbha to rescue him, guiding him in the Buddhist prison atop Spirit Mountain, and imparting invaluable treasures and rare techniques. As his realm ascended, Sun Wukong increasingly sensed the mystery and might of Yuán Gē. Even in his current state, he could not fathom Yuán Gē's cultivation. While he could clearly discern that Yuán Gē was at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, he could not accept that Yuán Gē was as simple as he appeared. At the pinnacle of his own Great Luo Golden Immortal state, he had to exert all his efforts to rival those at the 3rd or 4th tier of quasi-saint. And he had been utterly crushed by experts like the king of Xitigarbha. Yet, the master could eliminate Guanyin and the king of Xitigarbha with a mere flick of his wrist. How terrifying that was. Sun Wukong acknowledged that even in his present form, he could only hope to defeat the king of Xitigarbha within 10 moves, not achieve an instantaneous victory. This grand uproar at Spirit Mountain, while seemingly magnificent, made him acutely aware of his deficiencies. He could not even breach the 9-petal lotus platform of Tathagata. Wasn't he wielding a supreme innate spiritual treasure? If it were the master, perhaps even Tathagata would be at his mercy. Sun Wukong's thoughts were not misguided. Yuán Gē had reached the mid-stage of the 6th layer in the chaotic refinement of the holy path, and against a peerless quasi-saint like Tathagata, it would merely take a move or two. Yuán Gē's path diverged from that of others. His prowess could nearly touch the realm of a saint. Unlike the traditional quasi-saints of the primordial era, who would invariably be obliterated by a saint's single strike, even during the sealing of the gods. Despite suppressing the likes of Kongxian, he could not withstand a mere finger from the Taoist of quasi. A casual gesture revealed Kongxian's true form. And that was in a scenario where the Taoist of quasi had refrained from lethal force. Were he to wish for death, a single move would suffice. Below the saints, all are but ants. This is an ironclad law. Throughout history, no one has ever shattered this decree. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Yuán Gē nodded lightly, affirming that he had indeed gone. But upon witnessing Sun Wukong hold his ground against Tathagata, he had chosen to depart, resolving a few matters along the way. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. As astute as he was, he could not be oblivious to Yuán Gē's intentions. Without Yuán Gē, he might have perished on Spirit Mountain. He could scarcely contend with Tathagata alone, let alone another powerful figure of similar caliber. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Sun Wukong bowed deeply, with utmost sincerity. It is of no concern. I merely wish to avoid any disruptions, allowing you the pleasure of settling scores. Yuán Gē waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. You have performed admirably. I have been attentive to your every endeavor, and achieving this in merely 8 years is remarkable. Listening to Yuán Gē's praise, Sun Wukong felt a pang of embarrassment. It was only because of such a magnificent master that he, Sun Wukong, could stand where he was today. Otherwise, he feared he might have fallen back into old habits. However, hearing Yuán Gē's commendation filled him with joy, akin to a child receiving affirmation from a father. Observing Sun Wukong, Yuán Gē smiled enigmatically, his fingers moving slightly, causing an object to materialize in the space around them. Chapter 75, Masterpiece. It was an ancient, fragrant desk adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, alongside a blank banner. Today, I shall present you with a gift, Yuán Gē declared, waving his sleeve and picking up a brush from the desk, beginning to write with fluid grace. With a few swift strokes, 4 profound characters sprang to life on the paper. Sun Wukong gazed at Yuán Gē in astonishment, his heart brimming with shock. He had believed his master to be formidable, yet he had not anticipated the brilliance of Yuán Gē's calligraphy. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong felt an even deeper gratitude For the 4 characters inscribed were none other than Qi Tian de Sheng, great sage equal to heaven. It was known that in the primordial world, cultivators were as numerous as the stars, yet those of substantial achievement were not necessarily adept in the art of calligraphy, having traversed to a lesser world for 2 millennia. Apart from regular cultivation and combat, Yuán Gē's greatest passion was the art of writing. In this realm devoid of networks and high-tech marvels, he immersed himself in the beauty of calligraphy. Yuán Gē's ability to shatter the void after 2,000 years in a world of scarce spiritual energy and to attain a state of mind as sharp as a blade, severing all illusions, was intricately linked to his mastery of calligraphy. What do you think? Do you like your master's gift? Yuán Gē concluded his strokes, gently blowing on the banner, causing the characters to dry instantly. I do. Your characters are unpretentious yet encompass the universe. These 4 words soar like untamed steeds, vanishing into the ether, akin to a celestial dragon soaring through the skies. Sun Wukong's admiration was genuine, even without understanding the nuances of calligraphy. He recognized the rarity of such artistry. Moreover, he sensed an intangible essence of the Tao embedded within the characters, to inscribe such Taoist resonance into his writing. Sun Wukong knew he could never achieve that level of proficiency even after a century of diligent practice. While he excelled in martial arts, he felt utterly ill-suited for the delicate art of calligraphy. Enough flattery, Yuán Gē chuckled, observing Sun Wukong with a playful glint in his eye. Hang this banner atop Flower Fruit Mountain. If my predictions hold true, the heavenly court will soon dispatch emissaries to convey a decree acknowledging your title. Titles in the 3 realms were reserved for those who stood out from the crowd, like Xin Yuanzi, revered as the ancestor of Earth immortals for his contributions during the shattering of the primordial world, earning respect from wandering cultivators. Some titles were bestowed out of respect, while others were earned through strength. Sun Wukong's title of Great Sage equal to heaven was forged in the battle at Spirit Mountain. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Master, I, Sun Wukong, have no desire for the heavenly court's recognition. I am still contemplating another grand upheaval in the heavenly palace, having experienced the dream of Nake. Sun Wukong instinctively uttered the word again. Afterward, he scratched his ears and grinned foolishly. In that dream, the heavenly court had conspired with Tathagata to ensnare him. Each player was a master of deception, especially the Jade Emperor, who, despite possessing boundless cultivation, had concealed himself beneath a table, making him believe he was invincible, only to foolishly engage in a battle of wits with Tathagata. Sun Wukong's feelings toward the heavenly court were equally negative, albeit not as intense as toward the Buddhist sect. He vaguely recalled the powerless cries he had uttered while trapped beneath the 5-Finger Mountain. Jade Emperor, Tathagata, I have been deceived by you, deceived. Every memory was vivid, and Sun Wukong felt increasingly grateful for encountering his esteemed master, Yuán Gē. Enough, Yuán Gē waved his hand. Your title is acknowledged by me, and you may accept it. But it matters not. The heavenly court will recognize it, and the myriad immortals of the earthly realm will also come to know of it. This will be beneficial for you in the future. Yuán Gē pondered for a moment before speaking softly. As for another upheaval in the heavenly palace, it might not be far off. There will be ample opportunities ahead. In that moment, Yuán Gē felt a surge of excitement. The grand uproar at Spirit Mountain had bestowed upon him immeasurable benefits. What if the next upheaval in the heavenly palace brought about a 100-fold increase? Yuán Gē understood the principle of not forcing matters. The current chaotic situation made it unwise for Sun Wukong to instigate a ruckus in the heavenly palace just yet. The disturbance at Spirit Mountain had been too significant. Saints were not fools. Everything must be reasonable. A disturbance in the heavenly palace was inevitable, but it required a methodical approach. For instance, during this upheaval at Spirit Mountain, Sun Wukong had been captured by the lantern lighting and subjected to humiliation in the Buddhist prison, while the Buddhist sect had successfully established its authority before the world's cultivators. However, while one may kill, one must not endure humiliation. Sun Wukong's quest for vengeance was the natural order of things. Yuán Gē had meticulously plotted and maneuvered to subtly alter the original script. If an unnamed master were to incite Sun Wukong to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, it would not only jeopardize Sun Wukong but also adversely affect his future cultivation. Yuán Gē sincerely regards Sun Wukong as his disciple, having observed his story through the ages. How could Yuán Gē, having the opportunity to alter Sun Wukong's tragic fate, act out of selfish desires to harm him? Master, is what you say true? Sun Wukong's eyes brightened as he bounded to Yuán Gē's side, scratching his ears. Indeed, when have I ever spoken frivolously? Yuán Gē gently patted the back of Sun Wukong's head, smiling as he spoke. Then I, old son, shall await this day. Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy at the prospect of causing chaos among the celestial beings. However, a moment's reflection darkened his expression. Master, my murderous intent has been excessive. I have destroyed the Thunder Sound Temple in Lingshan. The Western Two Saints, just the thought of the saints filled Sun Wukong with a sense of suffocation. Even with Yuán Gē beside him, he remained uncertain whether Yuán Gē could contend with the saint. The saints of the universe are steeped in ancient legend, known to all, and can be counted on one hand. Sun Wukong had never heard of Yuán Gē's name. Moreover, how formidable must a saint's realm be? Yuán Gē stands alone while the Western world boasts two saints. Despite his outward confidence, Sun Wukong was plagued by deep-seated worries. He feared that his actions might bring suffering upon Yuán Gē. If Yuán Gē were to endure hardship because of him, it would be a torment greater than death. Observing the concern in Sun Wukong's eyes, Yuán Gē smiled reassuringly. My dear disciple, everything has its own course. Currently, the saints cannot intervene or traverse the three realms. Sun Wukong's inherent kindness shone through. He had never relished taking lives, which Yuán Gē found endearing. As long as no one provoked Sun Wukong, he would not wield his immense power to bully the weak, aligning with Yuán Gē's ideals of gentlemanly conduct. Yuán Gē discerned Sun Wukong's thoughts. Recognizing his concern for his master, Sun Wukong, imbued with righteousness, retained a pure heart despite his formidable power, which further pleased Yuán Gē. Hearing his master's words, Sun Wukong's expression softened. With this assurance from his master, he felt at ease and declared, I shall hang your esteemed calligraphy at the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain. Chapter 76, Castaway. The banner inscribed by Yuán Gē was personally hung by Sun Wukong atop Flower Fruit Mountain. Once displayed, the four large characters could be seen clearly for miles, exuding an almost magical aura that even the lesser demons could perceive distinctly. Your master's calligraphy is truly extraordinary, Sun Wukong remarked, hovering in the air, gazing at Yuán Gē with respect. Very well, the heavenly court's people have arrived, Yuán Gē said, his gaze directed towards the heavens. Smiling gently. Huh? Where? Sun Wukong exclaimed, perplexed, as he expanded his divine sense yet failed to detect anyone approaching. Go to the water curtain cave and await the arrival of the star of the White Emperor, Yuán Gē instructed, waving his sleeve lightly. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt the scenery around him shift, and he found himself in the water curtain cave. Indeed, my master's abilities are boundless, Sun Wukong thought, astonished. This simple technique of teleportation would take him ages to comprehend. It is worth noting that Sun Wukong was now a formidable being at the 8th layer of the quasi-saint realm. Although he offered no resistance, he felt Yuán Gē's presence akin to that of a sovereign, leaving him with no thoughts of defiance. Before long, an elderly Taoist descended upon the clouds. It was the star of the White Emperor, who had come from the heavenly court. As Sun Wukong hung the banner atop Flower Fruit Mountain, the heavenly court had already received word of this development. The spectacle of Sun Wukong's disruption of the Buddhist realm had left the celestial beings in awe. The heavenly court, as the sovereign of the three realms and the nominal highest authority, had been closely monitoring the happenings at Flower Fruit Mountain, with many deities paying attention to its activities. The moment Sun Wukong unveiled the title Great Sage Equal to Heaven, the Jade Emperor promptly issued a decree for the Star of the White Emperor to announce the heavenly court's rewards. Given Sun Wukong's current strength, even the Jade Emperor held a measure of apprehension. Who among the celestial beings had not cultivated for countless eons? Who could match Sun Wukong, a prodigious being who had reached the quasi-saint late stage in just a few short years? Most importantly, who is the master behind Sun Wukong to produce such a disciple? Yuán Gē must be remarkably powerful. Even bestowing a nominal title to acknowledge Sun Wukong's existence would cost the heavenly court nothing and would serve to curry favor with him. A most advantageous arrangement for the Jade Emperor. Great Sage, Great Sage. The myriad little demons gazed upon the star of the White Emperor, who was calling out to Sun Wukong. As he approached the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain, the star of the White Emperor glanced at the banner, his pupils contracting in astonishment. Merely looking at it induced a sense of dizziness. This calligraphy is truly remarkable, he thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. Seeing that Flower Fruit Mountain fell silent, he called out again, Great Sage Sun, I am the star of the White Emperor, here to deliver rewards on behalf of the Jade Emperor. Get lost. Sun Wukong's thunderous voice echoed from the water curtain cave before the star of the White Emperor could finish his sentence. Taken aback, The star of the White Emperor paused. Get lost? Am I being told to leave? A surge of indignation surged within him. Yet, recalling Sun Wukong's invincible demeanor, he steadied himself and spoke. Great sage. I come representing the Jade Emperor to present you with rewards. Surely, the great sage would not refuse an audience? Oh? Sun Wukong peered through the waterfall, fixing a cold smirk upon the star of the White Emperor. Pray tell, what gifts do you bring? It was not surprising that Sun Wukong harbored such disdain. He might have been more agreeable to another deity, but the star of the White Emperor was different. In the dream of the southern branch, it was the star of the White Emperor who had continually tempted him. From the decree of peace in the lower realm to being conferred the title of the horsekeeper in the heavenly court, all orchestrated by the star of the White Emperor. Sun Wukong vividly recalled that day when he was pressed beneath the five-finger mountain and the Buddha, along with Ananda and Kasyapa, entered the heavenly hall. The celestial beings had reveled in his predicament, especially the star of the White Emperor, who had laughed uproariously. Sun Wukong held no affection for the heavenly court. As for the Jade Emperor's rewards, they were of little interest to him. He preferred the praise of Yuán Gē over any accolades from the Jade Emperor. Oh, great sage. The star of the White Emperor began, sensing a potential opportunity. The Jade Emperor has decreed to bestow upon you the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, establishing eternal goodwill with the heavenly court. Stop. Sun Wukong interjected, suddenly appearing before the star of the White Emperor. His gaze bore into the latter, his countenance a mix of disdain and mockery. You can return and tell the Jade Emperor that I, old Sun, shall not establish goodwill with anyone for eternity. Furthermore, this title of Great Sage equal to heaven is self-bestowed. I do not require the Jade Emperor's acknowledgement. The star of the White Emperor stood in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, he sensed the aura emanating from Sun Wukong, quasi-saint. Sun Wukong's cultivation was undoubtedly at the quasi-saint level, and not merely any ordinary quasi-saint late stage. This faintly leaked aura instilled a profound fear in the star of the White Emperor, rendering him hesitant to speak further. Enough. You may leave. Yuán Gē waved his hand dismissively, expressing his discontent. Children, come and cast this old fellow out. Upon receiving Sun Wukong's command, countless monkeys armed with peculiar weapons, including whips and iron rods, surged forward. The star of the White Emperor, witnessing Sun Wukong turn to depart, called out urgently, Great Sage, please hold. Around him, many lesser demons had gathered. Most of these creatures had yet to complete their cultivation, and the star of the White Emperor was confident that he could dispatch such minor demons with ease. What do you want? Sun Wukong frowned, his impatience evident. Great Sage. This is the Jade Emperor's reward. If you refuse, I shall be unable to fulfill my duties. And this is the first time in countless years that I have encountered the Jade Emperor get lost. Sun Wukong coldly retorted, who cares how you fulfill your duties? Cast him out. With that, countless little demons, wielding an assortment of strange weapons, forcibly expelled the star of the White Emperor from Flower Fruit Mountain. Sighing inwardly, the star of the White Emperor suppressed his discontent and silently flew back to the nine heavens. In the void, Yuán Gē couldn't help but chuckle. This monkey was increasingly exhibiting a regal demeanor. Yuán Gē discerned that Sun Wukong only behaved submissively in his presence, while he showed little respect to others. Tai-Bai Jinxing, at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, was easily recognizable to Yuán Gē. Who would have thought that one of the five Chi-True monarchs, Tai-Bai Jinxing, would be driven out by a group of minor demons with weapons? Silently, Yuán Gē strode toward the water curtain cave. Meanwhile, Tai-Bai Jinxing, having left Huagua Mountain in a disheveled state, returned to the heavenly court to report this situation truthfully to the Jade Emperor. In the Yaoqi, what? The Jade Emperor frowned, his tone displeased. Such arrogance from Sun Wukong. If it weren't for the mysterious figure behind him, why should I show him such leniency? He dares to defy my edict? Sensing the Emperor's wrath, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the Yaoqi. Tai-Bai Jinxing quietly inquired, Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Chapter 77, 20 years later. Observing the situation, the Queen Mother of the West interjected, Your Majesty, it's the first time someone has dared to defy Heaven's mandate. Sun Wukong indeed possesses the audacity to be so bold. The decree has been delivered, let him be. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor slightly nodded, acknowledging that Sun Wukong had severely embarrassed him today. However, since he enjoyed this behavior, there was little else to be done. He then spoke solemnly, Tai-Bai Jinxing. This matter must not leak. Otherwise, I understand. I would not dare to utter a word. Tai-Bai Jinxing replied, bowing repeatedly. while secretly lamenting his misfortune. It was bad enough to be expelled by minor demons. Now he faced reprimand from his superior. Being a worker is truly a difficult endeavor. Meanwhile, after leaving the Burning Sun Valley, the Buddha returned directly to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Upon witnessing the ravaged state of the temple, the Buddha felt a deep pang of sorrow. What a tremendous loss! As a leader, his failure was apparent. First, the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha was slain, uprooting the Buddhist influence in the underworld, leading to catastrophic consequences for the disciples. Subsequently, Maitreya Buddha also perished, and the ancient Buddha of Lamp was killed by that mysterious figure. In the Burning Sun Valley, with the death of the Lamp Buddha and the ghost car, he had not only lost troops but also 3 innate treasures. Most importantly, half of the palaces on Mount Sumeru had been destroyed, bringing utter disgrace to the Buddhist community. Reflecting on the recent grandeur of the public trial of Sun Wukong, it now seemed as if the entire world of cultivators would mock them. Buddha, given the calamity that has befallen Mount Sumeru, should we report to Amitabha Buddha and Bodhisattva Juandi? Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva asked as she approached the Buddha. The Buddha shook his head. Avalokiteshvara, with such grave events, 2 of the 3 world Buddhas have perished. Amitabha Buddha likely already knows, but they cannot intervene and have not issued any directives, likely believing the situation is not yet dire enough for their involvement. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed dramatically. Buddha? The ancient Buddha of Lamp was truly killed by that mysterious figure? Manjushri Bodhisattva trembled. A faint sense of fear enveloped everyone. This mysterious figure loomed over them like a sharp blade. Just a short while after the departure of the ancient Buddha of Lamp, he had passed away. What kind of being could annihilate the ancient Buddha of Lamp in an instant? Everyone involuntarily recalled the scene of Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the Buddhist realm. Picturing the moment the mysterious figure struck down the ancient Buddha of Lamp. Esteemed ones, this is indeed a calamity for our Buddhist sect. The true spirit of the ancient Buddha of Lamp remains, as do the true spirits of the others. I shall assist them in their reincarnation, the Buddha declared. Observing the panicked expressions around him, the immediate priority is to rebuild the Thunder Sound Temple and prepare for the journey to the west. Sun Wukong, in his current state, is no longer suitable for the journey. Do any of you have suitable candidates for the quest? Reporting to the Buddha, there is indeed a suitable candidate who can replace Sun Wukong as the protector, Manjushri Bodhisattva mused, smiling. Who is it? The Buddha turned his gaze, as did Avalokiteshvara and the others. Buddha, it is the Tongbei monkey. This monkey is one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, capable of manipulating the sun and moon, compressing mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, and wielding the powers of the universe, Manjushri Bodhisattva explained. However, this Tongbei monkey enjoys revelry and currently possesses only the cultivation of a golden immortal. Manjushri Bodhisattva knew so much because of his mount, the Qingmao lion, which had extensive connections among the demon race, including the Tongbei monkey. As the owner, Manjushri was privy to many matters concerning the demon race. Manjushri Bodhisattva, here is a 3-transformation golden pill. Please handle the matter regarding the Tongbei monkey and bestow upon him the golden pill to enhance his cultivation, so he may reach the realm of Tai Golden Immortal and serve as the protector, the Buddha instructed, handing the golden pill to Manjushri Bodhisattva. Understood. Manjushri Bodhisattva accepted the golden pill and rose to depart on a lotus platform. Buddha, with the impending journey to the west. Since Sun Wukong is to be replaced by the Tongbei monkey, should we not also consider the golden cicada? Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva inquired, watching Manjushri leave. The golden cicada has been in seclusion for 8 years and has yet to emerge. There is no rush, the Buddha replied, gazing into the depths of Mount Sumeru, where the golden cicada was in retreat. At this moment, the Buddha harbored a sliver of doubt. The golden cicada had never secluded himself for such an extended period. What could be the reason? Buddha, if the golden cicada remains in seclusion for several hundred years, what shall we do? Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva furrowed her brows, expressing her concern. Fear not, I have just divined that he will emerge shortly. Even if it takes him another 10 or 8 years, it will not significantly impact the overall situation. The Buddha replied with a faint smile. By the way, Avalokiteshvara, in due time, I will need you to visit the heavenly court to address matters regarding the curtain-rolling general and Marshal Tianpa. Yes, Buddha, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva nodded. As the great Bodhisattva overseeing the journey to the west, Avalokiteshvara was indeed quite busy. At the same time, the benefits she reaped were considerable. As one of the 4 major bodhisattvas on Mount Sumeru, The advantages she gained post-journey were scarcely inferior to those of the three-world Buddhas. Proclaimed that the reconstruction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple commences immediately. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, you shall personally visit the underworld to oversee the reincarnation of our Buddhist disciples' true spirits. In accordance with my mandate, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva accepted the jade vial from the Buddha and departed Mount Sumru, heading towards the underworld. With the issuance of numerous commands by the Buddha, order was swiftly restored to Mount Sumru. One cannot deny that the Buddha's recognition by the path of salvation and Bodhisattva Junti as the Buddha stemmed not only from his cultivation, but, more importantly, from his leadership abilities. With the diligent efforts of many Buddhist disciples, within a few days, the entire Mount Sumru was revitalized, with new palaces rising from the ground. Once again, the Buddhist light illuminated the mountain, accompanied by harmonious sounds and the fragrant waft of sandalwood. Meanwhile, the golden cicada was oblivious to all that transpired on Mount Sumru. He had reached the critical moment of refining his Dharma body relic. Generally, the process of refining such relics requires hundreds or even thousands of years, as each relic embodies the essence of a practitioner's spiritual journey, akin to demon pills. To assimilate and transform them into one's own cultivation requires a gradual integration, necessitating an extensive time frame. If one were to forcibly absorb it, there could be risks of rejection or even fatal explosion. However, the relic of the golden cicada was crafted specifically for him by Yuán Gē's system, thus evading such risks. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades had passed since Sun Wukong's uproar in the Buddhist realm. The golden cicada's process of refining the supreme relic was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 78, The Dharma Conference, Publicly Napping. During these 20 years, the true Yuán Gē remained atop Huagua Mountain, diligently studying the ancient volumes of chaos alchemy and the upper volume of the ancient scroll of time and space. Meanwhile, his avatar in the heavenly court continued to work tirelessly in the peach garden, with none of the celestial beings suspecting that it was merely Yuán Gē's avatar. It is not that Yuán Gē has grown complacent in his cultivation. Rather, since he concluded matters with Sun Wukong 2 decades ago, he has plunged into the study of 2 ancient scrolls, becoming utterly absorbed and unable to extricate himself. Compared to the chaos pill scripture, the ancient scrolls of space and time are far more esoteric. The former, however, has a foundation to build upon. And Yuán Gē has already mastered the art of crafting the 6 transmutation golden pill. Yet, the 9 transmutation golden pill, the pinnacle of external alchemy, remains beyond his grasp. The ancient scrolls of time and space, on the other hand, are profoundly intricate. It was only with the enhancement of his heavenly grade 4th-tier spiritual root that he managed to comprehend the 3rd page after years of effort. By the 8th year, he had achieved insight into the 3rd page, and now, 12 years later, he still has not reached the state of perfection. Once a prodigy in his previous life, Yuán Gē preferred the art of writing alongside his cultivation in the small world, and with these 2 arcane tomes, he has scarcely ventured outside, even encountering Sun Wukong only a handful of times. A soft voice of suspicion broke the silence, prompting Yuán Gē to set aside the ancient scroll and gaze towards the direction of the western heaven. A smile graced his face. My disciple has managed to refine a Sarira and reached such a remarkable state. His progression surpasses even that of Wukong. What a delightful surprise, he murmured, before once again immersing himself in the study of the chaos pill scripture. Disciple, I await the joy you shall bring. In the wind, the resonant voice of divine spirits echoed, unheard by ordinary ears. Moments ago, Yuán Gē perceived the tremors of the causal line connected to Jin Chanzi. Sensing a tumultuous force akin to a whirlwind and an ocean, starkly different from its previous frailty, Yuán Gē understood that a grand spectacle was about to unfold. All he needed to do was patiently await the outcome. In the spiritual mountain of the western heaven, today marked the opening of the door after Jin Chanzi's 28 years of seclusion. He emerged from a modest chamber, his visage as radiant as jade, adorned in a kasaya. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, a powerful aura briefly flashing before artfully concealing itself. At the very moment Jin Chanzi appeared in the Zen courtyard, the Buddha, Tathagata, turned his gaze towards him. Yet, he failed to notice anything amiss in his eyes. Jin Chanzi had merely progressed from the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the late stage. Jin Chanzi. The Buddha invites you to the Great Hall for a Dharma assembly, A Vajra messenger soon appeared outside Jin Chanzi's courtyard to convey the Tathgata's will. Upon hearing this, Jin Chanzi smiled and nodded, saying, "You may go ahead. I shall join you shortly after I tidy up." However, as he watched the Vajra depart, Jin Chanzi's expression suddenly turned cold. "Ah, so eager are we? Next, it seems I shall be cast into the cycle of reincarnation for 10 lifetimes of suffering, while you enjoy the fruits of my labor, indifferent to the lives of the people." A cold smile played on Jin Chanzi's lips. Calculating the time, he realized it mirrored the illusion conjured by his master, reflecting his own future. Thinking of Yuán Gē, he murmured, "Master, your disciple has been in seclusion for 28 years. I wonder if you're well." Jin Chanzi held a deep respect and admiration for Yuán Gē. Just 6 months prior, as he neared the completion of refining the Saraira, he came to understand the immense value of the treasures bestowed upon him by his master. He believed that even the likes of Guanyin and Tathgata would be envious if they knew of the Saraira's worth. This Saraira was a preeminent treasure, one that existed before the heavens and earth, pure and unblemished, a supreme-grade Saraira. Jin Chanzi gazed towards the east, the direction of Huagua Mountain. Silently, he bowed 3 times toward the east and whispered, "Master, please wait a moment. I will attend to matters here, and then swiftly come to serve you for all eternity." As he made his way to the Great Hall, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas turned to regard the smiling Jin Chanzi, nodding in quiet approval. It was evident that Jin Chanzi had made substantial progress during his seclusion. Another breakthrough would elevate him to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. However, a fleeting, peculiar expression passed through the eyes of the monks, which Jin Chanzi pretended not to notice. After bowing to Tathgata, he took his position, adopting a posture of meditation, akin to an old monk lost in contemplation as he listened to Tathgata's teachings. In former times, Jin Chanzi would have eagerly absorbed the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, pondering deeply, occasionally filled with doubt, and sometimes experiencing enlightenment. Yet today, he found the scene profoundly unsettling. The dignified Tathgata and the seated Buddhas appeared well-dressed, but possessed hearts akin to beasts, selfish, greedy, and solely profit-driven, not unlike feral creatures. Choosing instead to close his eyes and enter a meditative state, Jin Chanzi was unfortunately unable to escape the resonating voice of Tathgata's teachings, which echoed in his mind. He inadvertently began to perceive the sacred sounds as a lullaby. Soon, the faint sound of snoring emerged. In the solemn and revered Great Hall, Jin Chanzi had fallen asleep, lost in daydreams. According to the original script, Tathgata merely needed to exert a little influence for Jin Chanzi to drift into slumber, thus casting him down to the mortal realm. However, today, before Tathgata had even employed any divine powers, Jin Chanzi was already fast asleep. This scene caused Tathgata to momentarily halt his sermon, and the resonant sacred sounds ceased abruptly. The Great Hall fell into an unexpected silence, with Jin Chanzi's faint snoring ringing loudly in the ears of all present. Everyone wore expressions of confusion, looking towards Tathgata's esteemed disciple. Even Guanyin and others cast admiring glances at Tathgata, seemingly praising his remarkable skills. Among the multitude of Buddhas, being able to lull Jin Chanzi to sleep was indeed a testament to Tathgata's profound abilities. Yet Tathgata himself was bewildered. What is happening? How could he fall asleep in less than a quarter of an hour? Jin Chanzi. Tathgata could not contain his astonishment and thundered, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the assembled audience to wince. It was utterly outrageous for him to openly doze off in the temple. This was a grave offense, sparing Tathgata from a considerable amount of trouble. As he preached the Dharma, someone dared to fall asleep in the Great Hall. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Tathgata gazed at Jin Chanzi, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Chapter 79. All of you present are worthless. Jin Chanzi, Jin Chanzi, Jin Chanzi. Tathgata's voice, imbued with the power of the Buddha's sound, resonated like thunder in a clear sky. Weaker beings like the Kulpa and Arhut felt their minds buzz, their spirits destabilized. Had Tathgata harbored ill intentions, they might have bled from their 7 orifices under the weight of his voice. All the monks turned their gazes towards Jin Chanzi, who, under the spotlight, slowly awoke, yawning openly in front of everyone. Why are you all staring at me? Jin Chanzi feigned ignorance of how long he had slept, observing the somber expression on Tathgata's face and the astonishment of those present. Jin Chanzi, the teachings of the world-honored one are a great fortune. Why do you show such disrespect by falling asleep? Guanyin feigned great anger, scolding him before Tathagata could speak. Jin Chanzi glanced at Tathagata, chuckling softly. Oh, I see the Buddha was giving a sermon. I thought you were merely reciting scriptures, which lulled me to sleep. Upon hearing Jin Chanzi's nonchalant demeanor and astonishing words, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, their faces filled with questions. What was happening? Even Tathagata, at this moment, began to scrutinize Jin Chanzi. He sensed something was off today, something was indeed amiss, yet he could not discern what had changed within Jin Chanzi. This second disciple, who had always understood the importance of respecting his teacher, was chosen by Tathagata for his wisdom. But now, his demeanor seemed to have transformed entirely. As if he were a different person altogether. Jin Chanzi gazed upon the growth of his being, possessing a heart as pure as Buddha's, untainted. Unlike one who has become ensnared by the delusions of practice. Casting aside his inner doubts, the Tathagata spoke in a solemn tone. Jin Chanzi, I shall expound upon the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, the path of the Buddha. Why do you linger here in slumber? As the Tathagata inquired. Jin Chanzi casually scratched his ear. Are you truly speaking of the Dharma? I do not target anyone specifically, but I must declare that those present here do not practice the true teachings of the Buddha. They are all mere pretenders, mere refuse. At this declaration, the assembly of monks was taken aback. What? All present are pretenders? Refuse? How audacious! Jin Chanzi, how dare you speak disrespectfully before the Tathagata, uttering vile words? You must repent before the Buddha, or you shall face eternal damnation. In an instant, the hall reverberated with shouts of indignation as the assembled practitioners, despite their countless years of cultivation, found themselves thunderstruck by Jin Chanzi's words. There was undoubtedly something amiss with Jin Chanzi. His once pure heart had undergone a transformation. The Tathagata's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure, not allowing Jin Chanzi's words to cloud his judgment. This disciple, who had once been so different, now appeared as if he had undergone a dramatic change. Over the past 2 decades, the Tathagata had not been idle. His mastery had seen some advancement, particularly in the Mahayana teachings. As Jin Chanzi awakened, the Tathagata had already begun to contemplate the karmic implications surrounding him. However, to the Tathagata's surprise, Jin Chanzi seemed to harbor no grievances, nor was there any connection to others in the web of causality. This was undoubtedly troubling. Jin Chanzi, pray tell, how have we become pretenders? Upon uttering these words, the Tathagata employed the divine sound of the Dharma, attempting to coax Jin Chanzi into revealing the secrets of his heart. The Buddhist community had only recently recovered from the havoc wrought by Sun Wukong. The Tathagata wished to avoid any further calamity. In the shadows of his mind, the Tathagata sensed the presence of that mysterious figure once more. He sought to induce Jin Chanzi to disclose the truth behind his transformation, to clarify who had influenced him. Furthermore, Jin Chanzi was merely a late-stage Tai golden immortal. The Tathagata felt everything was within his grasp. Jin Chanzi resembled Sun Wukong within a conventional narrative. Regardless of the circumstances, today he had committed grave offenses, disrespecting the Tathagata, questioning the Dharma, and uttering foul language before the Buddha. These transgressions were self-inflicted, any one of which could condemn him to the cycle of rebirth and the suffering of 10 lifetimes. Ultimately, the Tathagata remained unperturbed, more concerned with the underlying reasons for Jin Chanzi's transformation. Upon hearing the Tathagata's words, the hall fell silent, with many monks casting furious glances at Jin Chanzi. The dignity of the Buddhist order was not to be insulted. Even as a disciple of the Tathagata, Jin Chanzi could not escape a dire fate today. Ah, do you wish to know the reason? Jin Chanzi rose, brushing off imaginary dust from his garments, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you have inquired, allow me to speak. Suddenly, Jin Chanzi's voice rose in intensity. You all are bound by faith, relying on offerings, preaching equality among all beings, the great compassionate Buddha. But I ask you to reflect honestly. Do you deserve this? Ignoring the chilling expressions of the assembly, Jin Chanzi stood with arms crossed, continuing to criticize the establishment. You exploit the pretense of helping all beings to engage in selfish acts. Have you truly cared for the lives of the common folk? Can you not see the chaos around you, the people suffering in dire straits? Who is the true Buddha? Is it you? Or perhaps you? Jin Chanzi pointed at the various Buddhas, his voice cold. This Lingshan claimed to be a pure land, basked in Buddha's light, yet you are greedy, lazy, selfish, and scheming. How can such a place be called a paradise? Are you aware of the rumors that circulate? The righteous are struck by thunder, while the greedy prosper. Misfortune seeks out the unfortunate, and life only deceives the poor. The Buddhist community only assists the wealthy? This is your doing. This is your dharma. I ask you, do you not have the audacity to face the truth? Especially you, Tathagata, who charges 3 do, 3 sheng, and 3 liang of gold for a single sermon. Do you not preach equality among all beings? Do you not realize that it would take an ordinary family 10 lifetimes to amass such wealth? You speak of the eastern lands as abundant and populous, yet you condemn them for greed and treachery. You turn a blind eye to the plight of the common people. And I ask you, Tathagata, to open your eyes and observe the citizens of the East compared to those of the West. The latter dream of reaching the East while you scorn them merely for their reverence for the way over the Buddha. In you, the great compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, whose sanctuary lies in the South Sea, the closest to the East, have you witnessed the demons that plague those lands? You claim to rescue the suffering. Why do you not aid the people of the West who are tormented by such evil? In your eyes, do you see anything beyond mere profit and loss? Are you all but beasts? No, to call you beasts would be to insult true beasts. You are all refuse, and the sight of you sickens me. You are not worthy of counsel. Chapter 80, Jin Chanzi, ascended to the 9th heavenly realm. And you, Jin Chanzi raised a delicate hand, pointing at one of the Buddhas, who was none other than the mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva. You are the southern king of the law, are you not? Do you believe that by transforming into the mosquito Taoist, you can silence the voices of the people? That scoundrel has committed countless evils, and yet holds the title of Bodhisattva? Truly laughable. Even more absurd is how you distort the truth before the world, proclaiming falsehoods to deceive the practitioners. You all sit high upon your thrones, engaging in base acts, yet chant daily about saving all beings? Spare us the embarrassment. If you continue to act with such selfishness and treachery, claiming to save all beings, then even a sow could climb a tree. Jin Chanzi's gaze cut through the assembly of high-ranking Buddhist figures, his words piercing their hearts like steel blades. The Tathagata's countenance darkened to an extreme, shrouded in frost. The other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas paled in response. The southern king of the law was filled with rage, his face flushed. Jin Chanzi, how sharp your tongue. This sacred ground of the Buddha cannot tolerate your slander. Guanyin Bodhisattva closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. Jin Chanzi, you must confess before the Tathagata. The sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is the only salvation. Jin Chanzi, how are you any different from the demonic path? Pushin Bodhisattva, who has often favored Jin Chanzi, could no longer contain his displeasure at Jin Chanzi's words and joined in. Jin Chanzi, you are audacious. You act thus before the Tathagata, and now you should be cast into the abyss, enduring tribulations to reflect upon your deeds. Buddha, I beseech you to cast Jin Chanzi into the abyss immediately. He has fallen into the demonic path, and only through reincarnation and trials can he cleanse the darkness within. The assembly of monks erupted in righteous indignation, all expressing their outrage. Jin Chanzi had cast insults upon every member of the Buddhist order, from the Tathagata to the lowest of earthbound monks. This had never been witnessed in the history of Buddhism. Jin Chanzi smiled coldly. What is this? Have you all revealed your true selves? Are you embarrassed now that your veils of shame have been torn away? Or were you simply floating on air, believing no one would uncover your charade? I see you. A group truly embodying the essence of deceit. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing Jin Chanzi's voice to falter. Jin Chanzi, enough. The Tathagata's expression turned frigid, and the weight of his presence surged forth, crashing against Jin Chanzi like relentless waves. As he spoke, a profound aura of golden light coalesced in the Tathagata's hands. Jin Chanzi, you have descended into the demonic path. Today, I shall cast you into the abyss, where you must earnestly repent. The golden cicada clicked his tongue, exclaiming, what a magnificent Buddha, what an imposing presence. Are you preparing to cast me into the abyss for 10 lifetimes of reincarnation? No, perhaps it is 100 lifetimes. Then, after that, you can continue to exploit my efforts to accrue your fortune? The monks around were taken aback. Today, the golden cicada was decidedly unusual. He repeatedly called upon the name of the Buddha, which was undoubtedly a sign of possession. In the past, the golden cicada was the epitome of respect for his teachers. Courteous and polite, with no discernible flaws save for a penchant for verbosity. Amitabha, the Buddha sighed softly, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. At that moment, he could hardly ponder how the golden cicada came to know of the 10 cycles of reincarnation. He only knew that the golden cicada had been incited by a nefarious individual. Nonetheless, once he cast the golden cicada into the abyss, enduring the cycle of reincarnation, the Buddha had ample means to investigate the cicada's primordial spirit. At that time, the identity of the instigator would become abundantly clear. Golden cicada, your sins are profound. It is best you reflect in the abyss, the Buddha declared, striking out with an open palm. Boom. The void trembled at that moment. A seemingly ordinary strike contained a portion of the Buddha's divine power. It was certain that even a late-stage Tai golden immortal would be sent flying by such a blow, let alone a mere golden cicada. My path will unfold of its own accord. There is no need for you to dictate it, Buddha. Upon witnessing the Buddha's attack, the golden cicada felt no fear. Today, our bond is severed. I, the golden cicada, am no longer a disciple of the Buddhist order. With that, he gently waved his palm, a faint luminescence surrounding it, appearing utterly unremarkable and devoid of any turbulence. You betray your teachers and ancestors. You deserve to perish. The Buddha was thoroughly enraged. Despite his typically composed demeanor, he could not endure the golden cicada's biting retorts. With an outstretched palm, he advanced towards the cicada. Crash! The palm imbued with the Buddha's concentrated power swiftly approached, enveloping the golden cicada. In the void, dark fissures began to emerge, and turbulent air filled the vast hall, rendering the monks unable to open their eyes. The golden cicada, merely a late-stage Tai golden immortal, was certainly to be crushed by such an attack. Indeed, the Buddha could temper his strength, preserving the cicada's primordial spirit for reincarnation. The monks, dazzled and unable to see clearly, whispered amongst themselves, Buddha, your power is lacking. Amidst the dense storm, the golden cicada's flippant voice echoed, startling the assembled monks. With a flick of his sleeve, the golden cicada effortlessly dispersed the Buddha's assault. He remained standing in place, untouched, as if the prior strike had not harmed him in the slightest. What is happening? Within the great hero hall, the Buddhists wore expressions of disbelief, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The golden cicada smiled, a surge of powerful aura emanating from him, imposing such pressure that the weaker beings were compelled to prostrate themselves, unable to move. The Buddha's pupils constricted as he stammered. You are not merely a Tai golden immortal, you are a quasi-saint? The golden cicada inclined his head slightly, affirming, Indeed, Buddha, you are not mistaken. I have ascended to the realm of the quasi-saint. Why do you all look so surprised? Is there something on my face? The golden cicada taunted, observing the astonished monks. Boom. As his words fell, his aura surged once more, the original pressure that the Buddha imposed now being pushed back. The two forces clashed within the hall, neither yielding. As the golden cicada's might increased, many others in the hall, akin to ordinary arhats, were forced to the ground, gasping for breath. A chorus of startled gasps filled the air. Quasi-saint peak. 9 heavens. The Buddha's countenance shifted dramatically, a sense of choking dread rising within him. How is this possible? What extraordinary experiences has the golden cicada undergone? From the Buddha to the ordinary disciples, all gazed at the golden cicada, rendered speechless. Chapter 81. The Thunder Sound Temple. Has it collapsed again? The Buddha's expression fluctuated wildly. Such an occurrence was far too bizarre. Throughout his time traversing the primordial world, even during the divine sealing tribulation, he had never encountered such an uncanny situation. Sun Wukong could engage him in combat within merely 8 years, yet the golden cicada's progress was even more astonishing. In just 28 years, he had advanced from the early stages of Tai golden immortal to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Even the saints of yore had not achieved such a rapid cultivation speed. The saints reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint only during the war of the witches and demons. The golden cicada's connection to the Buddha was crystal clear. The path to quasi-sainthood could not be determined in a mere blink of an eye, yet the reality was evident. The golden cicada's aura could not be feigned. It was the genuine essence of a quasi-saint at the 9 heavens. If he were not at the quasi-saint 9 heavens, how could he see through the transformation techniques of the southern Buddha? Did the golden cicada, like Sun Wukong, receive guidance from that enigmatic figure behind the scenes? As this thought crossed his mind, the Buddha felt a surge of tumultuous waves within, accompanied by a tinge of greed. If that mysterious individual possessed such abilities, would it not allow the Buddhist order to dominate the world? Alas, that mysterious figure was consistently at odds with the Buddhist order. To cultivate a powerful being like the golden cicada or Sun Wukong would surely demand a considerable price. The Buddha's thoughts whirled, linking Sun Wukong and the golden cicada to the same shadowy figure. How about it? Are you surprised by your expressions? The golden cicada smiled faintly, relishing the sensation of slapping faces, a peculiar zest filling him. He was increasingly grateful to Yuán Gē, for all of this was bestowed upon him by Yuán Gē. Especially that relic. It was indeed tailor-made for him, its essence lasting until he reached the quasi-saint nine heavens. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare. Golden cicada, who has guided you? Surely, someone is assisting you from behind. Is that not so? The Buddha's gaze narrowed, his voice cold. Are you not the Buddha? If you know so much, seek your own answers. I have nothing to divulge. The golden cicada shook his head, looking at the Buddha with a teasing smile. Amitabha. The Buddha closed his eyes, uttering a solemn chant. Even at the peak of quasi-saint, there remained a significant gap. Do not presume that possessing a new sword grants you the freedom to act as you please. Boom. As the Buddha's words fell, he once again unleashed a palm from the nine-petal lotus seat. This time, the Buddha employed 70% of his strength, combined with the power of loss. This was the limit for an average quasi-saint at nine heavens. He sought to test the golden cicada's true capabilities. Then allow me to experience your esteemed techniques, Buddha. Stepping forward, the golden cicada unleashed a punch. Bang! The two formidable strikes collided in the void, creating a web-like pattern of cracks in the air, forcing many weaker disciples to retreat under the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva and others. The Great Hero Hall, stretching over 1,000 miles in width and height, felt incredibly confined as the Buddha and the golden cicada clashed. An ordinary strike could fill the greater part of the hall. At Huaihua Mountain, atop the misty peak, Yuán Gē raised his head, his star-like eyes piercing through countless voids to gaze upon Ling Mountain. Have they begun to fight? I did not expect that relic could elevate the golden cicada to such heights. Yuán Gē murmured softly, already witnessing the golden cicada engaging the Buddha. The golden cicada's foundation was unstable. He feared that after a few exchanges, he would no longer match the Buddha. Yuán Gē's gaze sharpened, instantly discerning the outcome of the golden cicada's confrontation with the Buddha. Soon after, Yuán Gē condensed his voice into a line, transmitting it to the water curtain cave. Wukong. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared at the entrance of the purple bamboo cottage. Without awaiting his greeting, Yuán Gē's voice resonated through the void. Wukong, swiftly go to Ling Mountain and escort the golden cicada. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression brightened. Yes, master. If those bald donkeys dare to pursue me, I shall unleash a massacre. Go, but exercise caution. Yes, master. Sun Wukong bowed deeply, transforming into a golden light that vanished before the purple bamboo cottage. How intriguing. I wonder what rewards this encounter will bring. Yuán Gē's tranquil voice echoed through the void, dissipating in the wind, unheard by ordinary ears. On Mount Ling, within the grand Thunder Sound Temple, a thunderous boom resounded. After 3 exchanges, Jin Shanzi could no longer maintain his composure and retreated several hundred zhang. Truly, the Tathagata was formidable. His principles were far more profound than mine, and he had yet to wield his treasures. In truth, I was not his match at present. Jin Shanzi thought, stabilizing the turbulent energy within him. Suddenly, Jin Shanzi gazed up at the great hall above, his eyes gleaming. Shatter. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, causing the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 miles to rapidly converge, forming a colossal hand that soared towards the grand hall above. Not good. The Tathagata exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to intervene. Alas, it was too late. With a resounding crash, the recently reconstructed Great Hero Hall collapsed once more, leaving the distant monks staring in shock at the blazing sun above, utterly bewildered. The Tathagata, too, was taken aback. The Grand Thunder Sound Temple had collapsed again? Haha. Jin Shanzi reveled in the expressions of those around him. Tathagata, today I shall present you with a grand gift. As his words lingered in the air, Jin Shanzi ascended into the sky, unleashing a flurry of strikes downward. Boom, boom, boom. One newly constructed hall after another crumbled, shaking Mount Ling as if heralding the end of days. Countless disciples of the Buddha were reduced to ashes in the wake of Jin Shanzi's onslaught. However, he did not annihilate them entirely, leaving a sliver of hope for their survival. It seemed that these souls would be loath to take rebirth in the Buddha's realm in their next life. Being a monk was indeed a perilous vocation. The building had barely collapsed days ago, and now it had fallen again. Bold. The Tathagata thundered, having only managed to deflect a few strikes. Yet Jin Shanzi's relentless pursuit of destruction had obliterated a vast expanse of palace. Jin Shanzi, you shall perish. The Tathagata brandished the wishful golden bowl, aiming it at Jin Shanzi. Bang. A Zen staff, a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, appeared in Jin Chanzi's hand. It shattered upon blocking a single strike from the wishful golden bowl, sending Jin Chanzi hurtling away with tremendous force. And the direction he was flung was unmistakably towards the Buddha prison. Haha. Tathagata, the grand gift I speak of is not as simple as destroying a few halls. Jin Chanzi laughed heartily as he beheld the Buddha prison within reach. Not good. The Tathagata's expression shifted in an instant, rushing toward Jin Chanzi, urgently calling out, Jin Chanzi. Halt. We can discuss this. But Jin Chanzi paid no heed to the Tathagata's words. Extending his hand, he struck out towards the Buddha prison from afar. At that moment, the many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on Mount Ling were seized with dread. Chapter 82. The Shattering of Buddha Prison. The dusty guests emerged from the mountain. It's over. Avalokiteshvara's face drained of color as she murmured, This cannot be. The Tathagata gasped, exclaiming, Jin Chanzi, you are truly ruthless. The others, too, were pale with fear. Within the Buddha prison were the 3,000 dusty guests, along with numerous formidable beings, those who had refused to embrace the Buddha's teachings, confined there for reflection. When Sun Wukong entered the Buddha prison, Yuán Gē had proclaimed that their emergence was not far off. Yuán Gē had also discreetly informed Jin Chanzi during his apprenticeship that he should not leave Mount Ling at the first opportunity, as this moment was crucial. If he had rashly approached the Buddha prison, the chances of success would have been minimal. However, by engaging the Tathagata and retreating to the edge of the Buddha prison, everything unfolded perfectly. The 3,000 dusty guests had initially been summoned to the Western Paradise by the guide, intended as laborers. Yet the majority had adamantly refused to submit to the Buddha's teachings. Should they all emerge today, having endured years of injustice, how would they treat the Buddha's realm? Jin Chanzi's strike had already slain the guarding Vajra, and after enduring 2 of the Tathagata's attacks, he shattered the Buddha prison completely. Instantly, a surge of formidable auras erupted from within. Who dares to release us from the Grand Thundersound Temple? The long-awaited fresh air filled the space, and the voices of the liberated echoed with laughter. Today, we shall collectively surge forth and teach the monks of Ling Mountain a lesson. At the moment the Buddha prison was breached, waves of powerful presences emerged, figures soaring forth from its depths. Jin Chanzi, these individuals are burdened by karma. Many among them are notorious wrongdoers. How dare you act against the heavens? The Tathagata, witnessing the collapse of the Buddha prison, felt a surge of panic. This was far more terrifying than the crumbling of the Grand Thundersound Temple. These were the laborers forcibly taken by the guide, many of whom had once held significant power. If released, what chaos might they unleash upon the earthly realm? The Tathagata could scarcely fathom the repercussions. With such lawless individuals released, the disciples of the Buddha across the 3 realms were sure to suffer. Tathagata, are you still so blind to the truth? What is karma? The heavens offer cycles of retribution. Who escapes their judgment? Do you not understand the principle of cause and effect? Just because they refuse to embrace the Buddha does not make them anomalies. It is truly laughable. Jin Chanzi's voice resonated through the heavens. Within the Buddha prison, there were good and evil, humans, demons, ghosts, and immortals. Though burdened by karma, each would ultimately reap their own rewards and misfortunes. Jin Chanzi could no longer tolerate the Tathagata's grotesque fade of superiority, as if all injustice in the world should be managed by the Buddha. As if the Buddha were the sole guardian of righteousness. Coupled with the actions of the Buddha itself, Jin Chanzi felt an overwhelming disappointment towards the Buddha's realm. Listening to Jin Chanzi's declarations and witnessing the figures emerging from the Buddha prison, the Tathagata felt an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent. These individuals must not be allowed to escape. Many among them had once been great Luo Jingxian. Who could say how many would have ascended to quasi-saint status after so many years? If they were released, the Buddha's realm would face endless calamities. Most importantly, should these individuals disperse into the 3 realms, they would spread countless rumors maligning the Buddha. Such a fate would be disastrous for the Buddha's fortunes. The Tathagata's thoughts turned to the Buddha's interests, and from that perspective, his murderous intent deepened. As the figures from the Buddha prison emerged, most appeared disheveled, clad in prison garb, although some had magically conjured new garments. After years of confinement, each bore a heavy aura of resentment. Jin Chanzi, the Tathagata, transformed into a blur, charging toward Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi, with a grave expression, prepared to buy time for these dusty guests. They were filled with hatred. If they could not exact their revenge now, their resolve would falter in the future. The Tathagata engaged Jin Chanzi in battle. his urgency mounting as he sought to swiftly subdue Jin Chanzi and quell the uprising of the dusty guests. If only the three-world Buddha were still present, he would not be in such a predicament. The mere thought of being the last of the three-world Buddhas ignited the Tathagata's fury. Kill! The liberated individuals shouted in unison, charging forth to confront the scattered disciples of the Buddha on Ling Mountain. Avalokiteshvara and others deployed their treasures in an attempt to halt the carnage unleashed by these vengeful souls. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a cacophony of luminous treasures erupted on Ling Mountain as the dusty guests and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas clashed in a chaotic melee. Each attack from Avalokiteshvara and her companions resulted in the fall of dusty guests. Yet the opportunity to re-enter the world had ignited their bloodlust. They fought with reckless abandon. Though the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Ling Mountain held superior strength, the average standard of their disciples paled in comparison. Countless Arhats, Kalyanas, and Vidras, far weaker than the dusty guests, fell in droves, even as Avalokiteshvara and Manjushri fought valiantly. Yet waves of disciples continued to perish. Kill! A red-clad wanderer, wielding a long spear, struck like lightning, instantly piercing 3 Arhats as if they were mere candied hawthorns. In a brilliant flash, a radiant Buddhist light erupted from behind him, and a colossal fist, measuring 100 zhong, smashed into his back, grievously wounding him. It was the Vajrapani Bodhisattva. Even on the brink of death, the man glared with venomous hatred at his attacker. Explode. Boom. Before the second strike from the Vajrapani Bodhisattva could land, the spear-wielding man chose to self-detonate. A shockwave engulfing the Bodhisattva. Coughing. Even a pinnacle golden immortal's self-explosion inflicted harm upon the Vajrapani Bodhisattva, who was at the 3rd level of quasi-saint. Brother, a woman, witnessing the man's self-detonation, was filled with rage and charged at the Vajrapani Bodhisattva with her sword. Get lost. The Bodhisattva unleashed another punch, intent on obliterating her in an instant. Yet, the fierce hatred transformed into an indomitable will, sustaining the woman. She spat blood repeatedly, clinging to the Bodhisattva's arm, and chose to self-detonate once more. Brother, I come to accompany you. With a reluctant glance at her brother, now shattered into countless fragments, cracks suddenly appeared all over her body. Boom! Another explosion erupted, and at that moment, even the Vajrapani Bodhisattva turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Elsewhere, the chaos continued, blood flowing like rivers, as the corpses of Buddhist disciples and red-clad wanderers piled up. The holy mountain was in utter disarray, with the wails of Buddhist disciples mingling with the battle cries of the wanderers. Kill! The red-clad wanderers, bloodied and frenzied, were driven by their hatred and murderous intent, instilling fear in the hearts of the Buddhist disciples. Chapter 83. The Tathagata has fled. As Jin Chanzi battled desperately against the Tathagata, he suddenly noticed the figure of Nanfa Wuxing Wangfua, transformed into a mosquito-like form, retreating towards the west. A sense of foreboding immediately gripped Jin Chanzi. That direction led to Mount Sumru, a place housing the 10 directional Buddhist kingdoms, countless small worlds, and many Buddhas from the Western teachings in meditation. Among them were formidable quasi-saints of the 9th level. If any of those Buddhas were to arrive, today might be the end for him and the red-clad wanderers. Jin Chanzi. Die. The Tathagata struck, sending Jin Chanzi plummeting from the heavens, followed by another blow from the divine palm of the Tathagata. Having already been sent flying by the 5th palm, this 6th strike was likely to push Jin Chanzi to his limits. Boom. As the 6th divine palm descended, Jin Chanzi felt his blood surge, his head spinning. Not good. With the 6th palm unleashed, I must retreat. I cannot be a match without any decent treasures. Jin Chanzi thought, realizing that Nanfa Wuxing Wangfua was undoubtedly seeking help from Mount Sumera. He had to withdraw now, otherwise, there would be no chance left. Seeing the Tathagata preparing his 7th palm, Jin Chanzi immediately retreated. Everyone withdraw. Once the reinforcements from Mount Sumeru arrive, none of us will escape. Jin Chanzi warned his fellow wanderers with the resonance of his voice. Boom. At that moment, the 7th divine palm struck, and Jin Chanzi's complexion turned as pale as death. A terrifying force slammed into him, sending him staggering and causing destruction to numerous grand halls as he struggled to regain his footing. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. The Tathagata, like a relentless shadow, pursued Jin Chanzi with a glint of cold malice in his eyes. Today, Jin Chanzi must perish. Hearing Jin Chanzi's warning, the bloodthirsty crowd hesitated. They understood that Jin Chanzi had been their savior. If not for him holding back the Tathagata, they would not have had the chance to seek vengeance. Behind Mount Sumeru lay countless terrifying existences in meditation, connected to the 10-directional Buddhist kingdoms and numerous small worlds. If several Buddhas from Mount Sumeru arrived, none of them would escape, and they would all face annihilation. Retreat. These ancient beings showed no hesitation, immediately commencing their withdrawal. Buddhist disciples, heed my command. Exterminate the wicked. In just a moment, the indestructible Vajrabuddha of Mount Sumeru will descend. The Tathagata, seeing the crowd scatter, immediately urged them, as the Tathagata issued his command. Except for the likes of Avalokiteshvara and other powerful quasi-saints who pursued, the remaining Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal disciples hesitated. They were paralyzed by fear from the relentless slaughter. Even in pursuit, they found themselves reluctant to advance, their courage shattered. Fine, I shall depart as well. I will seek you out again when my cultivation has advanced, Jin Chanzi thought as he observed the scene. Feeling a surge of satisfaction as he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Little beast, do you think you can escape? The Tathagata, seeing Jin Chanzi's retreat, revealed his murderous intent. With a swift motion, he activated his lotus platform, chasing after the fleeing Jin Chanzi. He possessed a technique to lock onto Jin Chanzi's aura, ensuring he would not lose track. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the two figures created a tremendous rush of air, the scenery below blurring as they sped away. Jin Chanzi, you cannot flee. The Tathagata, standing upon the lotus platform, continued to unleash the divine palms towards Jin Chanzi as they flew. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, and in mere breaths, they had already reached 1,000,000 miles distant. The Tathagata's divine palm reached its 9th strike at that moment. Boom, boom. Within moments, 2 palms struck, leaving Jin Chanzi in agony. He had to evade the Tathagata's attacks while desperately executing his escape techniques. Alas, Jin Chanzi was impoverished, lacking even a single worthy treasure. If only he had a flying or defensive artifact, he would not be so helpless. Suddenly, the Tathagata furrowed his brow, halting his pursuit and retracting his lethal attack. Gritting his teeth, beast, I shall deal with you another day. With that, the Tathagata turned towards the Western world, leaving Jin Chanzi in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? As Jin Chanzi pondered, a formidable aura appeared on the horizon, arriving with astonishing speed, even faster than Jin Chanzi himself. Upon witnessing this, Jin Chanzi's expression shifted to one of understanding. He realized why the Tathagata had abandoned his pursuit. The newcomer was none other than Sun Wukong, sent by Yuán Gē from Huagua Mountain to retrieve Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi, Sun Wukong, was just about to confront the Tathagata. Where is he? Sun Wukong, resplendent in golden armor with a red cloak billowing in the wind, scanned the surroundings. I saw my senior brother. He must have sensed your arrival and retreated in advance. Jin Chanzi replied with a slight smile, explaining the situation to Sun Wukong. That old Tathagata only knows how to bully you. If I had met him, I would have made him taste my new techniques. Sun Wukong nodded towards Jin Chanzi, disdainfully gazing in the direction the Tathagata had departed. Impressive. You have reached the 9th level of quasi-saint, even surpassing me. Sun Wukong exclaimed, taken aback by Jin Chanzi's progress. He remembered that he had been captured and taken to the Holy Mountain when Jin Chanzi was merely at the mid-level of Tai Golden Immortal. At that time, Sun Wukong had been curious why his master instructed him to pay special attention to Jin Chanzi. He never anticipated that Jin Chanzi would possess extraordinary potential. Hearing Sun Wukong's praise, Jin Chanzi quickly waved his hands. Brother, please do not flatter me. If not for Master's guidance, I might still be just a Tai Golden Immortal. Without Master, there would be no Jin Chanzi as you see today. Upon hearing the words of his master, Sun Wukong immediately altered his previously arrogant demeanor, adopting a solemn expression. Indeed, Master is an unfathomable existence. Even I, the old monkey, cannot comprehend the extent of his abilities. Yes, Jin Chanzi nodded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. By the way, where is Master now? Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Master is at Flower and Fruit Mountain. He possesses an uncanny foresight, predicting that Tathagata would pursue you and instructed me to provide assistance. Master is truly formidable, always anticipating the enemy's moves. As if there is nothing in this world he does not know. Isn't that self-evident? In this lifetime, I, the old monkey, submit to no one but Master. The two brothers engaged in light-hearted banter as they soared towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. Chapter 84, The Collapse of Thunder Sound Temple, A New Reward. At Flower and Fruit Mountain, atop the mysterious peak. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward due to Jin Chanzi's betrayal of the Buddhist sect. As Sun Wukong departed, the system's voice echoed in Yuán Gē's mind. With a flash, Yuán Gē opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, just as I expected. I wonder what this reward will be. He commanded the system. System, claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the reward. You have obtained the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 9-linked golden cudgel. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the reward. You have obtained the medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly dragon cassock. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the reward. You have obtained a fragment of the chaos supreme treasure. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the reward. You have obtained a strand of primordial purple chi. A series of rewards left Yuán Gē momentarily breathless. Similar to the weapons crafted for Wukong, it seemed these rewards were tailored for Jin Chanzi. However, Wukong had once demolished the Great Thunder Sound Temple. He pondered what would unfold this time. Open the Eye of Dharma. Yuán Gē's eyes flickered, shimmering like stars, instantly perceiving countless realms. His gaze pierced through to the Western Paradise, to the summit of Ling Mountain, to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Indeed, sabotaging the Buddhist sect proves a lucrative endeavor. Regardless of Yuán Gē's profound cultivation, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the ancient temple collapsing in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, particularly the central Mahavira Hall crumbling further. Simultaneously, he observed Tathagata pursuing from behind, with Jin Chanzi fleeing ahead. My disciple's misfortune lies in his lack of treasures. However, with my bestowed treasures, he shall no longer flee in panic, even if he cannot defeat Tathagata. Within the purple bamboo house, Yuán Gē's murmurs resonated softly. He then withdrew his gaze from Jin Chanzi, as Sun Wukong was already heading in his direction, confident that Tathagata would reconsider his pursuit. As a quasi-saint of the eighth heaven, Sun Wukong, bolstered by the law of battle, was indeed a figure to be reckoned with, even by Tathagata. As for the Chaos Supreme Treasure Fragment, Yuán Gē examined the shard in his hand. It radiated an aura that stirred his heart, akin to the previous fragment he had acquired. With a snap, Yuán Gē joined the two fragments together, causing a faint flow of light to envelop them. His pupils constricted slightly. With merely two fragments, he sensed the essence of the great Tao within. Furrowing his brow, Yuán Gē contemplated the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Capable of suppressing and breaking through chaos, possessing an unimaginably great power, far surpassing innate treasures. He wondered what would happen if he were to collect all the fragments. These two fragments resembled a metallic form that was neither gold nor iron. Alone, they appeared inconspicuous, but together, they resembled a sword's hilt. After a lengthy examination, Yuán Gē placed the Chaos Supreme Treasure Fragment into the system space and turned his attention to the primordial purple chi. Each time he studied it, he could sense its unique aura. The mere hint of murderous intent emanating from it sent chills down his spine. What a remarkable treasure. I didn't expect to acquire another strand of primordial purple chi so soon. Since the dawn of creation until the merging of Hongjun, there have only been 6 strands in total. To have obtained 2 in just a few short years, if word got out, it would surely incite a tempest of bloodshed. Yuán Gē gazed at the primordial purple chi radiating a supreme aura within the system space, speaking to himself. The last strand had propelled his chaos-refining saintly return to the true Tao from the peak of the 4th heaven to the 6th heaven. He wondered how this new strand would affect his progress. Could it possibly allow him to leap directly to the mixed element Deluo golden immortal realm, transcending all and wandering freely through the world? At the thought, Yuán Gē felt a surge of excitement. System, refine the primordial purple chi. Ding. Commencing refinement of primordial purple chi. Boom. A tremendous transformation occurred within Yuán Gē's body as the yin-yang great Tao rapidly expanded, reaching a state of perfection in an instant. The quality of his magical power surged dramatically, increasing once more. After a while, the entirety of the primordial purple chi had been refined. Is this the power of perfected loss? Yuán Gē extended a delicate hand, his fingers moving as black and white energies flowed like water to his fingertips. Late stage of the 6th heaven. Yuán Gē anticipated this outcome. His 7 laws of power were exceptionally robust, with no weaknesses. Though he had not directly ascended to the mixed element Deluo golden immortal realm, he was satisfied with this result. Simultaneously, Yuán Gē entertained a thought. If he could acquire another strand of primordial purple chi, could he once again delve into the great Tao of time and space? enhancing his understanding with the help of primordial purple chi? At this notion, a frenzied glint sparkled in his eyes. He was merely a chaos deluo, akin to a quasi-saint in the Honghuang world. Since he had traversed to the Honghuang world in this lifetime, he must strive to become the strongest. What does it mean to be the strongest? Achieving the chaos deluo realm while nearing the level of a saint is the pinnacle of strength. If that serves as a foundation, a springboard to attain the mixed element deluo, then even among saints, he would be unrivaled. To live as a hero. To die as a ghostly spirit. In this life, I shall stand atop the multitude to protect humanity. Moreover, the enigmatic aura emanating from the fragment of the Chaos Supreme Treasure compelled him to strive for unparalleled strength. A different brilliance shone in Yuán Gē's eyes. In that moment, his heart, akin to a blade, and his mind, like a mirror, underwent an intangible transformation. His gaze became sharper, capable of instilling fear in those weaker than him, causing them to lose their will to fight. This was the heart of a warrior, on the path of enlightenment. A steadfast Tao heart signifies the potential to traverse greater distances, and one is less likely to succumb to inner demons. Yuán Gē was unaware of this subtle change. Yet his aspirations were undeniably resolute. A saint is merely a fruit position, achieving different tiers of life forms. As a cultivator's realm continuously ascends, their lifespan lengthens. Upon reaching the realm of humanity, one would share longevity with the heavens. This represents a leap in life forms, fundamentally an evolution of genes. And the reason saints endure countless tribulations without perishing is that they embody the most exceptional life forms. The power prior to attaining the saintly fruit indeed influences one's strength at the time of becoming a saint. In this regard, Yuán Gē was entirely correct. He must seize the opportunity to comprehend the ancient scroll of time and space. At that moment, encompassing the great Tao of time and space, yin and yang, and the five elements, his essence would flow eternally, destined to become a unique existence within the Honghuang realm. Thus, Yuán Gē resumed studying the ancient scroll of time and space. Today, Yuán Gē thoroughly affirmed his path, one that belonged solely to him. Unbeknownst to him, this moment of profound decision would usher in unimaginable changes in the future. Disciple Sun Wukong, Jin Chanzi, pays respect to Master. Before long, two voices filled with utmost reverence resounded from outside the door. Chapter 85. Is Master merely a deluo? Creak. The door of the purple bamboo house swung open, revealing Yuán Gē in a black robe, his eyes radiating an aura of authority, smiling as he looked upon Sun Wukong and Jin Chanzi, who knelt on one knee. Rise. With a smile, Yuán Gē gently waved his sleeve, a gentle force lifting Jin Chanzi and Sun Wukong to their feet. Simultaneously, Jin Chanzi felt a surge of astonishment as he furtively exchanged glances with Sun Wukong. Their gazes met, revealing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. One was a quasi-saint at the 9th level, while the other was at the 8th. Yet, the power of Yuán Gē made them feel as if mere mortals stood before an unfathomable abyss or as ants faced a dragon. They sensed that even a peerless quasi-saint like the Buddha could not withstand a few strikes from Yuán Gē. Jin Chanzi, today we celebrate 3 joys. First, our reunion as master and disciple. Second, your spirited vengeance, causing a ruckus in the spirit mountain. And third, you're fulfilling my request to release the 3,000 worldly guests. With such joyous occasions, you, my disciple, lack a treasured protection. As you traverse the world, do not let our reputation wane. Therefore, I bestow upon you 2 treasures for your defense. With a graceful gesture, Yuán Gē conjured 2 items. The first was a meticulously folded celestial dragon robe, adorned with gold, silver, and glass, shining brilliantly. The second was a purple-gold 9-ringed staff, radiating a treasure aura that made Jin Chanzi's heart race. An offensive supreme innate treasure and a defensive mid-grade innate treasure. Jin Chanzi's breath caught as he recognized the extraordinary nature of these items, momentarily rendered speechless. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he felt Yuán Gē's kindness surpass the waters of the heavenly river beyond measure. Having previously received a supreme Dharma body relic, today he was gifted such treasures, rendering him speechless with excitement. Why are you dazed, junior brother? Hurry and express your gratitude. Sun Wukong chimed in, fidgeting. At this, Jin Chanzi regained his composure, kneeling once more. Disciple Jin Chanzi humbly thanks the master for these generous gifts. Jin Chanzi was a person of respect and reverence, more attuned to etiquette than Sun Wukong, embodying the demeanor of a modest gentleman. Yuán Gē was quite pleased with this aspect. Observing everything atop the spirit mountain, Yuán Gē noted Jinshan Zi's decisiveness, moral clarity, and compassion for all beings, recognizing him as a worthy disciple. When selecting disciples, talent is secondary, character is paramount. Yuán Gē's perspective differed from that of all sects and clans in the Primordial Age. Take good care of these gifts and do not neglect your cultivation, he advised with a smile, helping Jinshan Zi to his feet. Yes, master. Jinshan Zi replied respectfully. Turning to the two, Yuán Gē continued. Though you both stand as peak quasi-saints, the pinnacle of quasi-saints represents the deepest waters. The so-called 9th level of quasi-saintship is merely a quantitative accumulation. The Tao is the true realm. Only through diligent understanding can you tread the proper path. Even the revered Buddha, a peerless quasi-saint, cannot be easily confronted by you now. Why? Because his understanding of the Tao is profound. He has perfected the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, marking him as a notable figure among peerless quasi-saints. As one ascends in realm, even a first-level quasi-saint can suppress an ordinary 9th-level quasi-saint. Wukong, Jinshan Zi. Remember this. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will inevitably regress. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, unfazed by Yuán Gē's words. However, a storm surged within Jinshan Zi. He had become Yuán Gē's disciple much later than Sun Wukong and had fewer opportunities to seek guidance. Today marked Yuán Gē's first instruction to him. The Tao is the realm? The ordinary 9th level of quasi-saintship is merely quantitative accumulation? This statement struck Jinshan Zi like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his mind. In his long tenure within the Buddhist sect as a disciple of the Buddha, he had always been taught that realm equated to strength as one ascended in realm. One's power would naturally amplify. Yet, under Yuán Gē's guidance, everything seemed inverted. The Tao is indeed the realm? The foremost Buddhist sect, the pinnacle of power, has been cultivating in the wrong direction? Countless practitioners were immersed in arduous meditation and cultivation, striving for power accumulation, all in pursuit of elevating their realms. Yuán Gē's words resonated deeply within Jinshan Zi, akin to a divine revelation. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he bowed deeply to Yuán Gē. Above the 9th level of quasi-saintship, distinctions arise. Ordinary 9th level quasi-saints, peerless 9th level quasi-saints, invincible quasi-saints, and the extreme limits of quasi-saints. This was well understood among cultivators of quasi-saint status. The Buddha surpassed many ordinary 9th level quasi-saints. Invincible quasi-saints, such as Luya Daoran, were renowned figures, even commanding respect from the Buddha. As for the limits of quasi-saints, in the primordial realm, that title belonged to Kong Xian, the greatest of all. Even the invincible Luya Daoran had once fled in panic from Kong Xian during the sealing of the gods. These figures had all reached unfathomable levels of mastery over the laws of the universe. Excellent, Yuán Gē nodded approvingly, finding solace in Jinshan Zi's awakening. He had shared so much precisely because Jinshan Zi had never received his guidance before. Yuán Gē disdained the notion of hastening growth unnaturally or reducing cultivation to a formulaic approach, as seen in the ancient sects. Such methods stripped the soul from practice. Education must be tailored to the individual, leveraging strengths while addressing weaknesses, allowing each disciple to carve their own path, much like Yuán Gē had done. Now, you may depart. I surmise that the Buddhist sect will indeed take action. You should refrain from wandering about for the time being. Yuán Gē's voice echoed in their ears as a vast force enveloped Jinshan Zi and Sun Wukong, whisking them away from the summit of the misty peak. When they regained their senses, they found themselves within the water-curtained cave. Jinshan Zi gazed around at the shifting scenery, astonished and swallowed hard. Brother Wukong, what realm does Master truly belong to? He whispered, ensuring no one was in earshot. Sun Wukong shook his head. I only know that Master is a Deluo, but that is merely the surface. His realm is unfathomable, far beyond our comprehension. What? Master is a Deluo? How is that possible? Jinshan Zi's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice sharp like a startled kitten. Simultaneously, his mind buzzed with the sheer incredibility of it all. There is nothing impossible. Master cannot be measured by common standards. While you were in seclusion, I stirred chaos in the spirit mountain, and the ancient Buddha of Lamp sought assistance, only to be vanquished by Master in a single move. Had it not been for Master's intervention, I would not stand here now, Sun Wukong sighed, casting a respectful gaze towards the misty peak. Jinshan Zi fell silent, Yuán Gē's words echoing in his mind. The Tao is the realm. Chapter 86, The arrival of the Buddha of Shumi Mountain. After settling Jin Chanzi in Sun Wukong, Yuán Gē began to contemplate the ancient scroll of time and space atop the misty peak. The fourth illustration was finally complete. Even with a fourth-grade heavenly root and the assistance of the great Tao Mat, the progress seemed languid. Yuán Gē observed the fourth illustration, depicting 9 droplets of water. Thus far, he had comprehended the mysteries of the first 4 illustrations. Since acquiring the ancient scroll of time and space, Yuán Gē had spent over 20 years meditating atop Flower Fruit Mountain, a pace that could only be described as astonishing. Yet, he remained unsatisfied with such speed. If this were to spread, the beings of the 3 realms would surely be left in awe. Such a scroll depicting the evolution of the Tao of time and space. Even the first illustration would take countless eons for the deities of the 3 realms to comprehend. They would struggle to even cross the threshold, let alone grasp the subsequent illustrations. Yuán Gē remained unaware that his heavenly root, at the 1st grade level, already rivaled the top-tier talents of the primordial realm at the 9th grade level. His 4th grade heavenly root, coupled with the assistance of the great Tao Mat, was equivalent to the innate deities at the dawn of creation. Should his heavenly root ascend to the 9th grade, it would be on par with the chaotic great deities. In a certain sense, Yuán Gē was already a perfect innate life form, far surpassing half-innate beings like Sun Wukong. Yet, he remained oblivious to all of this. The celestial grade 1st-tier spiritual root is exponentially more formidable than the ordinary grade spiritual root, surpassing it by a staggering 100,000 times. The current celestial grade 4th tier is 1,000 times superior to the 1st tier. If one were to gauge the comprehension of the 1st-tier spiritual root, it would require several millennia to decipher the first 4 illustrations. In silence, Yuán Gē adjusted his mindset and turned to the next page. On the withered yellow page, droplets of water coalesced into a delicate stream. As Yuán Gē gazed intently at the illustration of the stream, his mind began to rapidly simulate various permutations. Inspired by the arrangements of the previous 4 images, generating tens of thousands of potential combinations in an instant to unravel the secrets of this 5th illustration. This technique was a discovery of Yuán Gē's, revealing the extraordinary brilliance of the entity that created this tome. Each comprehension of an illustration serves as the key to unlocking the next. The celestial grade 4th tier possesses an understanding comparable to that of innate beings, which is profoundly terrifying. Gradually, Yuán Gē entered a meditative state, motionless, his gaze fixed on the ancient scroll as he delved into its wisdom. Utilizing the primordial purple aura to elevate his chaotic refinement to the true path and laws, Yuán Gē wholeheartedly began to penetrate the mysteries of the temporal scroll, neglecting even the chaotic alchemical scriptures. Previously, Yuán Gē had attempted to cultivate through the technique of avatars, practicing one method with his true self and another with his doppelgangers. However, he soon realized that while this approach was feasible, it fragmented his understanding. Although beneficial for trivial studies, the comprehension of the temporal scroll necessitated a singular focus. As Yuán Gē immersed himself in the study of the temporal scroll, the Buddhist sect, as he anticipated, commenced significant actions. Time rewound to several hours prior. On the sacred mountain, the radiance of the Buddha flourished, and the air resonated with celestial hymns. From the west, several Buddhas, bathed in golden light, approached in unison. Upon sensing overwhelming auras, the eyes of Guanyin Bodhisattva and others narrowed in apprehension. Among them was the guardian Buddha of one of the 10 realms, Namo Infinite Void Buddha, alongside the indomitable Vajra Buddha and the Namo-Hade Illuminating Buddha, who were equally formidable. The Namo Infinite Void Buddha stood nearly on par with the Tathagata, while the indomitable Vajra Buddha and Namo-Hade Illuminating Buddha surpassed even the Lamp Buddha, ranking just beneath the Tathagata. Originally, the Tathagata had sent the mosquito Taoist to summon the indomitable Vajra Buddha, but the guardian Buddha of the Namo Infinite Void, having received instructions from Amitabha Buddha, found themselves reluctant to engage in worldly matters. As for cultivation resources, they enjoyed treatment equal to that of the Tathagata, who would willingly forsake their tranquil cultivation for labor. However, with the sage's decree, even the guardian of one of the 10 realms, the Namo Infinite Void Buddha, had no choice but to comply. Upon the arrival of the Namo Infinite Void Buddha, the remaining disciples of the Buddhist sect welcomed him, with Guanyin and others offering respectful nods. Strength commands respect, regardless of location. Amitabha, the Namo Infinite Void Buddha, acknowledged, "I apologize for the lack of a formal greeting." Just as the 3 descended, the Tathagata, appearing majestic and dignified, approached from the east, his voice resonant. The Tathagata received nods of respect from the three Buddhas, for he was the leader of the Buddhist assembly, and even those from Mount Sumeru held a slightly lesser status. The title of Buddha is not given lightly. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, the Tathagata's prowess surpassed theirs. Amitabha has commanded me to assist you, and afterward, I must trouble you to visit the 33 heavens, the Namo Infinite Void Buddha stated with a calm demeanor. Hearing this, the Tathagata felt a surge of astonishment. A sage has summoned me. Without the sage's command, how could the Tathagata dare to seek an audience? Yet a sense of trepidation lingered within him. What had once been a well-played hand now seemed precarious, leaving him uncertain of the sage's reaction. However, casting aside his concerns, the Tathagata addressed the assembly. Issue orders. Namo Infinite Void Buddha, you shall serve as the commander. Indomitable Vajra Buddha, Namo Jade Illuminating Buddha, and Namo World Purifying Light Buddha shall be vice commanders. The four great bodhisattvas will lead, accompanied by 5,000 arhats, vajras, and other celestial disciples to apprehend the renegade mortals. We must capture them all, for they are steeped in karma and have wrought havoc upon the world. Additionally, Sunlight Bodhisattva, Moonlight Bodhisattva, Vajra Hand Bodhisattva, and Vajra Fist Bodhisattva. You shall lead the disciples of the sacred mountain in reconstructing the great Thunder Sound Temple. I shall now make my way to the sage. We must unveil the hidden hand behind this and restore our Buddhist reputation. Yes, Buddha, the assembly responded in unison, with the Tathagata's commands issued. The vast machinery of the sacred mountain moved with precision. The Namo Infinite Void Buddha assumed command, with the indomitable Vajra Buddha, Namo Jade Illuminating Buddha, and Namo World Purifying Light Buddha as vice commanders, while the four great bodhisattvas took the lead. 5,000 arhats, along with numerous vajras, set forth from the sacred mountain, heading towards the celestial realm. This formidable force could unleash a tempest of chaos and bloodshed upon the celestial realm, obliterating any opposing faction. The celestial realm abides by its own rules, just as the celestial realm does. Typically, individuals from the celestial realm do not indiscriminately slaughter innocents in the celestial realm. Such wanton violence would incur karma and consequences, hindering cultivation or even leading to madness. Most importantly, the will of the heavenly Tao prohibits immortals from massacring innocents, though it remains indifferent to conflicts between races within the celestial realm. The heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Humans slay demons, and demons devour humans. That is the nature of the heavenly Tao. The stirrings at the sacred mountain sent shockwaves through the celestial realm, prompting various sects to dispatch aid. Even the ancestral figure of the celestial realm, Yuán Gē, sent forth a contingent of thousands to assist the Buddhists. At this moment, the Tathagata stood beyond the 33 heavens, amidst the boundless chaotic void, where turbulence reigned. This realm lies close to the three realms, where quasi-saint beings can momentarily traverse the chaos. Straying too far leads to disorientation and peril. Beyond the three realms, the chaotic void reveals an immense sphere of light, an endless beacon in the darkness, irresistibly drawing the deities within the three realms. The Tathagata glanced back at the three realms, filled with awe. Though he had visited the chaotic void before, each encounter deepened his appreciation for the grandeur of the three realms. Outside the three realms, one feels like a drifting leaf devoid of roots. Suppressing wandering thoughts, the Tathagata donned a serious expression and flew toward the grand palace in the distance, where the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of quasi-prediction were in seclusion. Sages can endure for extended periods within the chaotic void, a feat unattainable by quasi-saints. Upon reaching the majestic palace, before the Tathagata could speak, a withered voice resonated, "Tathagata, enter." Upon hearing this, the Tathagata deeply bowed. Yes, Amitabha. This voice belonged to the Taoist of guidance. In the grand hall, chaos reigned, with 9 colossal pillars reaching into the void. Upon entering, the Tathagata Buddha beheld 2 figures. One was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe with a small tuft of beard, and the other, a robust man in a yellow robe, sporting a full beard. These 2 were the leaders of the Western teachings, the guide and the assisting Taoist. Upon seeing the 2 sages, even without an imposing presence, the Tathagata Buddha dared not gaze directly at them. He bowed deeply, greeting Amitabha. I pay my respects to the Buddha of infinite light and the mother of the provisional Buddha. At the sound of his voice, the guide Taoist smiled gently. This smile enveloped the Tathagata Buddha like a warm spring breeze, an invisible force lifting him upright. Tathagata, are you aware of your transgressions? In contrast to the guide, the assisting Taoist was quick-tempered, opening his eyes wide and rebuking him. Faced with this admonition, the Tathagata Buddha felt an overwhelming pressure. Akin to an ant before a roaring dragon, his breath quickening, heart racing, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Enough, brother, the guide Taoist waved his hand, and suddenly, the pressure dissipated. Tathagata, do not blame yourself. You have dedicated yourself wholeheartedly over the years. We have all taken note. The guide Taoist continued with a smile and truth. We have been observing the movements of the spiritual mountain since the birth of Sun Wukong. Hearing this, the Tathagata Buddha's eyes brightened with curiosity. Amitabha. The Buddhist realm has repeatedly fallen prey to the machinations of wicked individuals. The rapid ascension of Sun Wukong and the golden cicada to quasi-saint status is indeed perplexing. Might the Buddha know who is behind this? To the Tathagata Buddha, saints were omniscient beings, exalted above all. Furthermore, the two Western sages were adept at schemes, surely. Nothing could escape their awareness. The guide Taoist remained silent, while the assisting Taoist coldly asserted, Humph, Tathagata, it is evident that a saint is obstructing the flourishing of our Buddhist teachings. If we knew who it was, would we still be enduring this? At this revelation, the Tathagata Buddha's heart surged with shock. What? A saint is targeting the Buddhist teachings? Even these two sages do not know who is behind the schemes? During this time, the guide and the assisting Taoist felt particularly constrained. They had been observing in secret but had found no clues. As if the golden cicada and Sun Wukong had suddenly risen to quasi-saint status without cause. Moreover, numerous speculations surrounded the identity of the mastermind. Yet they found no evidence linking any suspects. It is all due to that detestable edict forbidding us from traversing the three realms. Otherwise, capturing Sun Wukong and the golden cicada would reveal their souls, and we would not be in such a predicament. The assisting Taoist huffed in dissatisfaction. Brother, speak cautiously. The guide Taoist quickly admonished. The Tao ancestor is a being that surpasses even the saints. Even they must obey the heavenly order, and that order is the Tao ancestor. Tathagata, you have done well this time. Return to the spiritual mountain and maintain your watch there. We will find a way to deal with this clandestine foe. Take this. It may prove useful, said the guide Taoist, looking at the Tathagata and handing him an object, signaling him to depart. Yes, Amitabha, I take my leave. The Tathagata Buddha replied, bowing deeply, receiving the item with care and tucking it away in his sleeve before turning to leave. Brother, we can no longer stand by idly. I believe we must visit the Purple Cloud Palace and seek counsel from the Tao ancestor, the assisting Taoist declared, raising an eyebrow. Why should our Buddhist teachings continually be schemed against and suffer losses? I refuse to believe the Tao ancestor will turn a blind eye. Hearing this, the guide Taoist nodded. Very well, let us go together, but we have established a Western sect, and our master has subtly excluded us. We must proceed carefully. The guide Taoist then laid out a detailed plan. The assisting Taoist's eyes lit up. Excellent. Brother, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall set off immediately. Agreed. The guide Taoist smiled, rising slowly. The assisting Taoist followed suit. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from the grand hall as if transported by a swift current. However, this was merely a semblance of teleportation. The speed of the sages far surpassed that of quasi-saints, and at certain levels of speed, it could create an illusion akin to instantaneous movement. In the chaotic void, within the span of a teaspoon, the guide and assisting Taoists arrived before a magnificent palace. The Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 88. The Western two sages feign suffering. The Purple Cloud Palace stands beyond the 33 heavens, accurately described as a small continent. At the center of this continent lies a towering, boundless palace adorned with glazed tiles and intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, gleaming even amidst the chaotic void. Surrounding the Purple Cloud Palace are elemental calamities, wind, thunder, earth, fire, and water, capable of not only obstructing the chaotic flows of the void but also hindering one's progress. Beneath the saints, those who dare to touch them would meet death. Outside the Purple Cloud Palace, lush mountains and flowing waters abound, with celestial cranes calling and spiritual deer frolicking, resembling a realm untouched by the mundane. Upon the arrival of the guide and assisting Taoists, they strode directly into the elemental calamities. Remarkably, these calamities parted to create a path for them to walk. Our master must know we have arrived. The guide Taoist murmured at this sight. Brother, let us proceed as planned, the assisting Taoist replied. The Tao ancestor, transcending the saints, embodies the heavenly principle of the three realms. Within these realms, he is all-knowing and all-seeing, existing beyond the saints. With a thunderous roar, the guide and assisting Taoists invoked the golden light of the earth, traversing mere steps to reach the grand entrance of the purple cloud palace. The colossal door, towering at 9,000 feet, swung open with a resounding boom as they approached. In silence, the guide Taoist and assisting Taoist exchanged glances and stepped inside. Disciples of the guide and assisting Taoists pay their respects to the master. Within the hall, shrouded in chaotic void, sat an elder clad in a gray robe, exuding vitality as if he were one with the vast emptiness. Even a sage would struggle to perceive his presence without the aid of sight. Upon seeing the elder, the assisting and guide Taoists immediately bowed in reverence. Before the Tao ancestor, even saints dared not exhibit any semblance of arrogance. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. Before the Tao ancestor, saints are even less than ants. You too have come. I am already aware of your purpose. The Tao ancestor, Hongjun, slowly opened his eyes, his lips moving as if the voice of the great Tao reverberated throughout the entire purple cloud palace, instilling a sense of awe. Respected master, this tribulation was meant to be a time of flourishing for our Buddhist teachings. The journey to the West is also decreed by the heavenly principle. We beseech you to reveal who is behind these schemes, repeatedly sabotaging our efforts and acting against the heavenly order. The guide Taoist bowed, unable to meet the Tao ancestor's gaze, respectfully inquiring. Saints are the foundation of the heavenly order. Even those who seem unrestrained and fearless must adhere to the heavenly will. Just as during the witch and demon tribulation or the investiture of the gods, even saints do not dare to act against the heavenly order, for they are bound by it, and the will of the heavenly order supersedes all. The assisting Taoist, too, held his breath, ears perked up. The outcome hinged on this moment. It was time to unveil the truth. The two saints of the Tao, the goddess Nuwa, these three bore the greatest suspicion. If the Tao ancestor were to name them, his brother, and he would surely seek an explanation. Yet, the Tao ancestor's subsequent words made the assisting and guide Taoists' lips twitch slightly, their hearts crying out in despair. I am unable to answer your inquiries. The Tao ancestor shook his head, speaking slowly. The great Tao encompasses 50, the heavenly changes are 49, and humanity escapes 1. The heavenly signs indicate your Buddhist teachings should flourish, yet as with all things, there are variables. This is the variable, and also the trial for the rise and fall of your Buddhist teachings. Upon hearing this, the guide and assisting Taoists exchanged silent glances, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the Tao ancestor's words. As an existence that transcends the saints, how could there be matters within the three realms that you do not know? Even if the two saints of the Tao conceal the heavenly signs, could they truly deceive you, esteemed master? The conversation grew increasingly cryptic, leaving one to wonder whom it was meant to deceive. The Taoist of guidance nodded discreetly, and the Taoist of certainty immediately comprehended the gravity of their intentions. They were poised to unveil their grand strategy, having anticipated that the primordial Tao ancestor would not reveal the truth to them. Thus, they had meticulously devised multiple contingencies. The two, having detached themselves from the mystical sect, established the Western Church to contend for fortune against the Tao ancestor's lineage. It was evident that the Tao ancestor had, either knowingly or unknowingly, begun to exclude them, a fact that both the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of certainty were acutely aware of. Master, as a being of the Tao, the heavenly way embodies your will. How can you remain oblivious to this? The Taoist of certainty fixed his gaze on the Tao ancestor, his voice brimming with skepticism. Humph. The Tao ancestor furrowed his brow, his voice booming with authority. The mere sound of his reprimand struck the Taoist of certainty as if he had been hit by a mighty hammer, rendering his face pale. In the next moment, the Taoist of certainty tasted blood, a trickle escaping from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother, you are foolish. The Taoist of guidance chastised him vehemently. The master's words are the Tao itself. How can you question him? Quickly kneel. Upon hearing the harsh reprimand, the Taoist of certainty's face turned frantic, and he fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Master, I have been foolish. I am indeed foolish, and I deserve death. His voice broke as he wept. Master, out of compassion, please save the Buddhist sect. 2 of the 3 generations of Buddhas have perished, and the Grand Thunder Sound Temple has been destroyed twice. If this continues, my sect will no longer be able to maintain its hold over the Western realms. Master, if my sect continues to be undermined by petty villains, and I am powerless to intervene, it is a blatant provocation against your authority. The Taoist of certainty, now resembling a master thespian, wept openly. eliciting sympathy from all who beheld him. A sigh echoed through the vast hall, emanating from the primordial Tao ancestor. Certainty, I understand your urgency. You act with the Tao's legacy and my interests at heart, yet you misjudge me. The Tao ancestor shook his head, expressing his helplessness. In truth, I sensed the troubles at your grand Thunder Sound Temple from the onset, but curiously, I too could not discern the identity of that mysterious individual, as if they existed beyond the three realms. What? The Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of certainty gasped, their faces reflecting shock. Someone who exists beyond the three realms? Even the Tao ancestor cannot uncover their identity? Who could it be? Or have the two saints of the Tao uncovered some transcendent method of concealment that eludes your perception? Master, what shall we do? The Taoist of guidance's anxiety surged. This mysterious individual has repeatedly targeted our Buddhist sect. Who knows what further mischief they may perpetrate? The Taoist of certainty gazed earnestly at the primordial Tao ancestor, knowing that their desperate ploy had yielded results. Chapter 89. The Special Edict. What do you wish for? The primordial Tao ancestor's expression remained neutral as he regarded the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of certainty. Seemingly aware of their intentions, he remained silent, choosing to see through their faade without exposing it. As the Tao ancestor, his authority was not to be trifled with. His punishment of the Taoist of certainty was genuine, yet his interest in the mysterious individual was equally sincere. In his long and endless existence, this was the first time the primordial Tao ancestor encountered such an intriguing situation. Who could this mysterious individual be? The Taoist of guidance hesitated, exchanging a knowing glance with the Taoist of certainty before resolutely stating, Master, this mysterious individual has repeatedly provoked our Buddhist sect and openly defied the rules you have established. We humbly request that you issue an edict, allowing us to traverse the three realms, so that we may apprehend him and bring him to the Purple Cloud Palace for your judgment. This was, indeed, the ultimate goal of the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of certainty. They sought a special edict. Saints inhabit the realm beyond the 33 heavens and are forbidden from traversing the three realms or interfering in their affairs. For years, the two had adhered strictly to these rules, yet with their sect facing dire calamities, they were humiliated before the myriad cultivators. Naturally, they wished to take matters into their own hands. Regardless of who the mysterious individual was, they had no fear, even if it was a saint they faced. They possessed the confidence to confront any current saint. Upon hearing their request, the Tao ancestor pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. I shall permit you to traverse the three realms when necessary. However, all other matters shall remain unchanged. With the Tao ancestor's decree, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air as if a bolt of lightning had flashed. The laws of heaven had recognized the will of the primordial Tao ancestor. The Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of certainty felt an unseen shackle release from their beings. Overjoyed by this momentous change, they exclaimed, We thank you, Master, for your benevolence. Go. The primordial Tao ancestor waved his sleeve, and an indescribable force enveloped the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of certainty, causing them to vanish from the Purple Cloud Palace in an instant. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in the chaotic void outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Brother, how was my performance? The Taoist of certainty grinned as he surveyed their surroundings. Let us proceed. It is fortunate that the Tao ancestor has allowed us to personally apprehend the culprit. Otherwise, our Buddhist sect would face utter annihilation. Acknowledging the Taoist of guidance's words, the Taoist of certainty nodded in agreement. They shared a final glance at the Purple Cloud Palace before departing. At the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Emperor of Heaven sat at a lofty position as the 1,000-mile eye and the Shunfeng ear hurried in, reporting the latest developments regarding the collapse of Ling Mountain. Not long ago, the aftershocks from the battle between the Golden Cicada and the Tathagata Buddha surged towards the heavenly palace, even felt within the eastern heavenly court. Thus, the Jade Emperor dispatched the 1,000-mile eye and the Shunfeng ear to investigate the events transpiring in the west. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings widened their eyes. And even the Jade Emperor momentarily suppressed a smile. He had instructed the 1,000-mile eye and the Shunfeng ear to observe rather than directly using the Haotian mirror, as he wished to maintain decorum. After all, he was the sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor bestowed by the Tao ancestor himself. Silence. The Jade Emperor's booming voice commanded stillness within the Lingxiao Hall. Your Majesty, why not utilize the Haotian mirror so we may discern what has transpired at toppling mountain? The Star of Venus, holding a Buddhist dust whisk, stepped forward. Your Majesty, we ought to take a look, with the Tathagata Buddha presiding over Ling Mountain. Could that monkey be causing chaos once more? The king of heavenly generals, Toda, also expressed his keen interest. The celestial assembly could no longer contain their curiosity, clamoring for the emperor's consent. Very well, let us witness together, the Jade Emperor replied, his expression stifling amusement. He summoned the Haotian mirror, casting several incantations, and soon a vast image materialized above the Lingxiao Hall. Atop Ling Mountain, the Grand Thunder Sound Temple lay in ruins. Gasping sounds filled the air as the celestial beings absorbed the shocking sight. The ground was littered with the bodies of numerous disciples from Ling Mountain. What are those corpses? The Lord of Fire, the fire deity, suddenly inquired, drawing the attention of the assembly. On the ground, there were humans, demons, and ghostly cultivators, individuals whose attire and aura clearly indicated they were not part of the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor's pupils constricted as he realized a crucial truth. The red dust guests. It was the same red dust guests whom the Taoist of guidance had once led away, vanishing without a trace ever since. It appeared that most of these individuals had resisted the Buddhist sect's authority and had been imprisoned until now. The question of how they had been released was evidently linked to today's confrontation with the Tathagata Buddha. The Jade Emperor's expression turned grave. He beheld the Buddhas of Nameless Void, Indestructible King, and Nameless Sea of Light, the three concealed Buddhas of Mount Sumeru, who approached in unison. Even through the imagery, the assembly of celestial beings seemed to sense the overwhelming presence of these three Buddhas. Within the scene, the Tathagata Buddha issued commands. With the Buddha of Nameless Void leading the procession, followed by the Indestructible King, the Buddha of Sea of Light, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, and several other bodhisattvas, along with thousands of arhats and vajra warriors, making their way towards the realm of earthly immortals. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Emperor's expression shifted, and he stowed away the Haotian mirror. The celestial assembly also bore solemn expressions. The Jade Emperor appeared to be deep in thought. The three great Buddhas of Mount Sumeru, along with Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Lingji, and the countless arhats and vajra warriors, these Buddhas and bodhisattvas alone constituted an immense force. Were they to descend to the realm of earthly immortals to apprehend those entangled in worldly affairs? This threefold realm is ostensibly ruled by the heavenly court. What actions might these beings undertake upon their descent? My esteemed ministers, the Jade Emperor began. The formidable presence of the Buddhist order suggests they are indeed intent on capturing those caught in the mundane. What course of action do you believe our heavenly court should take? Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the celestial assembly fell into contemplation. Shortly thereafter, the bright star of Venus stepped forward, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Buddhist order faces a grave crisis. As the sovereign of the three realms, we cannot remain indifferent. I propose we dispatch heavenly soldiers to assist the Buddhist order." "I concur," echoed the ministers in unison. Chapter 90. The True Buddha Descends. Support from the Heavenly Court? As the words of the bright star of Venus faded, the celestial assembly voiced their agreement. In their eyes, the heavenly court could no longer afford to be mere observers. They must at least put on a show of support. Yet, this chiefly depended on the Jade Emperor's decision. The last time the Thunder Sound Temple was devastated by Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor had rejoiced and dismissed the court. Should he remain inactive this time, it would be indefensible. Moreover, the Jade Emperor had solicited the opinions of the celestial ministers. How could these seasoned immortals fail to discern his intentions? Very well. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard. Let us heed the counsel of the bright star of Venus. Our heavenly court ought to send a contingent to aid the Buddhist order. However, esteemed ministers, whom do you believe would be most suitable for this task? The Jade Emperor cast his gaze over the assembly of celestial beings, his eyes imbued with a knowing glint. Even a fool could sense that, in recent centuries, as the calamity of the journey to the west loomed, the waters of the three realms had become increasingly murky. It seemed that a mysterious figure was orchestrating events from the shadows, deftly manipulating the foremost power of the three realms, the Buddhist order, affording them an uncanny mastery over their fate. Yet, the identity of this figure remained unknown. "We shall heed your command," the ministers replied in unison, feigning understanding while concealing their true thoughts. None among them were foolish enough to willingly wade into the turbulent waters of the Buddhist order. This support, in essence, was merely a facade. No one desired to become entangled in the consequences. This enigmatic figure had transformed Sun Wukong, and the golden cicada into unparalleled powers in mere years. Who would dare to provoke him? That would be akin to lighting a lamp in a lavatory, searching for filth. Pleased with the minister's apparent sagacity, the Jade Emperor slowly articulated. Dispatch the 4 heavenly kings, no, the Great Spirit God, with 1,000 heavenly soldiers to assist the Buddhist order. Additionally, let the newly ascended heavenly soldiers of the past millennium accompany them to gain experience. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers suppressed their mirth, for had they been elsewhere, they might have laughed uncontrollably. The 4 heavenly kings were merely gatekeepers, their powers but slightly superior to those of ordinary heavenly generals. They had expected the Jade Emperor to deploy the 4 heavenly kings. Yet he chose the Great Spirit God instead, who was merely a subordinate to the king of the heavenly tortoise, ranking even lower than the 4 heavenly kings. Furthermore, he commanded only 1,000 heavenly soldiers, half of whom were recent recruits. This motley crew would likely provoke considerable ire among the Buddhist disciples, one could only imagine. Upon receiving the Jade Emperor's decree, the order messenger rushed to the barracks to relay the command. Esteemed ministers, the Yaoqi Grand Assembly is fast approaching. Do not delay in your preparations. In the Lingxiao Palace, the celestial beings were stirred with excitement. The reason was simple. The trimillennial Yaoqi Grand Assembly was imminent. This event marked the passage of 3,000 years in the heavenly realm, where 1 year in heaven equated to 365 years on earth. The Yaoqi Grand Feast, also known as the Peach Banquet, centered around the revered peaches of immortality, inviting all manner of deities from the heavenly court to partake in the celebration, coinciding with the birth of the Queen Mother of the West on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Theoretically, upon reaching the status of celestial beings, one would acquire boundless longevity. However, not every deity achieves immortality. Only those who attain the great Luo golden immortal status can share their lifespan with heaven and earth. Below this rank, while their lifespans are extended, they remain finite, specifically 1 yuan, which equates to 129,600 years. This duration adheres to the celestial calendar. Each deity, due to their distinct cultivation practices, possesses varying degrees of attainment. As depicted in the original text, Sun Wukong, through his mastery of the great supreme celestial technique, could evade ordinary calamities and tribulations, akin to the arcane arts of the Jade Purity sect, which offered similar benefits. Nonetheless, the majority of deities find their theoretical lifespan limited, rendering the peaches of immortality and the elixirs of the supreme Laozi as the most coveted supplements. The small peaches extend life by 3,000 years, while the large peaches bestow 10,000 years. Even mere mortals who inhale their fragrance can prolong their lives, and consuming one could lead to immediate ascension. This is the means by which the heavenly court ensures its dominion over the myriad deities. Of course, the enigmatic Yuán Gē, who cultivates the chaotic Tao canon, was already beyond such concerns. From the very first day, he had disregarded the peaches as mere innate spiritual roots. When Yuán Gē achieved enlightenment in the great Luo of chaos, he transcended existence, fundamentally detaching from the life forms within the 3 realms, unbound by the celestial laws. However, without achieving the Tao of primordial chaos, he ultimately could not surpass the heavenly order. Yuán Gē remained youthful, and even a sage could threaten his existence. Only by attaining the Tao of primordial chaos could he undergo a transformative shift and stand proudly amidst heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the towering and immensely strong Great Spirit God received the military insignia from the order messenger and was filled with exhilaration, secretly reveling in the prospect of commanding troops in the earthly realm for the glory of the heavenly court. The 3 realms were, after all, the domains of the heavenly court. Previously, whether descending to vanquish demons or quell evil, he had always played a supporting role. This was his first opportunity to lead as a commander. However, upon hearing the messenger's decree, the Great Spirit God wore an expression of bewilderment. 1,000 heavenly soldiers? 10 heavenly generals? And I must take several hundred new recruits from the past millennium to assist the Buddhist order? With his robust physique and simple mind, the Great Spirit God scratched his head in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. I shall obey the command. I will not fail to meet your expectations, Your Majesty. Having pondered for a while without clarity, the Great Spirit God ultimately accepted the order. He then set forth from the barracks, leading his 1,000 heavenly soldiers with great flair. In the realm of earthly immortals, at the juncture between the western bull and southern land, lay the kingdom of Daliang. This kingdom was governed by the Buddhist order, where a multitude of monks and temples flourished, boasting a staggering 480 temples. The king of this realm dedicated a substantial portion of the treasury each year to the maintenance of these temples and the offering of incense, epitomizing the wealth of Buddhist culture. On this particular day, the royal temple of Daliang found itself enveloped in a shroud of mist that obscured 108 temple complexes. Curious mortals attempted to approach and observe, only to discover that entry was utterly barred. The king of Daliang, upon receiving word of this occurrence, dispatched individuals to investigate, only to find that access was completely denied, as if separated by an impenetrable void. On this day, a radiant, all-encompassing light of the Buddha manifested above the kingdom of Daliang, accompanied by countless divine chants. The seated Buddhas and Bodhisattvas reflected in the sky, while streams of golden light descended from the ninth heaven, entering the kingdom. In that moment, the entire nation bowed in reverence. From the sovereign to the common folk, all reverently acknowledged the manifestation of the Buddha. This extraordinary vision lingered for a brief quarter of an hour before dissipating. Yet, the ethereal mist continued to envelop the royal temple. The sovereign decreed that no one was permitted to enter, with immediate execution for any violators. He understood that the true Buddha and Bodhisattva had descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 91. Humiliation. A display of authority. As the Buddha of the Void Realm led the grand assembly of the Buddhist order into the immortal realm, countless sects inclined towards Buddhism dispatched their own representatives to the kingdom of Daliang. This small nation suddenly buzzed with activity. The following day, the mighty giant spirit descended from the heavens, accompanied by 1,000 celestial soldiers, appearing before the royal temple of Daliang. The guardians at the entrance, two formidable Vajra, instantly recognized the giant spirit. After a brief exchange, one of the Vajra, his demeanor peculiar, offered a slight bow to the giant spirit. Amitba, please wait a moment while I inform the young monk. With that, the Vajra turned, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. How could the celestial court have sent only the giant spirit, a mere minor general? Inside the main hall of the royal temple, the Buddha of the Void Realm and Bodhisattva Guanyin sat serenely upon their cushions. Revered Guanyin, I trust that we shall accomplish the task entrusted to us by the Buddha. The Buddha of the Void Realm remarked with a smile. Amitba, this is all thanks to your adept leadership, Guanyin replied, holding her pure jade vase and nodding. At that moment, the guarding Vajra hurried over, reporting to the Buddha of the Void Realm and Bodhisattva Guanyin. There are celestial forces from the heavenly court here to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, the Buddha of the Void Realm and Bodhisattva Guanyin exchanged glances, smiles emerging on their faces. Their commotion had been noticeable for days, and various factions from the immortal realm had dispatched reinforcements, while the heavenly court had been conspicuously absent. Although the heavenly court was ostensibly the ruler of the three realms, those in the upper echelons of Buddhism held a different view. In terms of both quality and quantity of top-tier experts, the Buddhist order far surpassed the heavenly court. Furthermore, Buddhism possessed methods of attaining golden bodies, skillfully avoiding the 5 calamities and the 9 tribulations faced by celestial beings. Numerous worlds, both vast and small, were dotted with temples, and the countless worlds behind the 10 directions of the Buddha ensured a continuous influx of fresh blood into the Buddhist order. How many celestial soldiers has the heavenly court sent? Which deity is leading them? The Buddha of the Void Realm inquired, smiling at the guarding Vajra. The Vajra's expression turned strange as he replied, reporting to the Buddha of the Void Realm, 1,000 celestial soldiers have arrived from the heavenly court. What? Before the Vajra could finish, the Buddha of the Void Realm's countenance darkened. 1,000? Who is leading them? The Buddha remained silent, while Bodhisattva Guanyin's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Was the heavenly court jesting? In recent days, the Buddha of the Void Realm had dispatched all available forces to pursue the red dust guest, while he and Bodhisattva Guanyin coordinated from the rear. Notably, Bodhisattva Guanyin enjoyed considerable popularity within the Buddhist order, being the foremost among the 4 great bodhisattvas and the right-hand ally of the Tathagata Buddha. During this descent, she had also contributed her insights to assist the Buddha of the Void Realm in managing affairs within the immortal realm. Having frequently engaged in diplomacy with the heavenly court, she could hardly believe that the Jade Emperor would only send a mere 1,000 celestial soldiers. Perhaps they are the elite among the elite? Maybe the Jade Emperor believes that quality outweighs quantity? Upon hearing the Buddha's question, the guarding Vajra also displayed signs of anger. Reporting to the Buddha of the Void Realm and Bodhisattva Guanyin, the heavenly court has gone too far. They are led by the giant spirit. Upon hearing the name giant spirit, both the Buddha of the Void Realm and Bodhisattva Guanyin were taken aback, their expressions turning grim. The giant spirit, a peak golden immortal, was merely a minor deity stronger than an ordinary celestial general. Could he truly represent the heavenly court in capturing the Red Dust Guest? It was well known that those Red Dust Guests were at least in the early stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, with many nearing the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, on the verge of breaking through to quasi-sainthood. Had they not been confined in the Buddhist prison and unable to cultivate normally, who could guarantee that some of them wouldn't reach quasi-sainthood? Although it was rare for even one quasi-saint to emerge from 1,000 Great Luo, these individuals were disciples of the Jie sect, endowed with superior talents and potential to break through to quasi-sainthood. Infuriating. The Buddha of the Void Realm's fingers tightened around his prayer beads, his voice cold. The Jade Emperor has gone too far. Issue a command for them to return whence they came. Without a second thought, he ordered the guarding Vajra. Hold on. Bodhisattva Guanyin interjected, her gaze fixed on the Buddha of the Void Realm, who returned her questioning look. Sensing his confusion, she smiled gently. Buddha, the heavenly court is, after all, the nominal ruler of the three realms. The Jade Emperor, sending these forces signifies his intent. While they may be unkind, we in the Buddhist order must maintain our dignity. Upon hearing Bodhisattva Guanyin's words, the Buddha of the Void Realm's eyes brightened. Indeed, you are correct, revered Guanyin. How could our esteemed Buddhist order stoop to the level of the heavenly court? With that, the Buddha of the Void Realm composed himself and solemnly stated, "Summon the giant spirit." Moments later, a resounding, synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The robust giant spirit had diminished his form to 9 feet tall and entered the hall accompanied by 10 celestial generals. Having encountered the Buddha of the Void Realm and Bodhisattva Guanyin, the giant spirit bowed respectfully. However, the Buddha of the Void Realm appeared to disregard him, focusing instead on his meditation, seemingly oblivious to the giant spirit's presence. The giant spirit, along with the 10 celestial generals, had already bowed slightly. Yet the Buddha of the Void Realm sat in silence, causing the giant spirit and his companions to furrow their brows in displeasure. 3 breaths passed, but still, there was no response. At this moment, both the giant spirit and the 10 celestial generals wore expressions of evident dissatisfaction. What was this? Were they being mocked? Simultaneously, they shared a mutual sentiment of discontent regarding the Buddhist order's treatment of guests. I come to pay my respects to the Buddha of the Void Realm and Bodhisattva Guanyin. The giant spirit finally could no longer remain silent. We have come at the behest of the Jade Emperor to assist the Buddhist order. Oh, the Buddha of the Void Realm, hearing the hint of dissatisfaction in the giant spirit's voice, slightly opened his eyes. I apologize. I was lost in contemplation and did not hear you. Please do not take offense. Pausing, the Buddha of the Void Realm scrutinized the giant spirit and his companions. 1 peak golden immortal, 7 peak true immortals, and 3 early-stage golden immortals. Furthermore, from outside, half of the 1,000 celestial soldiers were also early-stage true immortals. Humph, a disorganized rabble. The Buddha of the Void Realm's expression shifted, his tone laced with derision. On behalf of the Buddha, I thank the Jade Emperor for his goodwill. But we do not require additional assistance. You all are busy with official matters. It would be best if you returned. Chapter 92. Spare me where you can extra personnel? A blatant slap in the face. Both the giant spirit and the 10 celestial generals flushed with indignation. This was a blatant display of contempt, an outright declaration of their worthlessness. Most significantly, the Buddha of the Void Realm had utilized his divine voice, ensuring that the thousands of celestial soldiers outside heard every word clearly. Yet, their lowly powers rendered them unable to confront the Buddha of the Void Realm, who stood just beneath the Tathagata Buddha. Having come with good intentions to offer assistance, they were met with humiliation. The giant spirit, a mere warrior, and the ordinary celestial soldiers knew little of the heavenly court's higher-ups, who could fathom the Jade Emperor's motives. What had initially seemed a promising assignment had transformed into a thankless burden. Very well. The giant spirit, suppressing his seething anger, gestured for his companions to turn away. With a whoosh, the giant spirit and the 1,000 celestial soldiers employed their evasion techniques, vanishing into the clouds. Humph. Namo Void Realm Buddha gazed at the departing figures, feeling a profound discontent within. Merely chastising the giant spirit god and a few celestial soldiers paled in comparison to the humiliation inflicted upon their Buddhist sect by the Jade Emperor. Meanwhile, the elite of the Buddhist realm had emerged en masse. In the southern Janbu continent, a group of worldly travelers was hastily fleeing. Amitabha, echoed a voice from afar. You, burdened by karma and guilt, return with this humble monk. Oh no, it's the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva. What shall we do? He has already slain several of our comrades. He is a formidable presence at the 5th stage of quasi-saint. Are we all to perish at his hands? Hurry. If we reach the Golden Tortoise Island's green palace, we shall be safe. As this group fled ahead, the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva relentlessly pursued from behind, accompanied by a cadre of Buddhist arhats cheering on. The two factions, like twin beams of light, swiftly traversed thousands of miles. Isn't that the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva? The very one who slaughtered cultivators during the public trial of Sun Wukong. Indeed, he is an impostor of evil. Surely, otherwise, how could he brazenly traverse the lower realms? Quick, let us see what the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva is chasing. It seems to be those of the demon race. In this chase and flight, many scattered cultivators within the earthly immortal realm recognize the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva disguised as Namo Wufang Wang Buddha. Simultaneously, this scene unfolded in numerous locations. The indestructible Wang Buddha and Namo Jade Bright Buddha were also leading a group of Buddhist disciples in pursuit of the fleeing worldly travelers. Manjushri Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Lingji Bodhisattva were likewise leading the charge against scattered worldly travelers. The mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva's team quickly caught the attention of many hidden sects within the southern Jambu continent. Most of these scattered cultivators had visited the Spirit Mountain and had witnessed the true mosquito Taoist Bodhisattva, now igniting their interest. Most remained unaware of the upheaval occurring atop Spirit Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. In this chase, within the span of an hour, they had crossed the southern Jambu continent and the eastern Victory Divine continent, arriving at the shores of the eastern sea. Damn you, you bald donkey. Do not bully us too harshly. We owe you nothing. Why must you relentlessly pursue us? A worldly traveler exclaimed in fury at the relentless mosquito Taoist bodhisattva. The mosquito Taoist bodhisattva grinned. Ba, my Buddha's compassion knows no bounds. Do you not realize that the sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is the shore? If you abandon your resistance and join the Buddhist sect, I assure you that upon your return, you shall receive the highest of treatments. Bah. To eat vegetarian and chant with you, a bald donkey? In your dreams. Indeed, your sect may possess many things, but hypocrisy is unparalleled across the 3 realms. Everyone, flee. We are nearing the eastern sea. With a little more effort, we will reach the Green Palace. This group of worldly travelers showed no sign of surrender. Along the way, several comrades had already fallen. Their hatred for the Buddhist sect ran deep. Had they wished to surrender, they would have done so long ago. Ba, since you remain obstinate, do not blame this humble monk for being unmerciful. With that, the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva gently thrust forward into the void. Secret art. Subduing demon palm. Vast waters connecting heaven. Namo Wufang Wang Buddha, adept in the laws of water and fire, felt his powers surge as the mighty waves of the eastern sea surged forth, elevating his strength to that of a fish returning to water. In an instant, towering waves of 100,000 zhang soared skyward, transforming into dragon shapes that roared thunderously as they surged towards the multitude of worldly travelers. Flee. The oppressive aura locked onto the group, sending shivers down their spines. Even with the robust physiques of demon kin, they could not withstand such divine assaults. In the distance, many scattered cultivators observing the battle gasped in awe, silently lamenting the power of the Buddhist sect. Boom. The towering waves transformed into 10 colossal water dragons, poised to engulf the worldly travelers. Many unleashed their innate divine abilities, some employing blood escape techniques to hasten their flight, while others summoned treasures for defense, and a few, undaunted by death, shielded their companions with their own bodies. At that moment, a faint sigh resonated through the heavens and earth. The sound was gentle, emanating from all directions, like a spring breeze, warming the hearts of those who heard it. Yet, a strange scene unfolded. Both the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva and the worldly travelers found themselves frozen in place. The surging water dragons, too, were suspended in midair as if sculpted from ice. Spare those you can. Do you not know that the heavenly way rewards good deeds with a cycle of retribution? Silence. Above the eastern sea, even the sea breeze ceased, and the seagulls appeared as if painted, frozen in the air. A warm yet serene voice resonated, laced with a hint of compassion. The mosquito Taoist bodhisattva's pupils constricted. At that moment, he felt an immense force suppressing him, rendering him utterly immobile. Fear coursed through him, as he realized he could not escape this overwhelming pressure. The worldly travelers, too, were unable to move, but their hearts soared with joy. This voice clearly heralded their salvation, and they sensed no hostility. The near water dragons, frozen like ice sculptures, underscored the situation. A wave of astonishment swept through them. In the distance, a figure clad in black robes approached, stepping lightly as if dancing. With each step, golden ripples spread through the air, producing a melodious rhythm akin to the music of the Tao that stirred the hearts of those who listened. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed figure was near, his features seemingly sculpted by divine hands, flawless and exuding an aura that inspired both awe and trepidation. "Who are you?" The mosquito Taoist bodhisattva trembled, his voice quaking with fear. Chapter 93. Who is it? Who is it indeed? You need not know who I am. For the dead have no need for such knowledge, the black-robed figure stated, raising a delicate hand. A faint golden light swirled around his fingertip. To the ordinary eye, it appeared as a mere shimmer of gold, but to the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva, it was a harbinger of great terror. In the fearful gazes of all, the black-robed figure's golden light flashed and vanished, embedding itself in the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva's brow. The one who had relentlessly pursued them, a mid-stage quasi-saint, uttered not a single word nor emitted a cry of despair. His pupils glazed over as his body began to plummet from the heavens. In the process of his descent, the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva revealed his true form upon death. Namo Wufang Wang Buddha, a lean and somewhat shadowy figure, now devoid of life, felt like a severed kite towards the eastern sea. With the demise of the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva, the suffocating pressure in the void dissipated entirely. The worldly travelers regained their mobility, mouths agape, gazing in reverence at the black-robed figure, rendered speechless by shock. In stark contrast, the hundreds of Buddhist arhats and Vajra in the distance were stricken with terror, turning to flee without a second thought. An even stranger scene unfolded. In the eyes of the worldly travelers and the stunned, petrified, scattered cultivators of the three realms, the 10 water dragons, initially poised to disperse, roared back to life, transforming from towering water serpents into colossal dragons of 100,000 zhang. The black-robed figure bore a smile, his fingertip moving slightly, commanding the 10 water dragons as if they were soldiers at his command. In an instant, they appeared thousands of miles away, roaring as they devoured the Buddhist disciples present. Gulp, gulp. The sound of countless throats swallowing in disbelief echoed as they stared at the black-robed figure, unable to articulate a single word. A powerful being. This is undoubtedly a great power. Typically, when a cultivator perishes, their unleashed abilities and spells would dissipate. Yet, the water dragons, manifestations of mastery over the water element, were summoned as a formidable force, but this man had effortlessly turned them to his advantage, amplifying them to an unfathomable scale. The world had never witnessed such a formidable manifestation of the water element. A mere 10,000 zhang water dragon could obliterate an entire nation. What level of strength does this represent? You are not fated to perish. In the void, the cultured voice of a man in black robes resonated. By the time the wandering souls regained their senses, he had vanished without a trace. In the distance, among the gathered cultivators from the three realms, someone shouted, "Look, is that the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva a manifestation of a Buddha?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Many of the present cultivators had visited Ling Mountain, and the mosquito Taoist bodhisattva that had caused chaos had indeed been slain by a mysterious man. However, was there truly a mosquito Taoist bodhisattva upon Ling Mountain? If so, then who was this individual before them? How could the Buddhist sect deceive us so brazenly? Indeed, the one who died that day was undoubtedly the genuine mosquito Taoist. I said it all along. A dog cannot change its nature. Even as a Buddha, the mosquito Taoist remains worthless. Exactly, the Buddhist sect is truly a den of filth. Friends, we must spread this news throughout the celestial realm, exposing the vile face of the Buddhist sect to the world. Did any of you feel that the great being from earlier bears a striking resemblance to the one who eradicated demons at the foot of Ling Mountain that day? Yes. Although we could not see his visage clearly, his voice and demeanor were strikingly similar. In unison, both the wandering souls and the cultivators bowed deeply toward the void. This great being was their savior. They understood that such a presence could not be measured by ordinary standards, yet they recognized the virtue of gratitude. In the void, Yuán Gē heard the impassioned voices of the wandering souls and smiled gently. His gaze turned northward, where a familiar figure awaited at the intersection of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and Southern Jianbu Continent. Today, Yuán Gē had been in seclusion, dedicating his time to comprehending the ancient scrolls of time and space. Recently, he had sensed the presence of Buddhist practitioners along the eastern sea's shore. And there were more than a few. He also detected the auras of some demon and ghost practitioners. Those energies were unmistakably those he had encountered in the Buddhist prison. With a mere glance, Yuán Gē comprehended the situation. The Buddhist sect was indeed making significant moves, relentlessly pursuing these wandering souls. If he found this unacceptable, he would take action to resolve it, while also saving these unfortunate beings who were not fated to perish, thus forging a bond of goodwill. And so, the earlier scene unfolded. Now, having refined 2 strands of primordial purple energy, and with the chaotic Tao scripture reaching the late stages of the 6th heaven, Yuán Gē's current strength far surpassed that of his previous sparring match with Liu Daoist. In other words, Yuán Gē had truly become invincible at the quasi-saint level. Whether he had reached the apex of the quasi-saint realm remained uncertain and required further assessment. However, he could easily dispatch practitioners like the King Buddha of the South with a single strike, even using merely 30% of his power. He chose not to concern himself with the wandering souls. The Buddhist sect's deceptions had gone unchallenged by him before, yet today fate had led him to confront them directly. Given the blood feud he had with the Buddhist sect, having caused the Grand Thundersound Temple to collapse twice due to his schemes, and the journey to the West Calamity being derailed because of him, it mattered not whether he killed 1 or 2. Yuán Gē cultivated the chaotic Tao scripture, and as a being of chaos, he had transcended the dualities of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and thus was untroubled by the entanglements of karmic retribution. Shortly after Yuán Gē departed, an overwhelming presence descended upon the eastern sea's shore. The nameless void Buddha, sensing the disappearance of the King Buddha of the South, arrived. Boom. The sky was shrouded in a brilliant light of Buddhism, as the nameless void Buddha gazed upon the desolate eastern sea shore, his brows furrowed deeply. Upon descending to the mortal realm, each of them carried a communication jade talisman. Just recently, the connection with the King Buddha of the South had abruptly severed. Such a possibility suggested either that the King Buddha had entered a realm that severed communication or that he was dead, leaving the talisman ownerless. His gaze shifted to the depths of the sea, and the nameless void Buddha's pupils suddenly contracted. There, the corpse of the King Buddha lay, riddled with countless cracks, being gnawed upon by sea monsters. Yet, as a quasi-saint at the 5th level, his body was not something ordinary beasts could easily consume, and they could only feast upon the blood energy seeping from the fissures in his corpse. As for the bodies of other Buddhist disciples, they had already been reduced to a grotesque state. The blood and flesh of both the King Buddha and the ordinary arhats contained pure cultivation energy, a great boon for these monsters. Boom. The eastern sea's shore erupted like a deep-water bomb, waves rising tumultuously as the nameless void Buddha collected the corpses that appeared. Damn it! Who did this? Who could it be? His furious voice echoed across the eastern seashore. Chapter 94. The Indomitable King Buddha of the Diamond Realm. Meanwhile, at the border between southern Jianbu and eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Wudong Holy Mother had transformed into the appearance of the Mother of Li Mountain, preaching in the celestial realm. Today, she suddenly felt a surge of inspiration as familiar energies from deep within her memories emerged. While in the midst of her sermon, the Mother of Li Mountain abruptly vanished, leaving the gathered wandering souls perplexed. The Wudong Holy Mother unleashed her full aura, soaring into the skies, her appearance transforming into that of a pure and ethereal maiden. Clad in a flowing green gown, her hair danced in the wind, her eyes focused intently on the distance. What a Buddhist sect, ruthlessly slaughtering my disciples of the Jie sect. The cold light in the Wudong Holy Mother's eyes sparked as she summoned a 3-foot green blade. Slashing through the air, whoosh, a sword chi imbued with the essence of the wind cleaved through countless layers of clouds, reaching thousands of miles in an instant. Amitabha, you should cease your resistance, otherwise. The indomitable King Buddha, his body appearing as if gilded, had just crushed 2 wandering souls with a single palm and looked disdainfully at the fleeing souls before him. Just then, a sharp sword chi approached. Bang! This sword chi, capable of instantaneously slaying a great Luo golden immortal, struck solidly against the King Buddha's forehead, leaving not a trace. Witnessing this, the wandering souls were momentarily stunned. The indomitable King Buddha was also slightly taken aback, but quickly donned a smile. Wudong, you are no match for me. Should you resist, do not blame me for being merciless." The indomitable King Buddha gazed 1,000 miles away, where the Wudong Holy Mother, clad in a green gown, was approaching on clouds. The Wudong Holy Mother? One of the 4 disciples of the Grand Master? We are saved. It had been years since they last met, and the fleeing wandering souls wondered how the Wudong Holy Mother had fared. Everyone stepped back. In the blink of an eye, the Wudong Holy Mother wielding the 3-foot green blade stood before them, having no time to reminisce with her fellow disciples, her gaze fixed firmly on the indomitable King Buddha. "Sumeru Mountain Buddha, indomitable King Buddha, your indestructible body has been cultivated to an unfathomable level, impervious to ordinary treasures. Your strength rivals that of the ancient Buddha of Lamplight, one of the 3 ages of Buddhism." A serious expression filled the Wudong Holy Mother's eyes. She understood that a fierce battle was inevitable today, and whether she could save her fellow disciples remained uncertain. The indomitable King Buddha pressed his palms together, his voice booming. "Wudong, you are no match for me. They are all escapees from my Buddhist sect and should return to face judgment from the Buddha. Step aside." Hearing his domineering words, the Wudong Holy Mother stepped forward. "They are my fellow disciples. How could I, Wudong, be one to fear death? Since they have left Ling Mountain, they deserve their freedom. Do you lack the wisdom to recall how they came to your Buddhist sect? What a sharp tongue. The Buddhist sect conducts its affairs without needing guidance from a fallen sect like yours." The indomitable Vajra Buddha cast a cold glance, his eyes narrowing as he observed the flickering glimmer of murderous intent in the eyes of the unfettered Holy Mother. The teachings of the cut-off sect were no longer the illustrious doctrine that once attracted myriad celestial beings. Despite being one of the 4 closest disciples of the Supreme Master, the unfettered Holy Mother was akin to a stray dog. Suddenly, a piercing sword light responded to the indomitable Vajra Buddha. Enraged, the unfettered Holy Mother could not tolerate any insult to her sect or her master. Behind her, the red dust guests displayed expressions of fury, yet the chasm between them and the indomitable Vajra Buddha was insurmountable. They were powerless to intervene in such a conflict. With a flick of his hand, the indomitable Vajra Buddha effortlessly deflected the unfettered Holy Mother's sword energy, coldly stating, "Unfettered, if you seek death, I shall grant it." In a flash, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the unfettered Holy Mother. Raising his hand, he delivered a seemingly gentle strike. Yet it bore a terrifying force that descended upon her back. The unfettered Holy Mother felt an intense burning within as a colossal power surged into her body, sending her hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. "Unfettered sister, we shall fight alongside you." The red dust guests, enraged, surged forward towards the indomitable Vajra Buddha. "Seeking death," he scoffed, his gaze revealing a murderous intent as he raised his golden fist high. "Since you wish for demise, I shall accommodate you." Blood trickled from the unfettered Holy Mother's mouth, her complexion turning pale as she struggled against the searing pain. Extending her delicate hand to form a colossal palm that ensnared the advancing red dust guests, halting their rush. "Do not sacrifice yourselves needlessly, flee," she urged weakly, before flinging them far away, narrowly escaping the indomitable Vajra Buddha's strike. "No," they cried, their eyes reddening. "Unfettered sister, you must go first. As a true disciple of the Master, your sacrifice is unwarranted." "Fools, I am already overjoyed to see you," she responded with a sorrowful smile, her gaze filled with a sense of farewell. "Flee far away, return to the green immortal palace to cultivate. Do not emerge until you reach heights beyond 10 million. In that instant, the unfettered Holy Mother's aura surged as she ignited her primal divine power, prepared to make a desperate stand. "Oh, burning your essence?" The indomitable Vajra Buddha raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "However, even with your essence ablaze, you remain no match for me. You are but an ant shaking a tree." With a grin, the indomitable Vajra Buddha vanished once more, reappearing before the unfettered Holy Mother in mere moments, unleashing a fist aimed squarely at her face. "If my sun and moon pearl were intact, I would not be in such dire straits," the unfettered Holy Mother thought frantically, drawing her sword to block the impending blow. Had it not been for the tainted blood of the mosquito Taoist that had corrupted her sun and moon pearl, which was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, she would not have found herself in such a passive position. "Unfettered, you are too weak. I shall suppress you and pursue them," the indomitable Vajra Buddha declared, his fist carrying overwhelming power, akin to a golden Buddha bearing down upon her. As the terrifying wind of his punch approached, the unfettered Holy Mother felt a chilling dread wash over her. Even igniting her essence, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that critical moment, A figure clad in black appeared before her like a specter, startling both the unfettered Holy Mother and the indomitable Vajra Buddha alike. The imposing figure exuded a sense of security, reminiscent of a steadfast mountain, leaving the unfettered Holy Mother momentarily entranced. What? She blinked, her gaze shifting slightly, noticing the cascading hair of the figure as a slender finger pressed firmly against the indomitable Vajra Buddha's fist. The indomitable Vajra Buddha's expression shifted. The anticipated scene of sending the unfettered Holy Mother flying did not materialize. Instead, he felt as if a mortal's punch had struck an iron plate. Pain radiating from his hand. What? As the light faded, he beheld the black-clad man standing close by, his heart roiling with shock. A mere finger had halted his formidable punch. He had relied on his renowned golden body, a feat of physical prowess within the Buddha realm. With a slight smile, the figure in black flicked his finger. Boom. The indomitable Vajra Buddha felt the world spin as an incomprehensible force surged through him, sending him hurtling backward for thousands of miles. Crash, crash, crash. Like a golden statue, he smashed through countless mountain peaks before stabilizing himself. Impossible. Who are you? The indomitable Vajra Buddha, having honed his physical form to perfection, found that even such a cataclysmic impact merely stirred his blood without inflicting any real harm. Ignoring the indomitable Vajra Buddha, the figure turned to the astonished familiar faces behind him. This pill will aid in your recovery. I shall handle the rest, he spoke warmly, extending a delicate hand holding a dragon-eye-sized pill. A 6-transformation golden pill? The unfettered Holy Mother gasped, recognizing the exquisite elixir capable of healing any injury instantaneously. Wait. The unfettered Holy Mother snapped back to reality, her eyes fixated on the figure. This person seemed so familiar. Who are you? She began, but before she could finish, the figure had already placed the pill into her hand. Go now. We shall meet again if fate allows. Without waiting for further words, he waved his sleeve lightly, and both the unfettered Holy Mother and the red dust guests vanished in a flash of light, transported thousands of miles away. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, the unfettered Holy Mother and her companions regained their bearings, realizing they had traveled vast distances. Looking at the pill in her hand, her expression shifted to one of excitement. It was him, the one who killed the mosquito Taoist on Mount Ling, who not only saved me at a critical moment, but also avenged my deep-seated grievances. I never imagined he would save me again today. Sister, this is, a red dust guest stammered, astonished, as they gazed upon the familiar shores of the Eastern Sea. Remarkable. That scene remains vivid in our minds. The formidable, indomitable Vajra Buddha was sent flying by a mere finger, and we were all transported thousands of miles away in an instant. Let us go. I will lead you back to the green immortal palace, the unfettered Holy Mother declared, shaking her head without further elaboration, guiding the red dust guests towards the direction of the Golden Ao Island. Meanwhile, the indomitable Vajra Buddha's expression twisted with rage. This mysterious figure had openly humiliated him, first making a grand entrance and then rescuing a group of red dust guests right before his eyes. Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs of my Buddhist sect? He inquired solemnly, fixing his gaze on the figure. He was audacious and confident, always preferring to act alone, believing that with his formidable physique, he could traverse the earthly immortal realm unchallenged, unless he encountered that mysterious figure. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could this black-clad man be the mysterious figure who has been plotting against my Buddhist sect from the shadows? Hearing this, the figure smiled slightly. You are not worthy to know my name, for the dead do not speak. In an instant, he vanished from sight. What? The indomitable Vajra Buddha's pupils constricted. Such speed. His speed was already remarkable, yet this individual surpassed him in swiftness. Simultaneously, the indomitable King Buddha radiated an overwhelming aura, his golden body deepening in hue, manifesting the pinnacle of his golden form. But that was not the end. The King Buddha's consciousness slipped into his sleeve, utilizing a communication jade pendant to send a message to the nameless Void Realm Buddha. However, after merely uttering a few words, the King Buddha's movements came to an abrupt halt. A faint line of blood emerged from his brow, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. With a resounding bang, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, the indomitable King Buddha's body erupted, splitting into two. In his residual consciousness, the left eye of the left half of the King Buddha fixated upon the right half, allowing him to vividly observe the dismembered organs within, along with the blood that gushed forth like a torrential downpour. His right eye mirrored the same gaze upon the left half. In less than a breath, his consciousness dissipated entirely, and the two halves of his corpse plummeted to the ground. Your shield ultimately cannot withstand my spear. In the void, a voice of transcendent clarity resonated, only to be whisked away by the winds. The fallen halves of the corpse and the blood splattered across the surroundings bore testament to an unfathomable battle that had just transpired. Yuán Gē soared through the air, and silence reclaimed the surroundings once more, punctuated only by the occasional cries of wild beasts in the mountains, as if they were sharing some unspoken tale. Moments later, the wrathful nameless void realm Buddha descended upon this place. What audacity! Who dares? His voice, laden with boundless fury, echoed, and his spine tingled with dread. It was too swift. After retrieving the corpse of the nameless, undefeated King Buddha from the shores of the East Sea, he had not even reached his temporary encampment. Merely flying a few 100,000 miles, he received the King Buddha's message, tinged with terror. Yet, the communication had been abruptly severed after only a few words. Upon receiving this news, the nameless void realm Buddha had promptly summoned the nameless radiant Buddha and the four great bodhisattvas, urging them to hasten to this location. Although he could not fathom what great horror the indomitable King Buddha had uncovered, he was certain it was a formidable presence. Thus, the nameless void realm Buddha resolved to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the dust traveler and instead consolidate all forces to address the trouble at hand. Little did he anticipate that within mere moments, the powerful, indomitable King Buddha would fall. This was a being of the eighth heaven of the pre-saints. What sort of entity could extinguish him in such a brief span? Suddenly, beams of light descended from all directions, heralding the arrival of the Guanyin Bodhisattva and others. Upon witnessing the severed corpse of the indomitable King Buddha on the ground, their expressions turned to shock. Chapter 96. The Arrival of the Sage's Consciousness? In the Zishao Palace. Beyond the 33 heavens, a middle-aged Taoist observed the commotion below with astonishment, his tone laden with dread as a sword radiance coalesced in his hand, refusing to dissipate. He was the master of the Bo Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu. After his deification, Tongtian Jiaozhu was confined to the Zishao Palace. He was aware of the grievances expressed by the two saints of the West just days prior. Of course, he was indifferent to the rise and fall of Buddhism. To speak bluntly, the two saints of Buddhism held a grudge against him. Who, then, was aiding the Wudong Tongtian Jiaozhu? His brow furrowed deeply. The thoughts of a sage can reach the cosmos, and in his perception, the Wudong Holy Mother had already encountered peril. He had prepared to break the rules set by Hongjun Daozu and intervene forcefully. Among his four direct disciples, only this one belonged to the Jie sect. He had to ensure the safety of Wudong. Yet, just as he was about to act, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. The nameless, indomitable King Buddha had perished. After a lengthy pause, a hearty laughter echoed from within the side hall. Now, the two saints of the West must be feeling quite ill at ease, mustn't they? The taste of being schemed against is indeed a form of karmic retribution. Soon, the Zishao Palace returned to tranquility. At some moment, Hongjun Daozu opened his eyes, glancing curiously in the direction of Tongtian Jiaozhu, lost in thought. At the juncture of the southern Zhanbu continent and the western Noah continent, the nameless void realm Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva exchanged glances, gazing in silence at the bisected form of the indomitable King Buddha. Boom! At that moment, a vast expanse of purple energy, stretching 3,000 miles, filled the air as lotus flowers blossomed in the void. An immensely terrifying consciousness descended upon this place. The nameless void realm Buddha and his companions felt as if a majestic celestial might had arrived, rendering them mere ants before a dragon. The instant this consciousness manifested, an array of extraordinary phenomena followed suit. We pay our respects to the sage. The nameless void realm Buddha and others promptly bowed in salutation, though they remained unaware of which sage's consciousness had arrived. Not all sages were confined and unable to engage in matters of the three realms, were they? This consciousness offered no reply, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. The consciousness swept across thousands of miles, meticulously searching the land, leaving no leaf or grain of sand unexamined. In less than 3 breaths, this formidable consciousness dissipated. Guanyin Bodhisattva, overwhelmed by shock, trembled as she spoke. Everyone. This consciousness should belong to either Amitabha Buddha or the Bodhisattva of the Pure Land. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The indomitable King Buddha had only just perished, and the sage's consciousness had already descended. Aside from the two saints of the West, No one else would pay such close attention to the life and death of a disciple of Buddhism. Regrettably, with both the nameless undefeated King Buddha and the indomitable King Buddha deceased, how had their progress fared? The nameless Void Realm Buddha furrowed his brow, scrutinizing those present. Reporting to the Void Realm Buddha, I apprehended a group, but after receiving the message, I abandoned a few dust travelers and hastened to this location. Spoke the nameless Radiant Buddha. So did I, chimed in the Bodhisattva Manjushri and others. Very well, the nameless Void Realm Buddha declared solemnly. This place is not suitable for lingering. It is unwise to act recklessly. Let us return to Mount Ling to report. Amitabha. The crowd rejoiced at his words, exclaiming in unison the name of the Buddha. The simultaneous deaths of the nameless, undefeated King Buddha and the indomitable King Buddha sent shivers down their spines. The recent descent of the sage's consciousness had failed to reveal the identity of the mastermind. If they acted independently, anxiety gripped their hearts, fearing they might meet the same fate as the nameless, undefeated King Buddha. Without further delay, they gathered the corpse of the indomitable King Buddha and transformed into beams of light, swiftly departing. Meanwhile, in the void, a distance of 10,000 miles from this location, Yuán Gē stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a grave expression upon his face. The recent phenomenon of 3,000 miles of purple energy had astonished him. Originally, Yuán Gē had been prepared to leave, but as he ventured out a mere 10,000 miles, a wave of disquieting consciousness swept through the void he occupied. Isn't it said that sages do not emerge? How could the two saints of the West possibly project their consciousness into the three realms? Yuán Gē murmured. Gazing towards the west, his earlier ease dissipated. Judging by this consciousness, the distinction between sage and non-sage was indeed vast. Fortunately, I departed swiftly. Had I been exposed, I might have faced the wrath of the sage's thunder. A sardonic smile crossed Yuán Gē's face as he muttered to the west. At that moment, myriad doubts filled Yuán Gē's mind. In an era where sages refrained from worldly affairs, why would a sage's consciousness so brazenly descend? Did they not fear the rules established by the Tao ancestor? Perhaps it was due to my personal circumstances that the Tao ancestor of the Zishu Palace had opened a back door for the two saints of the West. In an instant, Yuán Gē's thoughts traversed numerous possibilities, and he soon comprehended the reasoning behind it. To attain the status of a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal was imperative. I must accelerate my understanding of the path of time and space. His voice resonated in the void, inaudible to ordinary ears, and his form vanished from sight. Atop the peak of Flower Fruit Mountain, Yuán Gē's figure appeared mysteriously, observing the myriad of little demons and the meditating Sun Wukong within the water curtain cave. He said nothing, swiftly entering the purple bamboo cottage. With a flick, Yuán Gē settled upon the mat of the great Tao, an ancient scroll of time and space materializing in his hands. As he began to peruse the scroll, delving into the intricacies of the stream diagram. Subsequently, the summit of the mysterious peak fell into a profound silence, as if nothing existed there. The myriad creatures of Flower Fruit Mountain occasionally cast their gaze towards the towering peak, acutely aware that it was home to an extraordinary being, the teacher of their king. The peak, shrouded in perpetual mist, remained inaccessible to any who dared approach. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Hall, the giant spirit god, seething with anger, strode heavily toward the Jade Emperor to report the injustices and disdain faced in the mortal realm. Many deities observed the giant spirit god, suppressing their amusement. It was evident to all that he was engaged in a thankless task, a consequence of his simple-mindedness and brawn. Well, since the Buddhist sect is unwilling to accept assistance from our heavenly court, we cannot lay blame, the Jade Emperor began. But suddenly his voice faltered as he turned his gaze beyond the nine heavens. There, a purple aura stretched for 3,000 miles, with heavenly maidens scattering flowers and golden lotuses erupting from the earth. A terrifying pressure, palpable even within the heavenly court, was felt by all. The various deities sensed this overwhelming force, akin to divine majesty, and were secretly alarmed. Is a sage about to emerge? Which sage's divine consciousness has descended upon the three realms? The Jade Emperor, astonished, broke the silence within Lingxiao Hall, cautioning, everyone must act with utmost prudence. The arrival of a sage's divine consciousness signifies that the trials of the journey to the West are of great consequence. We must not incur the wrath of the sage. Yes, Your Majesty. The assembly of deities bowed deeply, their expressions grave. Chapter 97. What is a sage? Merely an ant. In the Western paradise, At the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, the Buddha of the Void and Guanyin Bodhisattva returned with thousands of arhats and vajra, while the Buddha of Compassion wore a solemn expression as he regarded the gathered assembly. It suffices that we have captured a portion of the worldly visitors. However, that mysterious individual is truly despicable, for the arrival of the divine consciousness of the Mother of the Golden Mother allowed him to escape. The Buddha of Compassion forced a faint smile, encouraging his followers. "We are ashamed," the crowd responded in unison, their faces clouded with concern. The Buddha shook his head, replying with a smile, "No matter. The death of the Buddha of Victory has indeed caused considerable trouble. I suspect that the heavenly realm has already spread the word of his impersonation of the mosquito Taoist. Fortunately, both he and the other have preserved their true spiritual jade slips. I shall personally escort them into reincarnation." Buddha, considering the passage of time. The Buddha of Lamp and the Buddha of the World of Purity should be ready for reincarnation as well, the joyful Buddha interjected. The Buddha of Compassion nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I shall dispatch an incarnation to the netherworld to escort the Buddha of the indestructible Vajra and others into reincarnation, while also retrieving the Buddha of Lamp and the Buddha of the World of Purity from the heavenly realm. However, I am uncertain as to where Maitreya Buddha has been reborn." Upon hearing this, the assembly sighed in unison. Maitreya Buddha was the one who died the quickest, having descended to the mortal realm only to be vanquished by Sun Wukong shortly thereafter. In truth, Maitreya Buddha had been terrified and, fearing true death, had opted for a voluntary demise. "Everyone, the reconstruction of the Great Thunder Sound Monastery is imminent, but there is another matter that requires your assistance." The Buddha of Compassion addressed the assembly, his voice resonating like a great bell. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to him. "Jinshanzi was originally my disciple. However, he has been incited by the mysterious individual, leading to a profound change in his Buddhist heart, and he has fallen into the demonic path. From this day forth, while preparing for the journey to the west, we must also dedicate our efforts to capturing Jinshanzi and ensuring he enters reincarnation before the journey begins. The Buddha of the Void, the Buddha of Radiant Light, and Guanyin Bodhisattva, you three shall oversee this matter, while the joyful Buddha, the Buddha of Radiance, and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva will assist. It is imperative that we swiftly locate Jinshanzi and suppress him." The Buddha of Compassion looked at the three, who nodded in agreement without dissent. "I shall personally meet with the sage. Capturing Jinshanzi is of paramount importance." As the voice of the Buddha echoed through the Mahavira Hall, he transformed into golden light and vanished from sight. The endeavor to capture the worldly visitors concluded, yet soon after, numerous powerful figures from the Buddhist sect descended into the earthly realm, establishing a temporary base in the Great Liang Kingdom. This time, countless practitioners from the earthly realm were mobilized, resembling locusts as they commenced a thorough search, intent on uncovering where Jinshanzi was hiding. In the blink of an eye, a century passed within the earthly realm. A century later, atop Flower Fruit Mountain, at the summit of the mysterious peak, Yuán Gē wore a joyful expression as he took a deep breath, gazing at the ancient scroll in his hands. "I have comprehended the rainstorm diagram. I merely require one more design to fully integrate the scroll, at which point I shall have entered the realm of the temporal path." Yuán Gē was elated, initially believing that mastering both upper and lower scrolls was necessary. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that, with the support of the Taoist platform and the celestial level 4th grade spiritual root, he had merely touched upon a hint of the Tao's resonance within a century. This scene was all too familiar to Yuán Gē. The prerequisite for entering the Tao was to comprehend a sliver of the Tao's resonance. With this resonance as the foundation, one could break through the mysteries and enter the Tao. Observing his accumulated cultivation within, a smile emerged on Yuán Gē's face. During this century, his avatar in the heavenly court had diligently worked, amassing over 8 million years of cultivation. The peach banquet? How intriguing, Yuán Gē thought, as his true self and avatar could share auditory experiences. Upon awakening from this seclusion, he immediately sensed a plethora of information from the heavenly court, the most significant being that the peach banquet was about to commence. Soon after, Yuán Gē contemplated several matters. "Wukong," he murmured, sending a message to the outside world. Before long, Sun Wukong appeared before the purple bamboo cottage in a flash of golden light, exclaiming joyfully, "Master, did you call for me?" This marked the first time in a century that Yuán Gē had summoned Sun Wukong, who was exceptionally thrilled to hear his master's voice. The door of the purple bamboo cottage creaked open, revealing Yuán Gē clad in black robes. Have there been any disturbances in the earthly realm over the past century? Yuán Gē inquired, his tone warm and gentle. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded, looking at Yuán Gē. Master, you may not know this, but recently the Buddhist spies in the earthly realm have been acting like madmen, scouring everywhere for Jinqianzi. They have even issued a bounty for his capture, promising substantial rewards for information leading to him. Upon hearing this, Yuán Gē nodded, unfazed by the news. Jinqianzi was the designated scripture bearer, and prior to the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect would undoubtedly not relinquish him. However, this was only one aspect. The more crucial point was that they likely feared for themselves. Yuán Gē was well aware that the two saints of the west were currently traversing the three realms, indicating their involvement in worldly affairs. Should they capture Jinqianzi, it was possible that the sages would uncover traces of his existence. After all, a person's memories cannot lie. Then we must exercise caution. Now is not the time to sever ties with the Buddhist sect completely. We should remain discreet, Yuán Gē advised after some contemplation. Sun Wukong nodded, responding with a smile, rest assured, master. If those bald donkeys dare to come, I will make them taste the bitterness. Seeing Sun Wukong's serious demeanor, Yuán Gē couldn't help but chuckle. You rascal, many in the Buddhist sect are indeed no match for you, but do not be complacent. They have sages backing them. Upon hearing the word sage, Sun Wukong fell silent. Even he, despite his ability to challenge foes of higher tiers and wielding supreme innate treasures, knew that these were insignificant in the presence of a sage. The power of a sage's every move was imbued with the might of the heavenly Tao, an incomprehensible force beyond that which mere mortals could contend with. Suddenly, Sun Wukong cautiously glanced at Yuán Gē, timidly asking, Master, are you a sage? As he uttered these words, Sun Wukong felt his heart race. In his mind, his master appeared as a great Luo golden immortal, yet the depth of his master's cultivation was unfathomable. Even beings at the peak of quasi-saint level could not withstand 3 of his master's moves. In response, Yuán Gē shook his head slightly. What is a sage? Merely a puppet subservient to the heavenly Tao, nothing more than an ant. I seek to forge my own path, that of the Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. Sun Wukong was taken aback. In that moment, he sensed a transformation in Yuán Gē's very essence. He was no longer the ethereal and refined gentleman, but rather a king who gazed down upon the world. The primordial golden immortal? A legendary existence? Chapter 98. Great Sage, Show Mercy. Sun Wukong stammered, somewhat incoherently, Master, you possess mysterious and divine abilities. Are you now a primordial golden immortal? The cultivation and path of Yuán Gē had always been a mystery to both Sun Wukong and Jinqianzi. It was only by chance that Sun Wukong dared to inquire on such an occasion. He had always been curious as to how his master could wield such extraordinary power while merely being a golden immortal. In Sun Wukong's mind, even a master like Buddha Tathagata would not stand a chance against Yuán Gē. Sun Wukong had never encountered a true sage, which intensified his curiosity about Yuán Gē's actual realm. Little did he know, the techniques and path that Yuán Gē pursued were entirely distinct from the traditional understanding of the primordial world. No, Yuán Gē shook his head. But in the near future, I am confident I will attain the primordial golden immortal status. By then, I shall fear no one in this world, not even the sages. Sun Wukong inhaled sharply, feeling a surge of dominance. Even as the great sage, he could sense the innate confidence and formidable aura emanating from Yuán Gē. This was a manifestation of one's inner spirit. In the near future, the thought stirred Sun Wukong's emotions. Master, if you achieve the primordial golden immortal status, will I be able to storm the Buddhist sect again? To smash the Buddha's head? Naturally, Yuán Gē replied with a smile. By the way, I must make a trip to the heavenly court. Tomorrow marks the triennial peach banquet. If you are interested, you may come by. I shall await you in the peach garden. This is your opportunity, for the peaches are the foundation of the Jade Emperor's dominion over myriad immortals. Yuán Gē's calm voice echoed atop the ethereal peak, and he vanished before Sun Wukong's eyes. The peach banquet? Sun Wukong paid little mind to Yuán Gē's sudden disappearance. He had grown accustomed to it. What truly captured his attention were the 3 words, peach banquet. It's about to begin? Then imagining the delectable peaches that melted in his mouth, Sun Wukong couldn't help but salivate. Since his birth, he had abstained from earthly food, living solely on peaches and water. Thus, he held a deep fascination for the primordial peaches. Which monkey does not love peaches? If Master said to wait for me in the peach garden, could I not indulge to my heart's content? With Master present, Even if I were to overturn the Lingxiao Palace, I would not be afraid. Excited, Sun Wukong hurried toward the water curtain cave in the heavenly court. At the southern heavenly gate, Yuán Gē glided through the air, light as a feather, traversing vast distances with each step. Upon seeing the familiar heavenly palace, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yuán Gē's eyes. It had been hundreds of years since Sun Wukong had reached the 8th layer of the saintly realm, and progressing to the 9th layer would require a lengthy endeavor. The Peach Garden was indeed an excellent place. Daily visits could yield thousands of years of cultivation. Such an innate spiritual root held no allure for him. However, Sun Wukong was different. He desperately needed these peaches to enhance his cultivation. Casting a glance at the majestic heavenly soldiers outside the southern heavenly gate, Yuán Gē made his way toward the Peach Garden. Yuán Gē, why are you still merely a human immortal? A fragrant breeze wafted in as a red-clad fairy teased Yuán Gē, who was in the Peach Garden. Alas, Yuán Gē sighed, I appreciate your concern, but my talents are quite ordinary. Despite being in the heavenly court for a millennium, my progress has been minimal. By the way, Yuán Gē, the method you shared with me last time was incredibly useful. We managed to subdue those fish demons from the lower realms using water attribute treasures, and now we are keeping them in the Yao Pool, the purple-clad fairy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she approached playfully. Yuán Gē, Yuán Gē. The other 7 fairies, carrying fruit baskets, chimed in, eagerly greeting Yuán Gē. The 7 fairies had grown quite familiar with him over time, often encouraging him to work diligently on his cultivation. They had never disqualified him due to his low powers. For Yuán Gē's appearance and eloquence had won their favor. Yuán Gē, we must hurry to pick peaches. The peach banquet is about to begin. Don't be late. The red-clad fairy said, leading the others toward the peach garden. Yuán Gē smiled and nodded to the fairies. Even as the land of the peach garden, he had the chance to attend the banquet, albeit from a distant spot. As for whether he could taste the peaches, will there even be peaches at the peach banquet? Mused the cloaked Yuán Gē as he observed the retreating figures of the 7 fairies. In the heavens, a day equated to a year on earth. After Yuán Gē departed, Sun Wukong entrusted numerous matters to Jin Chanzi and made his way toward the 9th heaven. As he approached the celestial realm, the flow of time accelerated. Before long, Sun Wukong's figure appeared outside the southern heavenly gate. Clad in golden armor, Sun Wukong soared on clouds, gazing at the towering southern heavenly gate, feeling a moment of nostalgia. This was the familiar gate from his dreams, identical to the one he had envisioned. Yet now, he had surpassed the strength he had in those dreams. Today was different from the past. Boldly, no entry for those who do not belong. A young silver-armored soldier, noticing Sun Wukong's arrival, exclaimed, taken aback by his unfamiliar face. Sun Wukong glanced at the soldier, momentarily taken aback. A mere early-stage golden immortal dares to block my path? Step aside. Do I need your permission to enter the heavenly court? Sun Wukong scoffed dismissively. Impudent monkey. How dare you trespass in the heavenly court? Someone, seize this monkey. The silver-armored soldier, realizing Sun Wukong spoke coherently while riding the clouds, summoned a group of heavenly soldiers to encircle him. The heavenly soldiers displayed smiles, amused by the audacity of the ignorant monkey. This was the heavenly court, the stronghold of myriad deities. He truly did not know the meaning of danger. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know why flowers bloom so red. Sun Wukong retorted, conjuring his golden staff, prepared to discipline these oblivious heavenly soldiers. Not good. The commotion instantly alerted the 4 heavenly kings. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's appearance, they were struck with fear. Great sage, show mercy. The leader of the 4 kings, along with the others, rushed towards Sun Wukong, their expressions filled with terror. Sun Wukong hesitated, a smile creeping across his face as he regarded the 4 kings. The gatekeepers have arrived. In his dreams, these 4 had engaged him in fierce battles. Yet now it seemed they were merely putting on a show. All 4 were at the same cultivation level of Tai Golden Immortal. How could they have been unable to defeat him back then? Great sage Sun. The 4 kings bowed and apologized. Why didn't you call for us when you arrived? You nearly caused a flood in the Dragon King's temple. The Earth-guarding King's expression shifted as he turned to the bewildered soldiers. Do you not know who this is? This is the great sage, Qi Tian de Xing, appointed by His Majesty. If you anger him, your death will be in vain. Quickly, apologize. The 4 kings were well aware that Sun Wukong was a formidable figure, having contended with Guanyin, stirred chaos in the underworld, scaled Ling Mountain, battled the Buddha, and destroyed the Thunder Sound Temple. All of these deeds rendered them speechless with fear. Did they not see that His Majesty had personally named him the Great Sage? Gulp. Gulp. The soldiers swallowed hard. Bowing deeply, we greet the great sage. What ordinary celestial soldier had not heard tales of the great sage Sun Wukong, who had battled the Buddha? Most importantly, it is widely recognized that there is a powerful figure behind the monkey. This individual is formidable, having nurtured the monkey over a mere few centuries into a being capable of battling the likes of Tathgata. This enigmatic person is a topic of discussion among the celestial deities. Remaining in the shadows, he has quietly cultivated Sun Wukong. With no formal teachings and no one to instruct him, how could a monkey born of the earth become so formidable? For heavenly kings, I must inquire. When will the peach banquet commence? Sun Wukong, bearing the Rui Jingu Bang, donned in a flowing red cloak that billowed in the wind, gazed at the assembled figures and asked, "Your Excellency, the peach banquet will be held today at the third quarter of the Shen hour. There is still ample time," replied the respectful De Wang of the multi-listening heavenly king. Humph. Sun Wukong's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke in a deep voice. The peach banquet is an occasion where deities from all realms gather to celebrate the Queen Mother's birthday. Under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Sun Wukong, the four heavenly kings and the celestial soldiers felt a chilling weight descend upon them, causing beads of sweat to trickle down their foreheads. The multi-seeing heavenly king cautiously interjected, "Your Excellency, indeed, the peach banquet will see all manner of deities from the celestial court in attendance to celebrate the Queen Mother's birthday, distributing peaches and divine nectar. It is a grand event occurring once every 3,000 years. As the great sage equal to heaven, should I not also attend the peach banquet?" Sun Wukong inquired, a smile gracing his features as he scrutinized the crowd. "Indeed, indeed," they all replied in fear, nodding in agreement. "Then I, old Sun, shall go for a stroll. How could such a grand occasion be complete without me?" After declaring this, Sun Wukong vanished before the eyes of the four heavenly kings. When the four regained their senses, they discovered that Sun Wukong had disappeared. "This is bad. We must report to His Majesty that Sun Wukong has entered the heavenly palace." The leader of the four heavenly kings, the Growth Heavenly King, changed countenance upon witnessing Sun Wukong's disappearance. A being of such lethality unleashed in the heavenly palace could spell disaster. The four heavenly kings, fully aware of Sun Wukong's might, hastened towards the inner sanctum of the heavenly court. Meanwhile, upon leaving the southern heavenly gate, Sun Wukong